If you're preparing for a SDET interview and if you're looking for one single resource that is going to help you crack your next SDET interview, then this is the video that you should be referring. In this particular video, I have combined all the lectures that I have released for the 90 days SDET interview prep. You guys can technically watch the playlist or you can watch this particular video. This video is going to be more handy because you have one single resource. For your convenience, I have added the timestamp also so you can easily keep a track of your learning. Now, if you are interested in the playlist also, in the description section, you're going to find the playlist. You can watch the playlist, whatever works for you. My job is to make sure that your learning experience does not get disturbed. Now, without wasting time, let's get started. Welcome back to the channel, guys, and I hope you guys are doing pretty good. Firstly, I hope you had a really good day. All right. Today, we are starting our 90 days SDET interview preparation series here on YouTube. All right. So for people who actually stumbled upon this particular video unknowingly, I guess algorithm has worked for you because over here, we will be preparing for the SDET interviews. Now, the reason this entire series is going to be for 90 days is because most of us have our notice period as 90 days. All right. And sometimes people fear that, hey, I don't know whether I will be getting a job within this 90 days or not. How can I make the most of this 90 days notice period? The answer lies in this particular series. Now, some of you guys might have got an offer, all right? And our job over here would be to maximize our next offer, all right? Some of you guys might have lost a job right now. So I want that if you guys follow this particular series religiously, you end up getting a better job, all right? Now, there are a few things which I really assume that you guys know. All right. And I'm pretty sure that you guys know that part. Basic Java. All right. Definitely you would have tried to create a framework here and there. All right. And a basic knowledge on Selenium WebDriver, TestNG and all. And I am 100% sure that you guys know all these things. All right. Now, in today's class, we will be focusing on only one interview question. All right. We will discuss that particular stuff. Don't worry. But before I start discussing on this particular question, there are a few things which we need to discuss. Technically, we need to set the ground rules over here. When you will be studying with me, I don't want your mobile phone next to you. All right. Over here, you will see my phone is there. All right. I'm going to switch it off. Just give me a moment. Done. And I'm going to keep it over here. All right. Till the time this particular session is over, all right, you are not going to touch your phone. Okay. If you want, you can have your tea, coffee, whatever you like. All right. Get it ready. To be honest, it's 10 p.m. So I'm pretty sure it's not a wise decision to have tea or coffee. But hey, probably some of you guys want to get some little bit of attention and the energy. So it works. So get those things. All right. You want to have your notebook, guys. Seriously, you need to start writing things off. The reason I tell people to write and make notes by themselves is because, see, when you're writing it on probably on your laptop or in some Notion page and all, it does not give that feeling, okay? And probably you might not be able to remember this thing. And I'm telling it from my personal experience. But when we write things, okay, by ourselves, okay, in our own words and all, we tend to have better clarity. All right. I will be providing the notes. Notes will be available in the membership section. So you can definitely check that part. But still, even after providing the notes, I will still expect that you guys write these things by yourself. All right. Now, the next thing is, sometimes you might be a little bit tired, okay, after coming from office or probably, late night, you don't feel like studying, you want to watch that Netflix show and all those things, it's fine. Okay. But please make sure that you set one time which is going to be fixed. Okay. You don't want to study in night, it's completely fine. Make sure you get up early in the morning and study. Generally, I don't recommend people that you get up in the morning and the first thing that you do is you open your laptop and, like watch my videos or watch any videos. I'm not that kind of a person. I really don't, like encourage people to do that. Morning times are basically a very spiritual time for me. And I try to tell the same stuff to other folks also, that you try to connect with yourself, do a little bit of meditation, or even if you don't like meditation, just sit outside near your balcony, go for a walk, whatever you want, but don't touch your phone. Stay away from digital devices. That's the reason I tell you guys to write these things in your notebook. So if you want to study in the morning, read from your notes. All right. Here you'll see that I have my notes over here. So every morning when I get up, the first thing I do is I'll just go through these notes so that I'm aware of what I'm supposed to study or what I'm supposed to do for the day. All right. Learn to plan your day. All right. No professional I have seen so far over the YouTube that really talks about these things, unless they are into some productivity hack or a productivity guru and all those things. But in reality, okay, we Indians most of the time, okay, I have seen that we don't value our time, okay, and we try to get distracted with a lot of things. Like I will watch probably a reel, or probably I'm going to watch a YouTube video, or probably I'm going to watch some series over the internet. But all these things are not planned; they just happen. Okay, your entire life, right, is technically just the attention, okay, on the things that you're giving. That's all. If you ask me what is the definition of life, wherever you give your focus, that is your life. All right. If you're going to give your focus to your family, to your health, to your career, that's your life. And it is going to grow. All right. If you're going to focus on things that don't matter, all right, it's definitely not a pretty deep life. I would say that's a term actually. And I would say it's not a quality life. All right. So think about it. Okay. With this series, I don't just want you guys to learn automation, but also try to incorporate that quality, you know, where you know what is important for you and what is not. All right. We are in that stage of our life. Most of the viewers over here probably would be 24 to 35. All right. So it's really important that we value things that matters to us. All right. Um, Wheels, means they don't matter. Okay. I hope this particular part is clear to everyone. I hope you guys are ready. Let's get started with today's session. Now, over here, guys, in today's class, as I've said, I'm only going to focus on one question. And that one question over here is, explain the OOPS concept, object-oriented programming concepts, and where you have used it in your automation project, in your automation framework. All right. This particular question has been asked hell lot of time, of course, with different variations. Okay. Sometimes it's just explain the object-oriented concepts. Sometimes it is going to be explain where you have used these object-oriented concepts in your automation framework, where you have used abstraction, where you have used association, where you have used polymorphism, etc., etc. All right. So in today's class, we will only be focusing on this particular question. I won't be teaching you encapsulation and all. All right. That's the thing. I don't want this particular lecture to be a very dry lecture that, hey, we are discussing upon the theoretical definition and all. Okay. We will try to look it from the framework perspective also. All right. So that we understand this is where we are using this particular feature. Are you getting the point? Talking about the way I talk and way I teach, I like to have these things slow burn. Okay. So if you feel that Jatin, you should really go right into the topic. I'm not going to do that. All right. The thing over here is you need to slow things down. Okay. Here, you and I are studying together. Okay. You should never directly jump into a particular topic. It's not an entertainment video. All right. Anyways, so let's get started with this particular answer. The first principle of your object-oriented programming is basically classes and objects. That's the first thing. If you want to say that, hey, I'm using object-oriented programming, you are supposed to introduce classes and objects. In your entire automation framework, you're definitely using classes and objects. So that's not something that we will be talking about. But we will be talking about the next feature, which is encapsulation. Now, most of us really know the definition of encapsulation. When I take interview, okay, the definition of encapsulation, what people say is binding of variables and methods together. That's what you call as encapsulation. Bang on, 10 points to it. The second thing over here that comes into picture is why do you need encapsulation? This is where people start to fumble a little bit. All right. So we'll read this particular stuff first. All right. Over here, encapsulation is basically binding of data. But which data are we talking about? We are talking about instance variable. Instance variables. What are instance variables? Explain it to me. Take a moment, answer it off. What is instance variable? Variables which are created inside the class and are going to be non-static. You call them as instance variable. Please write it down in your notebook. Variables created inside the class and is going to be non-static. Okay, it should be non-static. You call them as instance variable. Instance variable is going to be created inside which memory space? All right, it's not written over here. I'm asking you guys. Okay, instance variables are going to be created inside which memory space? They will be created in the heap memory. Make a note of this particular point. So encapsulation is basically binding of data, the instance variable and methods. Which methods are we talking over here? We're talking about getters and setters together. All right. Next point. It mainly focuses on restricting the direct access to instance variable from outside the class. So what we will be doing, we will be marking the instance variable as private. All right. And the moment a variable becomes private, you cannot access it outside the class. Don't worry, we will go through the code also. Now, some of you guys will be like, Jatin, show the code. Wait, read the 4 points. We'll go through the code. Relax, we have all the time in the world. It mainly focuses on restricting direct access to instance variable from outside the class. And how we restrict it off by marking that particular variable as private. Instance variables are marked as private and they are going to be accessed only through getters and setters. Perfect. This helps protect the instance variable from illegal or unintended assignment. So the benefit that we get from encapsulation is that it protects instance variable from illegal or unintended assignment. Is this part clear? You cannot assign illegal values to these variables. Now, implementation in the framework. In your framework, okay, in any project, not only just in test automation framework, in your backend application, anywhere, whenever you are going to have instance variable, you always mark the instance variable with private keyword. The most important variable in your class is always going to be the instance variable. Okay, the most important variable inside the class is always going to be instance variable. And something which is really important to me, something which is very dear to me, I try to protect it from the world. Why? Because the thing is, you don't know, right, how exactly the world is going to use that particular stuff, right? So you want to protect it at any cost. Okay, and we do that by marking it with private keyword. So in the framework, all the classes that contains instance variable, you're going to mark them as private, and getters and setters are provided to access or update them. So again, a small info. What is the job of setters? What is the job of setters? The job of setters is to perform updation. Updation of what? Updation of instance variable. Now, commonly, we are going to have these Pojo classes, the browser utility and other utility and page classes. These are the places where I will be marking the instance variable as private. All right. I have written it off over here where we have used encapsulation. Perfect. Now, let's go to our framework. All right. And I want you guys to observe this particular chap. Over here, guys, this is the framework that I have. Okay. Let me just scroll up and I have this particular framework ready to be used. Okay. This is the automation assignment. And you have all these various components in this particular framework. Now, over here, you see com.constants. So all the constants, okay, of your projects are stored over here. All the constants. Now, the thing over here is constants can be handled in two ways. Either you can store it in interfaces. Okay. Either you can store it in enum or you can store it in properties file. Generally, most of the time people remember that, hey, if there's a constant, the base URL and all, you're supposed to store it in the these are constant. You're going to store it in the properties file. But this is a package. All right. So in the package now, we only have Java entities. So browser, environment, and size. All right. This is something that I have stored as constants. And this is my enum. So over here, you will notice that browser can take the value as Chrome, browser can take the value as Firefox, browser can take the value as Edge. So enums are what? Enums are basically constants. So basically, here I'm storing the constant. What kind of a browser I'm going to use? Chrome, Firefox, Edge. All right. I could have stored it in interface. I could have stored it inside the properties file. Also, the way to access them would have changed. Enum would have made my life a little bit easier. That's the reason enums are there. Again, in interview, they ask the question where you have used enums. Okay. To handle and store constants. Browser information, Chrome, Firefox, Edge. I have stored it. If I go to environment, this is basically a QA, dev, UAT environment. If I go to size, I think so this is small, medium, large. This is related to that application. All right. Nothing fancy. Then you have the data provider. So over here, we have the data provider component. Technically, if you want to do data-driven testing, you will be using data providers. Of course, you guys know that. So over here, login data provider is there. Then you have listeners. Okay. This is important. Again, in interview, they ask the question where you have used interfaces. So over here, you will see the two interfaces popping up. Okay, the interfaces used. Okay, iTest listener and retry analyzer. So these are the two classes which are implementing those interfaces. Here, you have your page classes coming into picture. These are the place where Pojo classes are there. Technically, com.ui.test, your test is there. And com.ui utilities, this is where all the reusable utility methods are present. In the config folder, the configuration files are stored. Then you have the screenshot, test data, logs, all those chaps are there. All right. We'll discuss about the other thing later, but this is something that you really want to remember as of now, that we have the constants. The constants are basically, you can store the constants either in interfaces, enums, or properties. Let me close this particular chap for you guys so you can read it better. All right. But I'm using enums over here. Then you have data provider. The job of the data provider is to help in passing test data, pass the test data from file to test UI.listener. This is where we have used interfaces. Com.ui pages. This is where the page classes comes into picture. Then you have the Pojo classes, the utility. If you want, you can take a screenshot of this particular chart. It is definitely going to be useful for now. All right. I hope you guys have taken the screenshot. Now, the thing over here is, if I go to the Pojo classes, now let's pick up any of the Pojo class. That's a home page. All right. Let's use login over here. That would be better. Oh, this is a page class. My bad. All right. Pojo classes. Let's use the user. What do you see? Variables which are created inside the class. All right. These are the variables which are created inside the class. All right. And are going to be non-static. These are your instance variable. Instance variables are basically initialized by the constructor. And you will see that these variables are binded to these special methods: get email address, set email address, get password, set password. Right now, all I want you guys to do is observe. Don't write the code and all. Okay. The reason over here is, if you're able to see that, okay, this is where encapsulation comes into picture, done. That's it. You at least need to be aware where these things are used. Getting the point? So this is where encapsulation pops up. Let's go to utility, and I have browser utility. And you will see that browser utility also has this logger. This is also an instance variable. All right. We have the WebDriver wait, and you see there's a get WebDriver. All right. So there is encapsulation happening here also. Are you getting the point? So in any class, wherever there is going to be your instance variable, you're technically going to have getters or setters popping up. Are you getting the point? That's where you are using encapsulation. I hope this particular part is clear to everyone. Now, if I go back to the notes, now guys, you just need to remember the benefit. Why you are going to use encapsulation. Now, the thing over here is, the benefit of encapsulation is, okay, why it is used. All the fields are going to be private. Okay, and you can only access these fields by getter or setter. So only getters are provided, immutable object patterns wherever applicable. So if you are not going to have setters, setters are meant for updation, right? If I don't introduce setter, what I'm doing? I'm making that particular class immutable. Immutable means something that cannot be modified. What cannot be modified? The instance variables cannot be modified. All right, because modification happens because of your setters. Then Jatin, initialization happens. The initialization of instance variable happens because of constructor. All right, data can be set only through constructor. All right, third point, the initialization of the instance variables are going to happen with constructor. Prevent unintended modification after object creation. I hope this particular part is clear to everyone. Okay. Now, what I want you guys to do is, this particular page is going to be over here. Take a moment, read this particular stuff carefully. Pause this particular video. I want you guys to read this entire stuff one more time before we go to the next stuff. All right. I hope you have gone through the entire encapsulation. Let's move on to the next one, which is inheritance. Come on. Everyone knows what is inheritance. Whenever there is going to be a relationship between two classes, okay, how do you show the relationship? With the help of extends keyword, right? With the help of extends keyword. So over here, inheritance allows a class to inherit the properties and methods from another class, which helps in code reuse and maintainability. This is the only point that you should remember about inheritance. The thing about inheritance is, of course, I'm going to have child-parent relationship. That is so but obvious. But what do I get in return? You get code reusability as well as the maintainability. All right. Again, in interview, they can ask, how did you ensure that you were implementing single responsibility principle? Inheritance. Okay? Inheritance is that. Because your child classes, okay? So I have this homepage class, my account page, address page, shopping cart page, and all, right? They all are extending this parent class called browser utility. So if, let's say, there is a method over here called enter text, this particular method is over here. All right. So all the child classes can access this particular method. They don't need to write the logic again in their respective classes. Are you getting the point? In future, if there is going to be any change happening to enter text, where I'm supposed to make the change, should I make the change in home page? Should I make the change in my account page? No, just make change at one place, browser utility. So any modification or maintenance required, I'm supposed to do it at only one place. All right. So maintenance is improved over here. This is the benefit that we get when you are using inheritance. All right. And where we are using inheritance, we are having the browser utility class, which is the parent or the base class, and all the child classes. Which are the child classes over here? These are the page classes. All right. These are the page classes. So all the page classes extends this browser utility class. Are you getting the point? Do you want to see the code? Let's see the code now. So over here, guys, this is the browser utility class, and we have the homepage class over here. So you will notice that homepage class extends browser utility. So you have these methods now, go to website, click on, and probably if I just go to the login page, you will see more like enter text, click on, all these buttons, all these methods, my bad. Okay. These methods are basically the methods which are created in the browser utility class. All right. And we are using them in these various page classes. In future, let's say there is some change that has happened to the Selenium WebDriver code, or there is something new stuff I need to manage in the browser utility, I can do it directly over here. I don't need to go and make changes in the login page or any of the page classes. So browser utility is going to be this one entity which is going to manage the entire Selenium WebDriver code for us. Okay. So in future, there is if there is any change, this is the place where I'm supposed to make the changes. Are you getting the point? Perfect. Now, if I go back to the document over here, guys, the next thing is the benefits. All right. The benefits of your inheritance is that one, all the page classes inherits common browser operation. That's the benefit that we get. No code duplication is there. All right. Single point of maintenance for browser related operations and consistent behavior across all the pages. This is the benefit of inheritance that we get. I hope this part is clear. Okay, pause this particular video. I want you guys to read this entire stuff one more time at your end. All right, I hope you have read this stuff also. Let's go on to the next one, which is polymorphism, which is pretty simple. Everyone knows about polymorphism. Polymorphism means what? Poly means many, and morphism means form. So we have multiple forms popping up, right? Polymorphism allows objects to be treated as instance of their parent classes and methods to behave differently based on the object type. Okay. So you have two types of polymorphism, compile time polymorphism as well as runtime polymorphism. Compile time polymorphism is the simplest one, where you are going to have multiple methods, and these multiple methods are going to be having same name. Then how is Java going to differentiate between the two methods? It is going to differentiate on the basis of the parameters. So we have the method overloading. So method overloading is an example of compile time polymorphism. So the benefit of the compile method overloading over here is the same methods with different parameters, flexibility on how the method is going to be called, more intuitive and readable APIs, technically methods. Method selection happens at compile times. Again, in interview, they ask the question where you have used method overloading, and then people start thinking where they have done it. I have done it in browser utility. All right. So in this particular framework, I have done it in browser utility. So just to show you again, it's pretty simple. It's not at all a very difficult thing. If I just do a control O, let me just scroll up for you guys. Control O, it is going to open the structure of this particular class. You see that I have multiple constructors. All right. So this is where constructor overloading is happening. Here you will see a browser utility constructor which takes web driver, browser utility which is taking string, browser utility which is taking browser and boolean as a parameter. All right. And browser utility which just takes a browser. So we have constructor overloading is also happening over here. Please make a note of this particular stuff. Take a screenshot of it. I think I will not be able to click on this because if I click on this, the pop-up goes away. So if I'm going to click on Control O, that's the shortcut. It's going to open the class structure. You will be able to see all the variables, methods, the constructors, and all those things. So over here now, guys, we are doing constructor overloading over here. And if you observe carefully, you have the click on checkbox and click on. So this click on method that you have, na, click on by, and this is click on web element. So we have a click on method which takes a by the locator as a parameter, and we have click on which takes a web element as a parameter. Getting the point? So we have same methods which takes different parameters. And this is what you call it as method overloading. All right. Now, the second thing over here, back to the documents, it is going to be your runtime polymorphism. Again, a very important thing. Now, most of us are technically aware where you will be using your method overloading or compile time polymorphism. It's pretty simple, pretty straightforward. But a lot of time now, people really get like confused where they have used runtime polymorphism. All right. Now, the thing over here is now the listener classes, the listener component, which I showed you a moment back. Again, I'm going to show you, don't worry on those things. But over there, guys, we are doing your runtime polymorphism. So interface implementation is always going to be runtime polymorphism. So test listener is implementing iTest listener. Your iTest listener basically has a lot of abstract method, right? And some of those abstract methods are implemented in this particular class. So during the execution of the program, what? Your Java is not going to call these abstract methods. It is going to call the methods which you have implemented in your test listener class. So whenever you are making the methods as abstract, you are forcing method overriding. I repeat, whenever you are marking a particular method as abstract, you force ki baba, you need to do overriding. That's the reason you will notice that @ override annotation gets attached over there. Are you getting the point? So let me show you that also. Let's go back to the framework. Over here, we have your retry analyzer. Let's start with over here. Here you will see that @ override annotation is popping up. This is where method overriding is definitely happening because retry analyzer has one abstract method. This retry method, you see, it is an abstract method. It does not have a body, but this method is getting implemented over here. Perfect. Same goes for test listener. Here also, if you notice now, guys, if you go to this iTest listener, your iTest listener interface has all these methods. Now, we have the default methods which have been introduced in your Java for interfaces. So, we can have a default implementation. So, interfaces can also have concrete method body. But the thing over here is, what I have done is we are implementing these methods in our test listener class. So you see on test start, on test success, on test failure, the logic has been written over here. So here also method overriding is happening. All right. Java, instead of calling the default method, okay, it is going to call the test listener on test start. Okay. This is going to be decided at runtime. Okay. So this is runtime polymorphism. Now, if you go back to your notes, over here, you will notice the benefits of having method overloading and method overriding. So for the method overriding, the benefit that comes into picture is that TestNG framework treats test listener as iTest listener type, meaning it is treating the test listener class as the parent entity now, which is the iTest listener type. Actual implementation is going to be decided at runtime. Okay, so runtime polymorphism is happening. Enables a loose coupling with the TestNG framework, and this is important. This particular line, enable loose coupling. Sometimes again, when people are given interview, they just know ki Baba, you have to do method overriding. But what benefit that you get? Okay, you get it the loose coupling. All right. With your runtime polymorphism, you will always get the benefit of loose coupling. Whereas you are using this loose coupling over here or method overriding, whenever you are creating the reference of parent type and the object is going to be created of child type. Okay. So over here, you write this thing now, web driver WD equal to new Chrome driver. Okay. The object is always going to be created of child class. The object is always created of child class, but the reference is the parent class entity. Sorry, the parent entity. Because WebDriver is an interface, right? So interfaces are also parent entity that comes into picture because it's also giving you some kind of rules, all right, that you can actually implement it in your subclasses. All right. Now, the next thing which is very important and very simple is basically abstraction. What is abstraction? Everyone knows hiding of the complex information is basically what you call as abstraction. So if you read over here, it's written abstraction hides the complex implementation details and exposes only the essential feature to the user. So again in interview they ask where you have used abstraction. The answer is browser utility. So implementation in the framework, whenever you create any utility classes, all right, utility classes always act as an abstraction layer. Browser utility act as a wrapper over Selenium WebDriver. I see a lot of people when they're learning Selenium, they're creating the framework and all now. In their test code, all right, the test method and all, they start using the Selenium WebDriver code. That is a bad practice also. Okay, you're not supposed to use any library as it is. Always create a wrapper on it. Whether you want to use JSON, whether you want to use your Excel, you want to use your CSV reader, you want to use Selenium WebDriver, you want to use REST Assured also, you want to use APM. Always create a wrapper on them. Okay, because with the help of wrapper, what you're doing is you're trying to introduce abstraction. So in our framework, browser utility basically act as a wrapper over Selenium. Then JSON utility abstracts the JSON parser. I'll show you that also. CSV reader abstracts the open CSV library, and the page object model follows the abstraction pattern that comes into picture. Now, the benefit of abstraction is that the test cases are readable and easy to maintain. All right. Implementation changes does not affect your testing code. If anything changes in Selenium WebDriver, I'm just supposed to update the browser utility class methods and all. I'm not supposed to change my page classes. I'm not supposed to update my test classes, nothing. So the maintenance is low when you are trying to have abstraction. reduces complexity for test writers. I'll show you my test script also. Clearly separates what to do from how to do it. All right. So your Selenium code technically talks about how. Okay. You're going to find the element, you're going to have the locators and all those things. You're going to click on those buttons. So those are basically a lot of code, heavy code that pops up. All right. So we wrap it up in certain methods which are created by us and we consume them in our framework. All right. So observe over here. I'm directly going to show you the framework code itself. So over here, if I go to the browser utility, all right, let's do a control O again. And we have this, let's go with the basic one, which is click. All right. So let's click on click on. And you will notice that click on method internally calls the your Selenium WebDriver code. So there's a web element that is getting found over here, and then we are performing the click. This is your Selenium WebDriver code. But I am not consuming or I'm not using the Selenium WebDriver code in my page classes or in my test classes. I am only using the Selenium code in my browser utility. So in future, if anything changes, let's say Selenium WebDriver modifies this entire stuff, all right, and a new statement gets created over there, I am supposed to make changes over here. If your click method is not working, I'm supposed to come to this click on method. I'm supposed to make changes here. Getting the point? This is the benefit we get over here. Now, if I go to my page classes, let's pick up a very simple login page. Here you will see I'm calling my wrapper methods. Enter text. Okay. Email text box locator, email address. So if I go and scroll up, I have my locators, email text box locator by ID, password text box locator by ID, whatever the password locator is there, those things are there. But over here, na, these are my locators. By classes are basically locators. Na? So over here, enter text, I'm giving the text box locator, the locator itself, as well as what value I'm supposed to enter over there. All right, that string value and passing it off over here too. So if I go to this enter text, this is where my Selenium code pops up. So I am not using the Selenium code directly in my page classes. I'm creating a layer of abstraction. Now look at my test also. If I go to the com.ui test, let's pick up the simplest one, login test, because everyone likes login test, right? Let me just zoom out. All right. I hope you guys can see it. Look carefully. How many lines of code? One line of code. All right. One line of code. Assert equals home page, go to login page, do login with the email address, the password, get the username and check whether the username is Jatin Sharma. Make sense? So over here, when you have abstraction implemented correctly in your framework, what happens is your writing of your test also becomes simple. All right. So this is exactly one line of code. And this is how you make your test maintainable. Again, in interview, they can ask the question, how did you maintain your test scripts? How did you make sure that your test scripts are maintainable? By implementing abstraction. That by ensuring that my test methods are not lengthy. And these are the roots. All right. Today, you have these cursor, your copilot, your Claude desktop, a lot of things. Claude code is there. So the thing that comes over here is even if AI is coming into picture and AI is going to write the code, someone needs to take the ownership, right? So previously, before AI, mediocrity was something which was accepted, But the stuff now is when you are giving interviews, you have to level up yourself. You can't just go with basic knowledge. All right. And this is not something that you should be really scared of. This is from my personal understanding I'm talking about. The whole purpose of human life is to get better. All right. But the thing is, we don't like doing hard work. All right. We try to find that enjoyment and, like the fun in the leisure things. Okay. If you just do a switch and remove that leisure and you focus on improving yourself, you'll just enjoy the process. Okay. Your life will be way different from this folks who just like feel that work is only for the sake of doing it off, and the whole fun of life is to just do the enjoyment. Well, it's not. Okay. How much enjoyment you're going to do, how much Netflix shows you're going to watch, all right, how many reels you watch, and how many reels do you really remember, all right. I would rather spend time with my friends and family and remember those moments, all right, rather than remembering a video that I watched, okay, for 5 seconds. Okay. I don't want to do any of those things. And I hope you also don't want to do those things. Okay. Give priorities to things that really matters. All right. And again, what happens is when people study now, they have this thing that they will go into that tutorial loop. What they will do, they will jump from one tutorial to another tutorial. That's the reason I always say build projects. Don't go into that trap that, okay, I'm going to enter into YouTube and I'm going to watch a particular video. All right. Don't do that. Even in the playlist, whatever I have kept over here on this YouTube channel, I've always ensured that we are building projects. Because once you build projects, now you enjoy the whole process because you have a problem statement and you're solving that stuff. Okay. And these projects, these stuff, you can put it in your resume as your GitHub portfolios, showcase it in interviews and all. This is something which will help you guys a lot. All right. So this is what abstractions brings us. And to be honest, in all my utilities, now CSV reader utility, if you go over here, I have a method which is called read CSV file. How the read is going to happen, okay, the code is over here. In my framework, I'm only going to call read CSV file. Where I'm calling the read CSV file, I'm going to call it in the data provider. So if I open the data provider, login CSV data provider, here you will notice read CSV file. How the read is going to happen, I'm not really interested in that. Getting the point? Because over here, this method is going to take care of all those things. Is this part making sense to everyone? That's what abstraction is. Let's go back to this particular document. And over here, the benefit of abstraction is the test cases are readable and easy to maintain. I hope you saw the scripts over here. Implementation changes do not affect the test code. Okay. So I don't need to modify my test. I can just go to the respective utility class. I need to just make changes over there and everything should work fine. Reduces the complexity for test writers. People who are writing scripts, they don't really need to worry about Selenium code anymore. They need to use our methods. All right. Clearly separates what to do from how to do it. All right. Please take a moment, read these points quickly. I hope you have gone through this entire stuff. Now, let's go to the next one, which is composition. All right. Composition. Composition over here basically means has a relationship. It's pretty simple. All right. Composition represents or has a relationship. Inheritance basically is a relationship. All right. Login page is using browser utility. Okay. So composition represents or has a relationship, whereas where a class contains objects of other classes as its member. Where we have used composition, I've just given a simple example, browser utility. Okay. Browser utility has WebDriver. Browser utility has a logger. Browser utility has WebDriver wait. All right. So if you are using the references of other classes as variables, and these are all what? Variables which are going to be created inside the class. Whether they are static or non-static, they're different, but they should be created at class level. All right. So composition relationship basically means browser utility has a web driver, browser utility has a logger, and browser utility has a web driver wait. So again, back to the code. If I go to the browser utility, let me scroll up. Here you see, here you have a thread local web driver, you have a logger, and you have a web driver wait. Okay, so this is where composition comes into picture. Is this part clear? Whenever you are creating a reference, this is a reference variable, this is a reference variable, this is a reference variable. All right. Whenever you're creating a reference of some other class, web driver wait is another class, logger is other class, your web driver thread local is altogether a different class. Okay. So whenever you're creating the reference variable, okay, inside your class, and these classes are all of different classes, all right, that's going to introduce composition. I hope this particular part makes sense to everyone. Perfect. And the last part that comes into picture is called association. Okay, association. Association is also simple. Association represents a relationship between two independent classes. Association represents a relationship between two independent classes through their objects. Meaning, one-to-one association is used between page classes. So from the home page, I can go to the login page. All right. So if you are going to have these page classes, all right, you technically move from one page class to another page class. Now, from home page, I can click on the login button and it's going to take me to the login page, right? Then on the login page, I'm going to fill all the details. And the moment I'm going to do a login, it is going to take me to the probably the dashboard page or something like that. So the thing that is there now is in the page class methods, we always return a page object of some other class. So technically, you are implementing association. Getting the point? If not, let me just show you quickly. So over here, we have the login page. So let's go to the page classes. And this is, let's say, the home page that we have. All right. Look carefully. Let me just zoom in for you guys. We have this go to login page. Now, this is the method that we have. Then this is the home page class. Perfect. So from the home page, we have this particular method called go to login page. It's going to do something, something, something. And then it is returning me new login page object. Meaning from the home page class, when I'll be calling this go to login page, it is going to create the object of new login page. Technically, it's going to create the object of login page. So this basically introduces what? Association. If you go to this login page, let's open the declaration. Over here, do login with. If I call this particular method, I give the email address and the password. When all these operations, enter text, click on, everything happens, I'll technically be moving to my accounts. That particular page I'll be moving to. So here, inside the login page, I'm creating the object of my accounts. So again, association is happening. All right. This is what you call as association. So we saw like around 6 core principles of object-oriented programming and where we have implemented it in our automation framework. Now, the benefit of association, just to read over here, is that it models real user navigation flow. From home page, I can go to login page. From login page, I can go to the accounts page. All right. This is the benefit that I get. Page clearly knows which page they can navigate to. All right. Loose coupling as pages remain independent classes. Now, if tomorrow something changes in login page, I don't have to make changes in the account page. I will go to the login page class and I'm going to do the modification. If something changes in the home page, you are not going to make changes in the login or the account page. You will modify the home page class. All right. So proper loose coupling is there, that every responsibility is well managed. Okay. With the respective classes. Done. All right. So this is all about the first question. All right. And I hope you got the gist of the things that we have learned over here. And at least you are a little bit confident about answering this particular question. Now, what I want you guys to do is, okay, I believe it's going to be pretty late for you guys. So, what you guys are going to do tomorrow morning, when you're going to wake up, freshen up, have your tea, coffee, whatever, take a notebook, take your pen, write down all these things in your own words. Can you do that? Once it is done, all right, come back to this particular video and say that homework completed. Perfect. I'm going to see you guys in the next class. Now, for people who are interested in this notes and all, you guys can join the YouTube Tech with Jatin membership. It's a pretty good thing, man. You should definitely see the videos which are there. It's a good thing. All right. And in case of any doubts and queries, you know where to reach out to me. You can put your queries in the comments section. All right. I'm going to see you guys in the next one. Till then, take care. Bye-bye. It's pretty late for me. Good night, guys. Bye-bye. Welcome back to the channel, guys, and I hope you guys are doing pretty good. Today is the day 2 of our 90 days SDET interview preparation series, and I really hope that you have studied well the day 1. If we are meeting for the very first time, my name is Jatin and I help QA professionals just like you transition from manual to automation testing. In this 90 days series, we will be majorly focusing on important SDET interview questions. So if you have not studied the day 1, I will highly recommend you pause this particular video. In the description section, you are going to find the playlist link. Just click over there and watch the day 1 video. All right. People who have completed the day 1 video, do let me know in the discussion section that you have completed it off. And also tell me how exactly was your day. All right. So now, in today's class, we will be focusing on the topic of constructor. I know what you guys are thinking. Like, Jatin, we have studied constructor a lot of time. Why are you focusing so much on constructor? The reason over here, guys, is you see this notes. These are the list of questions that I have been curating for the last 1 year. All right. And the thing over here is, the topic of constructor is often asked, but it is asked in a very different way, like how people expect it is going to be asked. It's not asked like that. It's generally asked from the design pattern perspective. It is asked from your fundamental perspective. Okay, a lot of things comes over there. So we'll not just study the theory part now. We will also understand how exactly constructors are used in your project. All right, now, in today's class, we will be focusing on 6 major questions. These questions are, what is your constructor? All right. The second one is going to be different types of constructor. Can constructor have a return type? Can constructor be static? Can constructor be private? And of course, most of you guys will say that yes, constructors can be private, but in which design pattern? All right. So just don't tell singleton design pattern. There are like a lot of other design patterns in which constructors become private. So that's all we will be focusing in today's class. And we will also discuss about constructor chaining. All right. Now, the thing over here, now, guys, is these questions are technically related to each other. All right. So even if I want to talk about constructor chaining, you still need to know about constructor. Even if I'm talking about, constructor, you should be aware of instance variable. You should be aware of heap memory. All right. You should be aware of these object creation. All right. So the thing over here is, if you are preparing these 6 questions for you, only these 6 questions, a lot of your concepts related to your Java will be crystal clear. All right. Now, We will get started with the first question, which is constructor. Now, what I want you guys to do now is, in your own words, okay, in your notebook, write down what exactly a constructor is, okay? Because see, I can directly start talking about constructor and all. But what is going to happen is, if you're not engaging in these sessions, okay, you're not really learning anything, all right? Or I would say it's not going to add any value to you. So what I want you guys to do over here now is go to your notebook, write in your own words what exactly a constructor is, all right? Pause this particular video, quickly write it down. I hope you guys have written it off. Now, let's get started. Even before I go into the document, I'll try to answer it in my own words, okay? When we are talking about constructor, constructor is basically a special method, okay? It's a special method in your class. And what is so special about this particular method? It is having the same name as that of class. Yes or no? Constructor is a method, a special method which has the same name as that of the class. Second thing, what is the job of the constructor? Yes, the job of the constructor is to initialize the dash variables. What variables? Instance variable. Yes or no? The job of the constructor is to initialize the instance variable. And do constructors have return type? The answer is no. Constructor is not going to return anything. That's the reason I said it is a special method. Constructors do not return anything. So, can we use void to a constructor? No, you can't. All right, even void is not allowed. All right. Now, if I go to the first question, what is a constructor? Read over here. Over here, guys, a constructor is a special method in Java that is automatically invoked when an object is instantiated using the new keyword. All right. Understand this part. Constructor is a special method which is automatically going to be called. You don't need to call constructor explicitly. The moment you are creating an object of a particular class, constructor is bound to be called. All right. And the thing is, how you are going to create the object? The object creation always happens with the new keyword. All right. Now, it has the same name as that of the class and it has no return type. Even void is not allowed. Now, the primary purpose, or I would say the job of the constructor, is to initialize the object state by initializing the instance variable. All right. Now, understand this particular line. The primary purpose of a constructor is to initialize the object state. Whenever we talk about state of an object, we always talk about instance variable. All right. We're talking about the instance variable, and the purpose of constructor is to initialize the instance variable. Now, before we go into this whole code, my next question to you is, what are instance variable? Yes, what are instance variable? Take a moment, think about it. Yep. What are instance variable? Of course, some people will say that, Array Jatin, this name is basically an instance variable. I know that. But how do you define an instance variable? Variables which are going to be created inside the class. All right? The variables which are created inside the class and are non-static. Variables created inside the class and are non-static, we call them as instance variable. Please make a note of this particular point. Please write this in your notebook that instance variables are variables which are created inside the class and are going to be non-static. This non-static word is important because if you are making a variable inside the class and you say that that variable is going to be a static variable, this X variable which you see is not an instance variable, it becomes a class variable. Alright, whenever you attach a static keyword, that particular variable, that particular method, that particular block belongs to the class and not to the object. Alright. So, instance variable are always going to be non-static. Okay. And again, a very popular interview question that comes into picture is encapsulation. See, whenever you are creating instance variable, instance variable are always going to have this private visibility label. Why? Encapsulation. Alright. Whenever you are going to create any instance variable, okay, unless specified, you will always mark it with private keyword. Alright. And this is again a very important question because a lot of time in interview, they ask where you have used encapsulation in your project. Now, to be honest, this is a very simple question. And people start thinking, ki Baba, where I have used it. Whenever you create Pojo classes, sometimes you create bean classes. All right. In your test classes, if you're creating any instance variable, all right, you will always mark with a private keyword. Finish. This is the principle. And what exactly is encapsulation? What is encapsulation? Binding of variables to methods is called as encapsulation. Binding of variables to methods. Now, which variable are we talking over here? We are talking about instance variable. When you bind a instance variable to getter and setter, we call them as encapsulation. All right. Now, over here, guys, we have this constructor. Okay. What is the job of the constructor? The job of the constructor is to initialize the instance variable. Now, observe this particular code properly. Over here, guys, we have name. As I've said, name is an instance variable. Acha, tell me one more thing, guys. Instance variable are created inside which memory space? Instance variable are created inside which memory space? Instance variable will always be created inside the heap memory. It is always going to be created inside the heap memory. Perfect. Now, whenever you are creating any variable in the heap memory, name will be created in the heap memory. So this name is always going to be initialized with default value. Not because it's an instance variable, because it is created in the heap memory. Remember it like this. Okay. Your arrays get created in the heap memory, right? So at all the indexes, okay, the values of those memory locations will always be with their default value because arrays are created in the heap memory. Okay. So if this name is going to be created in the heap memory, it is always going to be initialized with the default value. What is the default value of string? Null. The default value of string is null. This is how you're supposed to study. See, the thing is, you're not supposed to just mug up about constructor and all. The moment we started looking into the code, so many things we started to revisit, right? That, hey, I'm having an instance variable. Instance variable will be created inside the heap memory. Any variable you're going to create in the heap memory will always be initialized with the default value. And then we're looking at string name. So string is a non-primitive data type. And any non-primitive data type is always going to have the default value as null. Alright, quickly make a note of this particular point in your notebook. Pause this particular video, quickly write it down in your notebook. Alright, now Name is having the value null. Perfect. We have a constructor. This constructor basically takes a parameter. All right. And the parameter over here is name. All right. So the constructor over here has a parameter. So tell me, what type of a constructor is this? This is basically a parameterized constructor. All right. This is basically the parameterized constructor. Okay. So if a constructor basically takes a parameter, okay, then it is called as a parameterized constructor. Okay. Tell me something. Methods have parameters, right? If you're creating a method, let's say add integer a, okay, just putting one variable over here because I don't have space now, okay, and this a over here is what variable? Okay, it's a local variable. Okay, of course it's a primitive variable because int data type comes into picture, but this is a local variable. All right. So whenever you have parameters, parameters are always local variable. And local variables are always going to be created inside which memory space? Yes, which one? They're always going to be created inside the stack memory. Make a note of this particular point. See, this is the main method also. So over here we have this p variable. This is also local variable. This is going to be created inside the stack memory. New person is there. This is what? The object. You see the new keyword. It means it's talking about the heap memory. Objects are always going to be created in the heap memory. Instance variable will be created in the heap memory. And variables which are created inside the method, variables which are declared inside the method, they are always going to be created in the stack memory. Parameters are always local variables. Is this part making sense to everyone? Perfect. Now, let me just rub this particular chap quickly. Over here now, guys, see, we have this constructor which basically takes a parameter called string name. And we know that this is a local variable. Now, observe carefully, which is really interesting, that we have an instance variable and we have a local variable. These both chaps have same name. Okay, name and name. All right. So instance variable is also having name. Your constructor is also having a parameter. That is the local variable. This is also having the name. So how exactly Java is going to differentiate between them? That's where this keyword comes into picture. Okay. This keyword comes into picture. What is the purpose of this keyword? This keyword is used to differentiate dash and dash, local variable with instance variable when they have same name. Are you getting the point? The purpose of this keyword is used to differentiate a local variable with instance variable when they have same name. So when you're talking about this dot name, it is talking about this variable, and we're just talking about name, it is talking about this chap. All right. Are you getting the point over here? Now, I'm going to give you a very simple example. Let's assume your name is Shahrukh and your mama calls you Shahrukh. Okay. Then, is she referring to Shahrukh Khan or is she referring to you? She's referring to you. All right. Even though there are two entities which have same name, okay, the scope defines which is going to have a better or more priority. Inside your house, in your house, you are having the higher priority. All right. So when she's calling Shahrukh, she's not calling Shahrukh Khan, she's calling you, right? And when she has to refer to a bigger entity, she has to take a full name. All right. So when you're talking about this dot name, it refers that you're talking about the instance variable. Are you getting the point? Okay. That's the whole thing. Okay. So this is what we have over here. All right. We have this public class person, which basically has this instance variable name. And we have a parameterized constructor. And the job of the constructor is to initialize the instance variable. So here you will notice that when I am trying to create an object of person class, I am passing some value Jatin. This value Jatin is going to be given to this local variable. From this local variable Jatin is going to be given to the instance variable. Make sense? Perfect. So that's what constructor is. Read this particular 3 lines again properly. Constructor is a special method in Java that automatically gets invoked when an object is instantiated using the new keyword. It has the same name as that of the class and there is no return type. Even void is not used. Perfect. uh, the primary purpose of the constructor is to initialize the object state. When we are talking about object state, we are talking about the instance variable and it initializes the instance variable. What constructor initializes your instance variable? Perfect. Now, over here, this is the first question. The next thing that you should be aware about constructor is what are the different type of constructor. When we are talking about constructors, there are 3 main type. One is a default constructor, second one is a parameterized constructor, and third one over here is a copy constructor. So we will be understanding these 3 type of constructor. All right. So if an interview they ask you what are the different types of constructor, what are you going to say? We have 3 types of constructor. We have default constructor, we have parameterized constructor, and we have copy constructor. So let's play with these 3 types of constructor. So before discussing this particular code, I would like to write this particular code on my Eclipse. And all I want you guys to do is just observe my screen. So over here guys, we're going to quickly create a class. Let's call this particular class as a person class. And inside this particular person class guys, what I'm going to do is I am going to have this instance variable called name. All right, that's it. Now over here, let's introduce a toString method. So people who know what exactly a toString method is, a toString method is going to give me 1-line description of the state of the object. So if I am going to go to this generate toString method, I'm going to click on generate. This is the method which is creating. So what it is going to do, it is going to print me the value of name for a particular object. So let's quickly create a runner class. I'm going to right click, new, create a class called runner. And let's introduce this public static void main method. Control Shift F, save it. Let's remove this chap. And I can simply say person P1 equal to new person. All right. Now over here guys, notice. If you notice this chap, now what is this? This is the object. How do I know this is the object? The new keyword comes into picture. What happens when you create an object? Yes. What happens when you create an object? Whenever you're creating an object, 3 things are bound to happen. What are the 3 things? Class is loaded into memory. Okay? Class is loaded into memory. Second, instance variable is created. Instance variables are going to be created where? In your heap memory. And third thing, your constructor is called. All right. So whenever you are creating an object, three things are bound to happen. Class is going to be loaded into the memory. Now tell me inside which memory this class information is going to be loaded. Yes, method area. Okay. So inside your method area, you have your static variables, your class information, all those things are going to be loaded in your method area. Instance variable will be created in the heap memory, and then what is going to happen? Your constructor is going to be called. Now observe one more thing over here. We have this person P1 equal to new person. Now, this is a method, right? This is a method. So person P1, what do you call this? This is what we call as declaration. Declaration of this particular variable is happening inside a method, not inside the class, inside the method. This is the code block. Na? Inside this code block, the declaration is happening. So this is a local variable. You see this new person, na? New person. The moment you see new keyword is always going to talk about your heap memory. What memory? Heap memory. So object is always going to be created in the heap memory. So this is my stack and this over here is my heap. Now over here, whenever your method is going to be executed, that method is going to enter inside the stack memory. All right. Method execution always happens inside the stack memory. And when Java sees person P1 equal to new person, what is Java going to do first? This is my LHS. This is my RHS. Whatever is going to be on the right hand side is always the RHS. Whatever is going to be on the left hand side of the equal to is the LHS. So when you see this new person, all right, which is on the RHS, Java is always going to execute the RHS first. All right. When Java sees this particular statement, it is going to always execute the RHS. Right hand side is always going to be executed first. Variable declaration over here is going to happen later. Now, over here, Java sees this particular stuff, new person. What is this? This is an object. So whenever you are creating an object, three things is going to happen. Class is going to be loaded into the memory, technically in your method area, done. Then instance variable will be created inside the heap memory. And third thing, constructor is going to be called. So over here, your person object is going to be created. And this is the instance of the class. Object is an instance of a class, and over here you will be given name. Now, name is what? An instance variable. Instance variable is going to be initialized with the default value. What is the default value of your string? Null. So over here, null is going to be there. All right. Now, this whole thing now is going to have some unique identification. All right. So let's assume that is 777. All right. Now, over here, understand this part carefully. Class got loaded into the memory. Instance variable got created. This is my instance variable which we have created in the heap memory. And now the constructor is going to be called. Over here, if you observe, we don't have a constructor. Right? We don't have a constructor. But still, even if you don't have a constructor, Java is going to call a default constructor for you of person class. Observe carefully. If I hide this new, it looks like a person method is getting called. Na? But I don't have any person method. Yet, Java is going to create one and it is going to call that one. That is a dummy constructor. So, this what you see na, is looks like a default constructor. Now, just to show you what exactly a default constructor is basically a special method which has the same name as that of the class. This is your default constructor. All right. A constructor which does not take any parameter. A constructor which does not take any parameter is basically a default constructor. All right. Most of the time, most of the time, you don't need to create a default constructor. Our job over here in our framework, in our project is to create a parameterized constructor. Why? Because for us, it is important that we initialize the instance variable. Are you getting the point? This is what we want. So over here, we have this default constructor. Now inside the default constructor, I'm writing nothing. So even if I add it or even if I don't add it, Java is going to create one. So if I go back to the runner, all right, and I just do system.out.println p1, save this, right click, run as Java application, you will notice that, hey, there is a person object, all right, and the instance variable name has the value null. Does it fit the definition? Let's see. Over here, right now, this person object is having named as null. All right. Now, we did not create the constructor, yet Java created one and called it. So technically, it was like this only. This is what Java created. But let's say if you would have created it something like this, and you could have written something like this, and I could have said, hello, all right. Observe the difference now. Now I have created a default constructor which is going to print this particular line system.out.println hello. So if I go back to the runner, right click, run as Java application, the output will be hello, and then it is going to print the state of the object. All right. Most of the time, okay, most of the time, the job of the constructor is not to print messages and all. All right. So when people are learning, they're like, inside the constructor, they're just going to print it off. You can definitely do it, but that's not what the whole job of the constructor is. The job of the constructor is to initialize the instance variable. So the first type of the constructor that we have is basically this default constructor. Either you create it or Java is going to create one for you. Let Java create it for us. But here is the most important thing. The most important constructor in our automation framework is going to be the parameterized constructor. All right. The most important constructor in our automation framework, in our Java development, is going to be the parameterized constructor. So over here, guys, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to go to right click, source, generate constructor using the fields. Just to show you again, right click, source, constructor using the fields is going to generate a parameterized constructor, and I'm going to click on generate, done. All right. So this chap, what you see now, this is the parameterized constructor. Let me delete this chap. This is the parameterized constructor. Are you getting the point? Why? Because it is taking a parameter. Look carefully. I have an instance variable which has the name. I have a parameter which has the name, your instance variable and your local variable, because parameters are local variable. Now, in this particular method, in this particular block, I want to access the instance variable. Along with that, I want to access the local variable. So, what? Whenever you want to differentiate instance variable with local variable, you are going to use this keyword. All right, write it down in your notebook. This keyword is used to differentiate instance variable and local variable. Okay, when they have same name. Is this patch clear to everyone? Perfect. Now, the moment you are saying this dot name, Java will refer to this chap. All right. So we have a default constructor and we have the parameterized constructor. Now understand this thing very carefully. If I comment this, now Control Shift C. Now what do I have? I just have a parameterized constructor. Previously, our code was working because if we were not creating any constructor, Java was creating one for us, the default one, right? Now this time we have created a parameterized constructor. If you are creating a parameterized constructor, my dear friends, then you are supposed to call it explicitly. If your Java class is going to have a parameterized constructor, you are supposed to call it explicitly. So over here, you see the constructor person is not defined. But if I'm just going to remove this round bracket and I'm going to do a control space, all right, you're going to do a control space and you will notice that I am getting this constructor call which takes a parameter call string name, right? So the thing over here, guys, is if your class is going to have a parameterized constructor, all right, if your class is only having parameterized constructor, you need to call it explicitly. Now I cannot do this. Java will not create a default constructor and give it to me. Why? Because you have created one parameterized constructor, na? So it is your job to call this constructor. Now, the thing over here, guys, is when we have this parameterized constructor, to this parameterized constructor, you are going to pass what value you want to initialize your instance variable with. So here you see I have string name, right? So it is highlighting me that, okay, whatever the value that you are going to put over here, that is for your name variable. So here I'm going to give it as Jatin, put a semicolon, save it. Let's click on the play button. Let's bring this chap over here and you will see that our object is having the value of name as Jatin. Is this part clear to everyone? Perfect. So, just to explain you the execution of this particular program, this is a method. Method execution is going to happen inside which memory space? It is going to happen in your stack memory. All right. Remember that part. Whenever there is any method, method execution is bound to happen in stack. So let's create a stack. All right. Java is going to execute the main method, meaning main method is going to be loaded inside your stack. Perfect. Now, line number 6, nothing to do. Line number 7, person P1. This is a declaration. So this declaration of this variable P1 is happening inside your main method. This is a local variable. Now, there is an equal to sign. This is the LHS. This is the RHS. Java will execute what first? LHS or RHS? Always the RHS. Perfect. So, Java sees new person and then there is a round bracket. You're passing the value, Jatin. The moment Java sees new keyword, it understands ki Baba, you are talking about heap memory. All right. And it is going to create an object of person class. Whenever you are creating an object, three things are bound to happen. Class is loaded into the memory, instance variable is created, and the constructor is called. Class is loaded into the memory. Only for one time that happens. Class loading happens only for one time. Done. The second thing, instance variable is going to be created. Boom. Name. Name is going to be initialized with the default value. Why? Because name is getting created in the heap memory. So over here, this is going to be null. Third thing, constructor is going to be called. Now look carefully. If I just hide this new keyword for you guys and just focus on this chap, does this look like a method call? Yes or no? Method call is going to happen where? Method execution happens where? Inside which memory space? Inside your stack memory. So over here, my dear friends, your person method, a special method of your person class called person will be called, which is taking what? String as a parameter. So over here, guys, if I go back to the person class, my question to you guys is, when you look at this chap over here, I'll highlight it over here. String name, this is a parameter. Parameters are what kind of variables? Local variables. Local variable to be created where? Inside your stack memory. So over here, name will be created. All right. Name was passed a certain value, na? Jatin. So this is Jatin. Now, observe. There is a name variable which is inside the stack memory. There is a name variable which is there in the heap memory. Now, when you're talking about just name, Java knows that you're talking about the local variable. But how do I refer to the name variable which is there in the heap memory? That's where this keyword comes into picture. So when you say this dot name, you are referring to your instance variable. All right. So I hope visually you are able to connect to this now. So when you say this dot name, you're talking about this. Now, some of my friends will say that, Arey Jatin, why can't we have different names then? It becomes overcomplicated then. All right. You have to keep on doing the mind mapping then. See, if I am using the same variable name, whenever I'm going to do a object creation, you see that I was getting this particular suggestion, string name. So I know now that this name, what we are talking about is the instance variable, right? Whatever the value I'm going to pass, eventually it is going to reach to the instance variable. Why it is going to reach to the instance variable? What is the job of the constructor? To initialize the instance variable during the object creation. Everything in life is connected, guys. This is how why we have the same name. All right. This is what you call as fundamentals. Okay. And you really can't change all these things. You have to be really good at these things. Mugging up topics really don't help. Okay. So when I say person P1 equal to new person Jatin, now when I am printing, what you see, the instance variable is having the value as Jatin. Let's create another object. Person P2 equal to new person Uday. So I'm going to do sysout P2. All right. Sysout P2. If I want to click on this chap, the second object over here has the value of name as Uday. So what is happening over here? We are having two objects of person type. This was person, the first one whose value is now Jatin. This is the second object of person. Value of name is Uday. All right. Now, object is what? Instance of a class. We generally say object is a real world entity. So there are two people. All right. One person has the name Uday. Other person has the name Jatin. Are they same? No, they are two different. They live in two different houses. So they are two different people. They will occupy two different memory space. All right. So once this is done, acha, we're talking about person P1. Once your object creation happens now, once this whole stuff is done, once your object creation has been done, all right, then Java is going to create P2, P1 and P2. And it is going to be created where? Inside your main method, because it's been declared over here, inside the main method. So P1 is the reference variable for this chap and P2 is the reference variable for the other person object. Are you getting the point? So these two are two different objects. They are not same. Is this part clear to everyone? Yes or no? Right? Now, let's talk about the third type of your constructor. What is that? Any guesses? Copy constructor. What? Copy constructor. The third type of the constructor that we have is a copy constructor. We started with a default constructor. Then we saw parameterized constructor. Let me just write it down over here. Parameterized constructor. And the third type of constructor that we have, guys, is copy constructor. Now, what is a copy constructor? Very simple. Don't mug up. Don't mug up. When you look at these two output, na, person name equal to Jatin, person name equal to Uday, are they same or they are different? They are different, right? Now, I want to create a deep copy, meaning I want to create another object which is going to have the same values of this name variable for Jatin. All right. So create another object of person class, and the value of the instance variable should be same as this particular object. So how to do that? That's where copy constructor comes into picture. With the help of copy constructor, you can create copy of a particular class object. That's all. So when you're going to say person, it is a parameterized constructor, but the USP, the speciality of this particular constructor is it is going to take the reference. Okay, it is going to take the reference variable of same class. Person reference. All right. You are creating a constructor. All right. What is this P1? What is this P2? They are reference variable, na? They are reference variable. So, a copy constructor is a constructor. This is a constructor which is a special parameterized constructor which takes the reference of the same class. All right. And with this chap, we can create a deep copy. Done. Look how? Observe carefully. Now, I'm just going to do person P3. And what I want, person P3. Okay, this new object which is going to be created should be a copy, a deep copy of our person Jatin object. All right. I'm just going to do this new person. And it requires a person reference. So I'm going to just pass P1. And now if I do this, all right, save this. So this and this, they are same. I mean, like they're two different objects, but they have the same value. This is what you call as a deep copy. All right, this is what you call as a deep copy. Is this part clear to everyone? Perfect. Now let's go to the notes. Over here, guys, question number 2. What are the different types of constructor? In Java, we have 3 types of constructor: default constructor, parameterized constructor, and copy constructor. Look at the code. We have a person class. Inside the person class, we have an instance variable called name. We know that name is going to be created in the heap memory. And name is going to have the default value as null. Now, default constructor, either you can create it or Java will create it for you. If you don't have any other constructor, parameterized constructor and copy constructor should not be there. If these two chap is not there, so whether you create this or whether you don't create it, Java will take care of it. All right. But if you are going to have any of these two, either you have a parameterized constructor or a copy constructor, then you are supposed to explicitly call it off. All right. Now, in your project, all right, let's say you are creating a Pojo class, whether you're creating a Bean class, all right. If you are going to have an instance variable, you will create a parameterized constructor. Make a note of this particular point. If your class is going to have an instance variable, you are going to create what? A parameterized constructor. 100%. Okay, you cannot run away with that. All right. So, a default constructor is a constructor which does not have any parameter. All right. And technically, I don't know. Like if you want to have it. Most of the time you just use a parameterized constructor. It is better compared to your default constructor. Now, when you have your parameterized constructor is going to take your instance, it's going to take parameters. All right. And whatever the parameters you are passing, the job is to initialize your instance variable. All right. Again, in your parameterized constructor, you're going to get a new interview question. What is the purpose of this keyword? This keyword is used to differentiate local variable with instance variable when they are going to have same name. There are a lot of other things about this keyword, but for now, you just remember this thing. Then you have copy constructor. Copy constructor is one which takes the other object reference as parameter. All right, this is something that you should be knowing. So if I'm going to create a copy constructor of my person class, I have to put a reference of the same class, and it is going to just initialize, or it's going to create a deep copy of our existing object. All right, that's all. So over here, this is what, we have a sample code. We are creating the person object. Then this is with the default one. Then this is going to be with your parameterized constructor. And over here, we are creating a deep copy. So when I'm going to do p3.display, it's just displaying the name. So even for P2 and P3, the name will be Jatin printed on the console. All right. Is this part clear to everyone? Perfect. Now, let's just read these points over here quickly. Default constructor is basically called as a non-argument or a no-argument constructor. This is automatically provided by Java if no constructor is explicitly defined. All right. If you guys have the notes, great, you can go through it. If you don't have it, please write it down in your notebook. This is the time to study. All right. The more you keep on recollecting the points that you have studied, you will be much more comfortable as well as confident in your interviews. All right. So over here, when we are talking about a default constructor looks like this. All right. Once you define any constructor, a parameterized or default, Java no longer provides the default constructor. If you have created the default constructor, then Java is not going to create one. If you have created the parameterized constructor, Java is not going to create a default constructor. Are you getting the point? Next, parameterized constructor. A constructor that accepts parameter to initialize the values of the instance variable is called as the parameterized constructor. This provides flexibility in object creation as we pass value to the instance variable during the constructor call, and it is crucial for dependency injection. You want to make a note of this particular point. Okay. You want to make a note of this particular point. The purpose of your parameterized constructor is to help in dependency injection. Next one comes into picture is copy constructor. A constructor that takes the object of the same class as a parameter is called as a copy constructor. So when I say person P1 equal to new person Raj, and when I'm saying person P2 equal to new person P1, so over here, this P1 reference, we are passing it off. P2 is technically a clone of P1. Okay. You're creating a clone. Control C, Control V. That's it. This is useful for creating deep copies or cloning objects with specific modifications. Is this part clear to everyone? Now, one bonus question. If you're talking about copy constructor, okay, this is how you should also prepare for interview. Once you know that your interviewer is going to ask you about constructor. Okay, let's say they ask you about this particular topic of constructor. The next thing, you know that you're going to say about default constructor, parameterized constructor, and your copy constructor. The moment you are going to use the word deep copy, okay, be ready, because they can ask you what is the purpose of shallow copy, the difference between deep and shallow copy. So this is going to be more like a bonus question over here. When we are talking about shallow copy, shallow copy is what? You are creating person P1 equal to new person Jatin. All right. And this is person P2 equal to P1. Okay. So this is not going to create a new object. This is not going to create a new object. Technically, you have two references which points to the same object. Okay. You are creating two references which are pointing to the same object. So if I do any modification to this particular object, all right, that modification is going to be shown for both P1 and P2 because technically they are pointing to the same object. When you are doing a deep copy, you are technically creating two different objects. Okay, you have two objects, and they are technically equal at the start. If I do any modification to this one, it is not going to reflect to this one. Are you getting the point? When you create, I'm going to give you a very simple example. Let's say you have a document. All right. Your resume. You do a control C, control V. You create a copy. Right. Let's say you're modifying the first document. So the changes that you have made in the first document, will it reflect in the second one? No, nah. It's not going to happen. Right. So in your deep copy, we are technically having two different objects. Okay, in shallow, we have one object and there are multiple references. Both object reflects the same change. Object becomes independent. Okay, in deep copy. All right, I hope this particular part is clear to everyone. Now, let's read question number 3. Can constructor have a return type? All right. Can constructor have return type? Yes or no? No. Constructors don't have return type. Even void is not allowed. Now let's read on this particular stuff. No constructor cannot and should not have any return type, not even void. Now, the next thing the interviewer can ask is, what is going to happen if I put void or any return type next to the constructor? This is important. Read over here. If you add a return type to a constructor, Java is going to treat it as a regular method that happens to have the same name as that of the class, but it won't be invoked during the object instantiation. Okay, take a moment, read this particular line. If you add a return type to a constructor, Java is going to treat it as a regular method. It is not going to treat it as a constructor. And this regular method happens to have the same name as that of the class, but it won't be invoked during your object instantiation. Make sense? Perfect. Now guys, let's move on to the next question. Can constructor be static? Most of us know that constructors cannot be static. Why? The simple reason over here is whenever you are making any variable, any method as static, it belongs to class. All right, it belongs to class. When you're talking about constructor, the job of the constructor is to initialize the instance variable. The name itself says instance variable. Object is an instance of the class. So whenever you are creating an object, what happens? Class is loaded into the memory, instance variable is created, constructor is called. So the constructor is bound to an object creation. All right. And static variables, static methods, static block belongs to the class. So they will be created and initialized only and only once. But you can always keep on creating n number of objects. So if you're creating 10 objects, 10 times the constructor is going to be called. Are you getting the point? Let's read these 4 points. No constructors cannot be declared static in Java. Whenever you create an object, the constructor call is bound to happen. This would be a contradiction in terms because static variable belongs to a class rather than any specific instance. Static variables are always going to be shared across multiple objects of the same class. So whenever you want to share data between the objects, make that particular variable as static. All right. While constructors are specifically designed to create and initialize the instances or your instance variable. Constructor belongs to the instances. Constructor belongs to an object. Pretty simple, okay? But in interview, it is really important that how you're articulating it, okay? You have to sound technical. Is this part clear? Please read these 4 points quickly. I hope you guys have gone through your question number 4. Now, let's talk about your question number 5. which, to be honest, is a very important interview question. It has been asked a lot of time. Okay, of course, the structure of the question will be a little bit different. Sometimes they will ask, tell me about the different design patterns you have used. Sometimes they will ask, have you made your constructor private? If yes, where? Third, can constructor be private? All right. So most of the time when people are learning Java now, they always make the constructor and they notice that the constructor is always public, right? The main thing that happens, okay, is people don't ask that, hey, can constructors be private? And the simple answer is yes, constructors can be private and it should be private in specific design patterns. All right. Now, most of the time, when the interviewer asks, tell me the various design patterns you have used in your automation framework, everyone is aware of what? Your page object design pattern. But apart from that, there are many other design patterns to really use in your project. Now, in simple terms, if I have to explain you what is a design pattern basically helps in implementing your object-oriented concepts properly. So again, in interview, they ask this particular question, how did you ensure that you have used or implemented object-oriented programming properly? Right? What are you going to say? You have used design patterns. You made sure that you're using design patterns. Okay. So over here, guys, yes, constructors can be private and they are private in certain design patterns. Now, what happens when you make a constructor private? Read this particular line. A private constructor prevents direct instantiation of the class from outside, but within the class, you can create the object. Whenever you are making the constructor private, you cannot create the object outside the class. All right. Whenever you are creating the constructor, you are making the constructor as private, you cannot create the object outside the class. Read between the lines. But within that class, I can create the object. Let me show you over here. Observe carefully. Over here, guys, if we go to this person class, we have your default constructor, parameterized constructor, and copy constructor. Now, I'm going to do a Control Shift C and I'm removing all the constructors. All are commented now. But still this particular code, now you see is there. Let me just comment this chap. And what I'm going to do, I'm going to quickly create, one of this reference. And let's remove this P1. Okay. So over here, guys, let's save this. Yeah. Over here, we are able to create the object and the constructor is definitely getting called. Why? Because even if you don't create the constructor, Java will create a default constructor for you. Now, I am going to make the constructor private. So I'm going to say private person. All right. So yes, my constructor became private. So constructors can be private in Java. When you make the constructor private, what happens is you cannot create the object outside the class. I am in the runner class and I'm trying to create the object of person class. This is not allowed. The moment you make the constructor private, you are taking away the power of creating the object outside the class. Then what we are supposed to do? If you want to create the object, you are supposed to create the object inside the same class, because private variables and private methods can be accessed within the class. You cannot access it outside the class. So I'm going to say person p equal to new person. None. You see, object creation is happening within that class, but outside the class, I'm not able to do it. Now, the question that Most of you guys will be thinking, where I'm going to use this particular stuff in our project. That's where the whole design pattern concepts comes. You have your utility design pattern, you have your singleton design pattern, you have your factory design pattern, all right, builder design pattern. So there are four main design patterns where you generally make the constructor as private. This is something that you want to make a note of this particular point. All right, let's go back to the notes over here. Over here, guys, when we are talking about design patterns, okay, and where constructors are going to be private, the first one is going to be the singleton design pattern. Most of you guys have definitely heard of this particular term singleton somewhere on the LinkedIn, or you would have watched a YouTube video on it. Now, when you are talking about singleton class, now singleton class basically means you can only have one instance of that particular class. That's it. Singleton means what? Only one instance is allowed. Can I have two instances? No. Instances means can I create two objects? No. Only one object. So if you want to create only one instance and you want to ensure that no matter how many time people are trying to consume this particular class, you are only having one instance and one instance is getting accessed across your entire project, singleton design pattern comes into picture. Where you're going to use the singleton design pattern in your framework, it is generally used in components like your database manager as well as in your config manager. Config manager, you're trying to read the properties file, right? That's where your singleton design pattern also comes. So when you want to exactly have one instance of a class in your application, that's where singleton comes into picture. Then in interview, they can also ask where you have used singleton. So just remember, you have used it in database manager and config manager. All right. And the next design pattern is basically the utility design pattern. Utility design pattern is pretty simple. Create a class, and inside that particular class, you are going to have variables and methods as static. Create a class. Inside that particular class, you have variables and methods as static. Now tell me something. If you are having a class which has variables and methods as static, should you create the object of that class? No, no. You can access the variables and methods, provided the variables are public. I can access the variables and methods outside the class just using the class thing, because static variables and methods don't require object creations. So in your utility design pattern also, we introduce private constructor so that people unknowingly do not create the object of that class. Now you can have a lot of utility classes in your framework. You're creating a utility for Excel reading, you're creating a utility for database connectivity, you are creating a utility for reading JSON file, you're creating a utility for Faker, a lot of places where utility comes into picture, right? So you are definitely going to use utility design pattern. Now, just read these points. Classes with only static methods like your math, collection or custom utility classes that you have should have private constructor to prevent meaningless initialization or instantiation. If you plan to create any utility class which has all the methods as static, make sure to make your constructor private. Is this part clear? All right. Now let's move on to the next one, which is the builder design pattern. Again, in interview, they can ask the question where you have used builder design pattern in your project. So if you have used rest assured, response spec builder and your request spec builder, these are the two places where builder design pattern usually pops up. Again, it's a very useful design pattern. And in your builder design pattern also, we generally have private constructor for the outer class. All right. Just read these 2 points. That is more than enough because we are just talking about constructor. If a class has a lot of instance variable, then object creation is going to be a bit difficult. Okay. And it's going to be complex because constructor will have a lot of parameters. So inside your class, if you have, let's say 10, 15 instance variable. So of course, you're going to have a parameterized constructor. So that constructor is going to have 10, 15 parameters. So it looks a little bit overwhelming. And sometimes you don't need all the parameters also, all right? So if you want to just make the object creation a little bit smooth, all right, you can use builder design pattern. In your builder design pattern, we generally have an outer class, and in that outer class, we will create an inner class. All right. And the outer class is going to have a private constructor. Builder pattern is used to create complex objects step by step to avoid constructor explosion, makes the object immutable. So, all the instance variable of your outer class are going to be final. All right. And with the help of builder design pattern, technically the readability and the safety of object creation is there. That's something that you achieve with your builder design pattern. Next is your factory design pattern. All right. In factory design pattern also you have your constructor becoming private. Okay. Now read this particular point. When you want to control the object creation through factory methods rather than direct instantiation, you are going to use factory pattern. Now, most of you guys definitely would have written this particular code, right? Look at this particular code. Browser.equal Chrome, you are going to create the Chrome driver object. If it is going to be equal to Firefox, you are going to create the Firefox driver object. Or if it's going to be Edge, you are going to create the Edge driver object, right? Now, you can actually introduce a driver factory. So this code which you see can be written in a much more better way using your factory design pattern. And over here in your driver factory, I am just creating a private constructor. And what this get driver method is going to do, it is going to return me web driver reference. Okay. So if you are going to give me whatever the browser is, it is going to create the object, okay, of the respective driver, and it is going to return us that. So when you are trying to use this, okay, you want to have probably, let's say, Chrome browser. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to write web driver, because we are getting web driver over here, na? Web driver WD equal to driver factory dot get driver, and you are going to give the stuff over here, let's say Chrome. All right. Observe this particular line. Do you see I am doing any constructor call? Am I creating the object of driver factory? No, it's not required because this particular method is static. This particular method is going to take care of whose object is going to be created, and it's just going to return us that reference. All right. And the constructor over here is private, meaning even if you want to, you can't. Meaning even if you want, you can't call the constructor outside the class. All right. Is this part clear to everyone? Perfect. Just read these particular points, builder pattern and factory pattern. If you haven't made the notes, quickly make it off. All right. I hope you have done so far. Let's move on to the next page. All right. What is constructor chaining? The last question for today, guys. What is constructor chaining? When one constructor calls another constructor, that's called as constructor chaining. Simple, that's it. When one constructor calls another constructor, it's called as constructor chaining. In Java, you can do constructor chaining using two special keywords. What are those two keywords? This and super. We saw this keyword, we were using this keyword to differentiate local variable with instance variable. But this keyword is also used to call the constructor of the same class. Observe carefully over here. Now, over here, we will try to do constructor chaining. So, what I'll do is I just remove this particular code and I'm just going to uncomment this chap, Control-Shift-C. Let's remove this, Control-Shift-C. Let's remove this extra curly. Let's go back over here and Control Z, Control Shift C. Oopsie. Let's uncomment it, though it's not working for me. All right, let's remove it off quickly. All right, Control Shift F. Now, over here, guys, what we want is we want to do constructor chaining. So we have this person constructor, which is the parameterized constructor. Observe carefully. If I want this parameterized constructor to call the default constructor that we have created, I can do that with the help of this keyword. Done. And I can remove this line. All right. Observe what has happened. So when you write this round bracket, is there a constructor which does not take any parameter? This one. So this is going to call the default constructor for us, right? And over here, guys, I have this chap now. I want this particular chap to call this parameterized constructor. Can I do that? Yeah, you can do that. I can say this round bracket reference dot name. All right. So when one constructor, this is that constructor, calls another constructor, okay, it's called as constructor chaining. Now, what is happening over here now is we are calling the constructor within the class. All right. So we have multiple constructors. So one constructor is calling the other constructor, but it's within the class. So if inside the class you want to call some other constructor, you can use this keyword. But when you are going to have a inheritance or child-parent relationship, so over there, if the child class constructor is going to call the parent class constructor, that is going to happen with the help of super keyword. All right. So with the help of super keyword, I will be able to call the parent class constructor. Is this part making sense to everyone? All right. Now let's try to see whether it works. So over here, you will notice that I am calling new person Jatin. So technically, it is going to create the object with the parameterized constructor. And this chap internally is going to call the default constructor first. So hello will be printed first on the screen. And then it is going to initialize the instance variable with the value name as Jatin. All right. Let's say this. Let's go back to the runner. Let's bring this guy up, right click, run as Java application. And you will see hello is getting printed for all the parameterized constructor. All right. Is this part making sense to everyone? Perfect. Now here also, this is the copy constructor. Na? So if you go to new person P1, over here, internally, it is calling your parameterized constructor, this chap. This parameterized constructor internally calls your default constructor. That's the reason hello is getting printed for this also. All right. Is this part making sense? Okay, that's it. Now let's go back to the document and read these lines properly. Constructor chaining is the practice of calling one constructor from another constructor within the same class or from the parent class. So constructor chaining is going to happen with the help of two keywords. This is something that you need to remember. And if you want to call the constructor within that class, use this keyword. If you want to call the parent class constructor, you're going to use the super keyword. All right. I hope this particular part is clear to everyone. So that's it, guys. Time's up for today. In today's class, we majorly focused on these 6 questions. There is going to be a bonus lecture which I'll be keeping in the members only. So if you want, you can definitely check those lectures. In those lectures, we will majorly be discussing on these design patterns. All right. So if you are free, definitely check that. Now I'm going to see you guys in the next one. Don't forget to mark your attendance. Go to the comment section and write it down that you have completed the video so far. And do let me know how was this lecture. All right. So that's it. Now I'm going to see you guys in the next one. Till then, take care. Bye-bye. Welcome back to the channel, guys, and I hope you guys are doing pretty good. Now, this is the day 3 of our 90 days SDET interview preparation series, and I hope you guys have studied day 1 and day 2 properly. Now, in today's class, we will be majorly focusing on 2 topics: encapsulation and static keyword. Now, some of you guys are very disappointed with this particular topic, thinking that, "Array, Jatin, it is such a basic thing. Everyone knows what is an encapsulation. Binding of variables and methods together, that's what you call as encapsulation. Static variable means what? Variables which are going to be accessible with the help of class. You call them a static variable." I know that you guys know these things. But for me, it's really important that you are aware of all the interview questions that can come from these 2 topics. Now, in today's time, guys, where you have these AI things all around us, you have your chat GPT, you have your Claude, you have your Cursor, GitHub Copilot and all. If your fundamentals are weak, it's not a good thing. All right. And if you feel that I'm going to use Claude code or I'm going to use Cursor or GitHub Copilot and it's going to generate the code and I'm going to just use it in my framework and everything is going to work fine, everything is going to be rainbows and sunshine, it's not going to be that. If your entire career is going to be just on copy paste, you are the first one who is going to get replaced. So please make sure, all right, the time for mediocrity is over. All right. When you are writing the code or when you're using these agents, you should own the code. All right. A lot of time people say that, "Jatin, if AI is going to write the code, then what is the whole point of doing all these things?" Someone has to take the ownership, right? AI can't take the ownership. AI can still write the boilerplate and it can still give you some decent code. But at the end of the day, you will be the one who will be owning that code. If you really can't understand what is the code which is written by AI and we're just doing a copy paste, if something goes wrong, then guys, it's not a good thing for you. So please make sure, guys, you have a solid foundation of your programming language. You are aware of all the concepts. Are you getting the point? Never build your career on a tool. Always build your career on a technology. This is the most important thing that you should always remember. All right. Couple of years back, you were having Selenium WebDriver, right? Now, every video that I release, everyone is just talking about Playwright. Jatin, release a new lecture on Playwright, create a new video on Playwright, right? The whole thing is, tools will always keep on coming and going, and something or the other will always happen. But at the end of the day, fundamentals don't really change. I hope this particular part is clear to everyone. Perfect. Now, I hope you guys are ready with your notebook because we're going to start with this particular session. Before we start, if you guys have your phone next to you, please put it off in the flight mode or turn it off. For the next 1.5 hours, it's only going to be you and me, and we will be only focusing on 2 topics, encapsulation and static keyword. Perfect. Are you guys ready? All right, let's get started. Now, let me ask you a question. Suppose I'm taking your interview, all right, and I ask you, what is encapsulation? What are you guys going to say? You're going to say mostly like, "Jatin, encapsulation is binding of variables and methods together." Let me write it down over here for you guys. So when we are talking about encapsulation is what? Binding of variables and methods together. That's what an encapsulation is. Perfect. But which variable are we talking over here? Which variable are we talking over here? We're talking about instance variable. All right? In any class, all right, you create a person class, you create an account class, you create a browser utility class, you create your test class, any class. The most important variable of that class are basically your instance variable. What are instance variables? My next question to you guys. What are instance variable? Take a moment, think about it. Write it down in your notebook. All right? Quickly write it down in your notebook. What are instance variable? Variables which are created inside the class and are going to be non-static are called as instance variable. We have studied the topic of constructor, right? The job of the constructor is to initialize the instance variable. Perfect. Now, which methods are we talking over here? All right? Which methods are we talking over here? We are talking about getters and setters. So encapsulation is basically an object-oriented programming feature. Feature that we have, which is called as encapsulation. And encapsulation basically means the binding of variables and methods. Here we are talking about instance variable. And the methods are going to be getters and setters. Perfect. Now, what is the advantage of encapsulation? Yes. What is the advantage of encapsulation? The advantage of encapsulation is pretty simple, pretty straightforward. It is the illegal. Okay, it avoids illegal assignment to instance variable. Is this part clear to everyone? Perfect. All right. Now, when I say it avoids illegal assignment to instance variable, this particular point generally goes as a bouncer to most of the folks, because how it is doing that? Perfect. So let's try to understand encapsulation via a code. So I want you guys to just observe, don't write code. All right. I will be doing the heavy lifting over here, but all I want from you guys is your complete attention. So let this delete this particular drawing and let me create a new package. And I want to call this particular package as com.day3. And what I'm going to do now is I'm going to create a new class. What should I call this particular class? Let's call this particular class an account class. Let me just zoom in. Now, when I'm talking about an account, all right, what I want is, I'm talking about the bank account, all right? So you have a lot of things, like if you have seen your passbook or if you have just logged in into your bank app, you see a lot of information. You see your name, you see your address, you see your IFSC code, and the most important thing, you see the balance which is there in your account, right? I'm going to keep this particular class very simple. This particular class is going to hold two important information. The first one is going to be the name of the person. So over here, I'm a person, you are a person, we both are real world entities. Anything that exists in reality is an object. You are an object, I am an object, this laptop is an object, this mic is an object, this pen is an object, because they exist in reality. They are occupying a memory space. This chair, all right, I'm sitting on this chair, I'm occupying some space in this room, right? So objects occupy space in the memory, all right? But the thing over here now is, whenever you're talking about a class, all right, classes are basically rule. Classes are basically some rules. And these rules are basically imposed on an object. Right? Are you getting the point? Now, if I'm going to have an account, I am going to have some properties. The properties will be first name. Perfect. And we all know that name is going to be generally string. The most important one, the second one, which we all really work for, is basically the balance in our. So, variables which are created inside the class and are non-static. Here you see, I am not putting the static keyword. So variables which are created inside the class and is going to be non-static, we call them as instance variable. Tell me something, instance variable are created inside which memory space? They are created in the heap memory. Alright. So, right now, if there is going to be an account object, alright, it is going to have name as well as it is going to have balance. Alright, name is string. So, what will be the value of name? What will be the value of name? The default value of name right now is going to be null. Default value of name is going to be null. And what will be balance? Balance is double, it is going to be 0. Alright? Is this part clear to everyone? So, instance variable are created whenever you are creating an object. So, over here guys, if I'm going to right click and let's say I'm going to create a new class over here, let's call this as runner class. Runner classes are basically the classes which is going to have main method. And over here, I try to create an object, alright, of account class. So let's say this is going to be account A1 equal to new account. Now, over here, this is going to be the default constructor, right? Which is getting called because we don't have a constructor, right? So, over here, what is going to happen? This is my object. Whenever you are creating an object, 3 things are going to happen. What are the 3 things? Class is loaded into the memory. Instance variable are created. And third one is constructor is called. Alright, hold on. We'll go slowly, don't worry. Class is loaded into the memory, instance variable is created, constructor is called. Alright. Now over here in our account class, we don't have any constructor. So since we don't have the constructor, Java will create one, alright, and that is going to be default constructor. A default constructor looks like exactly the same. It's like an account method which takes no parameter and there is no code over here. Alright, no code. It's going to do nothing, literally nothing. Dummy method. Okay, now the thing is, if you notice now, these variables are what? Non-private. Okay? They are non-private. Now, over here, since these variables are non-private, I can access them outside the class. See, if there is going to be some information which is going to be private, alright, I don't want to expose it to the public, right? So it will not be accessible to public. But if there are some informations which are non-private, it can be accessed outside, right? People know my name. Some people know my mobile number, right? These are generally the public information. But then there are some private information also, which I am not telling to other people. Same thing happens with you. You also have some private information. All right. You're not exposing that information in the public domain. Perfect. So since we are having this as non-private, generally let's assume we'll say this is going to be public. Okay, for simplicity, my variables both are public. I can access them outside the class. I can say A1 dot. You see balance and name is popping up. I'm going to say name equal to Jatin. All right. And I'm going to say A1 dot balance equal to, it's a double, right? Let's say 1000. All right. Now, what I want is I want a one line definition, a one line statement for the state of the instance variable. How do you do that? In constructor, I've taught you now, the toString method pops up. So over here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to right click, go to source, generate a toString method. So this toString method now is going to give me a one line description of the state of the object. So when I'm talking about state now, we are talking about the values of the instance variable. Here you see it is going to print the values for name and balance. Now, let's delete this. Let's go back over here. And what I'm going to do is, I'm going to say sysout A1. Let's say this particular chap. Let's click on the play button. Click on OK. Let's bring this guy up. What do you see? Name is Jatin and balance is 1000. All right. Life is good till here. Life is literally good till here because I wanted to set the account name as Jatin and the balance is 1000. Works pretty fine. Let's say there is another person who goes to the bank and say that, hey, I want to create an account. All right. So let's say we are creating another account. So again, we are supposed to create a account object. Let's say this is going to be A2 and the name over here can be Katrina. All right. And let's say her balance is technically 5000. So here we will say A2.name because this object belongs to Katrina. And this is going to be A2.balance, which is going to talk about Katrina's balance. Perfect. So here I will be printing A2. Click on the play button. Over here, this is the output that Jatin's balance is 1000 and Katrina's balance is 5000. Now, a lot of time when I'm teaching students now, you often tell me, Jatin, I don't know how exactly this execution happened. You know, like you are saying account A1 equal to new account, A1 dot name, A1 dot balance and all. What is all this thing? You know, like how exactly this program is really getting executed. So let's try to understand that. All right. Over here, guys. Whenever Java wants to execute your program, the execution is going to happen from which method? Main method, right? Because the first method which Java executes is always the main method. Entry point to your program. Methods are going to be executed inside which memory? Methods are executed inside which memory? Methods are executed in your stack memory. Stack is a data structure, right? What is the operation of stack? That is basically LIFO process. Last in, first out. Perfect. Now, over here, we have a stack. Okay? Now, understand this part carefully. Java says that I am going to execute the main method. Meaning, Java is going to go inside this particular method. So, if Java is going to go inside the method, Java is going to execute the method. Execution of the methods always happen in stack. So, this main method goes inside the stack. Now, a very important thing. Variables which are created inside the methods. This is the method block, na? Variable which is created inside the method. They're called as local variable. Perfect. Local variables are created inside the stack. Instance variable created inside the heap memory. Variables created inside the class and is going to be non-static. They are instance variable. Instance variable will be created in the heap memory. Clear? Now, you see this particular statement. All right. Let's assume you are Java. Account A1 equal to new account. So what are you going to execute first? Are you going to execute the LHS or the RHS? So whatever is left of the equal to, we have studied it in the school, that whatever is on the left of the equal to sign, that is the LHS. Whatever is on the right hand side is basically the RHS. So tell me something. What will be executed first? The RHS. Always the RHS is going to be executed first. So new account. Java is going to focus on this particular chap. My bad. You guys are going to focus on this particular chap, new account. You see the new keyword. What is new keyword? New keyword always talks about heap memory. New keyword always talks about the heap memory. So over here, heap memory comes. Let's create a egg. All right. This is basically the heap memory. And over here, new account. What is new account? An object. Whenever you're creating an object, three things are going to happen. What are the three things? Class is loaded into the memory. Instance variable are created. Account class have how many instance variable? 2 instance variable. Name and balance. Name and balance is created where? Inside the heap memory. Next thing, which is very important, guys, which is very important, that since name and balance, they are created in the heap memory, they will be initialized with the default value. Name data type is string, balance data type is double. So string's default value is null. Double default value is 0. So class is loaded into the memory. Instance variable is created. Constructor is called. Constructor is a method, na? So dummy method will be called in the stack. It is going to do nothing. Okay, it is going to get removed also from the stack, and the focus is going to be back on the main method. Then this chap, okay, this particular stuff is done. Account A1. This what you see is basically called as the declaration. Account A1. Account A1. That is declaration. So over here, declaration is happening inside the method. So a local variable called A1 will be created. A1 which you see is basically what you call as a reference variable. It refers to the object which is created in the heap memory. Alright. So whatever is basically, let's say, the address, the same stuff will be kept over here. For your simplicity, I'm saying this particular stuff. So it is not storing the object. It is referring to the object. Now, what do you mean by storing the object and reference? You know, like sometimes when you're looking for a job, you always say, can you refer me to your company? That's the word you use, na? Can you refer me in your company? That's what we say. So what do you mean by reference? I don't know anyone in that company. I don't know the HR. All right. But I know you. You work over there. You know the HR of that particular company. All right. So you become my reference point. Are you getting the point over here? So I don't know about this particular object, but A1 knows where this particular object is. So whenever I want to interact with the instance variable or with some instance method, I need to use the reference. So I'm going to say A1.name. A1 is going to take me to that particular object, and then I will be able to manipulate, read the values of the instance variable. Are you getting the point? So when I say A1.name, all right, A1 is 777. It is going to take me to this particular instance variable, name. Perfect. Over here, it was storing null. I will be updating this chap with Jatin. Then I'm going to say A1.balance. A1 is 777. It is going to take me to this particular object. A balance is 0. But hey, I want to update it with 1000. Done and dusted. So when I'm doing system.out.println A1, and because we have the toString method, which is there now in our account class, we are getting this particular output. That name is Jatin and balance is 1000. Are you with me? Yes or no? Perfect. Let's do it one more time. And this time I'm going to go very, very slowly. Account A2 equal to new account. You guys tell me. Line number 12. Account A2 equal to new account. What should I focus first? On the LHS or on the RHS? LHS or RHS? RHS. New account. Array, this is an object. Whenever you are creating an object, three things are going to happen. Class is loaded into the memory. Class loading happens only once. For the very first time. Okay, it is not going to happen again. Second thing, instance variable is created. So a new object will be created for you. Instance variable will be created. And third thing, constructor will be called. But we have a dummy constructor, a default constructor. It's not going to do anything. So it comes and goes. That's it. Then we will be focusing on the LHS, account A2. Account A2 is what? Declaration. Declaration is happening where? Inside the method. So over here, A2 will be created. But A2, will it point to 777? No, it is going to point to this particular object. Let's say 999. So whenever I'm going to say A2.name, will it go to Jatin's object or it's going to go to this particular object? It's going to go to this object now. So A2.name, where null was written, it is going to be updated with Katrina. Where A2.balance, this A2 is going to take me to this particular object. Where balance is 0, it is going to be updated with 5000. Are you getting the point? That's how your objects work. So Jatin is one entity. All right. I exist in memory. All right. Katrina, okay, also exists somewhere. All right. Pretty sure in my dreams. But the thing over here is the most important part is she exists and she has her own space. Okay. She has her own data. All right. And this is where her information and her state of the data will be kept and stored in the heap memory. Are you getting the point? This is what you call as fundamentals. All right. Now, in interview preparations and all, it's very difficult to really keep on going into these small nitty-gritties. But I've just dabbled upon a very small topic like this. All right. But you should be really aware of all these things. Okay. Now, life is good till the time you are giving proper values. Let's say account balance can be 1000. Okay, account balance can be 5000. This is completely fine. But tell me something. Can double store a negative value? Yes or no? Can double store a negative value? Let's see. If I just make it minus 1000. Is it allowed? Let's see. Let's click on the play button. So what? Imagine you get up in the morning, you decided to check your balance. Okay? And you see that instead of having a positive balance, you are having a negative balance. Okay? Pretty sure you're going to get a mini heart attack. Right? That instead of at least being on 0 also, it went on the negative value. Okay? So this is a problem with the system, that my balance variable, which is a very important variable for all my objects, because it is storing the money, and that stuff itself is storing a wrong data. We need to solve this particular problem. So over here, this chap is an illegal assignment. Are you getting the point? This is the illegal assignment. So how do we overcome this particular chunk? Encapsulation. The first rule of encapsulation is that your variables, which variables? Instance variable, are going to be private. The moment I make them private, my runner class is giving me error. Hey, Baba, array, the names are private. These variables are private. You can't really access them outside gutters. Then, how do I access it? You are supposed to create special methods. So what I'm going to do is, I'm going to right click over here, go to source, and you're going to see the option called generate getters and setters. You see automatically it is showing me the instance variable, balance and name. I'm just going to select all and click on generate. So I got two methods, two special methods. One is basically called get name, that hey, get me the value of the name. And the second one is set name, that hey, I'm going to give you some value and you are going to set this thing. We saw this keyword also now. What is this keyword? This keyword is used to differentiate dash and dash. This keyword is used to differentiate local variables with instance variable when they have same name. So whenever I'm going to say this dot name, it is going to refer to name. When I'm going to say name, it is only going to refer to your local variable. Parameters are always local variable. Local variables are always going to be created inside the stack memory. Are you with me? Are you with me? Yes or no? So this is what it is. All right. This is what foundation is, guys. This is something that you should be really good at. Anyways, now I got the get name and the set name. Let's delete this chunk. Now these methods now are public. Variables are private. So I can go back and I can say, hey. I can't write a1 dot name, na? But I can write a1 dot set name and I can give Jatin over here. All right. And then I can say a1 dot set balance. That was minus 1000. No, we'll put minus 1000 in. Okay. Let's say this chap. I'm going to copy this chap, put it over here. All right. This is going to be Katrina. And over here, this is going to be set balance. Whose balance was 5000. Save it. Click on the play button. Works the same way. What do you feel like, Jatin? What is this? The balance is still negative. But you know, something has changed. Previously, we were directly manipulating the variable. But now, I am giving the data to a method. And what do you do inside a method? You can write code. So I have this block now. Now I can say something like this. If balance is going to be less than 0, all right, then this is going to be less than 0. System.out.println. Okay. Amount cannot be negative. All right. Else. Let's want to do this show. So, if the value which I'm giving is going to be less than 0, it is going to print this particular message that amount, whatever you're giving, cannot be negative. Else, what it is going to do, it is going to update the bounds. So if I'm going to click on the play button, you will see that what has happened. Amount cannot be negative. This is for Jatin's object. All right. And then we are doing a print now that I'm printing the one line description of A1 object reference. So name got set properly. Balance is 0.0. Now, you will ask, Jatin, why balance is 0.0? What is the default value of double? 0, right? So whenever an instance variable has the default value, whenever the instance variable technically gets the default value, we say that something went wrong. Something went wrong. Okay, that balance was not updated. So these default value gives us the hint that over here, name is getting set properly to Jatin, balance is not getting set properly, meaning the value which you are giving was wrong. I hope this particular part is clear to everyone. This is what encapsulation is. All right. Now, I hope you have understood this particular code. I took a very simple example. The whole point over here now, guys, is for me, it's important that you do revision two ways. One, you understand the concept. And the second thing is you look through the code, okay, that how and why it is working in a certain way. If I was not gonna make this particular variable private, if it was public, illegal assignment was happening. But the moment I made them as private and we introduce the getter and setter, what is happening is because of these methods, I can introduce validation logic. Here you will notice that there's a validation logic that I'm checking what value you are passing. So over here, I'm passing -1000. So this -1000 will be checked. That is it less than 0? It is less than 0. Then print the message, amount cannot be negative. If the balance, whatever that you're giving, is technically greater than 0 or equal to 0, then what it is going to do, it is going to update our instance variable. I hope this part makes sense to everyone. Perfect. Now the next thing over here, guys, we need to discuss about static keyword. Okay. Tell me something. When we are talking about static keyword is applicable at 5 places. What are those 5 places? So when we are talking about static keyword can be applied to variable. Perfect. Next, static keyword can be applied to your methods. You can apply static keyword to block. Next, you can apply static keyword to imports. Static imports, which is used a lot in REST assured. All right. And then you can have one more thing, which is very important, called static class. Dash classes in Java are basically static. Which classes in Java are static? Your inner classes. All right. In Java are going to be static class. Please make a note of all these 5 points. So when we are talking about static basically always refer to memory. All right. And that we have a static memory popping up over here. And this particular keyword, guys, is applicable at 5 things: static variable, static method, static block, import, as well as class. When we say static variable, it only means that you will be having one memory allocated. So when I'm going to create a static variable, static variables are only created once. And inside which memory space static variables are created? Inside E. Inside a special area which is called as meta area. Just make a note of this particular stuff. Meta area. Remember, when you're creating an object, what is the first thing that happens? Class is loaded into the memory. The class is loaded into the meta area. When the class is loaded for the very first time, all the static variables, your static block, all those chaps gets executed. Makes sense? Perfect. So static keyword, when we are talking about variables, it means only one memory allocation. All right. And when you are going to have instance variable, instance variable means as many times I'm going to create an instance, those variables will be created. But when you're going to have a static variable means they will be created only once. but they can be accessed across all the objects of the same class. So over here, if I want to share a data, across all the objects of account class, then guys, that particular data needs to be a static one. Are you getting the point? For example, let me just explain you over here. If I go back to account, let's say we are going to have one more variable, and I'm going to call this particular variable as string bank name. And I'm going to say bank name as HDFC. Okay. Now, tell me something. Is this an instance variable? Is this an instance variable? You will say, yes, Jatin, this is an instance variable. So, as many times we are creating of the object, this is Jatin's object, and we're going to have Katrina's object. So, what is going to happen, guys? That 3 instance variable will be created now. One is going to be the name, one is going to be the balance, and one over here is going to be bank name. Again, one is going to be the name, one is going to be the balance, and one is going to be the bank name. Now we know that, let's say the name over here is Jatin. Balance over here is 0.0. Here the name is Katrina. Balance is 5,000. Bank name, we have hard coded it. It is going to be HDFC. Here also HDFC. So, let's say whether you're creating 2 objects or whether you're creating 2,000 objects or whether you're creating 20,000 objects. All those objects technically is going to have a bank name. Alright. And bank name is going to store one value itself, HDFC. Now you will be saying that, Array Jatin, why are you creating these unnecessary duplicate variables? Because they are storing only one information, na? They are storing only one information. Can't we store it at one place and let we access it in other objects? Can we do that? Yes. That's where we use the static keyword. Alright. You just make it static. And you will see the moment I made it static, it is looking like a little bit italic and all. That's what you mean over here. Are you getting the point? Now guys, there is a relation, and this is something that you should remember. See, bank name is having the value HDFC, right? So this particular value is not going to change. Perfect. Because how often a company changes its name? It's not that often. No? So over here, if the value remains constant, we have this thing that we will be writing it in uppercase. First thing, if the value is not changing, then the name of the variable needs to be written in uppercase, and it is going to introduce a keyword called final. Is this part clear to everyone? Perfect. So, here's the most important thing now, that if the value is constant, variable name needs to be written in uppercase, and you're going to attach final. Static did not came, okay, because it is a constant. We created static because we wanted to share this particular variable everywhere. All right. So, if the value is constant, write the variable in uppercase and introduce final. Now, there is a relation between final and static also that you should be aware of. That if a variable is final, if a variable is becoming final, meaning if the variable is basically a constant, all right, 100% you will mark it with what? Static. So if a variable is final, 100% it is going to become static. But vice versa is not true. If a variable is static, it may or may not be final. Are you getting the point? All right. Now, as we were discussing that when we are having static keyword is applicable at 5 places. You are going to have static variables, which we just saw. We can have static methods, we can have static block, you can have static import, and you can have static inner classes. All right. So over here, guys, remember one thing. Let's say I go back to the runner class. Okay, step by step, we'll see that. I want to see the name of the bank. That's something that I want to see. So over here, right now, this particular variable is private. I can make it public. And what I'm going to do is, I'm going to say system.out.println account.bank name. So for accessing the static variable, I don't need to create an object. I can literally comment all these things, Control-Shift-C, click on the play button, bring this guy up, and you will see the name of the company is getting printed. Okay. Now, this is where static import comes into picture. See, if you don't want to write account.bank name and you just want to write probably bank name. So what you can do is you can do static import. So static, probably it's going to be like import static. Oopsie, it's not popping up for me. No problem. com.d3.account. All right. And I can just apply the static keyword now. What is this? Dot. It's not popping up. Let's correct this. Put it off over here. Yeah, now it's popping up. Import static com.d3 account.bank name. The moment I do this now, I don't need to write account anymore. I can just write bank name. Are you getting the point? So with the help of static import, you don't need to use the class name to access static variables and static methods. Getting the point? Now, why would you do that? To improve the readability of the code. All right. Instead of writing account.bank name and all those steps, just write bank name. So when you're doing static import, okay, this particular chap basically helps in the readability, okay, of your code. Next thing, which is again very important, is static block. Okay. What are these? What are these? Name and balance. They are instance variable. Instance variable needs to be initialized where? Yeah. Where should I initialize the instance variable? Or whose job is to initialize the instance variable? You will say that if I want to initialize the instance variable, its job is with the constructor. So the job of the constructor is to initialize the instance variable. I'm going to right click over here, go to source, generate constructor using fields, click on generate, kaboom. So here you will see it is going to initialize this thing. Now, because we are having a parameterized constructor now, all right, you can't write account A1 or probably account A2. This is not going to work. You are supposed to pass the value. So I can say something like this now. Jatin. And I'm going to give a positive number, 1000. And over here, this is going to be Katrina. And 5000, 50,000, 5,000 over here. All right, let's remove this and let's remove this. Let's click on the play button. Jatin balance is 1000, Katrina balance is 5,000. And I'm still able to see the bank name. So over here, guys, the job of the constructor is basically to initialize the instance variable. Now I have a static variable. All right. Probably in future, I want to initialize static variable somewhere, right? So where should I do that? So if the job of the constructor is to initialize the instance variable, static block is generally used to initialize your static variable. Okay, so instead of writing it like this, okay, I can write it over here. Okay, and you will see that even though this particular variable is finite, the initialization is happening inside the static block. So remember, the job of the static block is to initialize the static variable, and the job of the constructor is to initialize the instance variable. All right. Static block will be executed only once during the class loading time. Okay. So it is not going to be executed again and again. It's only going to be executed once. So observe this. I can just write over here sysout hello from constructor. Okay, copy this, and I can paste this chap over here, and I can say hello from static block. Save this. Let's go to runner. Let's click on the play button, and you will notice that static block is the first thing which is getting executed because class is loading into the memory only one time, and boom, static block got executed. And then hello from constructor is getting printed twice. All right. And over here, your constructors are getting called. Initialization of the instance variable is happening, and I'm able to see HDFC Bank. All right. This is what it is. So we saw a static variable, we saw static block, we saw static import, and you also have static methods. All right. Static methods are generally meant for utilities. All right. Whenever you're going to have any reusable methods which you want to keep on accessing it in different places, you generally use static methods. Now, just for your reference, I'm going to show you from your framework perspective because that is going to be much more easier for you. So I have this com.utility. No? So I have this browser utility, CSV reader utility and all. Let's open JSON utility, static method. All right, let's go to Lambda test utility, static methods, static variables, all those things popping up. So whenever you are going to have static methods are always going to be utility methods. Are you getting the point? This is something that you should be remembering. And the last part, just remember this particular stuff because I think the lecture is already getting pretty lengthy. You can also have inner classes in Java. And those inner classes in Java are technically going to be your static classes. All right. Now, where you will be using your inner classes in builder design pattern. All right. Technically, in your builder design pattern, you use your static inner classes. All right. So that's it, guys. That's it for this particular class. We have covered a lot of stuff for today. We were focusing majorly on encapsulation, static, as well as the final keyword. These were the thing which was popped up in a lot of companies like Adobe, Deloitte, Capgemini, okay, CTS, Pegasus, okay, and Simpler. They have asked the questions on topic of encapsulation, your static keyword, okay, whatever I have discussed over here, all these things they had asked it. And instead of going with a Q&A kind of a stuff, I thought it's going to be better that we do it in understanding the topic itself. Now, the notes of this lecture will be available in the YouTube Tech with Jatin members. If you're not part of it, please join in. It's going to be very useful for you guys. All right. I'm going to see you guys in the next one. Don't forget to mark your attendance. If you have completed till here, watched till here, write it down that this particular lecture is completed. If you have any questions, you can put it in that comment section. I'm going to see you guys in the next one. Till then, take care. Bye-bye. Welcome back to the channel, guys, and I hope you guys are doing pretty good. This is the day 4 of our 90 days SDET interview preparation series here on YouTube. My name is Jatin, and if we are meeting for the very first time, I help QA professionals just like you transition from manual to automation testing. Now, By chance, you are seeing this particular video for the very first time, I will say stop. Please don't watch this thing. You should be checking the day 0 video, complete the older videos first, and then come back and watch this particular video. For your convenience, what I have done is I have created a complete 90 days SDET interview prep playlist, which you're going to find a link in the description section. If it is not available in the description section, all you need to do is go to the home of or the dashboard or the account page of this Tech with Jatin account, and over there you are going to find the playlist over there. That's the first thing over there. Now, the thing over here, guys, a lot of you guys were asking where exactly the notes are. The notes are kept in the members community post section. So if you guys are interested in getting the notes, I would highly recommend that you join the YouTube Tech with Jatin membership. Go to the community post. You're going to find the notes kept over there. One more thing which is very important is that please don't share this particular notes with anyone. And when you guys are studying up, don't just read it from the screen. Take a printout of this particular note, file it up, and please make sure that on daily basis you go through these notes. I promise you that if you do it couple of times, let's say 5, 6, 7 times, you will be really confident in your next interviews. The way this entire series has been created is that we will focus on refreshing our concepts, and we will see where exactly the technical concepts have been used in our framework. So for today, we are going to discuss about abstract classes and interface. So we will just refresh on these two concepts, and then we will see where we have used it in our framework. All right. Now, there are some protocols. The first thing over here is I don't want you guys to have your phone next to you. So please make sure that if you are watching this particular video on a mobile phone or something, don't do that. Okay, come back tomorrow morning fresh, study with me on your laptop and all, and that's going to be far more better compared to just watching on your mobile phone. It's better you go to sleep and take some rest. Now, the next thing over here, guys, if you are really ready to study now, have your tea, coffee ready, have your notebook and pen ready, because you guys have to start making your own notes also. Whatever I'll be writing, I want you guys to jot it down, okay, in your notebook. Is this part clear to everyone? Perfect. So, without wasting time, let's get started with our day 4, which is on abstract classes and interface. Tell me something. Suppose I'm taking your interview, and if I ask you the question, what is an abstract class? What are you going to say? Yes? Take a moment. Think about it. Okay? We have all the time in this entire world. Okay? What would you say? Okay? What is an abstract class? So, if I'm trying to read your mind, okay, properly, most of us would have said that, Jatin, abstract classes are classes which are going to have abstract method inside them. Right? Perfect. Now, there are few more caveat to this particular thing. So, we will discuss that also. Over here, you guys are right. That's completely right. Abstract classes are classes which are technically incomplete classes, and the class becomes an incomplete class when it is going to have an abstract method. What is an abstract method? A method which does not have a body. We mark that particular method as an abstract method. The moment the method becomes an abstract, the class is also going to be abstract. Now, there are a few things that you should be aware about abstract classes. When we are talking about abstract classes is a class that is technically an incomplete class by design. Okay? It's going to be an incomplete class. Now, what do you mean by a complete class and an incomplete class? Now, when we are talking about a class is going to have two things. What are the two things? It is going to be variables, and it is going to have methods. Now, when we are talking about the variables, we generally call them as class variables, It can be instance variable, but let's focus on instance variable for now. So we are going to have instance variable and instance methods popping up. Now, instance variable are created inside which memory? We have already seen it in the previous classes now. What are instance variable? Variables which are created inside the class and is going to be non-static. We call them as instance variable. Instance variable are created in your heap memory. So instance variable are always going to be created in heap memory, and any variable which is created in the heap memory, they are always initialized with the default value. Please make a note of this particular point. This is very important, that variables created in the heap memory, will always be initialized with a default value. I hope this particular part is clear to everyone. Now, when we are talking about initialization, is there a special method which deals with the initialization of instance variable? Constructors. The job of the constructors are technically to initialize the instance variable. I hope you remember all these things. We have seen it in the previous lecture. Now, when you're talking about methods, now, a method is always going to have this method code block. These curly brackets which you see, we generally call them as code block. Perfect. Now, if you don't know what should I write in this code block, then we technically remove the code block and we attach the abstract keyword. Pretty sure you guys are aware of this thing also. If a method does not have a body, then we say that that particular method is going to become an abstract method. The moment that method becomes abstract, the class is also going to become an abstract class. Okay. So read over here. An abstract class in Java is a class that is incomplete by design and is meant to be extended, not instantiated. This is a very important line, guys, that abstract classes are meant to be extended, not instantiated. What do you mean by this line? We are trying to say over here that abstract classes are designed to be a parent class. Abstract classes are designed to be parent classes. Okay? The key points over here to remember about abstract classes is that an abstract class may or may not contain abstract method. Now, this changes the definition completely for everyone, because here's this thing. Whenever we learn a particular topic, we generally try to go with the theoretical definition. But there are special use cases where you will mark a particular class as an abstract class, and in that class, there's not going to be any abstract methods. Okay? Where it is going to be, I'm going to show you that example also. Don't worry on that part. But this is something that you should remember, that abstract classes may or may not contain abstract method. If a class is going to have at least one abstract method, then you must mark it with abstract keyword. You cannot create an object of an abstract class with the help of new keyword. The moment a class is marked as abstract, what is happening is we are taking away the power of creating the object of that class. Please make a note of this particular point. That the moment you mark a particular class as abstract, you cannot create the object of that particular class. So we are taking away that particular power of creating the object. Okay. Now, abstract classes can have constructors, instance variable, concrete, as well as implemented methods, complete methods, as well as it can have abstract methods. Okay, I want you guys to read these couple of points one more time quickly. Now, most of you guys will be thinking that Jatin, all these things we know. But the main thing that we always get stuck is why in the whole world I will make a method as abstract. So that is something that we will try to understand. So let's go to Eclipse over here quickly. So I've already created this day 4 package over here, guys. Now, let's say there is this bank, it reaches out to me and I have started my own software development company. Okay. And this bank is saying that we want to create a banking system. I'm like, sure, why not? I know basic object-oriented programming. I can definitely create an account system for you. So guys, if you notice, there's this com.day4 package which is already created and kept. Now, let's say I have started my own software development company and my first client is a bank. The bank officials tells me that Jatin, we want to have a banking system. I'm like, sure, why not? I know object-oriented programming. I can definitely create a banking system. They're like, okay. But for now, our bank is very small. And the only feature that we are looking for is creating the account. I'm like, okay. So we need to create a banking system in which people can only create account. They can't deposit money. They can't withdraw money. I'm like, sure, why not? It's pretty simple, pretty straightforward. So how to do that part? What I'm going to do is I'm going to right click over here and I'm going to quickly create a class and I'm going to call this particular class as bank class. Okay. Now, let's say the bank name is HDFC. Bank name is HDFC. I'm staying in India right now. So in India, the bank name is still HDFC. If I go to abroad, the bank name is changing. No, even in abroad, HDFC bank still means it's one singular bank. Okay, there's no different name popping up. So the bank name, guys, is HDFC. Yeah, HDFC bank is basically a constant. The name of this particular bank is going to be constant. So I want to store the bank name inside a variable. How can I do it? I can simply say private string bank name, and this is going to be HDFC. Was this difficult to do? No, no. Now, as we know that the bank name is constant, constant is always going to be written in uppercase. So this is constant for us. And when something is constant, that variable needs to be written in uppercase. All right. So I'm going to change it to uppercase. Perfect. Next step. If something is constant in Java, how do you show constant? There's a special keyword that comes into picture, final. So I'm going to say private final string bank name. But there is one more rule about final. If a variable becomes final, 100% it is going to be static. So final variables eventually becomes a class variable. You are going to mark it with static keyword. Vice versa is not true. If a variable is static, it may or may not be final. Okay. So I have this bank name now stored in this constant, okay, static final variable. The next thing, they wanted us to have the functionality of creating the account. I'm like, sure, let's do that. So over here, I'm going to say public void create account. And in order to create an account, customer is going to definitely give us some document, right? Your Aadhaar card, PAN card, passport, electricity bill, social security number, whatever it is. So these official documents needs to be given. So I'm going to say string document. Okay. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to print a message creating the account with the document, whatever the document is. And then I'm going to print a message account created successfully. Done and dusted. So I am supposed to give a demo to the bank. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to quickly create a runner class. Runner classes are basically classes which are going to have main method inside it. That's it. Now over here, let's say I visit this particular bank to create account. I'm going to say bank. Okay, let's call this HDFC bank. Okay, is equal to new bank. So this object of new bank is for Jatin. And I'm just going to say in the HDFC bank, I want to create account. And I'm going to create the account with the help of passport. So I'm going to save this. I'm going to click on the play button. And you will see I'm getting the message creating the account with the document passport, account created successfully. Now let's say another customer visits the HDFC bank. Let's say this particular customer is Katrina. And let's say this is the second reference, HDFC Bank 2. So she decides to create the account with the help of electricity bill, EB. So I'm going to click on the play button and you will notice that it works. Good. Okay, the system is working. How exactly the bank was expecting. I created it. I gave it to them. They are happy. Couple of days later, they come back to me and they say that, Jatin, there's a change that is required. I'm like, what is the change? The change is that people are providing any kind of document, but we are only supposed to create the account with the help of electricity bill as well as passport. No other document is allowed. Either you can create the account with the help of electricity bill or you can create the account with the help of passport. I'm like, okay, not a big thing. What do we need to do? We need to introduce a validation. We need to check whether this document value is either going to be electricity bill or it is going to be passport. Anything else, you are supposed to give an error message. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to say public void validate document. You give me the document and then I'm going to check if document dot equals ignore case. If it is passport or this whole thing, this document is electricity bill EB, then I will return true. Else, I'm going to print a message. Invalid document type. Okay. And I'm going to return false. Perfect. So because we are returning true or false, the return type of this particular method is going to be Boolean. Make sense? Now, when create account method is going to be called, the first thing that will happen is we will check the document. So I'm going to validate the document. Whatever the document you're giving, I'm going to validate it off. And if it is true, only then these messages will be printed. So I'm going to save this chap. And let me just remove this B, Control Shift F, zoom out if you want to really see. This is the whole code. If I go back to the runner, now if I right click run as Java application, it is working. But let's say that Katrina decides to create the account with the help of driving license. All right. If I'm going to click on the play button, you will see invalid document type. So for me, the account is getting created, but for Katrina, we are getting the message invalid document type. So this system is also working properly. So this is what object-oriented programming is. When you use object-oriented programming, you get a lot of benefit in terms of maintenance of the code. Real world is a complex world. Okay. And on regular basis, something or the other will always keep on changing. And our system needs to adapt to those changes. If I was using modular programming, only functional codes and all, the problem that would happen is I wouldn't be able to scale it off. Now I have created and I've broken the functionalities into different methods of the same class. So that's the reason anytime there is a new requirement, I'm able to just modify the bank class and it's working the way we want to do. Now, where is abstract class? Understand this part. Couple of days later, again, the bank comes and say that, Jatin, the system is growing, at a very fast pace. Okay, we have so many accounts and we have decided to start branches. And notice, you never visit a bank, you always visit the branch office. Are you getting the point? There will be a branch close to your place. Then after 2-3 kilometers, there will be another branch, so on and so forth. So accounts are always created in specific branches. Now, this bank says that, Jatin, you're supposed to create the account in 2 different cities. So we will be creating 2 different branches, Mumbai branch and Delhi branch. Mumbai branch and Delhi branch. Mumbai branch and Delhi branch needs to behave as a bank. So whatever the functionalities which are there, that is of creating the account and validating the document, these functionalities, all right, should be accessible in your Mumbai branch as well as in Delhi branch. Most of you know what we are going to do. What we will be doing? We will be introducing inheritance. So I'm going to right click over here and I'm going to quickly create the class called Mumbai branch. Mumbai branch is going to extends bank. Done. Nothing else is going to change. Mumbai branch is extending your bank class. So over here, let's say there is someone who is going to visit Mumbai branch. They can create the account. Observe, I can say Mumbai branch MB equal to new Mumbai branch. Let's say this person is Raj. And I'm going to say MB in Mumbai branch, I'm supposed to create the account with the help of electricity bill. Okay. So if I'm going to click on the play button, account created using electricity bill. Over here, invalid document type. This is for Katrina. Now, the same we can do for Delhi branch also. I can just copy paste Mumbai branch into a different class. Now I'm going to call this as Delhi branch. And Delhi branch extends bank. So if I go back to the runner, I can say someone from Delhi, they visit the Delhi branch DB equal to new Delhi branch. Let's say that person is Vijay. All right. And we're going to say DB dot create account with Aadhaar card, something like that. Now, this person, Vijay, when he visits the Delhi branch, he's trying to create the account with the help of Aadhaar card. Should the account be created? The answer is no. So if I'm going to click on the play button, invalid document type. So only for electricity bill and passport, the account is getting created. And notice how quickly we were able to introduce these 2 changes, Mumbai branch and Delhi branch. So there is a benefit that we get when you are having inheritance. First benefit is single responsibility. See, all the things, the common operation of creating the account as well as validating the document, it is present in the parent class. It is available in the parent class. Child classes really don't need to do anything special. The code duplicacy is less. The code duplicacy is less. And wherever you are going to have less code duplicacy, maintenance always reduces. If you are writing the code, it requires maintenance. Are you getting the point? So, with the help of inheritance, you always achieve technically achieve single responsibility. Okay. The second thing that comes into picture is code duplicacy is less. And if the code duplicacy is less, your maintenance of your code is also reduced. Are you getting the point? Now, most of you guys will be thinking, but what it has to do with your abstract classes? Understand this part. The story takes another turn. After some time, the bank reaches out to me and they say that Jatin, government has issued a new rule. I'm like, what's this new rule now? People in Mumbai branch needs to create account only and only with electricity bill. In Mumbai branch, if you are creating the account can only be created with electricity bill. People who are in Delhi, they can create the account only and only with the help of passport. I'm like, okay. So what we are supposed to do? If I go to the bank class and I decide to make changes over here, it's not going to work. Because right now document.equal ignore case, we have password and EB. Both of these conditions are available over here. Okay, this entire line, okay, this entire method is technically accessible by Mumbai and Delhi. So any changes which I'm going to make in the bank class, it's definitely going to affect Delhi and Mumbai. But what we want that these two classes, Delhi and Mumbai, they need to behave differently while creating the account. So I cannot write the code for validation in my bank class. I cannot write the code of validating document in the bank class because Mumbai branch and Delhi branches, they are validating the documents differently. So what I'm supposed to do? The first thing, I have to remove this entire piece of code. Perfect. Now I don't have a method body. So I'm going to put a semicolon over here. Because you don't have a method body and you still want to have this validate document, you are supposed to mark this particular method as abstract. Okay. The moment this particular method became abstract, you're going to make the class as abstract. And observe carefully, now all the three classes, runner, Mumbai and Delhi branch. If I go to the runner class, you will never be able to create the account with the help of bank object. And notice some time back I just said, you never create an account in a bank, you visit the branch. So this makes much more sense that you're visiting Mumbai branch and you're visiting Delhi branch and you're creating account over there. Are you getting the point? Now, the moment the class becomes abstract, abstract is always going to force method overriding. Abstract keyword forces method overriding. You see I'm getting these errors in Mumbai and Delhi, meaning I'm supposed to add the unimplemented method, the validate document over here. You will see I'm seeing this override keyword. So this is because this method is abstract. Please make a note of this particular point that abstract keyword forces method overriding. Abstract keyword forces method overriding. Now, over here, guys, let's just add the unimplemented method. I am supposed to write the logic of validate document. And it's simple. Over here, I'm going to say if validate document is not validate document, if document dot equals ignore case, if this is going to be electricity bill, I'm going to return true. Else, we are going to print a message. Cannot create account using something else I could write over here. I can simply say account can only be created with electricity bill. And then I'm going to return false. The same thing, I'm just going to copy this chap. And here, I'm going to paste it. This is going to be for passport. So we will update here also and here also. So what we have done? Because we were not able to write the code of validate document in the parent class, we made that particular method as abstract method. The moment I made this particular method as abstract method, the class became abstract. And if a method is going to be abstract, it is going to force method overriding. What is method overriding? The child class and the parent class, they both have same method. So in your Mumbai branch, you have validate document. In your bank class, you have validate document. Are you getting the point? So if I go back to the runner, now if I just right click, run as Java application, account created with the document EB in Mumbai, it's working for electricity bill. Delhi branch, account cannot be created, account can only be created for passport. So if I go to create account method, if I just click over here, it's going to take me to this chart. Okay. And here is your validate document. If I'm going to press the control button and I go to validate document, which method is going to be called? It is telling me that, hey, I'm going to call this particular method. But it is not. It is not calling this particular method. It is calling the method from the child class. So what is method overriding? In method overriding, the child class method overrides the parent class methods during execution. So over here, this is runtime polymorphism. Over here, your Eclipse is telling me that Baba, during the execution, validate document is going to be called. There is nothing over here. But this is abstract method, na? Everything will be decided whose object is created. Whose object is created? Delhi branch object. So in Delhi branch, there is a validate document. So over here, when the program is going to be executed, the validate document is going to be called of Delhi branch class and not of the bank class. Is this part making sense to everyone? Perfect. So this is how, and this is why we need to have abstract methods. Sometimes we are not able to write the logic in the parent class because the child classes are going to behave differently. Your Mumbai branch and Delhi branch, they are behaving differently in terms of validation. Validation cannot be controlled by bank. Each branch is doing validations differently. So if they are behaving differently, these methods needs to be implemented in the child classes. But I have created a kind of a rule now that, hey, this public abstract method needs to be there. So if there is going to be a bank, okay, that is a branch is going to extend a bank class, all those branch needs to have this validate document methods implemented. If I remove this particular method, you see Java is telling me that you need to add the unimplemented method. What if I don't want to add the unimplemented method? If you don't want to add the unimplemented method, you need to make the class as abstract. Is this part clear to everyone? Perfect. Let's take a break of 5 minutes. Then we're going to go back to the document and we'll move on to the next question. Let's move on to the next question, guys. And the next question is, can you have an abstract class which does not have any abstract method? Can abstract class exist without abstract method? And the answer is yes. You can have classes which are abstract classes, and these abstract classes are going to have zero abstract method. Then you'll ask, Jatin, where you're going to use it? We generally use it at places where we are going to have parent classes. We want to consume the methods of the parent classes in the child classes, meaning we want to enforce inheritance also. But I also want to create a condition that no one is creating the object of those parent classes. So read over here. Yes, you can have classes which are abstract classes that don't have abstract methods. When you mark a class as an abstract, you are restricting object creation. Why would you do this? Obviously, to prevent object creation of the parent classes. To create a base template, we want that the test base class, the browser utility class, okay, as the template that is going to be consumed by the child classes. And if you want to enforce inheritance based scope, that time also you will be using your abstract classes which is going to have no abstract methods. And this is something which we do commonly in automation framework. Let me show you from the assignment itself. Over here, I have this framework which I have created for SDET Foundation Masterclass. Over here, if I go to this com.utility package, you will see browser utility popping up. Okay. Now, you will notice that browser utility is an abstract class, right? So, in this particular class, I have zero abstract methods. If I do Control O just to show you the structure of this particular class, you will notice that I have a static variable, I have instance variable which are private, I have a get driver method, I have couple of constructors, meaning constructor overloading is happening, and I have all these various methods, but none of these methods are abstract methods. How do I know that? You will not find a small a written anywhere. You see that after browser utility over here, there is a small capital A written, right, in small case, not small case, in small font. You will not find it anywhere next to a method, meaning all these are concrete methods. But the reason I have marked this particular class as an abstract class is to ensure that people who will be using my framework, they don't create the object of browser utility. Browser utility is basically a wrapper over Selenium WebDriver. So here you will always find Selenium WebDriver code popping up. Are you getting the point? Now, if I go to the page classes, now over here, let's pick up homepage. Homepage class is going to extend browser utility. And your homepage class is consuming the methods of your browser utility. So you have your go-to website, you have your click on, okay. So these methods are basically coming from browser utility, which internally calls your Selenium WebDriver code. Are you getting the point? So just to ensure that, people don't create unnecessary objects here and there of different classes, and to make sure that people understand whose object needs to be created and whose object should not be created, I am putting the abstract keyword next to browser utility. Is this part clear? Now, going back to this particular document, the next question is, what is an interface? Everyone knows what is an interface. Okay. If I have to ask you what you are going to say about interfaces, Most of the time, people say that interfaces, variables are public, static, final, and methods are abstract. But my dear friends, time has changed. A lot of things have changed in interfaces also. Can interfaces have concrete method? Yes. These concrete methods are default methods. Can interface have private methods? Yes. Can it have static method? Yes. So this is something that you should definitely talk in your interviews. You're supposed to say all these things. So read over here, what exactly is an interface? An interface, guys, is 100% contract based structure. Abstract classes are your inheritance based. It is going to have that child parent relationship, but your interface is going to be contract based. And with the help of interfaces, you are implementing multiple inheritance in Java. We know that multiple inheritance is not supported in Java. What is multiple inheritance? A class is going to get the properties from multiple parent entities, right? But Java does not support it directly. Java supports single parent at a particular time, meaning a class can extend another class. But a child class cannot extend multiple classes. A class can extend one parent class and it can implement multiple interfaces. And using interfaces, you are achieving multiple inheritance. But the main thing over here to remember is that after Java 8 or from Java 8 onwards, you can have concrete methods, you can have private methods, you can have static methods inside your interfaces. So please read this particular stuff. Now, an interface is 100% contract based structure. An interface is 100% contract based structure that forces method overriding and defines what a class must do and not how. Because before Java 8, all the methods of interfaces were abstract, right? But after Java 8, you can also have concrete method. So that's the reason this definition is before Java 8 definition. The key properties that you should remember about interfaces is that methods are basically public and abstract by default. Methods are what? Public and abstract before Java 8. Variables are public, static, final, meaning they are constant. No object creation and no constructor. Now you need to understand something. See, what is the job of the constructor? To initialize instance variable, right? The job of the constructor is to initialize instance variable. When you look at the variables of interfaces, they are public, static, final. They are public, static, final, meaning they are constant. So, if the variables are static, should there be a constructor to initialize them? No. No. The job of the constructor is to initialize instance variables. Static variables are not instance variable. So if, like in interview, they ask why an interface cannot have a constructor, this is the answer that you're supposed to say. Because the variables are static, it does not make sense to have a constructor. And of course, you can't have a constructor for an interface because object creation is not allowed. It is a contract and it does not focuses on implementation. Since Java 8 onwards, interfaces have gone through major changes. You can have default method, meaning the basic implementation is going to be there. You can have static methods, which is also going to have its implementation. And from Java 9 onwards, you can have private methods inside an interface. So private methods from Java 9 onwards. Your static methods as well as your default methods from Java 8 onwards have been added. Is this part making sense? Now, if you are using your framework, like probably you're using Java 11 over there or Java 18, whatever the version, 17 you're using. So where exactly these default methods have popped up? I'll just show you. Observe carefully. If you go to listener, let's go to test listener. See, this is the iTest listener from your test engine. And over here, I have this on test start method, which is a default method. Previously, in the older version of TestNG, and when you're using probably Java 7 or something, what used to happen is if I was implementing this iTest listener, okay, if I was implementing this iTest listener, I had to add all the methods. Right now, I have not added all the methods. So I can decide which method I want to use, which method I don't want to implement. Okay. So it has a lot of methods. Out of these methods, okay, 2 methods I'm not implementing. Previously, I had to keep those methods, like as a stub over here in my test listener class. But now that TestNG is also using this on test start as a default method, okay, I can skip it. I don't need to focus on its implementation. Let this particular method be in the iTest listener interface itself. I will only focus, or my class is only going to focus on methods which has been implemented by me. Are you getting the point? That's the advantage over here. Now, if I go back to the document, this is again a very important interview question. When to use abstract class and when you're going to use an interface. Please mark this as important. This is important. When you will be using abstract class versus when you're going to use an interface. So what I've done is I have written a very detailed answer, and you need to remember all these points for your interview. When you want to share the state and behavior, state meaning the variable information, the instance variable, as well as the methods, okay, abstract classes are the best thing to go for. Abstract classes can have instance variable, that is the state, along with the method implementation that can be inherited by the subclasses. So over here, if you look at browser utility, I have the state, that is the driver, the logger, the WebDriver wait. If these things needs to be consumed by the page classes, okay, then it is better to go for your abstract classes. Make sense? And over here, you have a test-based class. When you need a foundation class that provides common setup, tear down, and utility method for all your test classes / page classes, go for abstract classes. You're going to use abstract classes. You need a common template. Okay. That time you are going to go for your abstract classes. You want to provide common reusable logic when multiple related classes shares the same implementation code that shouldn't be duplicated. You are going to go for abstract classes. Remember Mumbai branch, Delhi branch, same implementation, page classes. Every page classes technically is going to use the Selenium code. So all the Selenium code is going to be kept in the browser utility and it is going to be consumed in these respective page classes. Are you getting the point? That's the reason you're going to use your abstract class over here. The common automation examples are going to be your base test, your base page class, okay? A common template for your page classes also you can create it. That is also going to become abstract classes. So these are the places where you will be using your abstract classes. Talking about your interfaces. When will you use interfaces? When you want to define the contract, multiple unrelated classes needs same behavior. You need multiple inheritance happening. This is where you will be using your interfaces. Now, again, the next interview question can be where you have used interfaces in your project. And then people start thinking, have I implemented my own interface and all? You don't need to do it. You just need to remember the various interfaces that has come in your project, right? It can be your I-test listener, it can be I-retry analyzer, it can be filters from rest assured, response as well as request specification from rest assured. These are all the various interfaces that are there. You need to be aware of all these points. I've jotted it down over here. You guys can literally read these things. But these are the places where interfaces have been used. Okay, your response, your response request specification, your filters in rest assured, these are all the interfaces. I test listener or I retry analyzer, these are also the interfaces from test engine. Are you getting the point? Your web driver, web element, these are again your interfaces popping up. The next question, which is very important, is what are functional interfaces? Now, this question has been asked a lot of time. So, what is a functional interface? See, a functional interface is an interface that contains exactly one abstract method. Functional interface is an interface that contains exactly one abstract method. It is also called as SAM, which is single abstract method interface. Now the thing is where you have used it. Remember a moment back I was talking about filters? Filters in rest assured is a functional interface. Let me show you over here. If I go to the main framework, this chap, so this is the framework that we create in the rest assured for the SDET masterclass, and it's pretty huge framework. The thing is, I have this component over here which is called as filters. And you will notice that sensitive data filter is implementing a filter interface. This filter interface is basically coming from rest assured. And notice what is written over here @functional interface. So if I go to this filter interface is marked as a functional interface, meaning this interface is only going to have one method. So filter basically has a method called filter. All right. Now, a lot of time in interview, they ask the question, what is the purpose of filters in your rest assured? See, there will be a lot of places where you are going to have these confidential informations that you don't want to print in your reports or you don't want to print it in the logs, like your password, your JWT token, your bearer token, any confidential information which you want to hide in reports or in your logs. To do that, you are supposed to use filters. So I have created this particular filter. What it is technically doing is it is just redacting informations. So if there is going to be authorization, the authorization header, it is going to make sure that its value is hidden. If there is going to be anything called token, its value is going to be hidden. That's all it is doing. So if I'm also going to have password anywhere in my logs, in my response body, if the word password, token, your authorization comes into picture, its value is always going to be hidden. Are you getting the point over here? That's what the job of filters is. Clear? Now, if in interview they ask you where you have used functional interface, remember the word filters. Okay? Now, what are functional interface? Just to reiterate, functional interfaces are basically interfaces which are going to have one abstract methods. Nothing else should be there in that particular interface. The key characteristic is that it is going to have one abstract methods. It can have multiple default methods, can have multiple static methods. It can also have multiple inherited from the object class like equals, hash code or toString. And the most important thing is this interface is always going to be marked with @functional interface annotation. So in your filter interface, you will notice that I was having this @functional interface annotation popping up. Functional interfaces are basically the foundation of lambda expressions as well as functional programming, which was introduced in Java 8. I hope this particular part is clear to everyone. Please take a moment, just read these points. This is going to be very helpful for you guys. I hope you have gone through it. Now, let's move on to some of the bonus questions over here. Okay, very simple, very straightforward. Can an interface extend another interface? Yes. An interface which extends another interface. The parent interface is called as a super interface. Sometimes in interview they ask the question, what is a super interface? When one interface extends another interface, the parent interface is called as a super interface. Where you have used it? You have used it in your Selenium WebDriver. WebDriver is an interface. WebDriver extends another interface. What is that interface? Search context. So search context becomes your super interface. Just to show you, come back over here on the screen and you will notice that where is my Selenium framework? This chap. Let's go to browser utility. Let's go to WebDriver. WebDriver is an interface. This interface extends another interface, search context. So search context becomes the parent interface or what you call as a super interface. Clear? Perfect. Next question. Can abstract class implements interface? Yes, you can do that. Abstract classes can implement interface and it doesn't need to implement all the methods. They can still remain abstract. The child class which is extending this abstract class needs to implement those methods. Perfect. What happens if a class implements two interfaces with same default method? Okay. What is going to happen if a class is implementing two interfaces and in both of these interfaces there is a default method which has the same name? Then what is going to happen? You are technically going to get a compilation error. Remember this stuff, it has been asked. Okay. The class must override the method to resolve the conflict. This is something which is important. All these methods needs to be overwritten. Next, marker interface versus functional interface. What is the difference between a marker interface and a functional interface? Functional interface, we know that it is going to exactly have one abstract method. You can have default methods also, but one abstract method is only going to be there. What is a marker interface? An interface which does not have anything inside it. Okay? No methods. You call it as a marker interface. Then, what is the purpose of this marker interface? Couple of moments back, I show you annotation. No? There was this annotation. So, the thing is, before annotations, people used to use a marker interface to mark a particular class with some special attribute, some special label. That's why it is called as a marker interface. There is one popular marker interface which is called as serializable. Now, you might have heard of this particular term, serialization, deserialization. What is serialization? Yes. A lot of time people are going to say, whenever we have a Java object and that Java object gets converted into JSON object, we call it serialization. The reverse is, when you have a JSON object and you convert it into Java object, it's called as deserialization. It's kind of true, but the original definition is, when you're going to have an object and you convert it into byte stream, so that you can store it in a .scr file, so that you can store the data somewhere in a file system, that's what you call as serialization. And the reverse, when you convert the .scr file into the Java object, you call it deserialization. Now, sometimes this thing is kind of going to be bouncing, but just accept this particular stuff as a pinch of salt. That's it. So that's it, guys. These were the questions which were from the abstract class as well as interface. Whatever the questions which have been covered over here, they are really important. Please make sure that you practice it off pretty well. If you have watched the video till here, don't forget to mark your attendance. This is going to be really, really important. I'm going to see you guys in the next class. Don't forget to mark your attendance. In case of any doubts and queries, you know where to reach out to me. Till then, take care. Bye-bye. Welcome back to the channel, guys, and I hope you guys are doing pretty good. Good to see your smiling face today. Firstly, I hope that you guys have studied all the lectures from the past, day 1, day 2, day 3, day 4. I hope these things are completed. Do let me know in the comment section whether these lectures are helpful for you guys or not. Now, a lot of you guys are giving interviews also. So if you guys have given any recent interviews for any company, you guys can share me those questions over my LinkedIn. So just go to LinkedIn, send me a connection request and just DM me your questions. I'll be happy to cover it off in the future lectures. Now, in today's class, guys, we will be focusing on the topic of exception handling. I know you know this particular topic. It's a very simple topic, but hey, it's my job to cover all the important interview questions from the automation testing perspective. In this entire series, guys, you are going to find all the legit commonly asked interview questions for automation testing. Okay, so this needs to be that one place where you can literally come back and visit and you will be able to prepare for the interviews fast. Now, let's say I am taking your interview today and I ask you the question, what is exceptions? What you are going to say? Yes? Take a moment, think about it. So if someone asks you in the interview that what are exceptions, okay, what you're going to say? Most of the time people say that any unexpected behavior which disrupts the normal flow of your program is basically called as exception. Right now I'm talking to you and all of a sudden if there is someone who is ringing the bell on my door, that's an exception because it's going to disrupt the flow of our communication, right? So this is what you call as exception. In Java, whenever you want to handle exception, there are only two ways. What? There are only two ways. What are the two ways using which you can handle exceptions? The first one is try catch block and the second one is going to be the throws keyword. Tell me, which is the most preferred way of handling exceptions in Java, try catch or throws? It's always going to be try catch. So yeah, this is basically the whole, I would say, the synopsis, the nutshell thing that you should really be aware of your exception handling. But in today's class, we are going to go a little bit deeper in this particular topic. We'll also understand, okay, how do you handle exceptions? What are the different exceptions that pop up in your automation framework? All right, so let's get started over here. So the first thing over here, guys, is what is exception handling? Now, exception handling is basically the mechanism in Java to manage unexpected runtime failure. So your program is getting executed and all of a sudden there is an unexpected runtime failure during the execution of your program itself. Like the program is failing. So if I want to control that unexpected failure which is happening at runtime, okay, so that we achieve a normal flow of the program, this is what you call as exception handling. To read this particular point one more time, exception handling is basically a mechanism in Java to manage unexpected runtime failures in a controlled way so that the normal flow of the program is not interrupted. Now, in our automation framework, generally what happens, we are writing a lot of tests, right? Of course. So the thing that comes over here, there will be certain tests which will pass and there will be certain tests which are failing. The tests which are passing, they are basically, I would say, it's just the normal execution because we expect our test to pass. But there will be tests which are going to fail. We have written the test keeping in mind that the feature is gonna work, but something goes wrong. All right. So there is a interruption which is coming into picture. And because of that interruption, your test is failing. But what we want that, let's say I have written around 500 tests. And out of those 500 tests, if one test is failing, I don't want the executions to stop over there. It should keep on continuing for the rest of the test. So we still want to achieve normal execution flow. And in order to achieve that, we use exception handling. Are you getting the point? So instead of random crashes, exception handling allows us to fail the test with proper log, screenshot, and meaningful error messages. Failures such as no such element exception, timeout exception, or null pointer exception in your API responses are expected during failure. All right. So element is not getting found on the UI. Selenium WebDriver is not able to find it off. Timeout exception is coming because of your WebDriver rate. Null pointer exception comes into picture probably because your JSON path in your REST assured is incorrect. So because of that, there will be failures popping up. All right. And the thing is, even though when these failures are coming up, we still want to ensure that these exceptions are handled in appropriate way. So if the element is not visible, we want to make sure that it is tracked in the logs. Along with that, proper error messages should be there. Screenshot should be taken. All those things. Okay. So this is the whole reason that in our automation framework, we try to have proper exception handling. Now, as I have said, in Java, exception handling can be done using two ways. And you want to remember this particular stuff. One is basically the try catch. All right. And the second one is basically the throws keyword. And remember, the best way to handle exception is always going to be the try catch block. All right. So the best way to handle exception in Java is always going to be try catch. Now, this is a simple code example that I've written over here. And this is technically a very popular example, arithmetic exception. Over here, what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to divide 10 by 0. Can you divide 10 by 0? The answer is no. So over here, we will get arithmetic exception. So I'm trying to do this. And if this particular stuff is going to give me an exception, so we will be getting the arithmetic exception and we will print the proper error message on the console. When you're using throws, technically you're not able to customize the message. Okay. So if you want to make sure that the error messages or the exception messages are well customized, it's more human readable by you and your team, it is always better to go with the try catch block. Is this part making sense to everyone? Perfect. Please take a moment. Please read this particular stuff quickly one time. All right. Just now you're going to read this thing so that you're crystal clear with this particular stuff. Then we'll move on to the next part. Okay, I hope you have gone through this particular stuff. Now let's move on to the next page. And the next page over here, guys, is common exceptions in Selenium and rest assured that you should remember. My bad, I should have written over here Selenium WebDriver. All right, this is important. Common exceptions in your Selenium WebDriver as well as your rest assured. Now, the thing is, when you're giving interview, right, again, in interview, the questions are always going to revolve around your project. So if I want to ask you that, if I want to ask you from the topic of exception handling, I am not going to go with the basic question, what is exception handling? This doesn't make sense. So if you have built your framework by yourself, if you have worked on a project, you would have faced a lot of exceptions. Are you getting the point? So my question would be, what are the various exceptions that you have faced in your projects? Now, a lot of time, people are only aware of no such element exception or a null pointer exception or your array index out of bound exception from Java, file not found exceptions. These are the basic ones. But since you're working with various libraries like your Selenium WebDriver, REST assured, your APM, OpenCSV, JDBC, your Vault, it can be OpenCSV, it can be Excel, all right, it can be properties file, it can be a lot of other libraries, okay? So you would have faced dozen of exceptions. So when you're giving interviews, just don't talk about your array index out of bound exception, your element not found exceptions. Be more and more technical. Are you getting the point? So what I've done over here now is I have created a list of exceptions which you will definitely face in your project, and we'll just read these things. Along with that, what I have done is I have written in one line, like in simple terms, what exactly this exception means. So you will be able to come up with some good stories to talk about in your interviews. So when you're talking about Selenium WebDriver, obviously the first one that comes into picture is your no such element exception. And basically what this exception means is that Selenium is unable to find the element in the DOM. Okay? In your HTML page structure, Selenium WebDriver is not able to find the element. And the reason can be anything. Probably your locator is wrong. Okay? So that time you would probably get this particular message, unable to find the element, or sometimes the element is going to appear a bit late. Okay? So that's the reason we use WebDriver wait. All right. Then the next comes into picture is timeout exception. So page or element loaded slower than expected. So the page load, okay, is happening a bit slowly. Because of that, you will get timeout exception. And it can also happen for element. If you're using WebDriver wait, okay, if you're going to use WebDriver wait now, and you're going to say something like wait dot until expected conditions, so and so, that time you will not get no such element exception. You will get timeout exception because we are waiting for an element to appear on the page. I hope this part makes sense. Then stale element or reference exception. Stale element reference exception. Now this is again a very important exception. Again, a lot of time in interview, they will ask this particular question, stale element reference exception. The element reference is no longer valid because the DOM has changed. What this means is that I found a particular element, okay, and before performing any operation, the page has reloaded, the entire DOM structure has changed. So what I have is stale. I have the old reference. Stale means old reference. Okay, we say na stale food. So what does stale food basically means? Purana khana. All right, old food. So the thing is, if you are having this stale element, it technically means whatever the reference of that particular element you were having, now the entire page has changed. Okay, so that reference is no longer valid. So you are supposed to do what? You're supposed to get that new web element again. You need to use the locator again and get it back again. Now, element not interactable exception. Element exists in the DOM, but it cannot be interacted with. Pretty simple. It can be anything because there might be again another element over it. Okay. This can be the reason for element not interactable. Element click intercepted exception. Now another element is blocking the click operation. So there is again the element, and over that there is another element, and there is some element which is technically not like giving us the option, or I would say is blocking the click operation. So this is what element click intercepted exception. Invalid selector exception, your locator is wrong. Simple as that. No such frame exception, trying to switch to a frame that doesn't exist. Okay, you're trying to switch to a frame that is not there. Same no such window exception, you're trying to switch to a window or a tab that doesn't exist or is closed. Then WebDriver exception, this is basically a common exception which is thrown by WebDriver when it is not able to perform any operation. Okay, that time you will be getting your WebDriver exception. Okay, so I have kept 9 exceptions. What I want you guys to do is pause this particular video. Okay, in your notebook, I hope you guys are making notes along with me. So you will be writing these exceptions in your notebook right now. Okay, just write the names. That's it. Okay, I hope you have written it off. Can I go ahead? In your rest assured also, guys, there are like 6 exceptions which are very common. The first one is assertion error. Now, tell me something. If you're using rest assured, in rest assured, do you need the testing library like testng for assertions? Yeah, no. We use it because obviously we are creating the framework and all, but rest assured itself has a assertion or a testing library. What is that? It uses something which is called as hamcrest. Remember dot then and all that comes into picture, given, when, then, and then we start writing the assertions and all. Probably you would have seen it. If not, I have created a 5 hours masterclass on YouTube which focuses on creating your entire API automation framework. Just do that. I am pretty sure if you put that particular project, it's really going to be helpful for you in your interview. You can really talk about all the things that has been built over there. All right. Then illegal argument exception, wrong header or parameter value. You're technically putting some wrong header or the body is technically wrong over there. That's the reason you're going to get this illegal argument exception. JSON path exception, when you're trying to extract a value from the response, okay? And if your JSON path is not correct, you are going to get this JSON path exception. Okay, so let's say I have data. Inside the data, I have ID, and ID is technically having some value over here. So I just write over here, let's say that the JSON path is data, and I'm expecting to get this thing, okay? Or probably I'm going to say data 123 as my key. There's no data 123 as the key over here. So you'll probably get a JSON path exception. Is this part making sense? Then correct exception. This is important. Whenever your server is slow or your backend is running slowly, you might end up getting your connect exception. That is, rest assured is not able to connect to the backend server, the base URI, okay, the IP address and all. That particular server is technically taking a lot of time for establishing a connection over there. Next, socket timeout exception. Technically, slow API response. There's a hell lot of load on your server. The response is going to take a lot of time. That's the reason you're going to get socket timeout exception. SSL handshake exception. This is again a very important one. It has been asked hell lot of time in interview. What is SSL handshake exception? Technically, the SSL certificate, okay, that you have attached to the request and all, it's technically expired. Make sense? Okay. So these are basically the 6 exceptions that you should be aware of from rest assured. There are many, but I just kept the important one for you guys. All right. Again, I want you guys to pause this particular video, quickly write down the rest assured exceptions in your notebook. Now guys, let's move on to the next question. And the next question is pretty simple, pretty straightforward. What is the difference between checked exception and unchecked exception? Checked exception is something which Java is going to check on your compile time. So compile time exceptions are basically checked exception. Whenever before running the program, you're able to decide which exception is going to pop up. That's basically the checked exception. Unchecked exceptions are basically the exceptions which are going to be decided or it's going to happen during the runtime. Most of your exceptions from your Selenium WebDriver, your rest assured, your APM, they all are unchecked exception, and this is something that you need to remember. Most of the exceptions from Selenium, rest assured, as well as your APM are basically unchecked exceptions. Now, over here, guys, remember one thing, that when we are talking about checked exception, when exactly it is going to be checked? It is going to be checked at compile time. It's going to be checked at compile time when you're writing the code. And your unchecked exceptions, basically the runtime exception, this is going to happen runtime. Runtime basically means which is going to happen during the execution of your program. Make sense? Next, handling. Whenever you are going to have checked exception, you are supposed to mandatorily handle it by yourself, and you will be doing it with the help of try catch or throws keyword. Whereas unchecked exceptions, it is technically optional. See, when you're writing wd.find elements or find element and you're giving the locator and all, irrespective of whether the element is shown on the page or not, your code still runs, right? Later on, when you're running the program, you're seeing that exception, element not found exception, and all those things. So the thing is, your unchecked exceptions or runtime exceptions, okay, even if you don't put it inside the try catch block, it is still going to get executed. But the best thing is you should always wrap these wd.find element or find elements inside the try catch block. All right. So we have to create wrappers. If you're not going to do that, what is going to happen from all the methods, you will always keep on throwing something or you'll explicitly handle it. All those things will keep on happening. I'll show you the code. Don't worry, but this is something that you should remember. Now, the cause for the checked exception can be external factor, which Java can really decide while writing the code. That is, you are going to have a file probably not being going to be present. A file not found exception, IO exception can come into picture. Your database, you're trying to connect to a database server might be down. So that's the reason you have the SQL exception coming into picture, right? That is also a checked exception. Network exception, that can also be there. Programming logic mistake, okay, as well as when you're talking about your web driver or you're talking about rest assured, they all will fall into the unchecked exception. Now, programming logic mistake can be what? Null pointer exception, arithmetic exception, all these things, okay? They all fall into the unchecked exception. Now, the example for your checked exception is IO exception, file not found exception, and for your checked exception, null pointer, array index out of bound, selenium exceptions, as well as your rest assured exception coming into picture. Now, let me just show you from your Eclipse also how exactly the checked exception works. See, guys, this is my package com.d5. Let me just do a Control-Shift-F, save it. And let me just do a Control-Shift-O also. Yeah, better. Now, oopsie, let's close this. Now, the thing is, let's say I want to try to read a file. That's what I want to do. So I'm going to say file. Okay, I'm going to use the file class. I'm going to create a file reference, file equal to new file. And I'm going to say that the file that I want to read is data.txt. Now, if you notice now, over here in the 90 days SDET interview prep, you will not find a data.txt. But still, I'm telling Java that, hey, I want to read this file data.txt. It's not present. Okay. Now, I created this file pointer. I want to read the file. So I'm going to use the file reader fr equal to new file reader. I'm going to pass the file. Now, even without running the code, I'm not running the code right now, yet there is this line which is popping up. And if I'm going to bring my cursor over here, Java is telling me, hey, something is wrong with this particular chap. Unhandled exception type file not found exception. So Java is able to anticipate ki Baba, this is something a tricky line. It can create an exception. So the thing is, Java is telling for Java to run this particular program, the first thing that Java needs from us is that you handle exception. Okay, this line number 11, where I'm creating the file reader object, this line is going to create an exception because data.txt may be present over here, may not be present over here. It might be corrupted. Anything can go wrong over here while reading a file. So Java is telling that, hey, whenever you're trying to do any external operation, you're trying to connect to the database, you are trying to read a file, this is something which is external environment apart from Java. Okay. So this is going to create some issue. So Java is like, if you want me to read the file, first tell me what to do when I'm not able to read the file. That's what you call as checked exception. Now, in order to handle exception, we only have two ways. What are the two ways? You are either going to use a try-catch block or you're going to use the throws keyword. Always use try-catch. So I'm going to bring my cursor over here and I'm going to surround it with try-catch. Now, let me tell you one more important thing. This is my try block. Na? The rule says that you should never really create or declare a variable inside the try block. Okay. So here I am having fr. This is the declaration. This is the object creation. So fr is getting declared inside your try, right? I'm going to cut this chap and I'm going to put it off over here. So declaration is just before the try. Just before the try. And initialization is happening inside the try. So over here, this is the initialization which is happening inside the try. And if something goes wrong, Java is going to throw me file not found exception. It's going to print the file not found exception on my console. Are you getting the point over here? Now, the thing is with your Selenium WebDriver, right? Obviously, all of these exceptions are basically runtime exceptions. But when we are using Selenium WebDriver in our framework, it's really important that you handle these runtime exceptions also with try-catch block. Let me just show you. Yeah, I have created this chap over here, public void click on. And you will notice that it is just doing element.click. This is the overloading where it is happening. At one end, I have put it inside the try-catch block, and other end, I have not kept it. So over here, web element, wait until, like expected condition, all those things I've given it off, and I'm trying to perform a click. That's it. It's doing nothing fancy. But the thing now, whether you're trying to perform a click, okay, you're also performing a click, you are also performing the click. What is going to happen? It is going to be decided when the browser and the page is getting loaded. Are you getting the point? So when the page is going to be loaded, that time, if the button or whatever the element that you want to click, whether it is available or not, that time it is, gonna give me the exception, or it may not gonna give me the exception. So what I've done is, irrespective of whether this line is going to give me a runtime exception or not, I have put it inside a try-catch block. I have kept it inside a try-catch block. Even if I don't put it inside the try-catch block, it's completely fine. Okay, but for better managing of your exceptions and better having those error messages, it's always better that you surround it with try-catch block. All your runtime exceptions needs to be wrapped in your try-catch blocks. Because if I'm able to wrap it inside my try-catch block, I can customize the error messages based on my requirement, so that people don't really need to read the Selenium WebDriver error messages or Java error messages. They will be reading the custom exception messages that we have written. So in your automation framework, it's really important that you create your custom exception messages. Are you getting the point? That's the reason I say you always supposed to use the try-catch block. Are you getting the point? Perfect. Now going back to this particular document, the next page over here, I have written it explicitly that remember, many framework wraps checked exception into unchecked ones to keep the page object methods clean and avoid cluttering of method signature with throws declaration. So over here, public void click on, and over here, even though this particular chap is an unchecked exception, I am still putting it inside a try-catch block. Make sense? I hope this part making sense to everyone. Perfect. Now, the next question, again, it has been asked a lot of time, difference between throws and throws. Again, there is going to be like millions of videos over the internet which is going to talk about throw and throws, but I'm going to keep it very specific to automation framework. See, when we are talking about throw means manually I am throwing an exception. Throw is basically the line is not creating an exception. I want to throw it. Okay, I want to throw a custom exception. That time we use throw. Throw is basically used inside a method to explicitly trigger an exception when a specific condition is met or occurs. Example, throw new runtime exception, username missing in the test data. Now read carefully over here or look carefully over here. We have the login page and we are trying to enter username. All right. You're going to give me a username or something. Now, whatever this username that you're giving me, suppose the username is empty. Okay. There is nothing, or it's technically null. Okay. Either it is empty or it is null. In both of these things, what I'm doing is first I'm validating whether username is equal to null or whether username is empty. If username is null or is it empty, should I put it inside, should I try to do the send keys? No, nah. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to throw a runtime exception explicitly I am throwing an exception on my console, and this runtime exception is going to have the message username missing in the test data. Username missing in the test data. So in this way, I can come to know that, hey, the issue is with my test data file, that username field is technically not having data over there, rather than thinking about what is going wrong with my Selenium code and all those things. Getting the point? All right. So over here, if the username is going to be empty, you are technically going to get a runtime exception, and that runtime exception is going to be the one which we are giving the message username missing in the test data. Okay. And then you have throws. I mean, like throws you have used a lot of time. Look carefully over here. This is your exception demo. I say that I don't want to use try catch block. So one way to handle exception is obviously with the try catch block. But there is another way to handle exception is with the help of throws. So I just need to bring my cursor over here and I'm going to say add throws. The moment I do it, this method is going to throw your file not found exception. Okay, if the file is not available. Are you getting the point? So throws is basically used for exception handling. But the problem that happens with throws now is that if one method is throwing an exception, other method which is going to call that particular method, that also needs to throw that particular exception. Let me show you what I'm trying to say over here. That this piece of code, I'm just going to cut it and I'm going to put it inside another method called M1. All right. And I'm going to paste this chap over here. This is going to be public static void M1 Control Shift F. Let us remove this chap. Now, let's say I decide to throw this chap. Okay. Now, over here, I'm going to call the M1 method. You see, I'm calling M1 method, but here also at line number 11, I am getting this unhandled exception. So main method internally calls M1 method. M1 method is throwing file not found exception. So what? I need to handle it over here also. Okay. Now imagine you have created how do I use it? You have created some problem. Okay. Is it my responsibility to handle that problem? No, not at all. If you have created the whole mess, you are the one who is supposed to solve it. So over here, even though I'm calling M1 method, it's not the job of the main method to throw this file not found exception. Are you getting the point? So that's the reason to avoid this unnecessary throws chaining in all the methods. What we generally do is we don't use throws. We technically use try catch. So if I just remove this chap and I'm going to say, bring my cursor over here. Let's save this chap for a moment first. Yeah. And let's surround it with try catch. Now you will notice that M1 is technically handling its own mess in the try catch block. And I can just call M1 without worrying about putting the throws over here. All right. This is the benefit that we get with try catch. But throws is also another way using which you can handle exception. Now guys, let's move on to the next question, which is again a very important interview question. A lot of time in interview, they will ask the question, have you created any custom exceptions in your automation framework? Or what do you know about custom exceptions? So this is something which you should definitely be aware of and you should be using it in your project. Now, custom exceptions basically means what? User-defined exceptions. All right. So over here, custom exceptions are basically user-defined exceptions created to represent application-specific failure. So if from the framework perspective, I want to have my own custom exceptions, what I need to do? The simple thing is you create a class, all right, any class, and that particular class is going to extend your runtime exception class. Remember, custom exceptions are always going to be your runtime exceptions. So you are going to take this invalid test data exception class, and this class is going to extend the runtime exception. And over here, the moment I do this, we get this constructor, okay, that is this invalid test data exception, and you're going to give whatever the message you want to throw during your invalid test data. So the usage is pretty simple. whenever you are creating a custom exception, you are going to throw it with the help of throw keyword, and you will just create the object of your custom exception class. So over here, this is the constructor call. And to this constructor call, I am passing this message. Makes sense to everyone? Perfect. And why do we use custom exceptions? See, sometimes what happens, we get these generic messages like null pointer exceptions and all. And during your CI builds, like when you're trying to use Jenkins CI or GitHub Actions, we really don't understand why exactly the null pointer exception came into picture, right? At that time, in order to provide better context to the exception messages, we use your custom exceptions. So over here, the generic exceptions like null pointer exceptions don't provide enough information in your Jenkins CI or any kind of CI tools. So custom exceptions make the failure more readable, meaningful, and easier to debug. I hope this particular part makes sense to everyone. So all you need to do is you need to just create your class, extend that particular class with a runtime exception. To that particular class, you're going to have this constructor, and that's it. Okay, this is super message. So whatever the message you're giving, it's going to go to the runtime exception constructor. And you are going to use your custom exception by using the throw keyword, throw new invalid test data exception. That's all. Is this part clear to everyone? Perfect. Now let's move on to the last question, guys. And that one is pretty simple. We have done it a lot of time, which is purpose of finally block. Come on. Okay. The purpose of your finally block is that the finally block is going to get executed regardless of whether an exception was thrown or caught. So if I'm going to put anything inside the finally block, okay, that particular block is going to get executed irrespective of whether there was an exception or not. Is this part clear? So a common scenario is closing the database connection or quitting your WebDriver instance. So even if the tests are crashing, the finally block is going to ensure that the browser is getting closed, preventing memory leak, so that unnecessary browsers should not be opened on your remote servers or on your local machine. I hope this particular part makes sense to everyone. Now, this is all the commonly asked questions from exception handling topic. But what I have done is now, I have created a small code. And in that particular code, what we are doing is we will just go through all the exceptions properly and understanding how they are happening and how exactly you need to manage it off. So over to Eclipse over here, let me just quickly show you all these things. If I go to this exception demo2.java, okay, now in your framework, as I've said, you will definitely get null pointer exception, array index out of bound exception. You will get index out of bound exception also. Let me just bring this guy up. You're going to get no such element exception, timeout exceptions, stale element exceptions, and all those things. Now, over here, when we are talking about null pointer exception now, observe carefully. I am trying to create a list. Okay. Null pointer exception basically means what? Memory is not allocated. So if you will notice, I am not creating a new ArrayList object or a new linked list object over here. It's not happening. And the thing is, this reference data right now is storing null, meaning the list is not created in the memory. So if I try to use any of your list methods, like if I try to do data.size, I am going to get null pointer exception. But because we have surrounded it with a try-catch block, what is going to happen? The execution of the flow is not going to get, disrupted. The execution of the program is going to continue properly. Okay. Now, the second one which we have is index out of bound exception. What is index out of bound exception? This one basically comes for your array list, your linked list and all. When you're using collection, you get index out of bound. When you're using array, you get array index out of bound. So people know what exactly array index out of bound is, right? You're trying to access an index which is not present in your array.
So the same thing over here. If you notice, I am creating a list. To this particular list, I am adding a particular string. And then this particular string is going to be added on the 0th index. Perfect. And what I am doing is I am trying to access the element which is there on the 2nd index. But there is no element which is present on the 2nd index now. Are you getting the point? The element is only available on the 0th index. We don't have element on the 1st index or the 2nd index. So in this scenario, you will get index out of bound exception. So please make a note that you're going to get index out of bound exception when you're using collection, and you will get array index out of bound when you are using an array. The same thing over here, guys, is for your array index out of bound. Array index out of bound exception, you're trying to access a position that is not present in that array. Alright, not a list, in an array. So this is my array. This array has 1, 2, 3. 1 is on the 0th index, 2 is on the 1st index, and 3rd is on the 2nd index. And I'm trying to access the element which is there on the 5th index. So over here, I'm going to get index 5 not available. Make sense? So over here, this chap is going to give me array index out of bound exception. Next, over here, we have your Selenium exceptions that I have kept. So I have just created a demo website, which is in this demo.html, which I've kept over here. So I'm just loading this particular website. So driver.get, I'm going to go to this particular website, which is demo.html over here. And you will notice what I've done is that when you're working with Selenium, as I said, you get runtime exceptions. Na? So all your runtime exceptions are always going to be checked. So I'm going to surround it with try catch directly. Try catch, element not found, no such element exception, caught, no such element exception. So the messages which will be printed on the console will be much more readable. Same for your timeout exception. Over here, since I'm using WebDriver wait, and I'm trying to click on a button, if that button is not visible, okay, it will wait for some time for that button to be visible, but after some time, you will end up getting timeout exception. And finally, the stale element exception. Stale, as I said, it's something which is old. So you found the element earlier, but the page has changed, the page has reloaded. And because of this, what is going to happen, that element is no longer valid. So I am trying to find the element, then I am clicking on the refresh, but I am using that same refresh button now, okay, and I'm trying to click on it. So because the page has refreshed, what is going to happen, you will end up getting stale element exception over here. Alright, that's all. So let's save this particular chap. Let's right click, run as Java application. One thing over here, because we have surrounded all these things with try catch block, the program is going to work properly, okay. Even though we are getting the executions, even though we are getting the exceptions, what is going to happen? The flow of this program is not getting disrupted, okay. So will it work? The answer is no. Of course, there are like exceptions coming into picture, but the whole point is I will be seeing those exception messages properly on my console. So I'm going to do right click, run as Java application. Let me just bring this guy up. You will notice that even though I'm getting null pointer, index out of bound, array index out of bound, all these exception messages are coming. But still, it launched that browser. You see this message, no? The browser is getting launched. No such element exception was caught. Timeout exception was caught. And over here, we got element click intercepted exception. This exception, I have not handled it. So that's the reason. What you see over here, you see a message from Selenium WebDriver, and you will notice that the browser is also closed. And the reason over here is I have put it inside the finally block, finally driver.quit. So irrespective of whether you are getting exception or you're not getting the exception, this line is going to get executed. Here you see the program is getting executed over here, and after some time it's going to close also. So over here, finally block is going to get executed whether you get an exception or you don't get an exception. Oof, that's all. Okay. So this is all you need to be aware of for your exception handling topic. Now, the notes of this particular lecture, I have kept it in the members only section. So if you guys are interested, definitely check it out. I'm going to see you guys in the next class. Tomorrow, I believe, is Saturday. So Saturday and Sundays, we have no lectures. But please make sure that on Saturdays and Sundays, you revisit all the topics that we have studied. Okay. So in this way, what is going to happen? You will be revisiting the topics. You will be having much more better clarity. And if you have given any interviews recently, please share your interview question with me on LinkedIn. I'll try to cover it off in the future series. So that's it from my end. Signing off is Jatin. Please take care of yourself, guys. Don't forget to mark your attendance. Go to the comment section. Tell that you have completed the lecture. I'm going to see you guys in the next one. Till then, take care. Bye-bye.
Welcome back to the channel, guys, and I hope you guys are doing pretty good. So this is the day 6 of our 90 days SDET interview preparation series on YouTube. If you're watching this particular video for the very first time, stop. Please don't continue. I will highly recommend that you go and complete the old lectures first. There's a dedicated playlist that I have created. The link of that particular playlist will be in the description section. Complete the old lectures first and then come and watch this particular lecture. Now, some of you guys were asking me, Jatin, where are the lectures on Saturdays and Sundays? The thing is, please watch the video till the end, guys. What did I say in the last video? The lectures are only going to be released Monday to Friday at 10 p.m. IST. Saturday and Sunday, I won't be releasing any new lecture. The simple reason for that is I want you guys to use Saturdays and Sundays only and only for your revision. So for some reason, if you're not able to watch the videos over the weekdays, use Saturdays and Sundays to study those lectures. Now, in today's class, we will be talking about a very interesting interview question. Now, the thing over here is the notes of this entire series will be kept in the YouTube Tech with Jatin membership. If you guys have not taken the membership, I will highly recommend that you take that, because over there, not only the notes are available, but I have also kept exclusive interview questions. Now, without wasting time, let's get started with today's class. So, we got an interview question over here, and the question goes something like this. Google Meet has introduced a new transcription feature for meetings. How would you approach testing this feature? Okay, this is the interview question. The question over here is, Google Meet has introduced a transcription feature for meetings. How would you approach the testing of this particular feature? What do you mean by transcription? You're watching this particular video on YouTube. At the bottom, you're going to find that option called CC, right? The moment you click on CC, what happens? You will be able to see subtitle. Whatever I am speaking, you will be able to see it in the form of text, right? The subtitles, you'll be able to see it off. Now, what Google Meet has done is, they have introduced the same thing even in the Google Meets, right? In your live meetings and all. So let's say there is this user A and user B. They are using Google Meets, and technically, whenever the two users or the two people are speaking, the real-time audio is captured and is technically sent to this speech-to-text conversion engine. So what this speech-to-text engine is going to do, whatever is the audio, that audio will be converted into text. And that text is technically going to be displayed over the screen. So the live transcription is displayed. And once the meeting ends, the final processing is going to happen and the final transcription is going to be created, and the user can download and view the transcript. So the interviewer is asking, how will you test this entire feature? Are you getting the point? So if you're going to say that, Jatin, we can test it from UI, we can test it from API, you're going to get rejected. That's not the whole thing is. Never really talk about tools even such kind of questions are asked in interview. And these questions are very common these days. In interview, they can ask you, how would you test your WhatsApp, or how would you test your Google document, or how would you test, Zoom stuff. So these questions are very commonly asked. All the applications that you use on day-to-day basis, what will be your approach to test those application, those features? That is going to be asked in your managerial round, in your scenario-driven interview questions. These are the questions that can be asked a lot. Now, whenever these questions are asked, never directly approach it from the tool's perspective. Don't say I'm going to use Rest Assured or Postman, or I'm going to use Selenium WebDriver and Playwright and all. Please don't do that. Now, what should be our approach to test this particular feature? Now, the first thing that we need to focus over here is we will be focusing on understanding how this feature works properly. So, over here, as a tester, our job is to understand what exactly the transcription feature does. What exactly the transcription feature does. And the next thing that comes over here is what should be the expected accuracy level. Right now, I'm talking to you guys, and probably if you would have clicked on the CC button, you will also see the subtitle coming into picture. Now, I am speaking in Indian accent, okay? So we want that irrespective of what is the accent, okay, the words are properly understood by this speech to text engine, okay? Because the pronunciation of a word differs in different accents, okay? People speak it in a different way, but we still want that this engine needs to understand it properly. So there should be a benchmark, there should be a metric decided for the accuracy. So setting up this particular metric is really important. The second thing is we need to understand what are the supported languages as well as the accent. All right. Is it just going to support the normal English or the local languages? Hindi, Marathi, Telugu, Punjabi, or foreign languages, German, French, all these things, are they introduced in that? Okay, so we need to understand that. And next is going to be the operating condition. What do you mean by operating condition? Right now, when I'm talking to you, I am in this closed environment. There's no background noise. But imagine you and I, we were in a Google Meet or in a Zoom meeting, and probably I was taking this meeting from a cafe or, like while driving the car or something like that. There will be a lot of background noise, right? There will be a lot of background noise. Probably there will be a dog who is going to bark, or there will be some stranger who's talking next to me. So we still want that the focus needs to be on the main speaker and not on the surrounding, right? Along with that, the most important thing that we need to focus on is any latency or availability expectation. What is going to be the latency as well as the availability of this feature? Now, as I am speaking, the subtitle is also getting shown to you. Okay? How quickly, or I would say at what delay that subtitle is basically shown to you is the latency. And availability talks about how often that feature is available for usage. So this thing, what you see now, guys, is basically what you call as requirement gathering. Now, a lot of time in interview, people start with this only, that they are going to do requirement gathering. But that answer is not enough. You have to be very precise. You have to be very explicit in talking about all these scenarios. What all things you're going to cover in requirement gathering. And this thing comes with experience. See, most of the time when I'm taking the interview, I have seen that people always talk in terms of tools. Okay, they never talk in terms of approaches. So if they want to test an API, they will definitely say that I'm going to use Postman or I'm going to use REST assured. For performance testing, they're probably going to say JMeter or Gatling or something like that. So the thing is, in today's time where you have AI, you have your Codex, you have your Claude Code, you have your Cursor AI, and these tools do a very good job in writing the code. So what is going to be the scope of human, right? When we are talking about, an engineer, what is the scope or what is the task of a developer or an automation engineer? See, when we are talking about our task, let's say automation engineer, people start thinking that it is about writing automation scripts. All right. People think that the job of automation engineer or SDET is to just focus on writing automation script. The answer is no. You were never really hired to write code. Writing code is just a subtask. The main task that comes into picture is thinking. Okay? Thinking. So when we are saying that we will be writing automation script, before AI also, we used to think how we will automate a particular feature, how we are going to test a particular feature. That's the main thing, the thinking part. And once you have a plan ready, only and only then you will start writing the automation script. Now this thing, writing of the automation script is going to be taken care by your AI agents and all. But the thinking part is still going to be your responsibility. So the context, how we will be approaching a particular problem needs to be decided by you guys. So in today's time, if you're preparing for interviews, please make sure that you have a better clarity as well as, you understand the system properly. A lot of time people say that, Jatin, in today's time, if I want to prepare for automation testing, should I just focus on learning Playwright? The answer is no. Playwright is still there in the demand. Like if you go to the job description, you're going to see all those things. Your focus should be on doing two things: learning programming languages. Along with that, improve your critical thinking. How you are going to test a particular application, how you are going to test a system, how does the system components interact with each other. So system design is something which is going to play a very important role. Are you getting the point? Now, coming back to this particular answer, so the step number 1 is going to be requirement gathering. And in requirement gathering, guys, what are the things that we will be focusing on? We will try to understand what exactly the transcription feature is going to do. The second thing is we will try to understand the accuracy level. What is the expected accuracy level? And what are the different languages and accent which are going to be supported by this speech to text engine? Along with that, we are going to start defining the operating condition, how much noise, multiple speakers are allowed, as well as how long the meeting is going to be. So these things are going to be the operating conditions that you need to define first. Along with that, we need to understand any latency or availability expectation that we need to set for our testing. Now, the moment you are going to say latency and availability, the next question that interviewer can ask you is, what is latency and availability? Okay, what is latency and availability? And these terms basically comes from system design. When we are talking about latency is basically the time delay between user action and system response. It is the time delay between the user action and system response. Right now, on the screen, if you see that caption, how quickly it is coming as I'm speaking. Is there a delay over there? That delay is basically your latency. And latency is always going to be measured in milliseconds or seconds. High latency basically means that if the feature is working slowly, the slow experience is there. And whenever you want to test latency, you will be doing performance testing or latency testing. And that time you will be using tools like your locust, K6 or JMeter. Is this part making sense to everyone? What is latency? Next is availability. Availability is basically measured in percentage. The percentage of time the system is up and accessible. Generally, we want to aim for 99.99% availability. Low availability means the system is not accessible. So if you say that the availability is 5%, it means half of the time, not even half, 95% of the time your system is down. Okay. Reliability testing is preferred. And for that, tools like Chaos Monkey or Gremlin is used. Okay. Chaos Monkey is basically a tool which was created by Netflix. You should definitely check it out. And there is like this enterprise tool, which is this Gremlin. So please make sure that you do check on these two tools. Is this part making sense to everyone? Now, the thing is, we want to do the requirement gathering. So where exactly we're going to get all these informations? We're going to get all these informations from your product requirement document or the PRD documents. The technical design documents, you're supposed to discuss with your product manager and developer, and internal documentation or any release notes. So the first thing is going to be requirement gathering, and this is how we are going to approach our problem. We are not just directly going to start using any tools or we're going to say that no, we're going to test APIs. No, first do the requirement gathering properly. Okay, and these are the things that we will be focusing on. I hope this part makes sense to everyone. Now the next thing, guys, we will be defining the scope of testing. Once we have gone through all these documents and we have gone through the proper requirement gathering phase, we will define the scope of testing. Now, what are we trying to test over here? We are trying to test the speech to text engine. Because the real-time audio capture is going to be sent to this particular chap, and this component is going to create the live transcript display. So over here, to test the speech to text conversion or the SDET, we will be focusing on various parameters. We will be focusing on accuracy testing. We will be checking how accurate this SDET system is. The audio will be given to SDET and it is going to generate the text. So what is the input and how well the text is getting generated, that we need to check how accurate they are. Then we also need to check the language and the accent coverage. So based on different languages with different accent, we will be checking the SDET. Performance and latency, robustness, that is noise, interruption and overlapping of speech. What if two people are speaking at the same time? Then the most important one, privacy and compliance. Suppose I am talking in the meeting and I technically say something which is confidential, something which is personal over there. My personal information or client related information are there. So those information should not be kept in the transcripts. So for that, we need to make sure that PII as well as data handling is there proper. What does PII stands for? Personal identifiable information. Because we want to ensure that in the transcripts, there should be no confidential information discussed and kept over there. All right, it should not get converted. Is this part clear? So these are the things that we need to check in the STT, speech to text engine. Okay. Now this particular document is only going to focus on accuracy testing. How to ensure that the STT, this engine, is generating accurate text from the speech. So over here, whenever we are trying to focus on accuracy testing, the thing is, in the STT, whenever a user is going to say something, it needs to understand the intent. Along with that, it needs to understand where those pauses are coming. So over here, if you observe carefully, the first one, the therapist said he saw the rapist today. Now, over here, the therapist and the rapist, if there is a very tiny pause, the STT should be able to identify that, and it should be able to differentiate between these two chaps properly. Next, it should be able to differentiate between numbers as well as the numerical or the alphabetical stuff, the words. We need to deliver too many features at 202. So it needs to differentiate between this two, the 2 as well as the number 2. Let's eat grandma, not later. So it should be able to understand where to put the punctuation. Because if this comma is not there, okay, or if this particular comma is there, the entire statement changes, the meaning is going to change. Let's eat grandma, or let's eat grandma. So this is something that the STT system should be checked upon, the accuracy. He knows, no one knows his nose. So nose, nose and nose. Same sound but different meaning. It should be able to differentiate between the words which are having the same sound but their meaning are different. I said Friday, sorry, Thursday. No, wait, Wednesday. So when the transcript is going to be generated, it should just say, I said Wednesday, not Friday or Thursday. Finally, so the deploy, let's say there is a cuff, failed again. It should be able to differentiate between the noise and the words. Okay? This is what you call as the, like the critical thinking. Or you are trying to come up with ideas on how to test the system. Okay? Here, if you look carefully, we have not even discussed on the tools and the libraries. We are only coming up with approaches. That which approach will be better for testing this kind of a feature. Is this part making sense? Now, when we are talking about accuracy cannot be subjective. What do you mean by subjective? If I ask you, how was your day? Okay, if I ask you, how was your day? Everyone is going to have a very different definition of a good or a bad day. If you ask a kid how was their day, for them, if like the teacher was absent, it was pretty a good day for them, right? But if I ask you, probably if you would have slept for let's say 8-9 hours, you'll say the day was good, I had a pretty good sleep. And if let's say you were able to complete all the tasks for today, you'll say that it was a productive day, it was a good day. And for people, like if it was a Saturday or Sunday, like I enjoyed the day today, then it was a good day. So the definition of good and bad changes from person to person. So it's a very subjective thing. But in our STT, we cannot just have a very subjective definition of accuracy. There should be some level of metric that we need to define. Just because the speech is getting converted into the text, we cannot just say that, okay, this feature is working accurately and you're getting the output. No, there should be a metric defined. So whenever you're talking about accuracy of your speech to text engine, the accuracy is always going to be defined on word error rate. So accuracy cannot be subjective. It needs to be measured well. Define a clear industry standard metric. And for your speech to text conversion, the metric is going to be word error rate. Word error rate. So this WER measures substitution, insertion, and deletion. Substitution basically means what? A wrong word replaces the correct word. Suppose while speaking, I say, I love automation testing. And the transcript that is getting generated, it shows I love automation texting. So automatically what it is doing, it is substituting testing with texting. Insertion. Extra words are getting added that was never spoken. Reference is going to be deploy the build. And over here it is saying deploy the new build. So this new got added. And deletion. A word that was spoken which is missing. Let's say the reference, the speaker is saying start the meeting recording, but the transcript only covers start the meeting. So it is deleting something. So whenever you are testing the STT, lower WER, word error rate, is always going to be better. So better transcription accuracy will be achieved. Is this part making sense to everyone? Perfect. So this is going to be the step 3 that we will be defining the key accuracy metric. And for us, it is going to be the lower WER rate. Now, the thing is, how we will be testing this accuracy? Because we have defined that we want lower WER rate. So how to test this thing? Right now, it was just the metric that we have defined that we will be checking the STT based on your lower WER. Now, to test this accuracy, you can do it either 2 ways. Either you can go for manual or automation. We'll first focus on the manual testing, which obviously will not be scalable in long run, but for initial start, it is going to be a good approach. So the manual way would be, I will be using this particular feature. I'm going to speak in the meeting, look at the transcript, what is getting generated, and I'm going to visually check the correctness. So the thing is, it is not reliable or scalable, but it is good for sanity. Okay. So once the feature has been deployed into production and you just want to do a quick check whether the feature is working or not, you can really go with this manual approach. The step 5 over here would be that we will go for automation based accuracy testing. And this, to be honest, is going to be far more better than the manual one. So what we will be doing is we will be using predefined reference text. I'm not going to abruptly say anything. There will be predefined text and the automation tools will be used to measure the accuracy objectively. Now, from where we will be getting this reference text? So there are various libraries. I have kept one library name for you guys over here, which is LibriSpeech. And what LibriSpeech is, it is going to have like thousands of, like English paragraphs that is commonly used for checking the STT tools. How it works? We will prepare a known sentence or paragraph. The speaker reads exactly that content. The system generates a transcript. We compare the reference text and the generated transcript. This is going to give us clean, repeatable, measurable results. So everything will be predefined. What is going to be spoken during the meeting? We're going to compare the speech text with the transcripted text. Okay? And we just want that the WER percentage rate should be as low as possible. So this is the end-to-end approach. Meeting ends. audio file is going to be generated, audio will be extracted. Okay, speech to text engine is going to be there, transcript is going to be generated, comparison with the reference text. Okay, so from the Libri speech library, I'm going to get the reference text and I'm going to compare the transcripted text with the reference text. WER is going to be calculated, and based on the threshold that we are deciding for WER, let's say we will say that we want the WER rate should be less than 1%. Okay, so this error rate should be less than 1%. And if it is less than 1%, we're going to say it's pass or it's failing, something like that. And then we will just share the reports. Okay, so this will be the flow. Where did I use Selenium? Where did I spoke about your API testing? No, not at all. Are you getting the point? So it's really important to understand how systems work. So this is something which I want you guys to understand it properly. When you're talking about testing now, okay, it is going to be really important that you start understanding how the system works. Okay, I have not randomly added this particular question. This was the question which was asked in the interview. Okay, so please make sure that you understand it properly. Now, some of you guys will be thinking, Array, Jatin, which automation libraries you're going to use for testing this entire speech to text engine? The thing is, I have divided into two. One is Python libraries and the second is Java libraries. You're free to choose whatever works for you. The first one is basically this SCTK library, which is technically going to be used for post transcription, meaning once the transcription is created, it's going to calculate the word error rate. So we want to calculate the word error rate of the transcripted file. You can use the library called SCTK. Then we have something which is called as this Levenshtein distance, which is again going to be used in post transcription. And this is going to be used to check the similarity between the original text, okay, or the speech and the transcripted text. Then we have the NLTK or the NLP libraries. This is going to be used for text processing as well as for cleaning the text as well as tokenization. Then you have the PyTest library. This is just for your automation as well as doing the assertions. And finally, you will be having a CI pipeline because obviously you want to keep on running the same test again and again or different times. So you will be integrating it with your CI pipeline. So this is something which is there for Python. And if you want to do it with Java, then for your Levenshtein distance library, you can use Apache Common Text. NLP processing, you have OpenNLP for Java. Test framework, you're going to use JUnit or Test Engine. And again, you will be integrating it with your respective CI tool. So this was the question, guys. And at the end, I have just attached the complete flow. Once you understand this entire testing approach, what you guys can do now is sometimes in interview, they ask the question, tell me about the challenges that you have faced in your automation framework, or tell me the challenges that you have faced in your project. Now, most of the time, people just say the same thing. There was dynamic locators, okay, or probably they're going to talk about the response schema validation. But here, I have given you a completely different project, all right, and how exactly we will be testing this particular feature. So I'm not saying that, hey, your project needs to implement this kind of a feature. But if you're really aware of how exactly you will be testing speech to text engine, you can definitely take it as a leverage in your interview. Okay, I will be having a second part of this particular class. And in that second part, I will be walking through the entire code process, meaning the entire solution for doing the speech to text testing. Now, that particular part, I will be keeping it in the members only section. in coming days it will be added. So if you are really interested in checking how exactly this entire stuff will be tested, I will highly recommend that you join the YouTube Tech with Jatin membership. So that's it for this particular class, guys. Thank you so much for your time. Now I'm going to see you guys in the next one. If you have watched the video till here, please make sure that you mark your attendance. And this is non-negotiable, guys. The thing is, if our videos gets a lot of comments, a lot of likes, then YouTube think that this video is a very valuable video and it should be shared with a hell lot of audience. So please make sure, guys, if you found any value from this particular video, make sure you comment and give a like or share so that this video reaches a wider audience. Also, if you want me to cover any particular question in this entire 90 days series, you know where to reach out to me. You guys can reach out to me on LinkedIn. Okay, just share me your questions. I'll definitely plan it in the upcoming lectures. Signing off is Jatin. Till then, take care. Bye-bye. Welcome back to the channel, guys, and I hope you guys are doing pretty good. So this is the day 7 of our 90 days SDET interview preparation series on YouTube. I hope you guys have gone through the old videos. If not, you're going to find the link in the description section. Now, in today's class, we are going to revisit a very important concept of Java. And I want to start this particular class by asking you a very interesting interview question. Can we access the private variables, private methods of a class outside in another class? Can we do that? Yes. Now, most of us will probably be saying that no, Jatin, we can't, because if the variable is private, if the method is private, we cannot access them outside the class. This is what we have been taught or we have been told so far. But there is a very interesting feature in Java which is called as reflection. And with the help of reflection, we can access the private members of the class outside the class. And this is how the interviews are asked now. You know, they are not really going to go in a Q&A kind of a mode. They'll technically drill you on the concepts, how well you know about a particular programming language. Most of the time when people reach out to me, they ask me, should I learn Selenium WebDriver, REST Assured or Playwright? What? The thing is, you're not supposed to focus on tools. You should always focus on technology. Because once you're comfortable in a programming language, once you're comfortable in a certain tech stack, learning these libraries are very simple. It's not going to take a lot of time. But understanding where you're going to use a certain design pattern, understanding the different features of a programming language, that is going to give you that extra unfair advantage. Now, before we get started with the topic of reflection, we go through the notes and all, we are going to understand how reflection works. And then probably we're going to go in this whole notes and all. Okay. Now, I just want you guys to observe over here. If you have your phone, if you have your any distraction around you, please make sure that you guys turn it off. For the next 1 hour or probably 40-50 minutes, it's just going to be you and me, and we'll be just focusing on understanding this concept of reflection. All right. So I hope you guys are ready. Let's get started. So over here, guys, I have already created the package which is called as this com.day7. Day 6, we have not really created a package. We were focusing on understanding how to test the speech to text engine, right? Now, over here, I'm going to quickly create a class, and we're going to keep it very simple. I'm going to create a class called as calculator. Okay. And in this calculator class, the first thing is I'm going to have a private variable, private integer x. Okay, Control Shift F. Let's fix the formatting. So this, you know that it is an instance variable created inside the class and is going to be non-static, is going to be called as instance variable. Instance variable is going to be created in the heap memory, right? Now, let's create another method, and I'm going to call this particular method as add. And add method is going to have two parameters. Let's call this number1 and number2. And what add is going to do, it is just going to return number1 plus number2. Okay. So this temporary variable, which is going to store the result, I'm not going to create it. I'm just going to do the addition. And because we are adding two integers, this method is going to return us int. Yes or no? Perfect. So I've created a very basic class, calculator class. It has an instance variable and it has a method which adds two numbers. Now, what I'm going to do is I am going to create our runner class. What is a runner class? A runner class is basically a class in which you have your main method. Okay. So this is where I'm going to have my main method. And let's remove this particular comment. Let's zoom in a little bit so that you guys can see it properly. Let's bring this guy a little bit down. Now, what I want to do is I want to access the add method. So how we generally access the add method? Add method is basically an instance method. It's a non-static method now. So I need to create the object of calculator class. So I'm going to say calculator cal equal to new calculator. Tell me something, guys. What is an object? Is cal an object? No, cal is not an object. New calculator is the object. Cal, what we have created is what? It is the object or reference variable. Is the object a reference variable. If you guys are making notes, just write this particular stuff in your notebook, calculator cal equal to new calculator, and just highlight cal and call this as an object reference, and this chap over here is my object. What happens when you create an object? Three things are going to happen. Class is going to be loaded into the memory. Instance variables are going to be created. Instance variables are created inside which memory? Heap memory. And one more thing happens. Constructor is called. Now, because we have not created the constructor in calculator class, if I go back to the calculator class, there's no constructor. Because we have not created the constructor, who is going to create the constructor? Java is going to create a dummy constructor. That dummy constructor is literally going to do nothing. Okay, and that's constructor is going to be called. But generally, if you're going to have instance variable, okay, you're supposed to have a constructor, because the job of the constructor is to initialize the instance variable. I hope this part makes sense. Now, over here now, guys, I want to access the add method. So I would have written something like cal.add. You see, the moment I do cal.add, I'm able to access the method add, and I'm going to give 10, 20. Add method returns me integer, right? It returns me integer. So that result, I can store it inside integer, result. And probably I can print result over here. Okay, so if I'm going to click on the play button, bring this guy up, you will see 30 is getting printed for us. 10 plus 20 is 30. But inside the calculator class, we also have a private entity. So if I'm going to do cal dot, you will not find that private variable. X is not getting highlighted. And of course, X is not shown over here simply because it's a private variable. If I'm just going to change it to public, and I'm going to come back over here, X pops up. Okay. Now, let's change it to private. Now, what we want over here, guys, is we want to access that private variable outside the class. So, how we are going to do it? we are going to use something which is called as reflection. Okay. Now, when you're working with reflection now, the first thing that you need is a class reference. Okay. So what is the class reference? Okay. This over here you see is an object reference. Remember this thing. The cal which I have created over here is basically an object reference. When you're working with reflection, you're supposed to create something which is called as class reference. So how to create a class reference? Okay. So whenever you want to create a class reference, you're going to take the calculator class, the name of that class. Okay. And I'm just going to put a dot class. Okay. So this calculator class, which you see, right, it's basically your class reference over here. And you're supposed to store it inside a reference variable. Let's call that particular reference variable over here as class. Okay. Now, what will be the type of this class variable that we have created? It's going to be class. Okay. So over here, this class which you see, it's basically comes from java.lime. And it basically represents the classes and interface, okay, in a running Java application. So this chap over here, right, that we have created is basically the class reference. When you're working with reflections, right, you also have generics popping up. So you have this question mark. Question mark basically means that this class is going to have a type. Whatever you have kept in this greater than and less than sign, this is basically a type. So this class is going to have a type, and that type I have given as question mark. Question mark basically means it can be of any type. I'm having so many classes in this particular package, right? It can be a bank class, it can be a user class and all. So if you want to just make sure your code is a little bit flexible and all, you can really go with the question mark, okay? But if you really want to make sure that you want to create the class reference of a certain type, do nothing. You're creating a calculator class reference. Instead of putting question mark, put calculator. That's it. So you're going to say that this class reference is of calculator type. That's it. Okay? So now we have two kinds of references popping up. One is basically what you call as a object reference. And this chap over here, what we have is basically your class reference. Clear? Now, this is the starting point of your reflection, because you need to have class reference. So whenever you want to use reflection, you are supposed to use class reference. And class reference, guys, basically is storing the meta informations of that class. What do you mean by meta information? This class reference basically knows about the variables, whether it is instance variable or it is a static variable. It is aware of that. Along with that, it is aware of the methods and constructors. Okay. So these methods, variables can be public, private, protected. You can easily get all those information. Clear? Now, the next thing is, once we got this class reference, I'm going to use class dot get declared field. Okay? Get declared field. This is the method which I'm going to use. Field basically means your variables. Okay? And when you're talking about get declared fields is technically used when you want to access your private variables. So I'm going to say get declared fields, and it is asking me for a name. So this name which you see now, you're supposed to give the variable name. What is the name of the variable? X. So I'm going to put X over here. What does get declared field returns me? It returns me a field. But hey, it is also giving me an exception, which is no such field exception. So please remember this exception name is because again in interview they ask what are the different exceptions you have seen in your project and all. And it is always better to talk about exceptions which people are not really talking about, because see, reflection you're definitely going to use in your framework. You should just be aware of how it is going to come. Okay. But over here in today's class, we're just focusing on the concept of reflection. Now, we are getting in this unhandled exception, no such field exception. Which is the best way to handle exception? Try catch or throw? You are always going to go with try catch. Okay. You're always going to go with try catch. But for convenience right now, I'm going to go with throws. Okay. I'm going to click over here. And this get declared field basically returns a field. Okay. So I'm going to say field X, something like that. Now, the thing is, this variable is private. I want to access it outside the class. How? I'm going to say X dot set accessible. X dot set accessible, and I'm going to set it to true. I'm going to set it to true. Done. Meaning this variable now is going to be accessible outside the class. So observe, if I want to get the value, what I'm going to do, X dot get. What do you want? I want to get the int value, right? That's an int variable. Okay. Now, over here, whenever you want to access the instance variable, you are supposed to pass the object reference. Which object reference? The calculator class. So I'm going to pass cal. This is also giving me an exception. So I'm going to throw this chap over here. So we're getting another exception, security exception and illegal argument exception, illegal access exception and all popping up. But this is what is the whole code. Now, if this thing works, and I hope it works, if I'm going to click on the play button, you will see 0 is getting printed. Let's go back. When you're going back over here, tell me, what is the value of X? It is a instance variable. Instance variable is created in the heap memory. If something is created in the heap memory, it is always going to be initialized with a default value. What is the default value of integer? 0. 0 is getting printed over here. But let's say, like Jatin, what if there's some different value? So let's assume that I put 10. Okay. So now X is technically initialized. Explicitly, I've initialized it with 10. So if I'm going to save it, I'm going to click on the play button. Ta-da! 10. What did I do? I was accessing the private variable outside the class. Is this part clear to everyone? Perfect. Just observe this particular code for a moment. Pause this particular video. If you want to practice it at your end, quickly do it. Now guys, you might be thinking, okay, this is what we need to do to access a variable, a private variable using reflection. But what if I want to access a method? Then what we are supposed to do? We already have an add method, which takes 2 parameters, number 1 and number 2. All right. And it is going to return us integer data. So how to access a method with the help of reflection? Same, you're going to use the class reference. So class dot get method. And over here, guys, you will see that you're supposed to give the method name in string format, and we are supposed to give something which is called as parameter type. So over here, method name is pretty simple. It is add. So if I go back to the calculator class, the name of this method is add. In string, I am giving this particular name. Next comes the parameters. The parameter type over here is integer, right? Number 1 is integer, number 2 is integer. So because your method is parameterized, Okay, you have parameters that your method is going to accept. So you are supposed to pass the parameters. So over here now guys, we are going to give two integer parameters because add methods has two integer parameter. I'm going to say int dot class. That's the first one. Second, int dot class. Meaning we're going to get this method called add from the reflection, and that add method is going to take two integer parameters. Clear? Now, I'm getting an exception over here. The exception is no such a method exception. So we're going to use throws to quickly put the no such exception. Now, here's the thing, guys. Why exactly we're getting this particular exception? What if your calculator class does not have a method that I'm trying to find? Let's say I'm going to say sub method. Subtract method is not there in your calculator class. So at that time, I'm going to get no such method exception. So anyways, we will be focusing on this add method. Get method returns me a method reference. Okay. So it returns me a method reference. So I'm going to create a method reference over here. So I'm going to call this method as add method. Control Shift O to do the import. So for your instance variable, you're going to use field. For your method, you're going to use method. Now, once I got this method reference, I can call this particular method. So I'm going to say add method dot invoke. And when we are invoking, you have to pass the object reference as well as the values for your parameters. So we already have created this calculator reference. Now that is something we will be passing. Along with that, I am going to give the values to your argument. So 10 will be given to this chap, 20 will be given to this chap. Technically, we're going to give 10 to number 1 and 40 we're going to give to your number 2. Now, invoke is also giving me an exception, invocation target exception. So we are going to add throws declaration to put this chap over here. Okay. And invoke technically is going to return us something. The simple reason over here is because your add method is also returning us something. Na? So over here, add returns us what? Integer. Add returns us integer. So what I'm going to do is whatever your invoke is returning me, it's technically returning me an object. Whatever the stuff it is returning me, I am going to cast it with integer. Because we know that this method, your add method is going to return us integer value. That's it. Done. Finish. We already have the result variable, so I'm going to make it result 2. And then I'm going to say this out. Result 2. Let's save this chap. Right click, run as Java application, and it works. 10 plus 40, answer is 50. Is this part making sense to everyone? I want you guys to quickly write this particular code at your end. And even if you're not writing, just observe this particular code. Okay? I hope you guys have done this stuff. Okay? So let's do a quick revision of what we have done so far over here, pets. The thing is now, deflection, to be honest, is not a very difficult topic. It's a very simple thing. It's just that when you start writing code like this, and if you have not worked with generics or you don't really understand the whole concept of classes and objects, then everything goes for a bouncer. The whole point over here, what reflection does is it gives you the flexibility to manipulate your fields as well as your methods without creating the object. Okay, and that too, you can actually manipulate these fields, the constructor, the methods dynamically during runtime. All right. Here, we already know that we are going to call this add method because we are using the object reference, right? So the moment I do cal.add, I'm supposed to select it from the auto suggestion which method I'm going to call. But over here, if you notice, I am giving the variable as well as the method name in a form of a string. Now, this particular value can come from anywhere. It can come from an Excel, all right? It can come from a properties file, okay? So you guys can actually just fill your data, that which method do you want to call, okay, which variable you want to manipulate, and you put it inside a Excel file or a properties file. And when your program is going to execute, okay, it's going to read those properties file, it's going to read that Excel file, and based on that, it is going to call that method. So at runtime, dynamically, everything is going to be decided. Make sense? That's the power of reflection. Now, when you're working with reflection, guys, the thing is, something called class reference comes into picture. Now, when you're talking about this cal, this is what? Object reference. Now, when we are talking about class reference is going to store the meta information of that class. So over here, we are creating a class reference. So this class reference is going to store meta information of your calculator class. When we talk about meta information, what are the variables, what are the methods, what are the different types of constructors, all this information is stored, okay, and is your class reference variable is aware of. Now, once you have your class reference created, the next thing that comes into picture is this part, and this part is your reflection. So if I'm going to bring my cursor to method or field, you will notice that it comes from a package java.lang reflect.field. So field, your method, they are all coming from reflection. Okay, the reflect package. I want to access a private variable outside the class. Generally, with your object reference, you can't do that. But when you're using reflection, you're able to do that. I'm going to use class.getDeclared field, and I'm going to give the name of that private variable. Perfect. And it is going to set that field. We're going to get that field. Then we are going to manipulate set accessible. I am making sure that I am calling this particular method set accessible equal to true, because we want to access this particular variable outside the class. And then I'm saying system.out.println, get me the integer value. But notice over here, we are supposed to pass the object reference. This chap, I'm passing it off over here. So during invocation, or you're trying to access the value, you have to pass the object reference, because these are instance variable and instance methods. Is this part making sense to everyone? When you are working with methods, you want to call a method with the help of reflection, you are supposed to give the method name and you are supposed to give any parameters. So I'm giving the parameter type over here. That there will be two parameters, int. Then I'm going to invoke the method, and here also I am giving the reference, the object reference over here, and the two values for these parameters. 10 will be given to number 1, 40 will be given to number 2, and I'm going to get the result in object type. That object, we are casting it to integer, because add method is going to return us data in integer. We are casting it off, and then I'm printing result G. Is this part making sense to everyone? Okay. Now, what if you have a static method? Then what? Static methods don't belong to a object, right? It belongs to a class. So observe carefully. If I just create a public static, I don't know, demo method kind of stuff, and let's put over here public static void. I'm going to say sys out demo. Help me out over here how we are supposed to call this particular method. Let's practice that also. So imagine it's just a normal method for now. I'm going to say class dot get method, which method I want to call? Which method I want to call? Demo method. And it does not have any parameters. So I'm just gonna keep it like this. This is variable argument, right? So either you're gonna have some arguments or you're not gonna have an argument. If I'm gonna bring my cursor over here, I hope it just give me the suggestion. You will see that there are these 3 dots. So either you can pass this thing, or if there is 1 or 0 or more than 1 value, you can just pass those things over here. Okay, we don't have any parameters in demo. That's the reason I'm not going to pass anything. Get method is going to give me method reference. So I'm going to say method, demo method. Now I want to invoke this particular method. I'm going to say demo method dot invoke. And over here, guys, if I'm going to put null, okay, this method is still going to work. This method is still going to work because demo method is a static method. So invoke returns as object, but technically over here, it's not returning us anything. So whether you want to store it or you don't want to store it, it's completely fine. That's it. Let's right click, run as Java application, and you will notice that demo is getting printed on your console. But if you try to do this stuff over here, what is going to happen? Invoke null. Is add a static method? No, it is an instance method. So in order to access an instance method, you need to have an instance. Na? Object is an instance of a class. To access this particular object, we have this reference variable. You are supposed to pass this chat. If I'm going to put a null over here, I'm going to get null pointer exception. Let's click on the play button. Null pointer exception. Cannot invoke object.get class because object is null. So I have to put cal over here. I'm going to click on the play button. Is this part making sense to everyone? All right. So this is the basics of your reflection. Now what we will be doing, we're going to quickly go through the commonly asked interview questions from reflection topic. Okay, so over here, guys, we have these 5 questions, and technically I have taken these 5 questions from the code itself. Now, the first question is, what is reflection in Java and why do you need it? So I hope you understood by the example why do we need reflection, but let's try to just go with the theoretical explanation over here. Reflection is a Java API that allows you to inspect, manipulate classes, methods, fields, as well as constructor at runtime. So dynamic manipulation of all the class entities is possible, even if you don't know their names at compile time. Now, this is the most interesting part for us because, as I've said, in our framework, you can keep all the page classes name in a properties file or in an Excel sheet, and from there those class names will be taken and the respective page classes will be loaded, their respective objects will be loaded in the memory. Now the reason access private members. See, you cannot access private variables and methods normally. But with the help of reflection, you will be able to do it. So with the help of reflection, you will be able to bypass and access the private variables and methods. Now, some of you guys will be thinking where you will be using this kind of a scenario. This is not something that you should be doing in your project, but technically it is used for debugging. Then dynamic method calls. You cannot call the method name stored in a variable. So let's imagine you have a method name doLogin, which is in string format. I cannot call it, okay, if the method name is in string format, because then that time you're technically using object reference. So everything is going to happen at compile time, because the moment you're using a object reference, the auto suggestion comes into picture. But if the data, if the method name, if the field name is stored in the string, you can use reflection and you can invoke them or you can access them. So you can use reflection to invoke a method which is stored in the string format. Dynamic object creation. This is also something very important. How do you create dynamic objects of a class? So you cannot create an object when the class name is also in the string format. Okay. But the thing is, with the help of reflection, it is possible. I have covered it in the future answers, but over here, this is something that you should be knowing over here. Now, in simple terms, remember that reflection is all about runtime manipulation, not compile time. Because compile time, you are able to do it anyhow, no? So the thing is, whenever you want to do runtime manipulation, during the execution of the program, you want to change something, that time you would be using reflection. It is used heavily in our framework, whether it is in TestNG, Selenium WebDriver, Spring, or Hibernate. And a lot of time in interview, they ask the question, have you used reflection? And people say no. But in your TestNG, it is there. Remember the page factory? Okay. So in page factory, it uses the concept of reflection. Okay. So Spring and Hibernate also uses your reflection. The package name, it's going to be good for you guys to remember that the package name is going to be java.lang.reflect. And the main classes from your reflection is the class, okay, for your class reference, method, field, and constructor. Okay. So this is basically the whole theory of reflection. Now let's go and look at the example also over here. This is the same example I have written a moment back. Now over here, guys, when you're saying cal c equal to new cal, this c that we have is what? This is a reference variable. Perfect. But what kind of a reference variable is this? This is object reference. Is this part clear? So with the object reference, you will be able to access the method. And this is happening at compile time while writing the code. Now you want to use reflection. That time you will be using class reference. So over here, get the class object representing the class. And over here, this chap is your generic, and this question mark basically means any class type. Now, when you're creating a class reference is basically going to contain meta information of that particular class. So what is the name of the class, the package name, methods, fields, constructor, all these information you will be able to access with this class variable. All right. Now, when you want to invoke the method, the first thing is class.get method and give the method name. Something like int dot class. It's not there, no? So looking at this particular line, tell me how many parameters the demo method is going to have. 0. Okay. And then I'm invoking this particular method, and observe I am passing this object reference over here. So over here, this demo method which is there, is this an instance method or a static method? This is a instance method. Okay, because you're passing the object reference over here. Now, if you look carefully at the bottom, I have another stuff, class.get method hello. This hello method also does not take any parameter, but I'm invoking and I'm passing null over here. So this basically means that you will be accessing this particular method in a static way. Okay. So this is a static method, and during the static method, you can pass the invoke parameter as null. If you are going to have any kind of parameters, so over here, you're supposed to pass the reference, the object reference. Either you can pass it over here or you can pass it during the invoke time. The second is the name of the method and the parameters. whatever the values you are going to give during the invoke method, it will be given to these parameters. I hope this particular stuff makes sense to everyone. All right. Now, let's move on to the next question, which is, what are the 3 ways using which you can get class object reference or class reference? Okay. Now, observe carefully. Again, a second revision. Class C equal to new cal. So we know that this is a regular object. And when you're saying class, all right, this becomes a class object. Now, the thing is, now, it's really important to understand what is the whole purpose of this class object reference, because it is used to inspect the class constructor, private, public, static variables and methods. It contains all the metadata, the meta information of your respective class. So that is the whole purpose of your class object reference. There are 3 ways using which you can obtain the class object reference. The first one is obviously with the dot class, which we just saw. And this is the most simplest one. Over here, you're just going to say cal.class and you're going to use the generic and you're going to get the class reference. And this is technically going to happen at compile time. For this, you need to know the name of the class at compile time. That's the reason I'm writing cal.class, right? So we know the name of the class, and if I know the name of the class during the compile time, you can use this class literal. This is the most common and technically most recommended approach to do this. You don't need to use any object, as well as no exceptions are going to come into picture. All right. The second way is using this get class. And the thing over here is now, get class is technically runtime. So you are going to use the object reference. Here you see cal c equal to new cal. I'm using the object reference and using the get class method to get the class object reference. Again, for this, you need to have the object created. Okay, the object needs to be created, and using that object reference, you will be using the get class method to get the class object reference. Want to get class you from the existing object, no exceptions. Here also you're not gonna get any exceptions. The third one, this is something which is again interesting, because let's say I am going to store the class name in a properties file or in Excel sheet. Okay. So I'm going to give the fully qualified name of that particular class in string format. And the thing is, this is something again where your reflection comes into picture. I can just say class, okay, dot for name, that is the name of the method. And here you're going to give the fully qualified name of that class, com.day7.carry. This is also going to give me the class object reference. Again, if you want to get the class object reference from the class name which is stored in the string format, whether it is stored in config, Excel or database, that time you're supposed to use this particular method. Loading class is going to happen dynamically, meaning when you're going to execute your project, your program, that time you will be getting the class object reference. It's not going to happen at compile time. Throws class not found exception must be the fully qualified name of the class. This is non-negotiable. Is this part making sense to everyone? This particular question, guys, is really important. It has been asked. The company was, I believe, Public Sapient. So please make sure that you study this thing properly. Now, as you guys know, the notes will be available in the YouTube membership. So if you guys want, you can just take the YouTube Tech with Jatin membership. You're going to find the notes over there. All right, let's move on to the next question, guys. How to access private fields using your reflection. I believe everyone is crystal clear with that. So we'll just quickly walk through all these steps. Over here, guys, the first is you're supposed to use the get declared field, and this particular chap is going to help us access the private field, set accessible true. If you are not gonna do this, set accessible true is not going to be set, then guys you will not be able to bypass it. Okay, you will not be able to bypass the private access. Then field dot get, okay, over here you're gonna give the object reference to technically get the value of that particular field. But if you want to update, you can do that with the help of set. So obviously you have the getter and the setter methods available, and you can use the getter to get the value and setter to set the value. Look over here. Here, very simple example. Cal, private string calculator name is there. First thing, create the class object reference. Class dot get declared field. This chap is going to help me access the private fields. And here I am going to give the name of that particular variable. The next thing, this is important. You are going to set the field, the set accessible as true, so that you can bypass the private access, and you're gonna make some modification. If you want, you can do that. So over here, if you want to get the value, you're gonna say field dot get C. So over here, the C is your object reference. So we are supposed to create an object of calculator class also, and this C I have supposed to pass it off over here. If you want to make some update, you can use the set method. Is this part clear to everyone? Similar to this, if you want to access the private methods, you are going to use get declared method. Get declared field is for private variables, and get declared method is for private methods. You're going to give the name of the method. If there are any parameters, you're supposed to pass the data type int.class, int.class. So you know that multiply method is going to have two parameters and their data type is integer. And I have to set accessible as true here also. Then I can invoke that particular method, and I have to pass the object reference followed by the values for these two parameters. I'm going to get the result and I can just simply print it out. This is again important. It has been asked. Okay, please pause it. If you want, you guys can take a screenshot. Whatever works for you, just make sure that you go through this point properly. All right. I hope you guys have gone through this one. Next one. This is important. I had actually created a YouTube short on this particular question. And this particular question is how to create objects without using new keyword. Again, that has been asked. Again, the answer to this particular question is reflection. So look carefully. First, I'm creating the your class object reference. Then over here, we are using the class object reference. This chap. Let me use pen over here. That would be better. And we are using a method called new instance. Okay. Just say the new instance. Technically, this whole stuff is technically going to create an object of calculator. So without using new keyword, it is going to create that object for us. All right. And the thing over here to remember, from Java 9 onwards, it has been deprecated. So you cannot use it in future or the latest version of your Java. If you want to create the object of the class without using the new keyword, then there is technically one extra step that has happened. You're supposed to first create the constructor. So over here, using the class object reference, I'm going to get declared constructor. I'm going to get the constructor first. All right. And that constructor is going to create a new instance. That's the only thing. Okay. One extra step came into picture. That's it. Suppose my class name was inside a string or inside a file, inside an Excel, whatever. So you will be using the class for name, okay, this particular chap, and you're going to create the class object reference. Once the class object reference is created, then you will be using the get declared constructor, and then to that particular constructor, you will be using the new instance method. Make sense to everyone? Perfect. Again, they have asked this particular question in interview. Please make sure that you remember this particular step properly. Now, the final stuff. Reflection looks cool, but what are the disadvantages of using reflection? Just remember these points. So the main thing over here now, reflection is going to make your entire execution 2 to 3 times slower. All right. So compared to your normal object reference and then calling the methods and all, which is technically a better approach to call and access the methods and the fields, reflection is a little bit slower over here because there is an extra step, right? Because we need to find the method, check the access, and then you're supposed to invoke. JVM cannot optimize the reflection like how it does for direct calls. Type checking happens at runtime and not compile time. Type checking happens at runtime and not compile time, and that's the reason it's slow. That's the reason it is slow. Second point, the disadvantage of reflection is that it breaks object-oriented concepts. It breaks your encapsulation rule. Variables should always be private. But when I'm using reflection, I can modify that. I can access private variables outside the class, which is actually a bad practice. So you can access and modify private members, which violates the entire object-oriented principle. So why this is bad? Because obviously you're bypassing the validation logic. You violate the private contract and makes the code unpredictable and unsafe. Next point, no compile time safety. See, the thing is, when you are using object reference, you technically get a little bit of compile time check. But in reflection, that is not there. Everything is going to happen at runtime. So even if there is an error, that particular error, you will not be able to catch in compilation time. You will only be seeing that particular error when your program executes. So error appears at runtime, not compile time, which technically makes it harder to catch bug. So bugs are discovered late, more difficulty in debugging, no IDE autocomplete help is going to work over there, and typos not caught until runtime. So even if you are making some mistake, in putting the class name, method name, or the variable name, those things you will not be able to catch it up during the compilation. You will only come to know about all these things when your program is going to execute, that is during your runtime. Okay. So that's all, guys. That's all we had for today. That was your reflection topic. I hope this particular lecture had given you a little bit of a quick revision on your reflection. In case of any doubts and queries, you can definitely comment your questions in the comment section, and I'll try my best to answer it off whenever I get time. Please take care, guys. I'm going to see you guys in the next one. Don't forget to mark your attendance. Till then, take care. Bye-bye. Welcome back to the channel, guys, and I hope you guys are doing pretty good. Good to see your smiling face today. Do let me know in the comment section how was your day, whether it was a productive day or whether it was unproductive, you were just chilling. And if you guys were studying, I would love to know what exactly you guys were studying. Now, if you're watching this particular video for the very first time, the thing is, this entire series is for SDET interviews. So if you are a manual tester, if you are an automation engineer, or if you are an SDET who is looking for job change, then this series is a complete gold mine for you guys. But If you're watching this particular video for the very first time, I'm going to say that you go and start watching the series from day zero. I've actually created a complete playlist. You can just go to the channel homepage and over there, you're going to find the series or the playlist link. Just watch that stuff from the start rather than watching it from between. Now, in today's class onwards, guys, we will be focusing on important coding questions for SDET. And the thing is, whenever coding rounds happens, right, most of us just really get scared off. And the two reasons for that. One thing is, most of us, when we are practicing coding questions, we try to mug up the syntax, okay, or mug up the entire code. And because of that, what happens is, if there is going to be any variation in the program during your interviews, we just go completely blank. And the second thing that happens is there's not enough revisions. Sometimes what we do is we overestimate ourselves. We think that if we are able to solve it once, we will be able to remember the logic for a longer period of time. ऐसा नहीं होता है. Okay. So the thing is, you need a hell lot of revisions when you're working with logics, or particularly when you're practicing coding questions. That's the reason, guys, this entire series I only run from Monday to Friday. Saturdays and Sundays, I have purposely given that particular time for you guys to do revisions. So please make sure on Saturdays and Sundays, don't watch Netflix or Amazon Prime or any random videos and all. Use that particular time only to do revisions of what you have studied over the week. I hope that part makes sense. Now, one more thing which I want to really talk about is that I was seeing the analytics of the entire series and I noticed that most of you guys are watching this entire series on your mobile phone. And I'm assuming over here that you guys are watching this series while traveling. And generally, I will not recommend you guys doing that. See, what we feel is that if I'm watching a video, probably I'm doing something productive. It's not. Not at all. Watching videos is not at all a productive activity. You are just lying to your brain. The thing is, whenever you are studying with me and if you're watching my videos, I want you guys to make the notes, okay? Have the habit of writing things down. In this way, the entire lecture is going to be more interactive and you will be able to remember whatever we have studied in that lecture for a longer period of time. So I'm a guy who prefers writing things down in the notebook. And, you know, like I have this whiteboard which is sticked over here, and whatever I have done for today or whatever I want to do it, or my to-do list and all, it's just available in front of me. So what happens is, it's there in front of me. I'm able to remember, as well as I know these things needs to get completed. So having, you know, like this whiteboard to just keep a track of all the activities you're doing, it's really going to help you out. So please make a habit of writing, okay? In today's digital world, I don't think a lot of people write. But here's the thing, guys. You cannot write things without thinking. That's what I believe. If you want to write about anything, you will first have to think about it, right? So that's the reason, you know, when you guys are studying, it's really important that you guys make notes. And when you're revising also, have the habit of writing things down. Instead of just watching a video for revision, you write things down in your notebook for revisions. Is this part clear? I'm just giving you things that works for me and the students. So I hope it works for you also. Do let me know in future videos whether this particular technique works for you guys or not. Okay. Now, without wasting time, let's get started with today's class. The thing over here, in today's class, we will be focusing on a commonly asked coding question. This particular question I have also covered it in the past, but in this series I'll also cover it again, which is reverse a string. Okay, So we will be focusing on this particular question, which is called as reverse a string. Now, people who have studied with me in the past, they know the approach to solve this particular problem. And spoiler alert, the approach that is going to be used to solve this particular problem is going to be two-pointer approach. Now, I'm not really interested in this particular question. I'm really interested in teaching you guys on the two-pointer approach. Because if you're able to understand how two-pointer approach works, with this one technique, you will be able to solve 20 other interview questions. Okay? Fair deal, na? I'm going to teach you one technique, and with that one technique, you'll be able to solve 20 other commonly asked interview questions, and all these are lead code questions. Okay, so they have been asked in interview. So again, let's focus on this particular question. The interviewer has given us a string, and that string over here, guys, is, let's say, hello. Let me just rub this chap over here. I'm going to say that this chap over here is hello. So the interviewer is saying that, hey, you have a string called hello, and I want you to reverse this chap. So the output of this particular program should be OLLEH. Okay? We have to just reverse the entire string. Now, how to approach this particular problem? Even before we go and solve it with the help of two-pointer approach, we will try to come up with solutions, okay, which, like probably most of us will think. My first question to you guys, over here, we know that we have a string, right? We have a string. If I ask you what is a string, what you're going to say? Okay, what's your answer for this? What's a string? String is basically a series of characters. Please write it down in your notebook. String is what? It's a series of characters. Okay? So over here, H is a character, E is a character, L is a character, L is a character, O is a character. When multiple characters come together, okay, you then call it a string. Now, when I'm saying that, hey, I'm going to have string input equal to hello, what does this double quote hello means? Of course, it's a string, but there is another technical term for that. If you have studied strings with me, you know that answer. What is that? Hello in double quotes is called what? String literal. It's a string literal. String literal is going to be created inside which memory space? String literals are stored in which memory space? Which memory space? It's going to be stored in string intern pool. Now, is string mutable or immutable? Alright? Is string mutable or immutable? Whenever you are creating string literals are basically immutable. Okay? What do you mean by immutable? Mutable means modification. Okay? Something that can be modified. Immutable means something that cannot be modified. This is how you're supposed to revise. Okay? See, I know that I have to reverse a string, but I'm also supposed to check my knowledge on the topic of string now. So over here, just by writing one line, string input hello, we revised that string definition, that is, string is a series of characters. Second, we know that hello, which is written in double quotes, is basically what you call as a string literal. String literals are basically going to be stored in string intern pool, and string guys is basically immutable. I've also created a dedicated lecture where we discuss about this whole working of string, how is string getting stored in the memory and all those stuff. So after this particular lecture, if you want to watch that, feel free, you're going to find it on the playlist somewhere, not in this playlist, somewhere on the channel. So please make sure that you watch that stuff. It's very interesting and it's really going to be helpful for you guys to understand string topic properly. Now, we got this hello string. Interviewer is telling us ki Baba, you reverse this thing. So what will be our approach? Now we know that string is basically series of characters. My next question is, we are having series of characters. Is there any data structure which stores similar type of values? Arrays. So if this was an array, can I traverse it in the reverse order? Yeah, we can do that, right? So my goal over here is to somewhere down the lane convert string to what? It's a series of characters. We want to convert it into a character array. That is going to be my step 1. How do I do that? We have a inbuilt method for that. In string class, we have a method. Input dot to character array. The moment you do this, input dot to character array, what Java is going to do, it is going to create a character array for us. All right. And each of these characters are going to be stored in this respective indexes. So over here, let me use a white color. H is going to be stored E, L, L, O. So array is created. Now my next question to you guys. Array is created inside which memory space? Arrays are created inside which memory space? Heap memory. Arrays are created in heap memory. Why? Suppose I had to create a normal array. Integer a square bracket equal to new int of 5. Now, you see this new keyword popping up, na? The moment you see new keyword, new means heap memory. New means heap memory. You create object also, right? Bank B equal to new bank. So what is this new? This new bank is what? Object. Objects are created in the heap memory. What happens when you create an object? Class is loaded into the memory, instance variable is created, constructor is called. Here, array is getting created, right? Arrays are going to be created in the heap memory. There is a rule about heap memory which I've taught you. In the old lectures, we have discussed about heap memory, na? Whatever is going to be created in the heap memory, the variables, the memory allocations that happen in the heap memory, the variables which are created in the heap memory, they will always be initialized with default value. So I'm saying that, hey, I want what? I want to create an array whose size is 5, integer, na? 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Right? I got 5 memory locations. And these 5 memory locations are next to each other. And they have indexes also 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. But since I got these 5 memory locations and these memory locations are created in the heap memory, they will be initialized with a default value. You asked to create an array of integer. What is the default value of integer? 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. So whenever you're creating an array, right, you get the 5 memories, okay, whatever the array size is. And those memories or that memory locations will be initialized with the default value. Okay, this is how you're supposed to revise a particular topic. Now, input.to character array. Acha, what is this A and B? What is this A and B? What is this B called? You saw in the last class also. What? Object reference. What is A? A is A the array? Not A. This chap over here is the array. A over here is the reference. So A is technically going to be the pointer. Okay. Which is going to help me refer to that particular array. So we have this particular array which is created in the heap memory. So I will also need a reference now. Created a reference over here. Let's call this X. So X is going to be the reference which is going to point, okay, to this particular array. Whenever I want to access this particular array, I'm supposed to use X. So what is X? X is my reference variable. Is this part clear to everyone? Perfect. Now next what? I want to traverse this array, but in reverse order. I want to traverse the array in reverse order. Can you traverse normally? Okay. How do I traverse in the starting order? For int I equal to 0, I is going to be less than. What is the size of this array? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. But indexing starts from 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. So this I which I have created is basically the index. The maximum value of the index is going to be 4. So less than or equal to 4. I plus plus. All right. So in this way, a pointer is going to be created. And one by one, we will be moving to the next indexes. But the maximum value of I is only going to be 4. Perfect. But I said we want to reverse this particular array. So I want to traverse it in the reverse order. So my initialization of I is going to be from the last index, that is the 4th. So I'm not going to say I equal to 0, I'm going to say I equal to 4. And we are going to decrement it. 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. So I'm not going to increment it, I'm going to decrement it. I minus minus. Alright. And I is going to be greater than or equal to. The smallest value for I is going to be 0. So we're going to start from 4 and we're going to decrement I and we're going to keep on decrement the I till it reaches the value 0. Sys out what? X square bracket of I. If we're going to do this, traversing started from here 0, L, L, E, H. But I don't want to print the character one after the other. Alright, I want to print the characters like this. So for that, when you're going to use sysout, you're going to say system.out.print x square bracket of I. Don't use ln, because if you're going to use ln, characters are going to be printed on new line, which we don't want. We want all the characters to be printed on same line. Is this part clear? Perfect. Now what I want you guys to do, I want you guys to pause this particular video. All right. And I'm going to give you 5 minutes. Okay. 5 minutes time. That's it. Okay. There will be a timer over here. And you will be writing the code at your end first. Start writing it off. Alright guys, I hope you guys have written the code. Now let me just write the code quickly over here. So over here we have this 90 days SDET interview prep. I have this src main Java. Over here I'm going to quickly create a package called as com.day8. Next thing, let's quickly create a class. Let's call this particular class as reverse a string. Alright. And let's introduce the main method. For your convenience, I'm going to zoom this chap over here. Let's close this chap. First thing first, we are going to have string input. And this chap over here is hello. Now we want to convert the string into a character array. So we are going to do that with the help of 2-character array, right? And this is going to give me the character array over here. Let's call this as char array. Now, what we will be doing is we will be traversing this particular array. So I'm going to say something like this: for int index equal to 0, index is going to be less than or equal to. I want the size of this particular array. So this is going to be character array dot length. This is going to give me the size of the array, but the index is 0 to 4. If you guys are not able to visualize it, let me just do it for you guys. Let's go back over here. We have the array. This is H, this is E, this is L, this is L, and this is O. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. What is the size of the array? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So the size is 5. But we have the index. Index is going to start from 0 and it's going to go all the way till 4, right? So character array dot length minus 1. That's what we're going to do. Okay? Index plus plus. And finally, I'm just going to say system.out.println character array square bracket of index. Let's save this chap. Let's click on the play button and you will see HELLO coming one after the other, like on the new lines. But we don't want that. We want this chap to be shown in the same line. So I'm going to remove the ln and this is what I see. But the interview to set key, we want to reverse it off. So we will do reverse travel. So for reverse travel, we will start from here. Okay. So this is going to be 4 and index is going to be greater than or equal to 0 because the last value of index is going to be 0. So we're going to start from 4 and we're going to go all the way till 0. So it's going to be 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. So we are decrementing it. Minus, minus. Let's click on the play button. All right, let's fix this chap also. Just have a sys out, nothing fancy. And we're going to click on the play button. Voila. Okay. So this is your reverse traverse loop. Okay. So if you want to traverse it in the reverse order, use this. But again, we have hard coding over here, which you can literally fix it by putting character.length minus 1. Okay. Save this. Done. Okay. I hope you guys have written this code at your end. Now, what else? Here's the thing, guys. Over here, we were supposed to reverse the string, right? So we wanted that if we have this particular character array, we wanted to reverse that particular array. But what is happening over here? We are just doing reverse traversing. The character array still has the element in the same order, HELLO. So what we can do over here is we can actually introduce another string. And in that particular string, we're going to do a manipulation and we will be attaching the characters in the reverse order. So observe carefully. Let me just copy this particular file and we're going to have reverse a string. So let's remove this chap. Let's say that instead of just printing the element in the reverse order, we want to have a final string inside which the result will be stored. Now, whenever you want to manipulate a string, you're supposed to use what? You're supposed to use string builder. Please make a note of this particular point quickly. So, I'll also write it down over here. Whenever you want to manipulate a string, okay, please don't use string. You're going to use something which is called as string builder. Okay. What is string? String is immutable. Modification is not allowed. Okay. Even if you try to do any modification, it is going to result in creating a new string which technically occupies more memory space. So when you want to have modification, you're supposed to use string builder. So string builder is basically mutable. And this is something that you need to remember for interviews. This is something that you're supposed to remember for interviews. That string builder is mutable. Now, one more thing, string builder is not thread safe. And because it is not thread safe, it is fast. Write it down. String builder is not thread safe and hence it is fast. Okay, so in a single threaded environment, technically the execution or the modification is going to happen comparatively fast over here. Okay, so what we will be doing, we will be creating string builder SB equal to new string builder. One more thing, string literals are stored in intern pool, string intern pool. String builder is stored in heap memory. New keyword, na? Remember? So what we will be doing now, we're going to take this SB chap, okay? Instead of printing this over here, I'm going to say sb.append, okay, character array index. That's it, done, finish. System.out.println SB. So let's say I print the original string as well as SB in front of you guys, and you will see that there's no change in the output. So if you want to reverse a string, you can use this approach also. Are you getting the point? So either you can use string builder, but you're supposed to use string builder. Sometimes I've seen people use string only. Okay. So please don't do that. Never use string for manipulation because string does not support manipulation. Strings are immutable. Whenever you are going to append something, okay, you're going to modify something, you're supposed to use string builder. Is this part clear? I hope this part makes sense to everyone. So that's the reason in interview they can always ask the question, what is the difference between string, string builder and string buffer? So please make sure you go through all those things. In fact, on this particular channel, I have a dedicated lecture where I discuss string, string builder and string buffer. Please check that stuff out. Okay. Now, let's say the interviewers ask, Baba, no, you're not supposed to use string builder. Okay. And I don't want you guys to do just the reverse traversing. I want in-memory modification. Then what you're going to do? That time we are supposed to use something which is called as two-pointer approach. So how to use this two-pointer approach? It's very simple. See guys, we have this string. Okay, now I'm going to go very slowly, so keep patience. We have this string called hello. The first thing that I want over here, I want to convert this particular string into character array. So you said that use input dot to character array. All right. So you end up having this HEL L, O. This is the 0th index. This is the first index, second, third, fourth. Are we on the same page? Right? When we were doing the traversing, I created only one index. This was the pointer. Na? Index was initialized either with 0. This was my pointer. But when you're working with 2 pointers, you're technically going to have 2 pointers. Okay, that's the whole thing. So over here, let's use a different color. Orange looks fine. I'm going to create my first pointer, which is going to be the left pointer. Left pointer is going to be initialized with the 0th index. How will I do that? Integer left equal to 0. All right. Then I'm going to have another pointer, which is the right pointer. Okay. And the right pointer is going to be initialized with 4. So I'm going to say integer right equal to 4. But hey, never hard code this thing. Can I write it like this? This would have been the character array, na? Can I say char array dot length? Okay. If I say length would have been 5. 5 minus 1 is going to be 4. Yes or no? So instead of writing 4, I would write character array dot length minus 1. So right is having 4. Left is obviously 0 because 0 is the starting point for your indexes. Now what? What do we want? We want to reverse this particular string or this particular array in front of us. So we want the output something like this: O, L, L, H. In order for this particular array to look something like this, I forgot the E popping up over here. O, L, L, E, H. Okay. In order to reach to this particular sequence, I want O to come over here. I want H to come over here. Let's say I was having 2 memories or 2 variables, A and B. A is having the value H, B is having the value O. I want to write a program in such a way that the output should be B should have H and A should have O. Okay? Right? Have you seen this kind of a program anywhere? Okay. What is this? Swap logic. Okay. We want to swap 2 numbers or we want to swap 2 values. So you know the logic of swapping. You will create a temporary variable. Whatever is there in either of these memory location, I'm going to store it as inside the temp. So let's say I'm going to store character array square bracket 0. What is there in character array square bracket 0? H. So temp is going to store H. So temp is technically becoming the backup of this chap. Then I'm going to say character array square bracket 0 should get the value from character array. This is the 4th index. 4 over here. Right? What is there on the 4th index? Your O. So O should be put over here. Now O is here also, O is here also. But here I want H. H I'm going to get it from this temp. So I'm going to say character array square bracket 4 is going to get the value from temp. Temp is storing H. So from here, H pops up. And observe carefully what happened. The 2 characters of the string have been reversed properly. Then once this is done, what we will be doing is we will be going to the next position, right? So over here, this 0 is what? Can I put 0 as left, right? Instead of putting like this, can I put character array left and character array 4? 4 is what? Right for us. I'm going to put right over here. This is 0. Can I put left over here? And can I put right over here? But then what I want to go to the next positions, right? So over here, left needs to come over here, 0, 1. Left will be incremented. Okay. 4 needs to become 3. 4 needs to become 3. So right will be decremented. So the moment you do this, this is where your left pops up. And this is where your right pops up, because right is getting decremented. And the same thing I'm supposed to do. I'm going to repeat the same stuff. I'm going to swap this thing. E is going to be given to temp. L is going to be kept over here. Okay. Then E is going to be updated over here. Okay. The value of E is going to be given to the third position. Then again, left will be incremented. Right will be decremented. Now only one position is left. Observe carefully. We got O, L, L, E, H. This was the represent. And done. That's what two pointer is all about. You create 2 pointers. Okay. So how exactly we will be repeating it off? The main thing over here now, guys, when you're working with 2 pointers, the left is only going to work on the half part of that array and the right is going to take care of the remaining half. If they cross each other, it means that we have traversed the whole array. Okay. Left is only going to take care of the left half part and the right is going to take care of the right half part. If the pointers cross each other, meaning left becomes greater than right, meaning the pointers have crossed each other, and it basically means that you are technically traversing one more time the remaining half again and again. So you don't need to do that. You are only going to repeat this whole operation till the time left is going to be less than right. So observe carefully. Let's duplicate this chap. We're going to have reverse a string and we can remove this. We don't want this. We're going to have the character array. That's it. I'm going to say int left, and left is going to be what? 0. Int right. Right is going to be character array dot length -1. Perfect. Then I'm going to say while left is going to be less than right. What I'm supposed to do? I'm supposed to swap. So I'm going to quickly create a temporary variable. Okay. I'm going to say temp is going to get the value from the character array. Okay. And the index is going to be left, not 0, left. Then I'm going to say character array right. Okay. Or sorry, left is going to get updated from the value on the right index. Okay. And then character array right is going to get the value from the backup temp. Now, once this is done, okay, I'm just going to say increment the left and decrement the right. Okay. Control Shift F, save it. Now, if I just do system.out.println, okay, done. That's all we had to do. If I do arrays.toString, your character array, right click, run as Java application. If everything works properly, we have reversed it off. Okay. And just to show you, I can just keep this chap over here. Okay. This is the start. Okay. And this is where we are technically reversing all the elements and then we are printing the output. So if I'm going to click on the play button, you will notice that HELLO has been reversed. Okay. So this is the logic of your reverse a string. Now, if you were able to solve this particular stuff, in interview, if they ask you reverse an array, this is the same program. This is the same program because here you are converting the string into character array. Okay, you are converting the string into character array. And if it was a array of numbers, okay, I would have just had this much program, this much stuff, like you create the left pointer, right pointer, swap it, get it done. Just to show you, observe carefully. This is reverse an array. And let's remove all these things. I simply create a normal array in front of you guys. Okay, 1, 3, 5, something like that. It's keeping it very simple. Okay, and you're gonna just take this A, put it off over here. Okay, this is going to be int itself now. Okay, and I'm just gonna take this chap, put it off over here, print this chap over here, copy this, print it over here, Control Shift F. Let me just rename this entire file. Let's keep it reverse a string, but no, I just want to have it properly. Reverse an array is better name. Let's bring this chap over here. Why is not giving me suggestion? Yeah, rename the file, right click, run as Java application. 135531. Reverse an array done. All right. So it's pretty simple, guys. It's just that you need to understand how to implement the logic. So wherever you see the word reverse, what you're going to use? Two-pointer approach. Okay. I want you guys to quickly write this particular code at your end. Okay. Pause this particular video. I'm not putting a timer over here. I want you guys to practice it off. Write this particular code at your end quickly. So I hope you guys have understood this particular program pretty well. You have practiced it off at your end. Now, if you have understood this particular program, the same logic or similar logic is going to be applicable in all these programs. Okay, in all these programs. We will be covering all these particular programs in this entire series. Some of these lecture will be in the membership videos. So if you have not taken the membership, please make sure guys you take that stuff off. And if you have watched this particular video till here, you're supposed to mark your attendance. Okay, just make sure you mark your attendance, and I'm going to see you guys in the next one. Till then, take care. Bye bye. Good night. Welcome back to the channel, guys, and I hope you guys are doing pretty good. So in today's class, we will be solving another important interview question for SDETs. And this particular question is basically a lead code question. It has been asked a hell lot of time. And as you know, in this entire series, we are focusing on important SDET interview questions. So the thing is, if you just solve this entire series properly, hopefully you will be able to prepare for the interviews a little bit faster as well as in a better way. Now, over here, guys, we have been given a question, and the question over here is valid palindrome. We have to tell whether a string is a palindrome or not. Now, in the last class, we focused on the two-pointer approach, right? So using the two-pointer approach, you can literally solve this particular problem. So over here, guys, what we have to tell whether a particular string is palindrome or not. Now, first understand what is a palindrome. Of course, we know that. I'm pretty sure you would have solved similar kind of a problem. But we have, let's say, a word called madam. Whether you read it from left to right, M-A-D-A-M, it's still madam. Or if you're going to read it from right to left, M-A-D-A-M, madam. Okay. So over here, whether you read a word from forward or from backward, it is still the same word. That's what you call as a palindrome. Now, there are various ways using which you can solve this particular problem, but this problem is a little bit different because here you need to do a little bit of string manipulation. So, what is a valid palindrome? A phrase is a palindrome if after converting all the uppercase letter into lowercase letter,
after converting all the uppercase letters into lowercase letters and removing all non-alphanumeric characters. So we need to convert the characters, the letters into lowercase, and we need to remove all the non-alphanumeric characters. Non-alphanumeric characters means space, comma, colon. It should be removed. And if you then try to read it from forward or backward, it is technically going to be a palindrome. Because once I remove all the non-alphanumeric characters and I convert it into lowercase, if I read it from forward or from backward, it should still be the same word. Alphanumeric characters include letters and number. So we have been given a string S and we need to return true if it is a palindrome, or we are supposed to return false. Now we'll keep it simple. We'll come to this example one later, but we have this example to now race a car. So we have this word race a car. It is already in lowercase, but it consists of non-alphanumeric character. That is, it is having space. You are supposed to remove it. So this is going to be race a car. Now, if I'm going to read it from left to right, R-A-C-E. Here we have R-A-C-A. So this is not a palindrome. Okay, so the output should be false. Now, when we have this, a man, a plan, a canal, and Panama. So over here, guys, we have comma, we have colon, but we also have letters which are in uppercase. So we need to convert everything into lowercase. So it's going to be, let's say, A. There is a space. We need to remove that space. A-M, A-N. Remove the comma. A, P-L-A-N, A, C-A-N-A-L, and Panama. Okay. So over here, A-M, A-M. Over here we have AM, we have AN. So this over here, guys, is basically a palindrome. So we are supposed to return true. Is this part clear to everyone? So this is the problem that we will be solving in today's class. And the thing over here now, guys, all I want from you guys is just being consistent. As I've said in the day 0, that our main goal is not to learn fancy things, like once in a month or something. Our ultimate goal is to just be consistent, dedicate some time to our studies daily. And if we are able to build this kind of a system, I think we will be able to accomplish a lot of things in short period of time. One of the most difficult thing for a human being, okay, is to be consistent. One of the most difficult thing for a human being is to just be consistent. Right now I'm having this very high fever, okay? And I was telling my team, what should I do? Should I really record this particular class or should I take a break? And then I just thought for a moment that if I'm going to do that, I'm just going to break that entire routine of yours, even mine. So irrespective of what happens, throughout the day, it's my responsibility that the lecture gets published around 10 p.m. All right. And I just expect that you guys are staying consistent and studying with me on regular basis. That's all. Okay. You might have a very difficult day. Your mood is not right. Okay. You are tired. Okay. All these excuses, you can just ignore it off. You just need to make sure that you are dedicating some time of your entire day to accomplish things that matters, and it's going to help you achieve, better career transitions. Now, I hope you have understood this particular problem. So the first thing over here now, guys, is I'm going to explain you the entire logic, how we will be approaching this particular problem. I'm going to solve it with two ways. Okay. Once I have explained you the logic, once you have understood how this entire logic works, I want you guys to write the code. Once you have written the code, okay, I'm going to write the code so that you can just cross check both the code at your end. Now, without wasting time, let's get started over here. So over here, the first thing is I am going to create a class, okay, over here in my SDET 90 days interview prep. And let's call this particular package as com.day9. And we just want to solve one problem for today. And that problem is valid palindrome. Okay. So let's go back over here. Yeah. And we are going to have the main method. Control-Shift-F. Now, let's say we have a string input, and input is going to have the value a man, a plan, a canal, a nama. This is the one which I'm going to take it. I'm just going to place it over here. Now, what we will be doing is we will use the two pointers approach. But first, let's say what I want over here is I want to just somewhere down the lane remove the white spaces. We want to remove the white spaces. We want to remove this probably the comma and the colon. So we want to remove something, right? So technically we want to perform some kind of a modification over here. One thing that we have learned in the last class is that whenever you are going to have any modification, strings are basically what? Immutable. Strings are basically immutable. Modification is not allowed. Whenever you want to do any kind of modification, what you are supposed to use? String builder. String builder is mutable. String builder is going to be created in the heap memory. And string builder is thread safe. Okay. This chap is going to be thread safe. And because it is not thread safe, my bad. This chap is not thread safe. And because it is not thread safe, it is fast. Clear? Now, over here, guys, because we will be modifying this string a little bit, the modified string, I am going to store it inside string builder. So string builder SB equal to new string builder. Now, what we will be doing now, from this particular string, I want to traverse, okay, and get each of the characters. So what we will be doing, we will be converting it into a character array. So I'm going to say character array equal to input dot to character array. The moment you do this, input dot to character array, what is going to happen? You know, a character array will be created for you. Okay. And it is going to have the character A. Then there is going to be a space M A N comma. There is a space. Then there is going to be again a P L A N comma space A space C A N A L, okay, colon, and you're going to have a space and you're going to have the Panama over here, right? A M, whatever. I just don't have a little bit space left. I can just bring this chaff over here. Okay, M. Now, what we will be doing is we will be traversing. We will be traversing this array. So over here, I'm going to say for array, and over here, I'm going to use the for each loop. From this particular array, one by one, I want to get the character. So I'm going to get this character C. All right. Now, the first thing is, I want to check whether the character that I am trying to read over here, whether the character which I am trying to read over here, is it a space? Okay. Is it, non-alpha numeric? So how we can do that? I can say if character class, there is a class called character dot, is letter or digit. If it is letter or digit. So space, is it a letter? No. Comma, is it a letter? No. But A, M, A, N, they all are letter. There's no numbers also is fine because we want to make sure it's alphanumeric. So non-alpha numeric, we should just remove them off. So is letter or digit? C. Okay. So if character is a letter or digit, if this particular condition is true, then what we will be doing, we will be appending SB dot append C. That's all. That's all we are going to do. Now, if I just print SB for you guys over here, save this. Let's do a right click, run as Java application. Observe what happens. You see what has happened? Comma, space and colon. It is not there in this particular string builder, right? Now what we want over here is, see, the letters A and P, they are in uppercase, right? And for us, it has been told that if we want to check whether a string is in palindrome or not, everything needs to be converted into lowercase. So how we will do that? I can technically convert this string builder to lowercase, but I'm not going to do this chap. I'm going to actually convert the character itself into lowercase. So over here, I'm going to say character dot to lowercase c. Now, some of you guys will be thinking, Arey Jatin, why did you convert the character itself? The simple reason over here, guys, is I just want this string builder to have everything in lowercase because here only I'm appending the characters, na? So it's better to convert those character itself into lowercase, okay, when we are creating this string builder. All right. Now, if I'm going to save this and I'm going to click on the play button, you will notice all the characters of the string builder are in lowercase. Now, what we will be doing is we will be converting this string builder to string. So I'm going to create a string called, let's say, cleaned input. The reason I'm going to call it cleaned input is because we have removed all the non-alpha numeric characters. So commas and colons have been removed now, and we have also converted it into lowercase. So I'm going to say string cleaned input equal to sb dot to string. So this is how you convert string builder to string. Next, I'm going to have string reversed input, and that is pretty simple. I'm going to say sb dot reverse dot to string. That's it. So I got the cleaned input, and here I'm trying to reverse the string builder and I'm converting it into the string. So we just have to compare the two strings. We can simply use a simple if else statement. I'm going to say if cleaned input dot equals reversed string input, it basically means that it is a valid palindrome. Else, I'm going to say it's not invalid palindrome. Save it. Click on the play button. It's a valid palindrome. Let's change this chap. Let's call this as Jatin, just changing one word over here. So if I'm going to click on the play button, invalid palindrome. We were having this another string now. race car. So if I'm going to save it, click on the play button. It's an invalid palindrome. Let's check for madam. Save it. Click on the play button. It's a valid palindrome. Done and dusted. So this is the logic of this particular program using string builder. And over here, we are using the inbuilt methods. Okay. And we are technically creating a string builder. We are reversing it and we are checking whether the cleaned input is equal to the reversed input. That's it. So I want you guys to pause this particular video, write this particular code at your end. Okay. So at least you should be aware of one approach over here. Once this is done, we will look at the optimal solution, which is to use the two-pointer approach. All right. Quickly write this particular code at your end. All right, guys, I hope you have written the code. Now let's try to understand the second approach using which we can check whether a string is palindrome or not. And that is going to be two pointers approach. So in the last class, we already introduced the two pointer approach. We're going to do a revision here again. Now, the thing is, whenever you're talking about two pointer approach, the first thing you need to remember is you need to have some kind of an array. All right. So over here, we were having the string, and this particular string, we were converting it into a character array. The moment array comes into picture, two pointer can be applied. So over here, let's try to understand how we will be using two pointer approach over here. So the first thing, guys, is we will be having a string. All right. And let's keep it very simple. I'm going to have a string input, right? Input is going to be what? Madam. Now we know that this is a palindrome. Perfect. But I want to apply a two pointer approach and check whether it is a palindrome or not. So I'm going to convert it into a character array. So we will be using the input dot to character array. Perfect. So this is M, this is A, this is D, this is A. So this is going to be the zeroth index, first, second, third, fourth. Perfect. And we will be having M over here. We're going to have A over here. We're going to have D over here. We're going to have A over here. We're going to have M over here. Perfect. Now, when we are talking about two pointer approach, we are going to have technically two pointers, and one pointer I'm going to call it as left. Okay, which is going to take care of the leftmost element, technically the element which is there on the zeroth index. So we are going to initialize left variable with 0. Then we will be having another pointer. Let's use a different color. And this is going to be called right. And right is going to be initialized with 4, the last element inside our array. Now I can say int right is going to be equal to 4. Now here's the thing, guys. Whenever you are initializing right, never ever hardcode the value. What you can do over here is, instead of putting 4, I can say your array reference. Let's say the array reference over here is A. Okay. So I'm going to say A dot length -1. Length is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 minus 1 is going to be 4. Perfect. Now, the thing is, for this particular string to be a palindrome, whatever the element which is there on the left index should be equal to the element which is there on the right index. I'm repeating it again. For this particular string to be a palindrome, whatever the element which is available on the left index should be equal to the element which is available on the right index. Cross check. M should be equal to M. A should be equal to A. And we just have one character, so we can ignore that. Makes sense, right? So this string can only become a palindrome when A of left is going to be equal to A of right. If they are not equal, it means it is not a palindrome. So
what we will be do is I'm going to have the one major condition if A of left should be equal to A of right. If this particular stuff is true, okay, it can be a palindrome. But let's assume that it is not equal to. Over here, this is B. B-A-D-A-M. If the character which is there on the left index is not equal to the character which is there on the right index, even if one of these conditions is not working, if this particular stuff is not equal, it is definitely not a palindrome. So we are looking to check whether A of left is not equal to A of right. Are you getting the point? Because if this condition becomes true, A of left is not equal to A of right, it is not palindrome for sure. All right. Now, the thing is, in our main question, we are going to have characters which are going to be in uppercase. We are also going to have characters which are going to be non-alphanumeric, right? So over here, this comparison needs to be done only for alphanumeric characters. So what we want, if there is going to be a letter which is going to be in uppercase, let's say over here, this M is a capital M. So over here, capital M is not equal to lowercase m. That is true. But the thing is, they both are same letter. They both are same letter. So I have to make sure that the character casing is taken into consideration. We are converting the character into lowercase. And how we can do that? We can do that with the help of character class, character.to lowercase. Here also I'm going to do character dot to lowercase. All right, lowercase this chap. Makes sense. So we will be converting this capital M into lower m. And then we will be doing the comparison. This takes care of the casing. Now one more thing. We will be having space. We will be having comma as well as colon and different symbols. So we are only supposed to focus on those indexes which are having letters or digits. We are only supposed to focus on those indexes, those left and right pointers which are going to have letters or digits. Anything apart from that, we are supposed to ignore. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to have a check. Okay. Over here, let's assume we have an index over here as well as here. So this is 0, probably this is going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and 6. We have a space over here and we have an @ sign. Okay. So the right is going to be over here, left is going to be over here. Now, we will first check this particular index. Okay. The value which is there on this particular index, is it not a letter or a digit? It is not a letter or a digit, right? Perfect. Because if you remember, we have a method character dot is letter or digit. Okay. Digit. So over here, if I'm going to give a space basically means that, hey, this chap is not a letter or a digit. So this is going to give me false. I'm going to put a not over here. What is opposite of false? True. Because we got a particular character which is not a letter or digit, what we are supposed to do? We are supposed to increment. We are not supposed to use this particular chap. We are going to use, or we're going to check the next index. Okay, the next value. Same over here. If this is going to be @ is this a letter or a digit? No. So this is going to be false. False opposite is not a false is true. Because it is true, we are supposed to decrement right. This also condition we are supposed to use. So this is something that we will be using in our two-pointer approach now. So what we will do now, I'm going to duplicate this chap quickly. And over here, let's remove all these things. Okay. I'm going to create a method over here called is Palindrome. Okay, that's the name of the method. And I'm going to pass the method or this input string over here. So let's quickly create this particular stuff. And this particular method is going to return me true or false. Okay. So over here, I'm going to create my left pointer. Left is going to be equal to 0. And we are going to have this input. No? So I'm going to say first have the conversion and convert the string into a character array. So I'm going to say char a equal to input dot to character array. And let's put a array reference over here. And this is going to be int right equal to a dot length minus 1. Perfect. Next, while left is going to be less than right. In two-pointer approach, the left pointer is going to focus on the first half of the array, and the right pointer is going to focus on the last half part of that particular array. So over here, while left is less than right, what we will do, we are again going to check while left is less than right and character dot is letter or digit. Over here, we're going to take this particular chap, put it off over here, square bracket of left. Whatever is there on the left index, if it is not a letter or digit, it means that it is alphanumeric. It's non-alphanumeric. It's probably a symbol. So I'm going to say increment the left. This is important that inside a while loop, we'll have another while loop. And again, we're going to do the same stuff for right. And we're going to say right minus minus. Then you're going to do the comparison. If character dot to lowercase, take this particular a of right or whatever, put it off over here. Let's put a of left because that's better. Okay. Character dot to lowercase a of left not equal to, okay, character a of right. Okay, if they are not equal to each other, I'm just going to return false. Okay. If after all these things, this thing remains, like we are able to complete this particular loop, and we will be completing the loop by what? Making sure that we are incrementing left and decrementing right. Outside the loop, I'm just going to return true. So if we are able to return true, it basically means that it is a palindrome. We are supposed to increment the left and decrement the right. If you notice, this is the exact two-pointer approach wala logic. Okay. And let's see what is getting printed over here. Save it. Click on the play button. True. This is a palindrome. Now let's check for the main stuff. Let's copy this. Paste it over here. Keeping the fingers crossed. Let's click on the play button. True. I just change it to something else. Okay. Probably Jatin. False. It's not a palindrome. Okay. Let's say Presipka. Save it. Click on the play button. And false. Okay. So again, this is a very interesting problem, guys. Please make sure that you solve it off properly. The main thing over here, guys, is the reason we are using a while loop and not just the if condition is because what if there are multiple special characters popping up over there? Okay, one after the other. So let's say over here I was having at the rate again. So I have to keep on shifting towards the right. I have to keep on decrementing the right, or I'm supposed to keep on incrementing the left till the time I find a alphanumeric character. All right. The moment your A of left is not going to be equal to A of right, it means that it is not a palindrome. So that's the reason I'm directly returning false. We don't really need to check all the characters. If even one match is failing, it is not a barrier. But after completing the entire loop, okay, if you are able to reach over here, it means that all the characters are matching and it is technically a palindrome. That's it. Pause this particular video, quickly write it down at your end. Okay, this is a very important problem. It has been asked a lot of time and you have to approach it with the 2 pointers one. But for some reason in your interview, you're not able to do that. You go with the first one, at least write some logic and show your entire approach in your interviews. Okay. Now, if you have watched this particular video till here, make sure you mark your attendance. Now, tomorrow's class, I will be taking a very important interview question. Okay, again, it is going to be a coding question. But the thing is, all the questions which I'll be covering in the series are all commonly asked questions. So please make sure, guys, you are studying these lectures properly and on regular basis. Don't miss and create a pretty big backlog for yourself. It's going to become very difficult. Okay, and we want to make sure that during your notice period, we are able to get more and more job calls. We're able to, prepare for the interviews fast. So what you need to study in your 90 days notice period, this is what it is. Okay. Stay consistent. You're going to do just fine. Signing off as Jatin. Thank you so much for your time. I'm going to see you guys in the next one. Till then, take care. Bye-bye. Welcome back to the channel, guys, and I hope you guys are doing pretty good. This is going to be the day 10 of our 90 days SDET interview preparation series. Do let me know in the comment section how was the entire series so far. Are you really enjoying this entire series? And if you feel that your QA friends are going to get a little bit benefit from this particular series, please share this particular series with them. Now, in today's class, we will be taking another important interview question. This particular question was sent to me by Anandita. Now, if you guys are giving QA interviews, your SDET interviews and all, please share your questions with me over the LinkedIn. I'll be happy to take these questions for you guys. Let's make this entire channel the one-stop place where you can prepare for your SDET interviews faster. Now, in this particular question, guys, we have been given a string array. So the input which you see is basically a string array. And we have certain words inside this particular array. Anandita is in the interview. Now the interviewer wants us to manipulate the array in such a way that the output of that particular array, when you're printing it on the console, should be Anandita, the in is interview. Now, if you have studied the last 2 classes with me properly, you should be able to come up with at least some logic to solve this particular problem. Yes. Do you notice some pattern over here? Let me help you out over here, guys. Observe. See, over here, Anandita is on the 0th index, of course. Is on the 1st, this is on 2nd, this is on 3rd, this is on 4th. Now, when the array is getting printed after the manipulation, Anandita is still on the 0th index and interview is on the 4th index. But something is changing over here. And what is changing? See, is, which was here, is now here. In is at same place. The is coming over here. What do you call this? Reverse. Yes, there's a reversal which is happening. Is in the, reverse it off. The in is. And whenever you're going to deal with any kind of reversal, which technique you're going to use? Two-pointer approach. Why we're going to use two-pointer approach? We also have an array. Can I create 2 pointers? But the thing is, till now I was creating the pointer and I was initializing left as 0 and right will be initialized with the last element input dot length -1. But we don't want to change the position of Anandita in interview. Then what? We will be initializing left with 1 and we will be initializing right with not input dot length -1 but input dot length -2 because we need to reverse from the second last element. Then apply your two-pointer approach. Now, I hope you have understood this particular logic. What I want you guys to do now is pause this particular video, quickly write this particular code at your end. I have explained you the logic. Now, I want you guys to first write this particular program. If you guys get stuck anywhere, you guys can watch the part where I will be writing the code for the sync. All right, quickly get started. All right, guys, I hope you guys have written the code. Now, the thing is, I'll be writing the code for the same. You guys can just quickly cross-check my code with yours. So over here, I am literally going to copy this particular input. I'm going to go back to my Eclipse. Let's close this particular chat. Let's delete this. I've already created the package com.dateend. I'm going to create a new class. Let's call this particular class as array manipulation. Oopsie. Alrighty. Then we will be having the main method, Control Shift F. Let's zoom in a little bit. Let's bring this guy down. And now we will be having our string array. So this is going to be called string. Is this chap over here? And I'm going to call this as input. Okay, which is an array. And this square bracket, I'm going to replace it with this chap. Okay. So this is my array. Next, what I'm going to do is I'm going to create my left and right pointer. Int left is going to be initialized with 1, not 0, because we will be focusing from here. And then I'm going to have int right equal to your input dot length -2, not this particular element. This element we'll be focusing on. So I'm going to say input dot length -2. Okay. Now I'm going to have a while loop and the logic remains exactly same. Left is going to be less than right. Perfect. Then what we will be doing? We will be creating a temporary variable because we are supposed to do the swap. Is and the, they need to be swapped. So I'm creating a temporary variable and then I'm going to say temp is going to get the value from the input of left. Technically we are creating a backup. Then I'm going to say input square bracket of right is going to give the value to input square bracket of left. And finally, I'm going to say your input square bracket of right is going to get the value from temp. Is this correct? Right? Is this correct? Is this entire loop correct? Or I am missing anything? See guys, over here we have this swapping done. Once the swapping has done, we are supposed to increment the left and decrement the right. Okay? So over here I'm going to say left plus plus and right minus minus, and you are done. So what I'll do is I'll first print the array. Okay, one quick shortcut. If you just want to print the array, don't write the for loop and all. Just say arrays dot toString, and here you give input. Done. It's going to print the values, the elements inside this particular array in a string format. Take this particular chap, you print it over here also. Once this entire loop gets completed, right click, run as Java application. And what do you notice? Anindita is in the interview. Anindita, the in is interview. Done and dusted. All right. So that's it, guys. A very simple program that we have covered over here. Now, this particular program becomes simple because we have already solved similar questions in the past. So please make sure, guys, you solve the questions properly. Today is Friday. Saturday and Sunday, I will not be releasing the lecture. So use Saturdays and Sundays for your revision. Now, I will be seeing you guys on Monday. If you guys are interested in the notes you will be finding it in the YouTube Tech with Jatin membership. So if you have not joined the membership, I will highly recommend. And now I'm going to see you guys in the next one. Till then, take care. Bye-bye. Welcome back to the channel, guys, and I hope you guys are doing pretty good. So today is Monday, and I hope you did not have any of your Monday blues, and I hope today was a well productive day for you guys. Do let me know in the comment section how was your Monday. And today is going to be the day 11 of our 90 days SDET interview preparation series. If you guys have been watching this entire series for some time, you guys know that I upload the lectures Monday to Friday at 10 p.m. IST. Saturdays and Sundays, I'm not going to upload the lecture. But that doesn't mean that you're not going to study on Saturdays and Sundays. Saturdays and Sundays, we have kept that particular time only and only for revision. So whatever you guys are going to study over the weekdays with me, please make sure that you are revisiting those topics over these weekends. All right? No matter what technology you are studying, okay, you might keep on studying new and new topics every single day. But if you are not revisiting those topics on regular basis, your entire effort is going to get wasted. Trust me on that. Now, in today's class, guys, we will be taking a very hybrid approach for the lecture. We will be focusing on coding question. Along with that, we will be focusing on Selenium WebDriver interview questions. All the questions which I will be taking in today's class has been asked for the company called Find. The notes for this particular lecture, you are going to find in the YouTube Tech with Jatin membership. So if you want to access today's notes as well as you want to access the notes of the old lecture, please join the YouTube Tech with Jatin membership. Also, guys, there is going to be a part 2 for this particular lecture where I will be focusing on the scenario-driven questions. And that lecture is going to be available for the members. So, if you're really interested, you're enjoying the entire series with me, do check the YouTube Tech with Jatin membership. Now, I hope you guys are ready. And without wasting time, let's get started with today's class. So, over here, guys, these are all the Selenium WebDriver interview questions that we will be focusing. Okay. So, what is select class? What are the other ways to handle a drop down? Write the XPath to find the login page. We're going to focus on all these questions. But my approach to take these questions for today is not in a theoretical way. The notes are there, I know that. But the thing is, we will be writing some Selenium scripts. All right. So today's class is going to be more of an hands-on kind of a stuff. The question that we will be focusing first is going to be the coding question. And I have already covered this particular question probably in some old videos. But again, it has been asked for this particular company and it's my job to take this particular question. So I'm going to take that stuff. The question is, find the first max and second max number from the list. We need to find the first maximum as well as the second maximum numbers from the list. And I can tell you something, that this particular question has been asked so many times that you really can't, miss this particular question. You have to prepare for this particular question properly. Okay. Now, how we are going to approach this particular question is, first I'm going to explain you the logic. Okay. First, I'll just explain you the logic on the blackboard. Once we understand this particular logic, we will be writing the code. But first, you're going to write the code. I'll be explaining the logic. You guys write the code. If you get stuck somewhere, you can watch the part where I have written the code for the same. All right. I hope you guys are ready. Now, over here, guys, let's open the blackboard quickly. Perfect. Now, over here, the interviewer is telling us ki Baba, you find the first max and the second max from the list. Okay. When I was working in Infosys now, way back in 2013, okay, and I guess the client over there was Hospira. So when I was giving the client around, they had asked me this particular question. Okay, they wanted to know the second max number. Okay. Now over here we have a list. For simplicity, I'm going to take an array. Okay, keeping life simple. I have an array. This particular array is going to have some numbers. 10, 2, 5, 6. Okay, very simple. 10, 2, 5, 6. That's it. Tell me which is the largest number. You're going to say 10. Tell me the second largest number. 2, 5, 6. Which is the second largest number? 6. So that should be the output of this particular program. We should be printing the largest as well as the second largest number. Now, let me ask you, how will you approach this particular problem? Like, Jatin, very simple, very simple. Just sort this particular array. Okay. Either in ascending or descending, just sort it off. Let's sort it in ascending order. 2, 5, 6, 10. All right. We do some kind of a sort and we get the elements like this, 2, 5, 6, 10. Now what do you want? The largest. Largest is going to be the last element. So if this is A, okay, the array reference. So I'm going to do A dot length minus 1. I'm going to get the largest element. And if I do A dot length minus 2, this is going to give me the second largest element. So index is going to be 0, 1, 2, 3. Length is 4. 4 minus 1 is 3. So you're going to get this particular element. Length is 4. 4 minus 2 is 2. You're going to get the second largest element. Right? Pretty simple, no? If you write this particular code in your interview, definitely you're going to get rejected. Okay. Sorting is a very expensive operation. Understand this thing. Whenever you decide to do a sorting, sorting should be the last resort. Okay. You should not use sorting. Okay. You should not use sorting unless you're not able to come up with any other options. Okay. Make a note of this particular point. Because I've seen people, they think that if I'm going to do a sorting now, I'll be able to just access the last and the second last element. And I'm going to get the largest, the second largest, third largest, all the elements, whatever I need. Which is correct. But the problem is with this operation. This operation is a very expensive operation. Okay. Now, how will we approach this particular problem? So, of course, we are not going to use sorting. What we will be doing now is we will be working or we will be using a technique of assumptions. Okay? We will be using a technique of assumption. We will traverse this particular array. That's for sure. Okay? So we are going to traverse all the elements in this particular array one by one. And we will decide whether that particular number is the largest, second largest. Clear? So what we will be doing is we will be creating two variables. First, max. And I'm going to create the second variable. Second, max. Because I need the first max and the second max. So I have two variables, first max and second max. And I'm going to initialize this particular variable with something. Okay? The reason I'm going to initialize it with certain value is because what these two variables mean for me is that the first maximum number is going to be stored over here. Whatever is there inside the first maximum is the biggest or the largest number. Whatever is going to be there in the second max is the second largest number. So I am assuming that whatever is going to be kept in the first max or whatever is kept in the first max is the largest number. Whatever is kept in the second max is the second largest number. But the question is what we should initialize it with. Yeah. You are supposed to initialize it with a number which is not there in this particular array. And I know what you guys are thinking, ki Jatin, let's initialize it with 0. What if 0 is present over here? Then you're going to say that, Jatin, we need to initialize it with a negative number. What if there is a negative number? Then what? So what we will be doing now, we will not just initialize it with some random number, okay, like 0 or something. We are going to initialize it with the smallest integer value. Okay, the smallest integer value. So over here, I'm going to say that, hey, this integer max, I'm going to initialize it with integer dot min underscore value. Here also I'm going to say integer dot min underscore value. Is this part clear to everyone? For your simplicity, assume right now that smallest integer value for us is 0. It is not 0. It is a very big negative number. Okay. I'll show you when I'll be writing the code, but for now you assume that it is going to be 0. So what we have done is we have taken an assumption. I'm assuming that first max, whatever is there in the first max is the largest value. Whatever is there in the second max is the second largest value. Now I will try to traverse this particular array. And whenever I am going to traverse this particular array, I am going to use something which is called as the for each loop. For, from this particular array, I'm going to try to get one by one all the values. So we are traversing this array. First time number is going to get 10, second time it is going to get 2, third time it is going to get 5, fourth time it is going to get 6. In each of the iterations, I'm going to get these respective numbers. Okay? Now, what we will be doing is we will check something. What we will check? We will check if the number that I'm having from this particular array, if it is greater than the first max which I was assuming, then what? Then what? If the number which I am getting from the array is greater than the first max, we are assuming first max is 0 right now. So number is what? 10, right? The first element I'm going to get 10 is greater than 0. Condition is 2. I got a number which is greater than first max. Then what happened? What happened over here is we found a number which is greater than the first max which I was assuming. Then whatever I'm having is not the largest number. Is not the largest number. This can be the largest number. So over here, I will update first max with the number. So the first max will technically store 10. Hold on. You see, I have left some space over here. The reason for that is, if whatever was there in the first max, okay, whatever was there in the first max is less than number, okay, is less than number. So I'm going to update first max with number. But it also means that whatever was there in the first max is actually the second max, right? Whatever I had stored in the first max initially is not the largest number. If it is not the largest number, then it is going to be the second largest number. So here I'm going to update second max with first max. Okay? And then I'm going to update first max with number. So over here, this 0 will be copied and put in the second max. And over here, first max will be updated with 10. Will be updated with 10. Now, can I ask you something? When this thing has happened, have we got the first max? Did we get the first max? First max is 10, na? I got the 10. So, first max is updated with 10. We need to take care of the second max. So, in the first iteration, technically, I got the first max. Now, A is going to give me the second number. So, A is going to give me 2. So, number is technically going to have 2 inside it. Now, again, check for this particular condition. Number greater than first max. Number is what? Number is 2. 2 greater than first max. What is first max? First max is 10. Is 2 greater than 10? Is 2 greater than 10? No. 2 is not greater than 10. So this cannot be the first max. So first max is not going to be updated. But if it is not greater than first max, shouldn't we check whether this particular number, is it greater than second max? Right? So over here, I'm going to have an else if, and I'm going to check whether number is greater than second max, and the number should not be, it should not be, it should be less than first max. That's what you need to focus on. Okay, it should be less than first max. Are you getting the point? So either the number should be greater than second max, and the number should be less than, or you can probably say equal to first max. So over here, what is going to happen? Number is what? number is 2. 2 greater than 0. Condition is true. And 2 less than or equal to 10. This also is true. Since both the condition is true, meaning whatever I got, this number can be the second max. So I'm going to update the second max over here. So second max is going to be equal to number. Now, over here, for 2, what is going to happen? Number is going to be greater than second max. 2 is greater than 0. Update second max. Second max is going to be updated with 2. Now observe carefully. For these two elements, 10 and 2, first max is storing 10. Second max is storing 2. Is it storing the correct value? Right? Now, let's go and take the next number, which is 5. Okay? 5. Again, number is going to be 5. If number is greater than first max, 5 greater than 10, condition false. This is not going to be executed. Check in the else if number greater than second max, number is what? 5 greater than second max. Second max is right now storing 2. Okay, it is greater than 2. Condition is true. And 5 less than or equal to 10. Condition is true here also. Since both the condition is true, what is going to happen? Second max is going to be updated. Second max is going to get the value from the number. Number is 5. So second max is going to be updated with 5. So now for 10, 2 and 5, first max is 10. Second max is 5. Are we correct over here? Yes or no? Yes or no? Perfect. Now we're going to take the next number, which is 6. Number is going to be 6 now. Okay, again check. 6. Let's use a different color, orange. 6 greater than first max. First max is 10. Condition false. If block is not going to be executed, it's going to go to the else. Else if number greater than second max. Number is 6. 6 greater than second max is 5. Condition true. 6 less than or equal to 10. Condition is true. We are using and. Since both the conditions are true, it is going to execute the else if block. Second max is equal to number. Second max is going to be updated with 6. And for this particular array, guys, this all the elements, your first max is 10, second max is 6. This was the output. Done and dusted. This is what you call a single pass approach. Please make a note of this particular point. This technique that we have used is single pass. What do you mean by single pass? Single pass basically means that in one iteration only, I will be traversing all the elements. Okay. Once the traverse has been completed, I will be aware of the first max and the second max. Trust me, guys, this particular question has been asked a lot of time and it's a easy winner. Once you understand the logic, you cannot go wrong. Okay. So please make sure that you practice it off pretty well. Now, I hope you guys have understood the logic. I'm going to give you exactly 5 minutes time. Okay. Start writing the code, launch your Eclipse, create an array reference, use array only, like how I have created, use this particular array only, 10, 2, 5, 6, create the first max, second max, initialize it with integer.min_value, integer.min_value, and also try to print out what is there inside integer.min_value. You'll observe that that value is a very big, huge negative integer. This is the smallest integer value that an int can store inside it. Smallest integer value that an int can store inside it. Alright? And then you are going to use the... I hope you guys have written the code, guys. Now let me just quickly write this particular code. So I have this com.11 package. I'm going to quickly create this particular class. Call this particular class as what? Okay. First max and second max. That's something that we have. I'm going to zoom a little bit And over here, I'm going to quickly introduce the main method. Control Shift F, fix the formatting, minimize this chap, Control S. Let's bring this guy over here. The first thing is I'm going to quickly create an array reference. A is my array reference over here. And I'm going to give the values like 10. What was the next one? 2, 5, 6, something like this, right? So we have the array over here and we want to find the first max as well as the second max, right? So the first thing is I am going to create two variable which is going to be first max, and first max is going to be initialized with integer dot what? Min value. I hope you guys have checked what is the value of integer dot min value. If not, let me just copy this, print it over here, click on the play button, kaboom. Okay, -214748368. Pretty sure none of us will be remembering this particular number. So this is a very huge negative number. This is something that is there, and this is the smallest integer number that you can store inside a int variable. Okay, so your int right memory can actually store this as the smallest value. Okay, can it store something less than this? No, it's not going to happen. Now over here we got this first max. We are assuming whatever is there inside the first max is the biggest or the largest value that we are initializing with this integer dot min underscore value. Similarly, we will create another variable called second max. Okay, now what are you gonna do? You're gonna use single pass. Single pass basically means what? You're gonna iterate over this particular array. So I'm going to say for A, and one by one I'm going to get all the numbers. So this number is my temporary variable, and all the values from the array 10, 2, 5, 6 is going to come inside this number. So just to show you that also, system.out.println number, not num. Okay, save this, click on the play button. You will notice 10, 2, 5, 6 is getting printed on my console. Perfect. Now what we want is we will check if the number that we're getting from the array, if it is greater than first max. Then what you're going to do, you are going to update the first max and the second max, right? That's what we do need to do. So first you're going to update the second max. Second max is going to get the value from the first max, and the first max is going to get updated with number, right? Else if, okay, if the number is less than the first max, you're going to check if the number is greater than your second max. So I'm going to check if number is greater than second max, and this is important, your number should be less than or equal to first max. Okay, and over here I'm just going to update my second max. Second max is equal to be number. Done, dusted, finish. Control Shift F. Let me zoom out a little bit, and then I'm going to do system.out.println. The first max is this chap, sys out. Second max is going to be this chap. Let's click on the play button, and if this works, we got 10 and 6 printed on the console. Alright, I hope you guys have written the code so far. Perfect. Now there is one more variation of this particular program that you should remember. A lot of time in interview, they will ask you find the third max. Okay, and then you will say that Jatin, you did not teach us how to find the third max. It's the same thing. We are going to create another variable over here which is going to be called as third max. Okay. Okay. Then you're going to check if number is greater than first max. If it is greater than first max, you're going to update third max with second max. Third max is going to get updated with second max. Second max is going to be updated with first max. First max is going to be updated with number. Over here, second max is getting updated with number, but we also have the third number to take care of. So third max is going to be updated with second max. This is also we will take care of. And one more thing we're going to have, else. Okay, something went wrong over here. Let me just check. Else if, okay, number is greater than third max and number is less than or equal to second max. Same thing I'm writing over here. I'm gonna say third max equal to number, and if everything is working properly, I will be able to get the third max also. Okay, so if I'm gonna click on the play button, bring this guy up, 1065, right? I got the third max also. So this variation is also asked a lot of time in interview. What happens is people are aware of the first max and second max, okay, but they don't know how to do with the third max. This is the most optimum solution because we will get the first max, second max, third max in one iteration itself. Okay, so single pass approach over here. Quickly practice this code also at your end. Okay, write in your notebook that if you want to find the third max, you're going to introduce the third max variable. In the first condition statement, you are just going to update third max with second max. Because if we found a number which is greater than the first max, meaning first max is going to get updated with number, second max is going to get updated with first max. Whatever was there inside the first max will be given to second max, and whatever was there in the second max will be given to third max. Similarly, we will check if the number is less than, or I will probably say greater than second max, but it is less than the first max. Then this condition is going to come into picture. Since the number is greater than second max, whatever is there in the second max is actually the third max. So that's what is getting happening over here. And second max is getting updated with number. But if the number is greater than third max, you're just going to update the third max with number. That's it. Pretty simple, pretty straightforward. That's all. All right. So this is all we had for this particular coding question. Now back to the modes over here, guys. Over here, the questions that we have now is related to Selenium WebDriver. Now, the thing is, most of us know that when you're working with drop-down, select class comes into picture, right? What is the purpose of select class? Select class is basically used to automate or handle your drop-down. Perfect. But the interviewer wants to check how will you automate the drop down apart from your select class. And this thing now is very important. Okay, if you have the notes, please make sure that you highlight question number 2. How will you handle drop down apart from select class? I think so in the past, there was this one assignment that I have worked with, which was your red bus automation. Okay. If you haven't solved that particular assignment, it's a pretty awesome assignment. Please solve it off over there, where we are automating the red bus application. And over there was a drop down. Okay. And the way I handled the drop down was not with the help of select class, but using some custom approach. So the same thing I'm going to do it over here, but the thing is I don't want to use Redbus. Okay, I didn't want to use yatra.com and all. I'm going to use github.com. Okay, today we will be automating github.com account creation. All right. And then there are questions related to XPath, right? XPath to find login button. Locators in Selenium WebDriver. This is a theoretical question. Okay. Everyone knows that there are 8 Selenium locators. ID, name, CSS selector, your XPath, your class name, your tag name, your link text, partial link text, right? So everyone is aware about these locators. We'll definitely go through this theory answer. But one thing that you want to remember about your locator is that all the locators have a type. What is the data type of locator? What is the data type of locator? Data type of locator is by class. Data type of locator is by class. Difference between find elements and find elements. Everyone is aware of that. Find element is going to find the first visible element. Find elements is going to give you the list of web elements. That's something that we'll go through. Difference between the different types of wait. Okay, implicit wait, explicit wait, fluent wait. Have you used explicit wait? Where we have used it in the automation framework? If you have studied a little bit of the Selenium WebDriver with me, browser utility class, over there I have used it. And what is implicit wait? So these are the questions that we will be covering now. But here's the thing, guys. The best way to remember these questions, right, is not to mug up the answers. I see a lot of time people try to mug up all those 100, 200 interview question bank which is floating on LinkedIn. People try to sell it off on TopMate and all. It's not worth it. Trust me, it's not worth it. Okay, you don't remember the last reel that you watched. Okay, how will you remember 200 interview questions? It doesn't make sense. So the best way to learn anything, remember anything is by building projects. Trust me on that. Apart from that, nothing else I think works. Okay. So what we will be doing now is we will play with a little bit of your github.com. Okay. We'll try to work on automating the account creation of github.com, and while automating all those things, I will discuss all these interview questions. Once we have done that, we'll come back to this particular document again, revisit all these questions. Perfect. I hope you guys are ready now. Now guys, we have been told that find the XPath of a particular login page. Now for that we need a login page, and as I've said that I'll be majorly focusing on github.com. So what we will be doing now, guys, we will go to github.com. This is the github.com website, and we will try to automate the sign up page. We'll keep things simple. I don't want you guys to find the sign up locator and all those things. Let's just chuck this thing. We're going to go to sign up, and probably this is going to be the URL, right? github.com/sign up. Now, I hope you guys have added the Selenium WebDriver dependency in your project. So if I just go to the pom.xml file, and if I scroll down, you will notice that I have Selenium and I have TestNG. The reason I've kept these two chaps over here is because I don't know, in future probably I need to write some test scripts and all. That's the reason I have added TestNG also. But for now, I just want to focus only and only on Selenium WebDriver. Now, first thing first, I'm going to quickly create a class, and I'm going to call this particular class as GitHub account automation. I don't know. This is the only name that's popping up in my mind. If you guys have better name, you can use that. And this is that particular class. I'm going to introduce the main method, Control-Shift-F. Now, the next thing I'm going to do is we're going to use WebDriver WD equal to new Chrome driver. Right? This is something right now every person who has been studying automation here and there, they are technically aware of this particular line. WebDriver WD is equal to new Chrome driver. Now, here's one thing that you should really remember about this statement. And this is something which is really important. See, you need to understand whose object is going to be created. And most of the time, people are going to say that, Ari Jatin, this is simple. You're going to create the object of a class. No, that's not the point. The thing over here is, we will always create the object of the child class. So Chrome driver technically is the ultimate child. Okay? Chrome driver is technically the ultimate child in this entire WebDriver hierarchy. The second thing that comes into picture is we are talking about WebDriver. What is WebDriver? WebDriver over here, guys, is basically the interface, and I'm pretty sure you guys are aware of this point also. But here's one thing. When you're talking about interfaces, you're talking about abstract classes, you're talking about parent classes, okay, interfaces, abstract classes, and parent classes. They will always be reference variable. Make a note of this particular point. WebDriver, your interfaces, abstract classes, parent classes, these are all going to be your reference variable. Object is always going to be created of your child class. Now, having said this, what I just technically want to launch the browser. So how do you launch the browser? Just by writing WebDriver W equal to new Chrome driver. So if I'm going to save this and I'm going to click on the play button, if everything is working the way I want, a browser should be launched. Done and dusted. This is where your browser is launched. And over here, the next thing that I am looking for is I want to go to that particular website. So I'm going to say wd dot get, and I'm going to give the URL, which is this chap. I'm not going to take this reference CT and all those things. You are just going to copy till https://github.com/sign up. This is the only thing which I'm going to need, and I'm going to paste it over here. Save it, click on the play button, and voila. This is the page that we have. And I'm going to have the email address, password, username. There's a drop down that we need to work on. There is this checkbox, and I'm going to click on create account. Okay. Probably I'm not going to click on create account, but at least we're going to just fill all these details. All right. So quickly write this particular code at your end. Just 2 lines of code. Quickly write it down. All right, guys. I hope you have written the code so far. Now, one more thing. The thing is, I want this particular browser to be launched in maximized mode. How are you going to do that? Sometimes people are going to say that you're going to use wd.manage.window.maximize, right? This is the whole script that you're going to probably tell me to write it down. Of course, it's going to work, but I think there's a better way to do that. Instead of writing this, you're going to say Chrome options. Chrome options is a class equal to new Chrome options dot add argument. Okay, and I'm going to give one of the argument _start maximized. All right, and let's put a semicolon over here. Take this options chap, put it off over here, save it, click on the play button. Voila, right? Everything is like the entire browser is in maximized mode. Perfect. Just quickly introduce these 2 lines. Okay, this is also important. So what is Chrome options technically going to do? It is supposed to, like manage your entire Chrome browser, and it is going to do that during the loading, the launching of your browser. Okay, when you're going to use wd.manage.window.maximize, what is going to happen is that your browser is going to be launched in the default screen size, meaning if I just remove this and I'm going to click on the play button, you will notice that it is in small size right now, and then it gets maximized. That's the only difference. Okay. So if you want that during the launch itself, it has to be in the maximized mode, you're going to use the Chrome options. And ideally, this is technically a better approach to do this thing. Okay. Perfect. Now let's get started with automating this job. First thing first, we see this email text box, right? We need to find this particular element. So what we will be doing, you know that, you're going to right click, click on inspect. Right click, click on inspect. A lot of time now, people use these different, what do you call as locator finding tools, which are available over the internet. Okay. It's not that it's a bad tool or something, but it technically affects your learning. All right. In interviews, no one is going to tell you that, okay, you are supposed to use a certain tool. So you first understand the fundamentals. Okay. You need to be comfortable to read the elements, understand what is the hierarchy. Are you getting the point? So when you are studying with me, please don't use tools. Okay. I'm not going to use the tools. So please make sure you also make it a habit that you try to find the element by yourself. Are you getting the point? Anyways, so over here, we have a very simple text box, which is email. And looking at this particular element, I can say that the input ID is email. Life is good, right? Because over here, this particular element has a attribute ID, and ID is one of the locator of Selenium WebDriver. So blindly, I'm going to use this locator, ID locator. All right. Now, most of the time when people are working with Selenium WebDriver, they have this thing that they will be using find element method. Very bad approach. Please don't do that. Okay. If you're working with modern applications, I'm not talking about some WordPress website or some static pages. I'm talking about real world applications, whether you're using React.js or Vue.js. Okay. The main thing that comes over here is when you're going to work with modern web development stack, um, find element is not a very good approach to find the element. You're going to use your WebDriver wait. Okay. So I'm going to use WebDriver wait over here. I'm going to say WebDriver wait equal to new WebDriver wait. I'm going to pass the WebDriver. It requires a duration. So I'm going to say duration dot of seconds and seconds over here is going to be like probably 10 seconds. The moment you use WebDriver, na, all your exceptions are going to be timeout exceptions. This is also something that you need to be aware of. That when you're working with WebDriver wait, you will end up getting all your exceptions as timeout exceptions. So I'm going to say wait dot until expected conditions dot we want this particular text box to be visible on the page. So I'm going to say visibility of element located by. Visibility of element located, and there is going to be a locator. What is the data type of the locator over here? By. All right. So we are supposed to give the locator. Locator is always going to have this data type as by. Please make a note of this particular point. When you're reading the description of by, it's written over here, mechanism used to locate elements within a document. All right. Mechanism used to locate elements within the document. So I want to locate it by ID. So I'm going to say by dot ID. Now you see this various locators, na? ID, name, your XPath, tag name, link text and all. What are these? If you go to this by class and you do a control O, my bad. Over here, you will find ID, link text, partial link text, name, tag name, XPath, class name, CSS selector, right? As well as some other methods popping up. But over here, this is technically a different method, so it's not a static method. But all the locators that we have now, all the locators, they are all static methods. So as I've said in interview, they have asked the question, what are the different locators in Selenium WebDriver? So you have ID, link text, partial link text, your name, tag name, XPath, class name, CSS selector. And these locators are what? They are methods. What kind of methods? They are static methods. Okay. So all the locators are basically static methods which belongs to the class by. By is an abstract class. Again, in interview, they can ask the question, why don't you create an object of a by class? Simple reason over here is by is an abstract class. So how do you access these methods? These methods are static methods. So for accessing the static methods, we don't really need to create the object of the by class. All right. This is what learning is. Now, one more thing, guys. Just a moment back, I was having this one conversation with one of the student of the SDET masterclass. We generally have these one-to-one sessions. And the reason I conduct these one-to-one sessions because I want to track what the students are studying. Okay, if there is any kind of a blocker, then we want to resolve that particular blocker in the study so that people are able to complete the course fast. Okay, time is the most important essence. Now over there, the student asked me that, Jatin, I'm really worried about this whole AI thing. I'm like, why are you worried? He's like, because he's telling that whenever he goes to LinkedIn, he sees all these posts. Okay, everyone is talking about some AI tool. And he's feeling that he should become an AI tester. So one question to you guys. Okay. When you see the JDs popping up, how many AI tools have been written over there? Okay. And even if you guys are giving interviews in the world of AI right now, okay, are you still giving coding questions? You're getting coding rounds, right? Then how much Java they are asking you, right? They're asking you Java questions. They're asking you about automation framework. And once all these questions are done, probably they'll ask, okay, how you are using AI in your day-to-day work. Okay. Which AI tool your company is using. Okay. Here's the thing, guys. There's something that has changed, okay, in this AI world for your automation testing or just in the testing world. See, before the AI world now, mediocrity was kind of accepted. Okay, if you were mediocre in writing code, your scripts were kind of okayish. These things were kind of, like forgiving. But now, when you have these AI tools, you're using Copilot, you're using Claude Code, you're using Cursor, okay, any of these AI tools. Now, mediocrity cannot be accepted. Are you getting the point? You can't just have the basic knowledge of Java or your Selenium WebDriver or your any of these libraries and expect that you will be able to crack your interviews. No, it's not going to happen. The simple reason is because let's assume that your AI agents are generating code of like as a person who's having like 10 years, 15 years of experience. So when that code is getting generated, you should be able to understand it also now. In future, if there is going to be some kind of a refactor that needs to be done in the AI generated code, you should be able to do it now. One more thing. Let's say you joined a new company and over there the framework is already created. Okay, the framework over there is already created. A lot of time I get texts from people that they were able to crack the interviews, but when they're working on a particular project, when they see the framework, they get scared. They don't know how exactly this whole thing works. Now, the code, the framework probably was created by a human. Now, the framework will be created. The initial boilerplate will be created by the AI agents. Okay. So, we still need some ownership. Someone needs to take the ownership of the code, whether it was generated by AI agents or whether it was generated by humans. I can only take the ownership if I am good with my fundamentals. If I understand the code properly, I understand the context. The only thing which is getting automated in today's time is just the generation of the boilerplate code. So the time it required to generate or create a MVP has reduced. Okay, you will be able to automate or you will be able to write a hell lot of test scripts in a day that used to take like probably a week or so. So in a day, if you were writing 2 test scripts, now you will end up writing 4, 5 or even 10. But which test to focus on? What should be tested in that particular feature? It still needs to be decided by the person who is working on that particular project and not AI. So that's the reason, as I said, most of the time, okay, at least in today's time, I feel your IT roles are always going to be cross-functional. You need to be good in programming. You need to be good in testing. Yes, in the world of your AIs, testing is definitely going to increase a lot. Okay, human interventions are bound to come into picture because we really want to make sure that the code which has been generated by the AI, it's a working piece of code. So thorough testing needs to be done both by AI agents as well as your automation scripts as well as by UM. So exploratory testing is going to be more now. All right. And in order to do exploratory testing also, you need to have good understanding of your system design. Are you getting the point? So this is what I am able to see how the market is going to, change in coming months or coming years. And hence, one thing is very important. You have to be cross-functional. You can't run away from coding, you can't run away from understanding the fundamentals. I hope this part makes sense to everyone. Okay? Mediocrity is dead. Okay? Remember this thing. Mediocrity is dead. You can't be mediocre anymore. All right? Back to the topic now. So over here, if I go back to GitHub account automation, I'm going to say buy.id. And over here, for us, the value of ID was email. I'm going to paste it off over here. And next thing, I'm going to say this is going to be by email locator. All right. Or probably I'm going to give a good name, email text box locate. I'm going to copy this chap. I'm going to paste it over here. And what do I want to do with this chap? Okay. This whole thing which you see, returns me what? What does this whole line is going to return me? It's going to return me web element. All right. So if you're not able to understand these things, your fundamentals are weak, guys. There is a dedicated lecture which I've created on the Red Buzz automation, Yatra automation, and other website. Please study those lectures. Over there, I've explained these things properly. Over here, we're going to have web element, and I'm going to call this email text box. Control Shift F, Control S, Control Shift O to do the import. Something is missing or what over here? Let me just see. This closes here. This closes here. Something is wrong. This got changed over here. This is going to be visibility of element located by. I hope you guys are writing the code along with me. And then I'm going to say email text box dot send keys. What should I call this? I'm going to just give probably a fake email ID. Jatin B Sharma 1234@gmail.com. All right, let's save this. Right click, run as Java application. Kaboom. Right, it works. This part is taken care. Let's save this. I need to pass options also over here because my browser was in default size. I want it in the full mode. Anyways, this is the code which I've written so far. If you want, you can pause this particular video, quickly write it down at your end so that, you are understanding the whole execution. This part is taken care. Now let's move on to the next one. This is password. And the moment I'm going to right click over here and I'm going to go to inspect. This is the password chap. ID again, password. Okay. The moment I see ID, right, I really don't go into any of these other locators. All right. I really don't want to go that. I just found ID. I'm happy with ID. I'm just going to choose ID. Okay. And I'm going to keep this password. And I'm going to keep this chap over here. Copy this. Paste it over here. Take this, put it off over here. And I'm going to say password. All right. Take this, put it off over here. Here. Remove the locator. Take this password text box, put it off over here. And I'm probably going to give some password. Let's say Katrina 12345 exclamation antari. Okay, 1234 is fine. All right. Right click, run as Java application. All right. So email, password, both fields are filled. Next thing, username. This is what I want to focus on, username. Let's go back to this chap. Right click, click on inspect. And over here, you see, this is your, what do you call? Your username, right? I don't know why it's not highlighting. Yeah, now it's highlighting. Input ID is login. Okay, so the moment I bring my cursor to this particular element, this chap is getting highlighted. So ID is login, copy login. This is the one which I'm going to use. Let's go back to Eclipse. Okay. Copy this. And I'm going to take this login. Let's put it off over here. And this is going to be username text box. Let's put it off over here, here, here. I forward to remove the locator, copy this, paste it off over here. I'm just going to put some random username. Jatin 1 2 3 4 5 6 1 X. I think so. 6 should work. Let's see. Let's remove this. Right click, run as Java application. All right. 1 2 3. I'm fine with the error messages. I really just want to fill all the data. That's it. Okay. Was this difficult? Yeah. Was this difficult? No, no. Pause this particular video. If you guys have not written the code, I want you guys to first write this thing at your end. Execute it at your end first. Okay, quickly do this thing. All right, guys. I hope you have written the code. Now, here's the most interesting thing, guys. We need to focus on this particular drop down, right? We have this drop down over here. But here's the interesting part. Okay. If you notice, I'm supposed to select the country. And the moment I click on this, I get this another pop-up which comes over here. And I'm supposed to search for the country from this particular list. Or I can just type it and I'll probably get this particular country. Let's say I'm going to type India. So India is already selected. So again, it's coming from that suggestion box. Now, when you're going to have this kind of a drop down, you really can't work with select class. Okay. Let me give you a number. 95% of the website over the internet, which uses modern web development stack like your React.js, probably your Angular, or probably your Vue.js. Okay. You might not use select class on them. Okay. You have to create custom methods. So over here, guys, when I'm having this your country stuff, the first thing that we will be doing now, we'll try to locate this particular element. So let's do a right click, click on inspect. Okay. Let's bring this chap over here. Okay. And you will notice I'm able to see some kind of a span. But let me just bring this chap over here a little bit better. I can see a span. Okay. I can see a button. Let's scroll up. I can see a select panel. Select tag is not there. The tag should be select. Over here, we have a select panel. Okay. So this is a custom component which has been created. So whenever you're dealing with these custom components and all, right, the approach is going to be a little bit different. So what we will be doing is first we will try to locate this whole chap itself. So I'm going to scroll up, up, up. I see this sign up and all those things. What else we are able to see? This is something else. This is this chap. Over here, we have this div ID country drop down container. I have this select panel. Okay. And over here, I have this button. All right. I'm going to use this button. Okay. So button is technically something you're going to click, right? So if this button is there, I can click on the button. All right. And then probably that pop-up is going to come. So over here, I will be using ID select panel, right? This is the probably the locator. But here's the thing. When I'm looking at ID's value is select panel C1 BBB17. So all these alphanumeric numbers, right? This is gonna change. This is gonna change. We want to use ID. But ID is dynamic. There is going to be some part of the ID which is going to remain same, like select panel. This chap, I believe, is not going to change. Okay. So what we will be doing is we will be writing an XPath. I'm going to say find anywhere on the page. How do you say find anywhere on the page? 2/. Find anywhere on the page what? An element. What is the name of the element? Button. Square bracket. Now, here's the thing. That button must contain, okay, contains an attribute
call ID, and the value of ID, okay, must start with select hyphen panel. Okay, this is what we will be doing. Let's cross check whether it works. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to press Control F over here, and you will notice I have this find by string, selector or XPath. Let's zoom in a little bit so you guys can see properly. I'm going to say find anywhere on this page a button that contains, okay, the attribute ID, okay, comma, and the value of that attribute should be select hyphen panel. Okay, it should start with select hyphen panel. And let's close this. It doesn't work. I believe we are supposed to remove the double quotes from here. All right. So your attribute ID, don't put it in double quotes. Okay. So I'm getting this 2 / button that contains @ID select panel. And you will notice it found this chap. You'll be like, Array Jatin, what if I want to use something else? You can use that, of course. Okay. It's always better to go with then combinations. I want to have the @ID. I want to have ID as select panel, and it should have one more attribute. Probably type should be equal to button. So that's something that I want to do. I'm going to say and @type equal to button. This is the one. You'll be like, Array Jatin, I don't want to use this. I want to use something else. So you can use this labeled by, I can use this chap. Okay. I can remove this and I can put this. Okay. Better, na? Everyone happy. Okay. So this is technically the locator. And whenever you're creating an XPath, okay, if there is going to be anything which is going to be dynamic, you know, like in the next deployment, these numbers are going to change. Okay, this is auto-generated. So it's always better to use contains method. Okay. So copy this particular XPath. I'm going to go back to the Eclipse. Let's hit enter. And I'm going to say by country drop down button. Let's zoom in for you guys. Equal to by.xpath. This is that chap. Okay. And then I'm going to select this whole stuff. I'm going to keep it over here. I'm going to copy this. I'm going to keep this chap over here. I'm going to paste this over here. Okay. But this chap over here is a locator. Whenever you're going to create a variable of by type, please make sure that you're using locator. And I'm going to paste this chap over here. You got a country drop down. Paste this. Dot. Click. Control Shift F. Fix the formatting. Let's zoom out. This is the code. Right click. Run as Java application. All right. You will see that this pop-up has come. Okay. It's not a pop-up. It's a modal. But still. Then we need to focus on this text area. All right. I'm going to right click over here. I'm going to click on inspect. Okay. I don't know what has happened to my Chrome. It's a little bit lagging over here for me. But anyways, again, I can see input ID select panel. Great. Okay. Type search. I want you guys to write the XPath for this text box. Okay. Let's hide this. Let's bring this guy over here. Let's zoom a little bit for you guys. Bear with me for a moment. Okay, this is the chap. This is that element. Okay. So over here, ID is select panel, then some alphanumeric numbers. Type is search. Okay, type is search. So I want to use these two attributes. Can you write the XPath? Start writing it off. I'll write it at my end. I'm going to say find anywhere on the page, input. All right. Now, if the element
goes away. Don't worry. Just right click over here again. Click on inspect. Here we are. It should contains what? It should contain an attribute ID, and it should start with select hyphen panel. All right. So you will see that 99% it is working properly. Like one attribute is fine. But just in case in your office project, you are not able to work with just one attribute, you can use and over here and you can give the second attribute an XPath. Clear? So this is what it is, and @type equal to search. This is what it is. This is for a text box. And in this text box, I'm going to write, let's say, Albania. Okay, this is the one I'm going to use. Okay, let's copy this also. I'll keep it for the future reference. Let's use this locator first. Let's go back. I'm going to say by country search text box locator equal to by dot XPath. Paste this chap over here. Then what you're going to do, you're going to take this whole stuff, paste it over here. It's literally just a copy paste. Okay. I'm going to paste it over here. I got a text box. And what do you do to a text box? You try to send some keys, right? So I'm going to say country search text box dot send keys. And the text that I want to write over there is going to be Albania. Let's paste this chap over here. Let me just copy it properly. Paste it over here. All right, let's say this. Right click, run as Java application. Perfect. Now all we need to do is we need to click on this. That's it. So I'm going to right click on inspect. Okay. Inspect. Bring this guy to the left. Okay. Bring this guy over here. This is that chap. Okay. But here's the thing. We have a button whose data hyphen value is AL. But over here, I'm not able to see the text Albania. And it's fine. It's completely fine. Because at the bottom, I have a span which technically has a visible text Albania. Now notice something, guys, which is really important, that like this Albania, right? If I'm going to click over here, there's a lot of white spaces coming over here. Okay. So I want to find a span which has a visible text. The visible text should contain Albania, but we are not really interested in the span. We are interested in the button. So how we will do that? I'm going to do Control F. I'm going to say, find anywhere on the page a span. The span should contains the visible text. The visible text is going to be Albania. Okay. Let's close this and this. We got one of one. Never ever click on a span. We don't click on a span. We either click on a button or a link. So over here, I'm not interested in the span. I am interested in the parrot. Kaboom. So what I did, cd dot dot, how you use this particular command on your command prompt, on your git bash terminal, you write cd space dot dot. What happens when you put this dot dot? It takes you to the parent directory. Right? Same thing is happening over here. From the span, you take me to the parent of the span, and the parent of the span is nothing more than the button that we're looking for. Okay? It's the button that we're looking for. So this is the XPath for that button. So using the visible text, I'm going to that button. That's it. So what we are going to have by country button locator equal to by.xpath. Okay. And then what? I'm just going to literally copy this full stuff, man. Nothing fancy. Okay, paste it over here. Take this chap, put it off over here, put it off over here. We need to remove this whole thing. Take this country button dot, click. Control Shift F, save it. I'm going to click on the play button. If everything is working, Albania is already selected over here. Now, next thing, we need to select this checkbox. I think this is going to be pretty simple, guys. Nothing fancy on this chap. Right click on inspect. And over here, this chap basically has an ID. My eyes, all right, is always searching for ID. Okay. So IV is going to be user sign up marketing consent. This is what I'm looking for. I'm going to take this chap. Life is good. Nothing else to worry on. Okay. By checkbox. User consent checkbox. Even though, like we're just practicing, make it a habit that you give proper variable name. Because let's assume they're telling you in interview that, hey, write the snippet and all. They're seeing how you're giving your variable's name, how you're coming up with the logic and all. So please make sure that you're using proper variable name. It really helps a lot. Okay. By dot ID. This was the ID, right? But I'll remove the unnecessary things. All right. Done. Dusted. We want to click on it, right? So I'm just going to take the previous stuff. Take this over here. Put it off over here. All right, change it here, copy this, paste it here, save it, right click, run as Java application. Done, dusted, finish. Assignment solved. Now, this is the code which I have written. Now, this is where you can literally use AI. Okay, you first write the script. Okay, and you can give this particular script to your co-pilot. You can use it in your cursor and discuss how you can really improvise it off. 90% it is going to tell you that create the page classes. All right. Probably use a different locator or something like that. But if you are happy with your locator, your things are working properly, you really don't need to change off. Next thing that comes over here is, here I don't want to create page classes. This is just the assignment for your interview, right? They haven't asked to create a page class and all. Okay. So observe the coding standards. You can just literally use it for your coding standards, nothing else. As of now, for this assignment, that's what I feel. Okay. So over here, you will notice that for the drop down, we created this custom thing, right? We used to perform that manual operation. You saw that you were clicking on that button. From that button, the pop-up was getting loaded. And then we were selecting the country. And then again, we are supposed to click on the button. So these are something which are very common, okay, in a day-to-day applications when you're working with drop-downs. So this is what it is. Technically, if it was my Office framework and all those things, I would have created custom utility. I would have created the custom utility for this dropdown. All right. So that's it. I hope you guys have written the code. This is the whole stuff. And now we're going to go to the notes. We're going to quickly go through all the answers. Okay. So I'm going to give you like a 2 minutes break. If you want, you can literally take this, grab some water, tea, coffee, whatever works. And then we'll just revisit the document. All right, guys, we're just going to quickly go through all these questions. We're just going to skim this document because what I've observed is whenever there is these lectures where I'm going through the document and all, my watch time drops. If the watch time is going to drop, YouTube is not going to recommend this particular video. So I'm just going to go through all these quickly, these answers. The document, you're going to find it in the YouTube Tech with Jatin membership. So if you're interested in getting this particular document, definitely try it off over there. Okay. Now, as I've said, the first question was, what is select class in Selenium? Of course, it's pretty simple. Select class is basically a built-in class in your Selenium WebDriver. And basically, it is used to handle your HTML select tag. Okay. So over here, The select class in Selenium is a built-in class specifically designed to handle HTML drop-down elements, your select tag. It basically provides you with convenient methods or APIs using which you can manipulate or handle your drop-downs. That's what it does. Okay. And the main thing over here is there are some methods that you should be aware of. You have to select by visible text, select by value, select by index. You're not going to use these methods for sure. Okay. Get option, get first, selected option is multiple. Most of the time when you're working in your office project, right, you will end up using get select by visible text or select by value. Okay. Index, I don't think so you will be using. Because it's a class, right, you end up creating an object. So I'm going to say select equal to new select. And I'm going to just pass the web element of your drop down. So we need to find the element over here. Okay. Now, one thing you know that whenever we are working with Selenium WebDriver, please don't use what? Please don't use find element. Okay. Find element is a bad practice over here, guys. Please use explicit wait dot until. That's something that is going to be very useful for you guys. Now, here's the thing that you really need to be aware from the interview perspective, that select class only works with select tag. When I was automating your github.com, right, over there, we were having select panel as the tag. Can I use select class over there? No, you can't. Okay. It's only going to work with select tag. If you try to use it, you're going to get an exception over there, which was unexpected tag name exception. Okay. Just remember this exception name again for your interview. If used on non-select elements. For multi-select, deselect by visible text, deselect all methods, like go for those chaps. Now, what are other ways to handle drop-downs apart from select? See, the first thing is the one which we did. We try to understand how that particular feature works. You are supposed to click on that button. The modal is going to load. Over there, I'm supposed to type the country name. The list is going to get updated and then I'm supposed to click on it. So the first one is click and select from the list. Okay. You automate the entire process of selecting the country name or whatever the element you want to select from the list. The second one that is going to come is using your action class. Again, in action class, you are just trying to perform the human gestures, right? You're going to hover your mouse on a particular link. You're going to click on that. Okay. All those things happens over here with the actions class. You can also use JavaScript executor. We did not require it. That's the reason I did not do that. But that is also something you can do. And send keys for autocomplete. That is something that we have already done. Remember the country? I was supposed to type the country name and all. That was something which was there. So these are the 4 different ways using which you can handle the dropdown. Please go through this particular document. It's a really, really important document. And trust me, these questions which I've covered over here, these are all legit questions, which was asked for this particular company. So I thought, let's keep it over there for you guys over there. All right. The next question that comes into picture is write the XPath for the login button. I've already shown you how to write the XPath. You can literally go through all these examples to just understand how this whole XPath thing works. It's going to save a little bit of your time over there. The next one was locators in Selenium. There are 8 locators: ID, name, class name, tag name, link text, partial link text, CSS selector, and XPath. 8. All these 8 locators are what? All these 8 locators are 8 methods. What type of methods? They are static method. They belong to which class? They belong to by class. Do you create the object of by class? No, we don't create the object of by class because by class is an abstract class. If by class is an abstract class, does it have an abstract method? The answer is no. It does not have an abstract method. So remember you studied abstract class interview questions with Nina. Over there, what did I define? How did I define that abstract class? Abstract class is a class which may or may not have abstract methods. By class is an example for that. One more thing. How do I access these methods if I can't create the object? These are all static methods. What does these methods return? What does these locator method returns us? It returns us by reference. Okay. This is how you're supposed to study. Just because the topic of a locator in Selenium, what did we do? We did a cross questioning over here. Okay. whatever you know about that particular topic, okay, you just write it down, ask yourself, and this is how you will get better in your studies, okay, or better in this particular topic. Talking about the locator priority, everyone knows that we are supposed to use ID first. Once ID is used, great. But if ID is not there, you're going to go with the second best, which is name. If name is not there, ID is not there, go for CSS selector. If CSS selector also you don't want to use, then go for XPath. Okay. So these are basically the priority of using your locators in your Selenium WebDriver. Next, difference between find element and find elements. Everyone knows this is a pretty simple one. Just quickly go through this one. When we are talking about find element is going to return me single web element. Find elements is going to return me list of web element, no match found. If your locator does not help in finding any element, you're going to get no such element exception. But in your find element, you're going to get a list which is empty. You're going to get a list which is empty. Multiple matches. If your locator is not unique, you are having multiple elements with the same locator, then you are only going to get first match when you're using find element. But in find elements, it's going to return all the matches. Okay, it's going to return you all those elements. Use case, when you want to find unique element, go for find element. If you want to find all the elements, go for find elements. But remember one thing, I've written it over here for you guys. You will not use find element or find elements in your modern applications like React.js. Better use WebDriver wait. This line is very important. Is this part clear to everyone? You guys can go through this particular stuff. What are the different types of wait? You have your implicit wait, explicit wait, fluent wait. Implicit wait is going to be applicable to the global level, to all the find element methods. Okay, wherever you're using wd.find element, implicit wait gets applicable over there. Whether I want it or whether I don't want it, it is going to get applied if you're using your implicit wait. Driver.manage.timeout implicit wait. This is how you set your implicit wait. Explicit wait is one more important thing. When you're talking about implicit wait now, it only waits for the element to be present in the DOM. Okay, it is not going to check whether the element is clickable or visible and all. No, presence means it is present in the DOM. DOM means that HTML tree structure which is there. No? It's going to be present over there. But the element may or may not be shown on the page. Are you getting the point? So if you want more control and more precise expected conditions, it is better to use explicit wait. Okay. So explicit wait is going to give me more precise and flexible compared to your implicit wait. And it provides various expected conditions like visibility of element located by, which we have used like anything in the, like in the GitHub automation. Then you have element to be clickable, presence of element to be located by, all these things. Perfect. Please make sure you go through all these points. One more thing. Default polling of explicit wait is what? 500 milliseconds. If I want more granularity, I want more control on explicit wait, then I will be using fluent wait. Are you getting the point? So this is basically more flexible wait and it allows custom polling time. I can ignore certain kind of exceptions. So over here, I'm saying the timeout is going to be 30 seconds. Polling every 500 milliseconds, which I can customize. Ignoring no such element exception. Okay. So during the wait time, if certain exceptions are going to come into picture, that also I can ignore it off with the help of fluent wait. Clear? Okay. There's a comparison table. Please make sure you go through all this stuff. Okay. So that's all what we have for today. Okay. We're going to wrap this particular stuff over here. Now I'm going to see you guys in the next class. If you have watched the video till here, please make sure you mark your attendance. Also, I have seen that people watch the lecture, but they don't subscribe to this particular channel. Please guys, if you have watched the video till here, you found any value in this entire content, please subscribe it off and please share your learning on LinkedIn. Okay. We put a lot of effort in creating such contents for you guys. And if you feel that this content has given you certain value, please share your learning on LinkedIn so that this content reaches a wider audience. Thank you so much for your time. I'm going to see you guys in the next class. Till then, take care. Bye bye. Good night. Welcome back to the channel, guys, and I hope you guys are doing pretty good. Now, in today's class, we will be focusing on a very interesting interview question. I'm pretty sure you guys know the logic of this particular program, but I still want to cover it off over here in today's class. The question over here is, we need to tell whether a number is even or odd. And before you skip this particular video, guys, it's really important that you need to know you're not supposed to use the modulus operator. So you are supposed to find whether a number is even or odd, but you cannot use modulus, multiplication, or divide operator. Now, this particular question was asked recently, so it would be a good thing that you practice it off today. Okay, so let's try to understand the logic of this particular program. See, guys, I'm going to first quickly create a package over here. Let's call this particular package as com.date12. And over here, I'm going to quickly create a class. Let's call this particular class as even or odd. Now, generally, when we want to find whether a number is even or odd, okay, in programming, we use the modulus operator, right? So let's have an even number over here. I'm going to say int number equal to 6. Now, if the number modulus 2 double equal to 0, what this basically means for people who struggle with a little bit of programming, number modulus 2. Modulus is always going to give me the remainder. So over here, number is 6. 6 divided by 2. Okay, over here, this chap is your remainder. Right, this is the remainder, this is the quotient. So when you're using modulus operator, you're getting the remainder. If you decide to use divide, you're going to get the quotient. So if number modulus 2 is equal to 0, if the remainder is equal to 0, if this particular condition is true, we say that this is going to be the even number, right? Else, I don't need to worry about anything. It would have been an odd number. Right? So if the number was 7, 7 divided by 2, 2 3s are 6, and the remainder over here I get is 1. Remainder I get over here is 1. So what we say that if the number, once it is divided by 2, the remainder becomes 0, this technically becomes an even number, else it's going to be an odd number. For odd number, the remainder is definitely going to be non-zero. Now, the interviewer is telling ki, Baba, you're not supposed to use this modulus operator. Okay? You can't use this modulus operator. You're only allowed to use plus or minus. Then how we will approach it off? That's the question over here, guys. So what we will be doing over here? See, you need to understand something special about this even and odd. Let's say we have this number 6. 6 minus 2. I'm only allowed to use plus or minus. So if I'm going to do minus, 6 minus 2 is 4. 4 minus 2, 2. 2 minus 2, answer is same. So if I take this particular number and I keep on subtracting 2, okay, at the end I'm going to get 0. But for an odd number, let's say 5. 5 minus 2, 3. 3 minus 2, 1. What do you notice? For odd number, eventually we'll end up getting 1. Make sense? So, how we will be approaching this particular problem? We will need to keep on subtracting the number with 2. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to say while number is greater than 1. Why greater than 1? Because for odd number, the positive number that is going to be left, okay, after subtracting to multiple number of times is going to be 1 only. But for even number, it is going to become 0. While number is greater than 1, I can simply say num equal to num minus 2. Observe carefully. I'm going to do sys out num. Save this, right click, run as Java application. You see, I'm getting the output as 0. But if I just change it to 7, right click, run as Java application, you'll get 1. Simple. Then what I'm supposed to do? Just put a conditional statement. If number is equal to 0, sys out even. Else sys out odd. Save it. Right click, run as Java application. Okay. So it's an odd number. And if I just change it to 6, right click, run as Java application, even. Done and dusted. Pretty simple, right? So this was the question which I wanted to cover for today. I really don't want to have any heavy topic for today. So if you have studied till here, please make sure you practice this particular code at your end. This is a very important program. It has been asked a couple of times, but I think you can expect this kind of a question if you have 3 or 4 years of experience. Okay. For people with more than 5 years experience, please don't expect these kind of questions. If these kind of questions are coming to you, please don't join that company, man. Okay. So that's it. That's it for today. I'm going to see you guys in the next one. If you guys have given any interviews recently, please share your questions with me over LinkedIn. I'll be happy to cover it off in the upcoming lectures. Till then, take care. Bye-bye. Welcome back to the channel, guys, and I hope you guys are doing pretty good. This is going to be the day 13 of our 90 days SDET interview preparation series. If you are meeting for the very first time, hi guys, my name is Jatin and I'm a principal QA with 12 plus years of experience in automation testing and DevOps. I help QA professionals just like you transition from manual to automation testing. Now, in this 90 days SDET interview preparation series, as the title suggests, we will be focusing on important SDET interview question. Now, this whole series is for 90 days only and only because I wanted to make sure that in your 90 days notice period, you are studying these questions properly so that you are able to get a better job offer. Now, in today's class, now guys, we will be focusing only on one question. All right. And that question over here is, how do you start with automation? Are you going to focus on UI or you're going to focus on API testing first? Now, most of you guys know the answer for this particular question. What is the answer? What you should focus first? Should you focus on UI or should you focus on API? The answer is you should be focusing on APIs first. That's obvious because API is always going to give you better ROI. Your tests are going to be fast. But the reason we are focusing on this particular question is most of the time people are just aware of the term that you're supposed to use API testing first. You're not supposed to focus on UI. Okay. And in interview, they're going to say that, okay, focus on API testing first. But later on, okay, in the interview, the interviewer is going to cross-question your thinking abilities. So how this entire session has been created, we will be discussing this particular question. Along with that, all the probable questions that can be asked, okay, from this same question we will be discussing. Okay, it's going to be a fun activity. I'm pretty sure by the end of this particular class, you will be having crystal clear idea why we are choosing API testing before UI testing and all the different permutation combination questions that can come over there. All right, I hope you guys are ready. Without wasting time, let's get started. Now over here, guys, the question that was asked to the student was, how do you start your automation? Are you going to focus on API or UI? Now, one thing that we know that is the manual testing is not something that you can scale. That is practically not possible. When you're going to have this deployment that is going to happen 10 to 15 times a day, you can't have human clicking through everything. Automation exists because it's going to give you speed with confidence. Now you get the speed, but confidence is only going to come into picture when your tests are concrete. They are not flaky. If you know something about UI test, whether you are writing it with your Selenium WebDriver or you're writing it with Playwright, they are a little bit brittle. Okay. Sometimes they pass, sometimes they fail. Now, API test is the only test which is a concrete test. All right. The tests are fast. Okay. It is reliable. Hence, that's the reason we are focusing on API first. But one important thing I want to discuss over here is that, see, when we are talking about your manual testing now, you will be using exploratory testing. Exploratory testing still needs to be done by human. And it's the exploratory testing which finds new bugs. Okay? So if you want to find new bugs in your application, you are supposed to do exploratory testing. Is this part clear? Now, see, the API versus UI decision matters because, as I've said, UI tests are going to be slow, brittle, and expensive to maintain. Now, why it is going to be expensive to maintain is because, see, you're supposed to find the locator, then you're supposed to create the page classes, then you're going to update your test classes. It's a hell lot of task. Okay. So if in future the UI changes, you are going to update your test. Okay. Now, if a button is not being clickable, okay, it can break like 50 other tests, right? If you're not able to log in into the application, all the other tests, okay, the dashboard test, your, like probably cart test, all those things, they are definitely going to fail. API tests are basically fast, stable, and test actual business logic. So whenever you are focusing on testing the business logic, you will be focusing on APIs. Are you getting the point? So here's this one example which I always take. See, when you are looking at a person, right now you're looking at me. So I am the UI. Okay, this entire body is basically the UI. The brain, okay, how my brain operates, what's the thinking capabilities and all, that's my API. So whenever you are supposed to judge a person, okay, what they say, never go by the cover of the book. So over here, guys, whenever you're supposed to judge a person, you're not supposed to judge them on how they look. It's really important that you start focusing on how they think, right? So the same thing happens with your application also. No matter how beautiful the UI is, but if the business logic is not correct, if the application is not working correctly, all right, that time, guys, that application is of no use. Hence, we always say that focus on business logic before you start focusing on the UI. Is this part making sense to everyone? So, the correct approach is you will be trying to automate 70% of your API test. Okay, giving you a rough figure so that you guys can remember it off. Make sure that 70% of your tests are basically API test. 20% of your test should be UI test. And whenever we are talking about the UI test, make sure you only focus on the happy flows. Okay? Because if you try to focus on the negative scenarios, you are going to have a hell lot of, time over there trying to create that scenarios and automating it off. Even if you are going to have negative test or you want to do negative testing, try to do it on the business logic layer. That is going to be far more easier and, scalable and maintainable for you guys. And 10% you will be doing your manual or exploratory testing. Is this part making sense to everyone? Now, always ask, where does the real logic lives? Now, use the testing pyramid as your framework. 70% of your tests are going to be API test, which is going to focus on the business logic, validation, and data flow. Next comes the 20%. that is going to be on UI. As I've said, you will be focusing on user journey and end-to-end browser flow. And 10% is going to be the manual exploratory testing, where we will be focusing on the edge cases as well as the new features. Is this part making sense to everyone? Now, this is something that you are supposed to talk in interview. Now, if I go to the next page, see, whenever we are trying to start automation, you should always start automation on stable, high value flow first. Okay. Now, in your application, you might have 10, 15 different flows. Out of those 10, 15 different flows, you're supposed to focus on the flow which generates, like higher revenue for your application, for your company. That should be the flow that you should be testing first or automating first. And who is going to help you understand which flow is important? Your product owner. Okay, if you're joining that particular company or any company for the very first time, you're supposed to automate a scenario. How you will be deciding which scenario to automate? You will be discussing it with the product owner. Okay, which scenario is the most used scenario? You will automate that first. Is this part clear? And with what you will be automating, focus first on API. Then you want to focus on UI. Clear? Never automate a feature whose UI is still actively changing. You will be just rewriting the test every sprint, because if the UI keeps on changing, your test is also going to get changed. You're supposed to keep on updating them, and it is going to become a nightmare for you guys. Now, here's the thing. If I said this much thing in the interview, right? The interviewer can cross-question me. Okay. And here's the cross question which I feel the interviewer can ask you. If the same functionality is testable at both API and UI level, if there is a functionality which can be tested on both API level as well as UI level, what's your call? Which layer you are going to test first? Now, based on what we have discussed over here, most of us will say that, we will be testing the API layer first, right? So my call would be to test at the API level with minimal UI smoke test on top. For example, you have a login API, right? Or you have a login feature. You are going to test the login API properly, thoroughly, and you will just introduce a simple smoke test for your login UI feature. Make sense? The reason is simple. As API tests are faster, more stable, and closer to the business logic, if we can validate the data is being created, updated, or deleted correctly at the API layer, I have already covered the 80% of the risk. If you are testing the API thoroughly, properly, your positive as well as the negative scenario, you are focusing on creation, updation, deletion, okay, on the API layer, you have already covered 80% of the risk of that feature, right? UI test on top just confirms the screen renders correctly for the user. So if I have focused on the API test, my API test covers the major scenarios. The UI test is just going to focus from the customer perspective, whether they are able to use the feature properly from UI. That's the reason I say the happy flow test should be focused on your UI. Is this part making sense to everyone? Think of it this way. If your API is returning the right data, but the UI is not displaying it, that's a front-end rendering issue. Okay. So if the API is returning us the correct data, but UI is not showing it off, it means the issue is with UI, not with API. Okay. And this is going to be a bug which is quick to catch with just 1 or 2 UI checks. But if we put all our effort in UI test, I am testing through more layers, making my suit slow and brittle. If I'm just going to have the UI test, I can tell my developer that I'm not able to log in into the application. Now, in order to not able to log in into the application, there can be n number of reasons, right? But if I am confident that login API is working, Okay, if I'm giving my username and password correctly to the login API and I'm able to log in, it means the backend is up and running. Something is wrong with the UI. So we need to focus on the front end part of the application. I hope this part makes sense to everyone. Now remember, whenever we are focusing on APIs, the focus is the test the behavior at the API level and verify the experience on the UI. Okay. So the behavior, the business logic is always going to be tested on the API layer and the user experience is going to be tested on the UI. Perfect. Now, I want you guys to pause this particular video, quickly read these points. Okay, this is very important. Please read this part. I hope you guys have gone through this particular stuff. Now, you will notice that whenever I'm talking about API, I'm saying that the API test is fast. Okay. Now, the cross question that can come over here is, you said API testing is faster, but if the UI is what the customer uses, isn't UI testing more valuable? Right? See, we are saying over here that API test is fast, but as a customer, okay, the end user is always going to use UI. So the interviewer is asking, if user is going to use the UI, shouldn't UI testing be of a higher priority for us? Now, see, understand this part. Customer uses the UI, that is true. But the values, the data which is coming on that UI application is basically coming from the business logic, and this business logic basically sits in API. Make sense? So, whatever you're seeing the comments on the YouTube videos, you're seeing the views, likes, dislikes, and all those things, right? These features, you are viewing it from the application, right? But the data, the values which you're seeing, these values are basically coming from the backend. Are you getting the point? So if I want to be sure that the data is coming correctly, I just need to focus on the APIs. All right. If the logic is broken, no amount of the beautiful UI matters. No amount of how beautifully you have created the UI is going to matter at all. As I've said, it doesn't matter how beautiful the person is. If their thinking capabilities are dumb, okay, that relationship is not going to work out. Makes sense? So API testing protects what truly matters, correctness of the data and the business logic. Okay. So with API testing, you are focusing on the correctness of the data as well as the business logic. That said, UI testing is absolutely important. Customer journey, critical flow like login, checkout, form submission, these must be covered in UI. So your UI coverage, because they validate the end-to-end experience of a real user, how they're going to have it. Okay. So from the experience perspective, focus on UI test. But don't just keep on adding a hell lot of tests in your UI. Okay. Your major test should always happen at the backend layer. I hope this part makes sense to everyone. Both are valuable, but they are going to serve different purpose. API test protects the business logic efficiently. UI test protects the user experience. A mature strategy needs both just in right proportion. 70% API, 20% UI. Clear? And this is something that we will be following with the testing pyramid. I hope this particular part makes sense now. All right. So this is your third question. Now the fourth question, which is really important. Suppose you are saying that, okay, we will be focusing on API testing. Now the interviewer asks you that, hey, okay, what if the API is not documented, okay, or there's an access restriction? You're using a third-party API and technically it's just going to give you a response. So you're not able to access that particular API. How do you handle API testing in this kind of a scenario? So this is important, guys. What if the API is not documented or access is restricted? How do you handle API testing in this kind of a scenario? I've already written it off. And if you guys have studied with me for the SDET masterclass, this scenario we have already covered it off. Okay. Now, when we are focusing on testing APIs and we don't have a documentation, what we do? That time, guys, we try to do reverse engineering. Okay. You're going to open your browser, you're going to go to DevTools, Network tabs, and perform the actions on the UI. You're going to log in the application. You're going to look at the network calls. You're going to observe all the API calls which are happening over there. Once those API calls you're able to see, you're going to import them in your Postman collection. Okay. And then you can do is you can actually have your document created parallelly. So you're going to capture the API calls being made, endpoint. You're going to observe the request header, the request body, the response structure. You can use tools like Postman and you can import these directly. And while you are executing the whole flow, you will be creating your own documentation as you go. Okay. Now, the thing is, see, a lot of time in interview, they ask you the question, what are the challenges that you faced in your automation framework or in your project? And the thing is, most of the time, okay, people mug up this answer and they say that locator issue, dynamic locator was there. Okay. And then there was tables. Okay. So they used to do a lot of mapping of your table entries. So that was a little bit difficult and all. See, at one end, you are saying that API testing is important and your major challenges is coming on UI. Doesn't make sense, right? So these kinds of answers, like you can talk about that there was API documentation was not there and you created that API documentation. And in which scenarios generally you don't have API documentation? Generally when you're working with startups or, like if a project is just getting started, okay, having API documentation is, like not the most important thing for the developers and all. So they generally just focus on creating the feature. Once the application becomes stable, that time they will focus on having the API documentation. But if it's not there, okay, you guys can take that particular ownership. You know how exactly the documentation is going to be created with Postman and all, right? That is something which is there. One more challenge that you can really talk about is the access is restricted. There will be certain APIs in your application which probably might be restricted. So if there are APIs which are restricted, so you can raise it as a risk and escalate it to the team lead or architect because testing without APIs access is a significant gap. Now, there is an API. I don't know what is the request header and all those things. I just know that it's going to give me a response that is going to be further used by some of your components. Now, if you don't know how exactly that API is operating, it is going to create an issue. A simple example that I can give you is Google APIs. See, we probably might be using Google APIs in our application, the Google Place API. Now, I don't know like how exactly that particular API works, but I just know that data is going to come from that particular API, right? So that auto suggestions in your Uber, in your Rapido, in your Ola, right? When you start typing the locations and all, those data is technically going to come from your Google Place API. But I don't know how exactly it is going to get that data, but I just know that data is going to come. So over here, if that particular API is restricted, you really can't test that particular API. That time, what we will be doing is we will be focusing on mocking. So while that is being resolved, your focus is going to be on UI level testing and you're going to log the limitations. If there is a staging or a mock environment available, you are going to use that. Okay. And for mocking, what you can do is you can use tools like WireMock and mock servers to create mock APIs to unblock your testing. Now, if you're using Android apps or you're testing Android apps, sometimes the APIs are restricted. You're not able to check on all those things. That time, you guys can use tools like Charles Proxy or Fiddler to intercept the API traffic when it direct access is restricted. Make sense? So these are the things that you should really be aware of in your interview. Now, I have covered 4 questions. There are more 4 questions, and these questions are: suppose more like a scenario driven questions that can come over here. UI test catches issue that API test can't. Okay. And can you just give a concrete example over here? So over here, let's say UI test is the one which is catching the issue, but API is not able to do that. So if you have faced certain kind of scenarios, you're supposed to answer it off. How do you decide when contract testing becomes more relevant than traditional API testing? What is this traditional API testing? You are checking the response status code, response body, key value check, and all those things, the response time and all. But you need to decide when exactly contract testing is going to be involved in your project. How do you handle flaky tests early on? Do you fix them immediately or you move forward? If you join a project midway and there is already a messy automation suite, how you are going to approach this particular problem? What is going to be your first step? Now, these are going to be the 4 questions which I will be covering in the next video. The next video is going to be a members only video. So please make sure, guys, that you at least go through all these 4 questions. And if you are working in a project, I want you guys to think about all these 4 questions, okay? And see if this is an issue in your project, how will you resolve it? Do let me know your answers in the comment section. I'm going to see you guys in the next class. If you need the answers for this one, please check the YouTube Tech with Jatin membership. I'm going to see you guys in the next one. Don't forget to mark your attendance. Till then, take care. Bye-bye. Welcome back to the class, guys. I hope you guys are doing pretty good. So in today's class, we will solve another string manipulation program. This particular question was asked to a student of the SDET masterclass. And the question over here, guys, is a pretty simple one. It's not that difficult, but hey, I need to cover it off, so I'll do that. So the question is, we have been given a string, okay? This string is input, and input is having the value Ravi, but in a different way, r@5 6 vi, then there is a space, and we have ku $mar, okay? There's a percentage also, my bad, percentage mar, and 16.7. Now the interviewer is telling ki, Baba, you are supposed to manipulate this particular string in such a way that the output of this particular program should be Ravi Kumar, okay, and it should be 24. Okay, this is what we need to solve for today. We have been given a string input which basically has alpha, numeric as well as special characters, and we need to manipulate the string in such a way that you are having this as the output. Okay, we are removing all these special characters and we are just going to have alphabets, Ravi Kumar. Talking about this 24, how exactly this 24 comes into picture, you have 5, 6, 6, 7. This is going to be 11, 11 plus 13. 6 plus 7 is 13. The answer is going to be 24. So whatever the numbers are there, we are supposed to do addition for that. Okay, this is something that we need to solve. To be honest, it's a very simple problem. We have solved similar kind of problem in this entire course. So most of you guys might be able to come up with a solution by yourself. What I want you guys to do is think first. Okay, pause this particular video, try to write some logic, okay, and see if you are able to print the output or get the output by yourself. If you're not able to do it, I'll write the code. Okay, I hope you guys were able to at least give some try to this particular program. Now let's write this particular stuff. So what I will be doing now, I will be explaining you the logic as well as the code simultaneously. So let me just create a new class and let's call this as string manipulation. Okay, I already have this. Let's put 3. 3 is fine. Okay. So string manipulation 3. And let's introduce the main method. Let me just zoom in, Control Shift F. And over here, the string which was there, I just need this chap, string input equal to r at the rate vi. That's what I remember. But before vi, there was a 56 space ku. What is this? Dollar percentage MAR 67. Okay, this is what we have. Now, here's the thing now. Over here, the first thing that we will be doing is we will be iterating through the entire string using the character array, right? So, I'm going to use a for each loop over here and I'm going to do input dot character array. That is true character array. And this is going to give me the individual character. And observe carefully, I can just do system.out.println C. All right. So I'm just printing the individual characters, and if things are working the way I want, you will see that I'm getting all these chaps. Okay. Individual characters are getting printed for me. But the thing is, we want the output in such a way that we have the alphabets. We don't want the special characters. So I need Ravi, and it should be something like Kumar 24, right? This is something that was needed. So what we need to do is we need to check that, hey, whatever this character that we are getting, is it a letter? Can I do that? Yes, you can do that. You have a character class. I can do that if character class dot is letter. Okay, and you give this C. Observe carefully what happens. System dot out dot println C. Now, let's do one thing. Let's remove ln because it's going to be much more easier because we will be able to see all these things properly then. Now, if I do this, I get Ravi Kumar. But the thing over here is we need a space, right? Space should be there. So if you notice, the special characters have been removed, but it has also removed the numbers. That is fine, that we will be able to handle it off. But now the thing is, between Ravi and Kumar, I need that space. Luckily, we have this space over here. So this is also a character, na? So I'm going to check if the character is a letter. Okay, if it is a character is a letter, or the character is equal to single white space. Single white space. So this is the space that I'm giving over here. So if I'm going to click on the play button, you see I got Ravi Kumar. Is this part making sense to everyone? Perfect. Till now, I hope we are on the same page. Now, what will be the next thing that we will be doing now is if this is going to be a character, okay, we should not be printing it off right now. That's the first thing. We should be putting it inside our string builder. So I'm going to create the string builder SB equal to new string builder, and I'm going to take this SB chap and I'm going to put it off over here, SB dot append C, and outside the for loop I can just print SB. Okay, let's click on the play button. Done. So now we have solved the first part of this particular problem where we got Ravi Kumar. Now we need to take care of the addition of these numbers. So how we are going to do that? It's pretty simple. We have 5, we have 6, we have 6 and 7. Imagine that you have an array and you're supposed to calculate the sum of the numbers which are there inside that array. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I am going to have this int sum, which is going to be initialized with 0. All right. And I want to go and have this else if block, else if your character dot is a digit. If it's a digit, then what we will be doing is, see, this is a character. Okay. So if you try to think that you're going to do sum equal to sum plus c, if I save this and I'm going to click on the, let's say I print this sys out, sum for you guys, it's not going to be 24. Okay. It's going to be 216 because it's using the ASCII value over there. So we want to make sure that we are not taking the ASCII value. Okay. We want to take the numeric value. So that is simple. You can do character dot get numeric value of that particular character. If you do this, save it, click on the play button, you got 24. This is what you wanted, right? And we are done actually over here. You got the sum. What you're going to do of this particular sum, you are technically going to append it off, right? So I can just delete this and I can say sb dot append sum. Save this, right click, run as Java application. We got Ravi Kumar 24. I hope this particular part makes sense to everyone. And probably if they're looking for a white space or something like that, that also you can really do it off. There's nothing fancy. Okay. You can literally attach a white space before that. SB dot append a white space if that's what they were looking for. Let's click on the play button. You got Ravi Kumar space 24. It's a very simple program, guys. The thing over here is this whole program, right, works on the character class and the different methods that we have in the character class. These kinds of problems we have solved a lot in this entire SDET mastery program. All right. So that's it. That's it for this particular class. Thank you so much for your time. Please practice it off. Just because it's an easy program, okay, doesn't mean that you should not be practicing. You should practice it off because you never know, right? When these kinds of programs comes in your interview and when you try to look at the output or you try to look at the code and you see like so simple this particular program is, you would feel ashamed that in your interview you are not able to answer it off. Please make sure you practice it off. Don't forget to mark your attendance. Now I'm going to see you guys in the next one. Till then, take care. Bye-bye. Welcome back to the channel, guys, and I hope you guys are doing pretty good. So this is the 90 days SDET interview preparation series, and in today's class we will be focusing on two important interview questions. Now I can't just emphasize that these two questions which I'll be taking in today's class is highly important. So please make sure, guys, that you study these two questions properly. Now, before I get started with today's class, I just want to bring a small thing over here in front of you guys. I have seen that most of the people are watching the lectures, but you guys have not subscribed to this particular channel. Now, guys, we put a lot of effort in creating the content for you guys over here. So please make sure, guys, that you like this particular video, subscribe to this particular channel, and if possible, please share this entire playlist with your QA friends. The whole goal of this particular channel is to make sure that you guys are preparing for the interviews properly without wasting time here and there. Now, if you start studying, okay, generally the thought that pops up is I want to prepare for the interviews. So you might Google some interview questions, or you're going to watch some playlist which are some random videos which have no connection to what you have studied in the past. But if you follow this entire playlist, you will notice that all the questions which I have taken so far, they were somewhere down the lane connected to the previous questions which we have discussed. So in this way, not only you guys are studying new questions for the interviews, but also you are preparing and revisiting the old questions. Also, the notes are available in the YouTube Tech with Jatin membership. So please make sure you definitely check that stuff out. Now, as I've said, in today's class, we will be focusing on two questions, and both of these questions was recently asked to the student of the SDET masterclass. And if I just think how many times these questions have been asked, I would say that out of 10 interviews, probably 8 interviews have asked these two questions. Okay? Now, over here, the first question is write the snippet for taking screenshot using WebDriver. Yes, taking screenshots with the help of WebDriver. Now, I know that you know this particular question, but the thing over here now, guys, is interviewer just doesn't want to see your snippet. They want to understand how you will be incorporating this feature of Selenium WebDriver in your framework. And the second, which is the most important question, is execute only few tests from your 1000 test suite. So we have, let's say, your 1000 test suite, and out of those 1000 test suite, we will be, or we need to execute probably 5 or 10 tests. So how we are going to do that? This is something which the interviewer wants to know. Now, both of these questions which we will be discussing today's class, we will be doing a hands-on as well as walkthrough. Okay, so please make sure you watch this video only and only when you have ample of time. Okay, and please guys, don't just skim through the videos. This is the worst way to study any particular topic. I have seen, and of course, an analytics shows me that probably people are watching the video and automatically, like they're gonna skim from one part of the video to another part. I don't know how exactly it's going to give you that confidence, but please make sure that you watch till the end. Okay? Learn to have a slow life. I know that you're watching this particular video. Next to this particular video would be some beautiful girl, okay, who's trying to show something about her life. There would be some kind of a distraction that will be there next to the suggestions in this YouTube on. But here's the thing, guys. You need to start focusing what matters to you. Is it your career, or is it that random video that you want to watch? Choice is up to you, guys. See, whether you study or whether you don't study, this time is really going to just flow away. So please make sure that you are putting your time, your energy in right place. Are you getting the point? People over the internet, okay, they are just, I sometimes feel it's more like a vulture that really want to capture your attention, okay? But here's the thing, guys. Wherever you're going to put your attention, that part of your life is definitely going to grow. So if you're going to give your attention to something that matters to you, trust me, guys, you are going to have altogether a different life experience. Are you getting the point over here? So, without wasting time, let's get started with these two questions. First is writing the snippet for taking the screenshot using WebDriver. Now, here's the thing. When you're working with WebDriver, or particularly you're working with taking the screenshots, two libraries are going to come into picture. Take a moment, think about it. What are the two libraries that you will need to take the screenshot? Of course, one is Selenium WebDriver. What is the second library? This is what learning is. Yes, the second library that comes into picture is Apache Commons IO. Now, over here, guys, if I go to this 90 days SDET interview prep folder, if I go to the pom.xml file, and if I go to the dependencies, You will notice that I have Selenium, Java, and TestNG. This is just for explaining you the features. And I have also added commons.io. Okay, we have this commons.io library. Now, why exactly commons.io is going to come into picture, I'll explain you, but this is something that we need. So please make a note in your notebook that whenever you want to take a screenshot, okay, with Selenium WebDriver, you will require two libraries. One is Selenium, of course, and the second one is going to be commons.io. My bad, it should not be called Selenium, it should be called WebDriver. Okay, that's what you need over there. Now, the next thing what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to this day 15 package and I'm going to quickly create a class. I'm going to call this particular class as taking screenshots or screenshot. And inside this particular class, I'm going to have the main method. And obviously, the first thing that I want to do now is I want to launch the browser. How do you launch the browser? Yeah, wd.get no re baba. You're going to say WebDriver wd is equal to new Chrome driver. Now understand something. What is object creation? Okay, anything that exists in reality is an object. Right now, I don't have a browser session, right? But when I'll be creating the object of Chrome driver class, your Chrome browser is going to be launched. So in reality, in my computer, Chrome browser gets launched. So technically, when you are creating the object of Chrome driver, what happens? What happens? Browser is getting launched. The next thing is we want to go to a particular page. So I'm going to do wd.get and I'm going to keep it very simple. https://www.google.com. Save it, right click, run as Java application. And you will notice that browser is getting launched. And on this launched browser, we are having this google.com. Next, what we want to take screenshot. Whenever you want to take screenshot, a very special interface comes into picture of Selenium WebDriver, which is take screenshot. So I'm going to say takes screenshot. This is an interface and you're going to create a reference of this particular interface, and your WebDriver is also an interface. You are going to do casting. Okay, this is WebDriver. Data type is what? WebDriver. To this WebDriver reference, I am going to do a casting. I'm going to say that I'm going to cast it to your takes screenshot interface. This is step 1. Now, this take screenshot interface, now, if I'm going to do a control O, you will notice that it has only one method, which is get screenshot as. Okay, it only has one method, take or get screenshot as, and you're supposed to give the output, like you want the screenshot in what format. We want it in file format. That's it. So over here, I'm going to take the screenshot reference and I'm going to say dot get screenshot as, and the output is technically an interface over here, output dot file. Okay, we want this chap over here. We want that the screenshot needs to be taken in a file format. So now get screenshot technically gives me the file reference. If I'm going to bring my cursor over here, you will see that over here it is telling me that I'm going to return the screenshot in the file. Okay, so if I'm just going to write over here file, my file, Control Shift O. Now, here's the thing, guys. This file, when you're talking about file class, you might have used file class, na? What is file class in Java? If you are creating this file reference, what is this file reference? What is this file reference? Yeah. This my file is the reference. File class is technically going to act as a pointer to the file. That's it. The file may or may not exist, but this is going to be like a pointer. So my file reference is technically a pointer to the file, the PNG file which is technically going to be created by Selenium WebDriver. But that file now guys is not physically present in your any of your drives, C drive, D drive, your desktop, in this workspace. It is not present. It is going to be generated. It's going to be present in the RAM, okay, in a binary information and all. So what we need to do is, this file is pointing to this chap, okay, which is in the RAM right now, okay. There is some data, okay. I need to save it somewhere so that I can click on that particular file and I can view the image. And in order to do that, to save the file properly, we need the next library, and the next library over here was your commons IO. Okay. The reason I have added commons IO, because I want to use one of the method from this commons IO. There is a class inside commons IO which is technically called as file utils. Now tell me something. If you have a class and that class is going to be a util class, that class is going to be a util class, all the methods inside that particular class is going to be what? Static. Utility design pattern. Okay, utility design pattern. So in your framework also, we generally have these utility classes, and in utility classes we try to make sure that the methods are static. Are you going to create an object of a utility class? No, we don't create the object of utility class. Why we don't create the object of the utility class? Because methods are static, right? Methods are static. So if the methods are static, why do you want to create an object? So will it have reference these instance variable? Generally in your utility class, the variables, method, they are all static. Okay. Now over here we have this commons IO, and what we need to do over here now guys is we will be using the file utility class, and I'm going to say file utils dot copy file. Copy file from where? Copy file from my file. Copy file from my file, and where that content needs to be given, I want to store it over here. So I'm going to say, or let's create a pointer again, file, output file. Let's keep it simple. Output file, see, equal to new file. Now over here I'm going to give the path. The path is going to be just screenshot.png. Now here's the most interesting thing guys. I have just written screenshot.png. That's it. So since I'm using this file class, what Java is going to do now, it is going to assume that you want the file to be created in your project. So over here inside 90 days SDET interview prep, a file will be created, and that file is going to be called as screenshot.png. Right now that particular file is not there. Okay. So this output file is basically what? It is just a pointer. Is the file created yet? No. File is going to be created when you're going to call this copy file. The content which is there inside my file will be given to this particular file, and it is going to create that file for us. Observe. So I'm just going to delete this chap, and I'm going to put over here output file. This is going to give me an exception. For simplicity, I'm just going to throw that exception, which is going to be IO exception. Then that's it. Right click, run as Java application. Google got loaded. Okay, if everything is working the way I want now, there should be a screenshot.png file. Do you see over here screenshot.png file? You will observe over here, because all the files are here now. pom.xml, .project, .class path. There is no file called screenshot.png. Don't worry, you just need to refresh this. Tada, done. Screenshot.png. I'm going to click over here. Screenshot again. All right. Pretty simple, pretty straightforward. Now what I want you guys to do now, I want you guys to just observe my code for a moment. Okay. we have the WebDriver WD, we have WD.get, okay, we have the screenshot. You're going to create your input file, that is screenshot.get screenshot as. You're going to have an output file reference, and you're going to copy the content from my file and you're going to give it to the output file. This file utility which you see, right, this is basically coming from your commons IO. Okay. Spend some time observing this particular code. Pause this particular video. Okay. Minimize, go to your Eclipse, write this particular code quickly at your end. Okay. Write it now, because now this particular code is pretty fresh in your mind. If you plan to do it probably tomorrow or day after tomorrow, you'll again have to spend the time revisiting this particular lecture. Okay. Quickly write it down. I hope you guys have written the code. Now, this is the snippet. Let's say the interviewer asks you, Ki Baba, how will you use this particular snippet in your project, in your framework? Very valid question, because anyone can write these 6 lines and technically tell they know Selenium WebDriver. But creating framework is an art. It takes a lot of time. You need to be good with your design patterns and all. So over here, guys, I have this sample automation framework, which is just a practice framework that we create in our SDET masterclass. Over here, guys, you will notice that I have a lot of utility classes. We have browser utilities, CSV reader, and all those chaps popping up. And over here, if I go to the CSV reader, you will notice it's a class which has static method. Excel reader utility, static method. Extent reporter utility, static. Properties util, static. Logger utility, static. Okay, I am not kidding. Constructor is private. Where do you see your constructor private? You see it in singleton class. You see it in your, where? You also have it in your builder design pattern. You also have it in your utility design pattern. Now, over here, guys, I have this one class which is called as a browser utility. Now, this particular class is a very special class. You know why? Inside this particular class, the methods are non-static. Okay, there is a reason for that. I really can't explain that in this short time. But the main thing over here now, this browser utility class is basically a wrapper. Wrapper over what? Wrapper over your Selenium WebDriver. Meaning you're not supposed to use Selenium WebDriver anywhere in your test scripts, in your page classes. Are you getting the point? I have seen so many students, so many professionals, what they do is they write Selenium WebDriver code in their test scripts. And there are like so-called instructors also that they find it's fine. We need to use Selenium WebDriver in the test scripts. No, you can't. Because the whole point is, if you want to create a framework which is going to be maintainable, easy to be read by anyone, there should be wrappers. There should be a layer of abstraction coming into picture. Because in the framework, let's say a new joinee comes into picture, I want to make sure that they're reading the test scripts and they're understanding how the feature works. Are you getting the point? So the main thing is, even in future, let's say your company is going to use your AI agents to create the test scripts or probably to create the framework components and all, you should be the one who should be able to review these things, because AI can generate the code, but the context, why you are doing a certain thing in a certain way, that responsibility belongs to you. Are you getting the point? If the code is going to be generated by AI, then who is going to own the bug which is going to be generated by AI? That's going to be you. All right. So you have to understand the code. And the irony of this is that you can't understand the code if you have not written the code, right? So here's the thing. Even if someone says ki Baba, coding is gonna be dead and all, you will be reviewing the code. How can you review the code when you don't know how things work? Are you getting the point? So this is something which is a kind of a paradoxical statement. At one end, you are saying that coding is going to be dead. And when interviews happen, they only ask in coding related questions. Okay. Do let me know in the comment section that if you have given any interviews recently, how many coding questions they have asked, right? A lot, right? They keep on asking the questions. So here's the thing, guys, you still need to own the code. So over here, you will notice that in my browser utility, I have these constructors, I have these various methods, and inside these methods, I am calling the Selenium WebDriver code. Okay. Now, if I just press Ctrl O, just to show you the entire hierarchy of this particular class, you will notice that this is an abstract class, meaning you cannot create the object of this particular class. Okay. Stay with me. Okay. Just give me 5-10 minutes. You're going to quickly understand over here. So over here, I have a method, and that method is take screenshot method. If I go to this particular method, you will observe this particular code. Okay. Take screenshot. Then there is a driver.get and all popping up. What is the whole purpose of this driver.get? It's for your parallel executions and all, because I'm using thread local. But if you observe the code, you have the file utils copy file method. You have your file screenshot.get screenshot as. Even this particular line, I have added few other information because I wanted the screenshot to be generated in the screenshots folder. So if I am going to go back over here, you will see I have a screenshots folder, and you see screenshots are generated with timestamps. Okay, there is a proper date popping up over here. Okay, and next to that, it's not just seeing screenshots, it's giving actually the test name, that there is a checkout test which is failing. So this is the screenshot log in CSV, and all those chaps are there. Okay, this is the beauty of this particular chap over here. So what we do is, inside the browser utility class, which is a wrapper over Selenium WebDriver, we technically create this take screenshot method. Internally, it's going to take the screenshot over here. Now, again, in interview, they can ask the question, the screenshot needs to be taken when the test fails. So who is going to tell me whether the test has passed, failed, or skipped? There is going to be something which is called as a listener. So over here, guys, if I scroll up a little bit, you're going to find com.ui listener, and there is this test listener, and observe carefully that on the test failure, there is some magic which is happening. And what this is doing, it is technically accessing the browser utility. And with the help of browser utility, I'm able to take the screenshot. This is the first time probably some of you guys might have seen this kind of a code where I am creating the object of browser utility class. You see, I'm getting the instance of browser utility class. Okay. So over here, I'm going to get the object of the browser utility class. And once I get the particular object, I'm going to take the screenshot. Okay. And observe carefully, this take screenshot method is a non-static method. Okay. It's a non-static method. Yes or no? And if I go to this test listener, I'm getting the instance of browser utility. Now, what do you notice? It's an abstract class over here getting the instance, because once I get the reference of that particular browser utility class, I will be able to access this take screenshot method. That was the magic over here. Are you getting the point over here? Okay. So this is something which we do in the SDET master class. Okay. Because the whole point is, right, a lot of times students reach out to me saying that, Jatin, we really want to get, like 100% salary hike. And sometimes people have these high expectations. And it's my job, it's my responsibility that when you guys join the course, it's really important that you achieve that level. And you can't just go with basic knowledge and saying that you will be able to get 100% salary. It's not going to happen. The time of mediocrity is already dead. You just can't write a basic code and expect that you're going to get 100% salary hike. AI agents write far better code. compared to us. Are you getting the point? So you need to be at level, okay, with these agents. You really can't just, like hope ki Baba, I'll do the basic work and get my thing done. It's not going to happen. Is this part making sense? So this is a very interesting problem, okay, which was taking the screenshot. I've just given you a walkthrough of how exactly things work inside the browser utility class. You will be creating the take screenshot. And because we want to take the screenshot when the test is failing, you're going to have your test listener class. Okay, you're going to have your test listener class, and in your on test failure, you will be calling the take screenshot method. Now, how this method gets called, that is the most important thing. Clear? Perfect. So this was the first question, guys. Now, let's move on to the next question. You are supposed to execute only few tests from 1000 test suite. Again, a very important interview question. Please give it like 3 stars. Okay. Execute only few tests from 1000 test suite. So how we are going to do that? Let's try to understand that also. So guys, we need to execute only a few tests from, let's say, our 1000 test suite. How you're going to do that? Yes? Take a moment, think about it first. That's more important for me. See, I can easily show you the solution, but it's not really going to help you out. So you need to take a moment, think about it, how you're going to do that. Now, some of you guys will say that, Jatin, we can create a XML file, and inside that XML file, we can have that particular test or those certain tests added. But the problem with that particular approach is you will need to maintain that XML file. Because right now the interview is telling that I want to execute 5 tests. Maybe after some time it's going to say that I want to execute, let's say, 15 tests. So how are you going to do that? That's where groups comes into picture. You might have used test-ng groups. If you have not used it, now is the time to understand how exactly test-ng groups works. So over here, I'm going to use the same framework in this basic framework itself. Okay, just something which was created for practice purpose, it still is something which you can use it in your office. Okay, so over here, guys, let's say if I want to execute this particular framework, firstly, a lot of people have this thing that they will be executing it from Eclipse. Okay, what they do is they technically go to the XML file. This is the test.ng XML file, and over here they will try to execute all these tests. Okay, right click, run as test.ng suite. That's what you do. Now imagine I have over here 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5. The interviewer is telling you're gonna have 1000. Okay, 1000 test suite, and I want to run only certain. Then what we will be doing? We are supposed to make changes in this XML file, but that doesn't work. Okay, how you're going to do it with in the CI then? Okay, because in CI you are not going to have the option to make the changes. Are you getting the point? So the first thing is you should always have the flexibility, the feature to run the framework from the terminal. This is non-negotiable. Whether you're going to do it with Playwright, whether you're going to do it with Cypress, whether you're doing it with, want to do it with Rest Assured, Selenium, it doesn't matter. Your framework should be executing from the terminal. Are you getting the point? So over here, if I just go to the terminal, let's clear this particular screen. Now, observe carefully. This is how this framework works. Maven test -d browser equal to Chrome. -d is lambda test equal to false. So over here, if I am going to give lambda test as false, then the test is not going to be executed on remote browsers, like in your cloud servers and all. It's not going to be executed. It's going to be executed on my local machine. And I'm saying headless equal to false. When I say headless equal to false, your graphical user interface, your GUI is going to be used, and technically you will be having your Chrome browser shown, and you will be able to see the test execution. And I'm putting -x, meaning I want it to show me detailed logs. Now over here, Maven test, I think some time back I had taken this lecture on YouTube, which was explain the Maven life cycle. Please make sure after this particular lecture you watch that video also, so that you understand what are the various Maven life cycle. But in short, if I have to explain you what exactly this test is going to do, it is going to execute all the things which are kept in SRC test Java. It is going to execute all the things which are going to be there in SRC test Java. But Baba, there are so many packages. How it is going to decide which thing to run first? That's the reason if you go to the pom.xml file, I have a plugin which is the Maven Surefire plugin, and over here guys, in Maven Surefire plugin, it understands how the execution of this particular framework needs to be done. So this is your Maven Surefire plugin. And one important thing I forgot to mention, in your Maven test, this test phase, okay, your Maven Surefire plugin is automatically binded to this chap. Okay, so Maven Surefire plugin is binded to your Maven test. Okay, so the moment you say Maven test, it is going to use Maven Surefire plugin only. And over here, you will notice that there is a configuration. It sees ki Baba, your suit XML file is testng.xml file. It is going to pick up this file. It is not going to start executing from SRC test Java. It is going to read the testng XML file. Over here, there is an option called groups. We will talk about this. But then there are some system property variables. Browser. What is the value of browser? I am passing Chrome. So over here, Chrome will be kept. Is lambda test? What is the value of lambda test? False. Is headless? False. So it is going to use browser as Chrome, is lambda test as false, and headless as false. Meaning all the tests which are there in your testng XML file, all these tests, they will be executed on Chrome browser. Is lambda test is going to be false, meaning the browser is going to be launched on my laptop. Next, headless is false, meaning obviously you want to see the UI. As simple as that. Okay, this is what it is. So let's hit the enter and observe the execution first. And you will notice it is executing the project. And all the tests which has been kept over here, they are going to be executed in parallel mode. Okay, it's running the test, it's closing the test, it's closing the browser, and all those things are happening. Done, finish. Okay, so if I go back over here, okay, if I just refresh this assignment project, over here there is going to be this report.html file. I'm going to right click, show in System Explorer. Let's open this Microsoft Edge quickly. Okay, and here you will notice that it is telling me certain tests are passed, certain tests are failed. So whatever the tests which are failing, it is attaching the screenshot. The previous interview question which I have just discussed. Okay, so everything is shown. It is giving the error message also. Why exactly this particular test is failing, it is getting attached over here. Now, let's try to look at the test for a moment. Over here, if I go to this com.ui test, I'm going to pick only one test, which is login test. It doesn't make sense to go through all the components right now. So over here, this is my test. I'm zooming out, okay, so that you can see the length of my test. One line, one line, one line, Do you see anywhere Selenium WebDriver, any variable creation happening? No. There is method chaining which is happening though. You know? So over here, I'm trying to have some kind of a fluent interface design pattern. And what exactly this fluent interface design pattern gives you? It gives you method chaining. If you have studied rest assured with me, you would have noticed that even there I have used something similar. Whenever you are writing the test, it's really important that your test is human readable. Okay, it is small, because if your test is small, only then you will be able to maintain it off. Are you getting the point? Next, you'll be like, Jatin, this is the login test. Everyone creates the login test, and login test is a very simple test to technically do, right? But look carefully. I go for, let's say, add a new address. Okay? And over here, I am trying to add a new address. So I'm just going to go to my account page, go to address page, save the address, assert that the new address is something, some assertion is there. Okay? Now, here's the most important thing, guys. You know this test which you see right now, it is technically filling like around 20-30 fields, if I'm not wrong. Okay? 15 to bare minimum, I think it is filling it off. So what I'm doing over here is I'm using Pojo classes. Okay? So your fake address utility is generating the fake address. It's filling all these information. It is creating this address Pojo class for me. Okay, the Pojo class object, and that Pojo object I'm passing it off. Again, a very important interview question where you have used Pojo classes in your automation framework. Now, every time you can't keep on talking about ki bacha baba in Selenium it is used at different place, rest assured it is used at different place. No. The purpose of Pojo class is to only hold the data, and it is technically used at a place which is called as transfer object. Whenever I want to transfer the object from one place to another place, we use Pojo classes. You are converting a Java object into JSON object. There is a transfer which is happening, a conversion which is happening. Pojo classes are going to come over there. So those Java objects, what we are talking is basically Pojo. They technically hold the state. Now, this is what is learning, and this is really important. If you are not writing the code in a way that is going to be human readable, or you are just writing the test scripts for the sake of doing it off, it is going to backfire you. At 5-6 years of experience, or let's say even 12-13 years of experience, if you're not writing the code like this, okay, it's not a good thing, guys. Now, the next thing, if I go back to the login test, you will notice I have added groups, and this is really important. I have seen a lot of people talking about groups, but they are not using it off. So when you're saying groups, I have E2E, login, sanity. Here I have E2E, sanity. Over here I have E2E, sanity, and all those things. Now what we want over here is, I just want to run some test. I don't want to run all the test. So what I'm going to do is, I'm going to use another attribute. I'm going to pass another flag which is going to be called as groups. -d groups equal to login. That's it. So let's assume the framework was having 1000 tests, right? And I'm only saying -d group login, and the moment I hit enter, it should run only a couple of tests. Okay. So only the test which is going to have login, okay, as the main stuff, it is going to execute that. Done and dusted. You see, now it's not launching a lot of browser. Only 2 browser session was executed, and it is done. 2 tests pass. Previously, there were like 13-14 tests which were there. Now only 2 tests got executed, because the test which was having the group as login, where is login over here? Login, that got executed. Now why it got executed twice is because I'm also using data provider. If I go to this login.data provider, this is the login test data provider. It is using login data.json, meaning it is going to use the test data which is in JSON format. And over here, I have two credentials, Jatin and this, and Baku ma'am, okay, and this. So this is what it is, guys. Okay, please make sure that you make proper notes for these things. Whenever you want to execute only certain tests out of 1000 tests, 1500 tests, 2000 tests, doesn't really matter. Please use groups. So how you're going to use groups? Just to repeat that, you will be marking your test, okay, with certain groups. Okay, these groups needs to be well configured and well decided by your team. I can't randomly say that E2E I'm going to use. No, it should be well documented and discussed ki baba, the groups in the framework are going to be so and so. Then what you will be doing, you will be going to your pom.xml file, and over here in your Maven Surefire plugin, you will be using these groups tags. This dollar curly bracket groups, this dollar browser, dollar is lambda test, dollar is headless, right? People really get intimidated by this. This is nothing. It's pretty simple. You see, I am writing this, na? -d browser. This is the name of the variable. So this -d browser is going to be put over here. If I would have called it X, then I have to call this chap as X. Are you getting the point? So this dollar curly bracket X, this X is the name of the variable. Technically, it's a placeholder. Okay. And over here, I'm using groups. Okay. So here you see groups is written. No? Groups, -d groups is logging. So only the test which belongs to the groups category will be executed. Are you getting the point? That's it. So this was the whole class for today. I hope you really enjoyed it off. Do let me know in the comments section. Don't forget to mark your attendance, guys. I see people watch the video till the end, but like you're not marking the attendance. Now, though, I keep on remembering the names also of the folks who are commenting in the video. So please make sure, guys, you comment your attendance and do let me know if there is going to be any particular question you want me to cover in this entire series. Also, if you found this particular video useful, please share it off with your friends, your QA friends who are preparing for the interviews. Now, I'm going to see you guys in the next class. Till then, take care. Bye-bye. Good evening, everyone, and I hope you guys are doing pretty good. So, in today's class, we will be covering a very interesting interview question. This particular question was given to me by Harshil. Harshil has like around 9 years of experience in automation testing, and she recently appeared for this interview for SDET in TCS, and over there, this particular question was asked. Now, this question is interesting is because it has nothing to do with automation testing. It has nothing to do with your testing fundamentals. It's completely a coding question. Now, the question over here is, we have been given a JSON object and we are supposed to manipulate that JSON object. So, we have been given this huge JSON object, guys. And over here, if you notice, there is this huge JSON object which consists of nesting of JSONs, and there is a JSON array. Now, how do I know that this is a JSON array, guys? Take a moment, think about it. It's pretty simple, right? You see these square brackets? These square brackets basically means that this is a JSON array. Now, just like your normal array, which is going to store similar kind of values, JSON array basically stores similar kind of JSON objects. Now, what do you mean by similar kind of JSON objects? You will notice product IDs over here, product IDs here, product name is there, product name is there, quantity is there, quantity is there, price is there, price is there. So the keys are common in both the JSON objects inside this JSON array. What is the key for this JSON array? Items. Okay, it is items. Now, what the interviewer has asked na ki Baba, there is this product name which is having the value laptop. You are supposed to change the value from laptop to desktop. That's all you want to do. Okay. Again, this has nothing to do with your Selenium, your rest assured and all. But this is pure a fundamental question. Okay. And the interesting part is the interviewer wants us to write a snippet for this particular code. Okay. So here's the thing, guys. We have this huge JSON object. Now, what we will be doing now, we will be first identifying the path to reach items. So, if you notice, let's close this chat. If you notice, right now, inside this JSON object, you are having items as one of the keys. So there is no nesting. You see order ID, order date, customer. Inside customer, there is another JSON object. Then we have customer is having another nesting over here, which is of contact, and contact is having email and phone. But when you're talking about items, item is directly inside the JSON object. Okay? Item is directly inside this particular JSON object. Are you getting the point? So accessing items is going to be very straightforward. But what we need to do is we need to first parse this particular JSON object in Java. In order to do parsing, you can use various libraries. You can use Jackson, you can use JSON, you can use JSON library. Now, what I will be doing is I will be using a very simple library because I want the code over here to be very simple. That's the reason I'll be using JSON in Java. This is the library which I'll be using. So you can go to the mavenrepository.com and technically you just need to search for this library called JSON. Okay, or you're going to find something called JSON in Java. This is the one, and you can just scroll down to the Maven tab, copy this particular dependency, go back to your project wherever you're practicing it off. For me, I have created this 90 days SDET interview preparation, and I'm going to go to the pom.xml file and I will add this particular dependency. I have already added and kept over here. Is this part making sense to everyone? Now, we will be using this particular library. Here's the most important thing, guys. Whenever you want to manipulate a JSON, you technically need a third-party library. We have Jackson, we have JSON, and we have JSON also. So I'll be using JSON over here. Now, what we will be doing first is we will be creating a variable. Let's call this as string JSON payload. Okay. And over here, the most interesting thing is we have a pretty huge JSON. No? We have a pretty huge JSON. So what sometimes people do is they're going to use double quote and they're going to paste it like this. Now this thing looks very ugly. Okay. The readability over here is very bad because we have this /r/ and then again / popping up. So whenever you're going to have a multi-line statements popping up, which you want to store it in your string, always use these triple quotes. This is important. Okay. So if you're going to use double quote, what is going to happen? You will end up having these /r, /n and all those things and plus sign and all those things popping up. We don't want that. What we want is the readability should be better. That's the reason you're going to use these multi-line codes. This is these 3 codes you're going to put over here, 3 over here, 3 over here, and in between you paste it off. All right. Then I'm going to put my semicolon at the end. So let me just zoom out. This is the entire JSON object. Okay. Let's minimize this chap also. I'm going to do a Control-Shift-F to fix the formatting. Now the readability gets a little bit better. Yes or no? Now, what we want to do is we want to parse this particular JSON. Okay. We're going to parse this particular JSON. And for that, we will be using your JSON. library. So this whole thing, here you see this is the end of the JSON object. This is the start of the JSON object, and I'm using the word, this is a JSON object. Inside JSON object, there is another JSON object. Then there is a JSON array, so on and so forth. The terms are important. So the JSON library that we have added now, it technically gives me a class which is called as JSON object class. So we will be using this JSON object class, and I'm going to create a reference of this particular class JSON object equal to new JSON object. Now, a lot of time in your interview, they ask you where you have done constructor overloading. Arey Baba, look carefully. JSON object, you have JSON object, JSON token. You can use JSON object and you can pass a string over here. So it's not necessary that you are doing the constructor overloading. 99% you will be having your own classes where you will be doing constructor overloading for sure. I have done it in browser utility, I have done it in REST assured and all those things. But you should also remember the different classes in which constructor overloading has happened. Okay, so when I'm looking at JSON object class also, I know that there is your constructor overloading happening. Okay, and we will be using this JSON object and we will be giving the source in string format. Now over here guys, automatically JSON payload is getting selected is because we only have one variable which is your string JSON payload, right? So it has automatically filled this thing for us. Now, as we want to manipulate this JSON object, we have created this JSON object reference now. Are you getting the point? Now, look carefully. So over here guys, what we want to do is we want to print this JSON object on my console. So how can I do that? Simply, I can say system.out.println JSON object dot toString. Okay, toString. Let's click on the play button and let's bring this chap over here, and you will notice that it is printing the entire JSON payload over here for us. Okay, this is the JSON object. You'll be like, Arey Jatin, why you had to do this thing? You could have simply printed the JSON payload. You are converting it into string and then printing it off. What extra advantage you're getting over here? Let me show you. If you notice, the main problem over here is that the entire JSON object that is getting printed over here is in one line. Readability is bad, yes or no? What we want over here is, we want to have proper indentation. So you can give the indentation over here, you just put 2. You just put over here 2. Save it, right click, run as Java application. Let's bring this guy up. What do you notice? Proper indentation is there, 2 white spaces. Alright, I hope this part makes sense. Now, what we want is inside this JSON object, we have this items array, right? This items is a JSON array and I want to access this items. So how can I do that? So over here, what we will be doing, let's hit enter. I'm going to use this JSON object dot, let's say, get a JSON array. This is the method which I have, JSON array. And JSON array requires the key. Now tell me, what is the name of the key of this JSON array? Because this is the one we want to manipulate. The interviewer is telling ki Baba, the product name over here is laptop. You change the laptop to desktop. Okay, this is what we want. The product name which is over here as laptop, you are going to change it to desktop. So for that, I'm going to take this items and I'm going to put it off over here. You're going to give the key. Okay. What does get JSON array returns me? It returns me JSON array. Okay. So over here, I'm going to say JSON array and this is going to be items array. Do a control shift O. Okay. I think there is some mistake. Yeah. JSON should be capital. Now, this item array is technically storing your entire items array. So these two JSON objects are inside the JSON array, the item array that we have just created now. And we can access them. How? Let me show you. Let's hit enter. And I can simply say system.out.println items array dot get me the item which is going to be there on the 0th index. And be careful over here. See, if you're going to use a get method, it is going to return me object. I don't need object. I need it in the string format. Okay, so I have this get string. Okay. If you don't want it in the string format also, you can get it in the JSON object format. And this becomes a little bit better because then I can beautify and all those things. So get JSON object is what you're going to use. And I'm going to give the 0th index because this item is on which index? 0th index. Yes or no? So over here, I'm going to give the 0th index and then I'm going to say dot to string and you're going to give the value for the indentation. I'm going to give 2. Now, for the simplicity, let's comment the old one. Perfect. Let's bring this chap up. Okay, right click, run as Java application. And voila, you will notice that we got this chap. One step close. So what do we want over here? We want product name should be changed from laptop to desktop. This is what we want. Product name should be changed to desktop. So how to do that? Over here, whenever you are performing any updation in your REST APIs, what is the HTTP verb that you use? Put. Put is the one you use, na? So observe what I'm going to do. I'm going to take this chap. I'm going to say items array dot get JSON object on the 0th index dot put. And you give the key. The key over here is product name. Okay. Let's bring this chap up. This is product name. And over here, what should be the value? The value should be desktop. I'm going to copy the same line and I'm going to print it over here for you guys. Click on the play and you will notice the difference. Over here, the old value of product name was laptop. Now it is desktop. Your update has happened. Is this part making sense to everyone? Okay. So quickly practice this particular code at your end. We are not done yet. Okay. This is the code. This entire JSON payload, I have put it in the comment section. You guys can take it from there. Okay. And now I want you guys to quickly write this particular code at your end. I hope you guys have written this particular code. Now, if you write till here now, will the interviewer accept this particular solution? The answer is no. The thing is, what if the interviewer wants us ki baba, wherever laptop is there, you need to change it to desktop. Okay. So we have to iterate over the array. This is something that I have purposely shown you so that you understand how these methods work. But in reality, never hard code these things. What we will be doing is we will be iterating over the array. And iterating is pretty simple, like how you do it in your normal array. The same concept comes over here. I'm going to have for int index equal to 0 because obviously the array index starts from 0. And I'm going to say index is going to be less than item array dot length. Right? And I'm going to say index plus plus. Now, what did I do? Once I got the item array, inside the item array, I'm going to use this index to get the JSON object. So I'm going to say JSON object. Okay. And I'm going to say item equal to item array dot get the JSON object at whatever the index it is. Then this is the most important thing. We are going to do something tricky. I'm going to say if item dot get me the string value for product name. Okay. Now the reason I'm using the get the string value because it's going to give me the string value and probably it's a string. Laptop and desktop probably would be in string, right? I can just say dot equals ignore case to laptop. Then what? We will update it of item dot put product name with N capital as desktop. Okay. Done. This is the whole code. Outside the for loop, I can just use this same stuff. This was a sys outline, right? I can just take this one. I can put it off over here, save it. Let's zoom out a little bit over here because what is going to get printed is going to be pretty big. Let's click on the play button. And you will notice that this whole thing, okay, this whole thing over here, this is product name, okay, product name is desktop. Is this part clear to everyone? Okay, so over here guys, you can expect such questions over here, okay. It's a very interesting one, and generally what happens now guys, wherever such questions are asked that you have been given a JSON array and you want to manipulate it off and all those things, the first solution that usually comes in anyone's mind is I will make a put request. But the interviewer did not even say ki baba this is a REST API, it is just a payload. Okay, you want to update this particular field. This product name field needs to just get updated. So this is a pure Java program. You just need to be aware of the library. Can I do it with Jackson or JSON? Of course, I would have been able to do that. But the problem with those libraries in today's class would be that you would have to understand what is this object mapper and all those things. If you're already familiar with the concept of or the terminologies like JSON object or your JSON array, okay, and understanding what exactly put means. Put is technically means updation here, okay, it becomes easy to learn. That's the reason I choose to use your JSON library, okay, the JSON library over here. So that's it guys, this was the whole program. Please make sure you practice it off pretty well and just be aware of this particular library. Now I'm going to see you guys in the next one, and don't forget to mark your attendance, okay, and thank you so much for showing a lot of love for this entire series, and now I'm going to see you guys in the next one. Till then, take care, bye bye. Welcome back to the class guys, and I hope you guys are doing pretty good. So we are in the logic building module, and today also we will be solving a very interesting interview question. This particular question was given to me by a student of the SDET masterclass, and this is a very tricky interview question. It's a question from HackerRank, and most of you guys were having a discussion in the WhatsApp group, so I thought why not I just cover this particular question for you guys. Now, a lot of students thought that this is a very difficult question, but here's the thing guys, this question is very simple and it's very straightforward. The problem that happens over here is that people have difficulty understanding the entire problem statement. So how exactly this particular class is going to be conducted is that first I will be explaining the entire problem statement. Once we have understood the entire problem statement, you and I, we will be writing the code together. Okay. So let's try to understand this particular problem. Please guys, whenever you are studying with me, please make sure that you have put your phone on silent mode. Okay. And technically just keep your phone in some other room. Okay. There should be zero distraction when you guys are studying with me. Now, over here guys, we have this particular problem, and the problem is microservice health monitor. Okay, this particular question is basically from HackerRank only. This is from HackerRank coding challenge, and the interviewer has given us like 30 minutes to solve this particular problem. Over here, the problem is that a company runs 3 microservices every day. So there is a firm, okay, and in that particular firm, there are 3 microservices which runs every single day. At the end of each day, the status of all the microservices is recorded as a string. This is important, that the status of all the microservices is recorded as string, in which in that particular string, you are only going to have these 2 characters, either Y or N. Y basically means that the microservices is up and running. N means over here that microservice has failed. So over here, guys, we are going to have 3 microservices. Let's say M1, M2, M3. Okay. And then at the end of the day, we will see what is the status of all the 3 microservices. If all the values are y, 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 what it means? That all the 3 services are up and running. Perfect. What if it is like this? M1, M2, M3. I say y, n, y. What do you conclude with this string? We conclude that microservice 1 was up and running, microservice M3 was also running, but microservice 2 failed. Is this part clear? Perfect. So over here, guys, this is what the string is going to hold. Okay, it is just going to have either y or n, but there will be 3 characters because we have 3 microservices. Each element in the list represent one day's status of all microservices. Now, here's the most interesting thing. This value which you see is only for one day, but we will be given a list which is going to have 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. So over here, we're going to have 0 index, 1, 2, 3, 4. What is the size of the list? 5, right? The size of the list is 5. Now, this particular list, guys, is only going to store string value. So over here, we're going to have something like this. Y, 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 N, Y. Any combination it can be. Y, Y, N, Y, 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 and Y, Y, Y. Now, whatever is going to be there on the 0th index is technically the value for Monday. Whatever is there on the first one is for Tuesday. Whatever is there on the second one is for Wednesday. This is going to be for Thursday, and this is going to be for Friday. So we have the string value, but technically we don't have one string value. We have a list of string. Is this part making sense to everyone? And each of the index technically specify a particular day. Now, most of you guys will be thinking, why 5 days? Because you work only for 5 days, Monday to Friday. Clear? Now, our job over here is to find the longest streak of consecutive days where all the microservices was up and running. Okay? We want to find the longest streak. Streak means there should be continuous days where the values were y, 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 y. Okay? Meaning all the 3 microservices were up and running. Chuck the word microservices. You are only looking, okay, as those consecutive memory location where the value is y, y, y. All right? Observe carefully. This is what is there in front of you, just to write it down properly. This is y, 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 n, y, 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 n. Here also, let's say we have y, 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 and here also y, y. Now, this is the data for 5 days. This is the data for 5 days. Perfect. Now, over here, guys, if I ask you, tell me the longest streak where all the microservices were up and running, then what you're going to say? If you observe carefully, on Monday, we were having all the microservices up and running, yes or no, because the values is y, y, y. Now, we will check for Tuesday. The moment I check for Tuesday, I see y and y. There is a n over here. There is a n over here popping up, right? Now, this cannot be a streak. Why? Because on Tuesday, there was one service which was down. If I go to Wednesday, y, y, n, again, one more service was down. So, here also, we don't have all the services which was up and running. Till now, only Monday was the day where only all the services were up and running. Tuesday service failed, Wednesday service failed. When I look at Thursday, again the service is up and running. All the services up and running. And if I look at Friday also, all the services are up and running. So there are technically 2 consecutive days where all the services are up and running. Are you getting the point? So the output of this particular program should be 2. Now, over here guys, they have set a rule. If a day string contains only y, that day counts as a streak, meaning all the services were up and running, right? If a day string contains 1n, the streak is going to be resetting to 0. Okay? The streak value resets to 0. Why? Because obviously it has broken the pattern, right? Now, return the maximum streak found. Over here, the input is y, 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 and y. So over here, your streak is 1 because all the 3 services were up and running. Now over here, we got y and y. So the streak is going to be reset to 0 because there is an n popping up over here, right? Then we have y, y, y. Streak is again going to be set to 1. Y, y, y. Streak is going to be updated to 2 because there are 2 consecutive days now. And we have y, y, y. Streak is going to be updated and the value of the 3 consecutive or like the maximum streak over here is going to be 3. Hence, the output of this particular program is 3. Now, we have to write the code for this particular program. Now, if I scroll down, they are just given the same explanation that day 1, all the 3 services were up and running. So, current streak is going to be 1. Maximum streak is also going to be 1 because on day 1, there's only 1 day. So, the maximum streak is 1. When I say day 2, okay, we have y and y. 1 failed. The moment there is 1 n popping up, the current streak is going to be reset to 0. But the maximum streak is still 1, meaning if there were only 2 days, okay, in the list, the maximum streak was only here, na? Meaning over here, all the 3 services were up and running. If I still combine day 1, day 2, day 3, observe carefully, y, 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 y. Over here, all passed, okay? And what is going to happen? The current streak is 1, okay? The maximum streak is still 1. It's not going to be 2 because obviously on day 2, there was this y and y popping up. So we will still say that the maximum streak over here is 1 only. Now for day 1, day 2, day 3, day 4, we are having 2 consecutive days. So our current streak is going to be updated with 2 and the maximum streak is technically going to take that particular value. And day 5, again, we have all the y. So technically the current streak is going to be 3 and the maximum streak is also going to become 3. Okay. So we have to write the logic of this particular program. Now let's get started over here. Over here, I'm going to go back to the com.logic building. And if you notice, guys, now we have covered a hell lot of programs in this entire SDET masterclass. Okay. So we have solved literally, I believe, more than 100 questions or something. Okay. But here's the thing, guys. Whatever these questions which we have covered so far, these are all important questions. And when people share me, like what kind of questions have been asked for them in the interview, it's the same questions. Okay. So if you study the entire logic building properly, I can give you in writing that you are going to do just fine in your coding rounds. And that's the whole purpose of this SDET masterclass, right? We just don't want ki baba you do a shallow learning. You have to build the project. And that's the most important thing. So over here, guys, what we will be doing, we will be quickly creating a class. Let's call this particular class as Mac Streak Problem. And inside this particular class, let's introduce the main method, Control-Shift-F. This is the first thing which is important. And we will be creating a list of string, which is going to be weak logs. And we will be having arrays dot as list, and all the values that we have in this particular document, we will be using that. So let me just quickly open this particular document. We have been given this input value, right? So I'm just going to quickly copy all these values. Okay. Let's go back over here, and inside this list, we will put it off over here. So looking at this particular values, we know that the maximum longest streak that we have is of 3 days. Perfect. Now, what I'll be doing is now, for simplicity, I'll just quickly create a method. Let's call this method as calculate max streak, and we will be passing the week's log. That's it. Okay, let's bring the and create the method. Now, observe what we need to be. We are going to keep a track of two things. The first one is going to be current streak, meaning we will check whatever the value that we are reading, is it a streak or not. So over here, I'm going to say int current streak. Okay. And that I'll be initializing it with 0. I'm also going to have a maximum streak. And the reason to have this maximum streak also is to compare that of the value that we have read in the past, is it greater than the current streak value that we have? Okay, so this maximum streak is going to take care of that. Now, what we will be doing is we will be traversing this particular list. And since it's a list, for each loop is going to do just fine. So I'm going to do for, let's call this string day data. Okay, or let's call this data for simplicity. And we're going to get the data from the week's log. And if I just do a system.out.println data, you will notice if I'm going to click on the play button, we are getting the value y, y and y, 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 y. All right, all those things we are getting it off. Now we need to check whether it is a streak or not. So how we are going to do that? Simple if condition. If data dot contains, okay, contains n. If data dot contains n. Why n? Because the moment a n is going to be present, it means that it is going to break the streak for us, right? So I'm going to say if data does not contain n, it means that it is a streak, meaning all the services were up and running. So over here, let's scroll down and let's bring this chap over here. Just to show you, I can say something like system.out.println data. I can say all services up. Save this, click on the play button, and you will notice that it's only printing the values y, y, y. N is not popping up. But we also need to have an else condition over here. We'll do something about this else part. Now, over here, since we got y, y, y for the first time, it means that it is a streak. All services are up and running. So I'm going to say current streak is going to be current streak plus 1. I'm just going to increment it off. Along with that, I'm going to calculate the maximum streak. Maximum streak is going to be very simple. I'm going to say math.max current streak as well as the maximum streak. Whatever is the maximum between the max streak and the current streak, that will be taken and given to this. But if there is this n word which is going to be present in the data, it is going to break the pattern. It's going to break the pattern. And because it is going to break the pattern, we need to start counting from 0 again. So if n pops up, I will be updating my current streak to 0. And this problem is solved. Okay. So if I just zoom out and outside the for loop, I just print the max streak that we have, it should be giving me the value 3. Okay. This is the entire code. Okay. So I want you guys to write this particular code at your end, practice it off pretty well because it has been asked, recently. So chances of you getting this particular question is also pretty high. And now you'll start noticing that, see, when you're looking at automation testing interviews or SDET interviews now, the interview focus has already changed. They will ask you questions related to coding. They will ask you questions related to framework designing, framework refactoring. Okay, your AI testing tools or AI tools are also going to pop up. So please make sure, guys, You need to know where you should be focusing on during your interviews. That's the reason I always say build projects. The more you build projects, if you're going to have a strong portfolio, you are definitely going to thrive in this entire, 2026 market. So please make sure that you study well. Okay. Whatever the lectures which I have kept in the SDET masterclass, it's going to help you out, stand out during your interviews. You would have seen the success stories of the students also, that all the questions from the coding rounds or related to the framework, it has all came from the modules that we have created. Okay. And the best thing over here now, guys, see, a lot of time people say that array AI is there, so the coding is going to be less and all. Yes, the coding is going to be less, but what is not going to change is the debugging part. Okay. So if your AI agents are going to write the code, you should be able to review the code. You should be able to technically debug the code. And how are you going to do that if you don't know anything about your coding fundamentals? Chuck the coding fundamentals. You want to build projects. Okay. How do you build projects when you don't have a solid fundamentals of your programming language? So this is going to backfire, like at least the juniors now, people with 1-2 years of experience, who want to grow in IT now. For them, it is going to be very difficult. I feel that your senior management, okay, or if you're going to be someone with, let's say, 7, 8, or probably 10, 12 years of experience, this is the right time to take the advantage. Build projects properly, okay, and whatever the projects that we have kept over here in the LMS, you put it off in your resume. Okay, it's just going to help you out in getting a better job. Make sure you practice this particular program pretty well. I'm going to see you guys in the next one. Till then, take care. Bye-bye. Welcome back to the class, guys, and I hope you guys are doing pretty good. So in today's class, now we will be solving a very interesting interview question. This particular question was given to me by one of the student of the SDET masterclass. And over here, guys, the interviewer is asking us to manipulate a list. Okay. So let me just quickly create the class over here. So I'm going to go to this com.logic building module and I'm going to quickly create a class called as list manipulation. Okay. And inside this particular class, we will be having the main method. Now observe carefully. What the interviewer is telling us, ki Baba, you have a list. So let's add a list. I'm going to use arrays class, arrays.asList. And inside this list, we are having numbers as well as a null value. So we are going to have 1, 22, let's say 32, null, 123, 100. Okay. So this is my list, which technically holds numbers as well as a null value. Now let's add a list reference. I'm going to say list of integer. Okay. And this is going to be number list. Now some of you guys will be thinking, "Arey Jatin, there is a null value, na? Then why you are putting integer over here?" This is integer class, right? So the integer object can take a null value, right? That's the reason. Now over here, what the interviewer is telling us, ki Baba, you are supposed to manipulate in such a way that the output of the program should only store or print the numbers which starts with 1. 1, 123 and 100. Are you getting the point? So the output of the program should be 1, 123 and 100. 22, 32, null, these values should not be printed on the console. So how you're gonna approach this particular problem? Take a moment, think about it. So guys, what we will be doing over here now, see, we are having a list, okay? We have a list. And the moment I see a list, and I see that I need to do some kind of filtration. Over here with all these numbers and null values which is present, I just want 1, 123 and 100. All the three numbers starts with 1. Okay. Rest all the numbers as well as the null value should be removed. So because we need to do some kind of a filtration, in this kind of an operation, streams is going to be very useful for us. Okay, we will be using streams. So what I am going to do first is I'm going to take this number list, and to this number list I'm going to apply stream. Then what I'm going to do next is I'm going to start applying the filtration criteria. So I'm going to apply a filter. The first thing that we should be doing over here is we should be removing the null value. Okay, this is important because if you decide to remove the null value later, okay, that time you will end up getting null pointer exception. So what I want over here is remove this null value. How I'm going to do that? I'm going to say I'm going to take one by one all the values. Okay, I'm going to get those values and I'm going to give it to this objects utility class, not object, objects utility class dot, and it technically has a method called not null or non-null value. Okay, and over here you're just going to pass this char. So what it is going to do, it is going to check whether the value 1 is it non-null? Yes. 22 non-null? Yes. 32 non-null? Yes. Null, non-null, false. 123 non-null? Yes. 100 non-null? Yes. So all the values which are non-null, okay, will be processed further. So just to show you, I can apply a collect and I can say collectors dot to list. Okay, this is what I'm going to do, and technically what it is going to do is all the result from this particular filter will be stored in a list. So we are going to get a list back. So let's take this particular stuff only. I'm going to put over here and I can simply say system.out.println number list 2. Let's save this, right click, run as Java application, and what do you notice? We notice over here that the null value, right, is not given to this collect method. Are you getting the point? So we have first removed the null value. So with this filtration, null has been removed. We are one step close. Are you getting the point? Now, what we want to do over here is we want to only print the numbers, or we just want to get those numbers which starts with 1. How we can do that? Take a moment, think about it. I have a number. Can I convert this particular number to string? Yes, I can use a toString. And it's going to give me this number in the string format. Then I can check whether this particular number starts with 1. Starts with is a method in your string class. No? We can use that. So to this particular filter, what I'm going to do is I'm going to apply another filter and I'm going to say I, and over here I'm going to say I dot toString dot starts with 1. Okay. So we're going to take this number, whatever the values we are getting, the integers, we're going to take those stuff, we're going to convert it into toString, and then we're going to check that starts with is giving me, it starts with 1 is there or not. Okay, so if I just save this and if I'm going to click on the play button, null. Okay, 1, 123, 100. Is this part clear to everyone? Okay, so once you have understood this particular program, now I want you guys to write this particular code by yourself. Okay, Just go through this entire program, write it down by yourself, because the more you try to write the code by yourself, you're able to explain the entire program. In interviews, it's going to help you out in a better way. So that's it. This was a very simple program, guys, and the candidate was having around 3 years of experience. So definitely do try this particular program off. And in case of any questions that you have faced during your interviews, please share it off with me. I'll be happy to cover it off for you guys. So that's it for this particular class. Thank you so much for your time. Now I'm going to see you guys in the next one. Don't forget to mark your attendance. Till then, take care. Bye-bye. Welcome back to the class, guys, and I hope you guys are doing pretty good. So in today's class, we will be solving a very interesting interview question. This particular question was given to me by Mohini, and over here, the interviewer is telling us to extract the data from a web table. Now, if you guys have studied Selenium WebDriver, you know that whenever you want to extract the data from a web table, Selenium WebDriver is something which is going to be used. So you need to know how to actually work with web tables with your Selenium WebDriver in Java. Now, over the internet, there are like lot of ways using which people are manipulating or extracting or doing data scrapping from web tables. But the thing is, most of these solutions are very complex. So in today's class, we will be practicing working on web table. But at the same time, I'm going to give you a solution which is going to work almost all the time, okay, if you have a web table in your office project or your interviewer has asked you a similar kind of question. Now, observe carefully what is the question. We are supposed to visit the website iplt20.com. This is a website that we are supposed to visit. Over here, we have the point table speech, and over here, there is this huge web table which has the entries of the teams as well as they have their respective points. The interviewer is telling us ki Baba, see, you are supposed to give me the name of the team which has the highest point. Now, if you notice carefully, we have this points column. In the points column, we can see that there are two teams which have the highest points, which is 19, right? So we are supposed to print the name of both the teams. Punjab Kings as well as RCB should be printed on the console. The next question which interviewer asked was ki Baba, see, both the teams have same points, but their NRR is different. So you are supposed to print the largest or the maximum NRR, which is for Punjab Kings, which is 0.372. All right. So not only we are supposed to extract the values from the table, but at the same time, we are supposed to tell which team has the maximum points as well as the maximum NRR. Now, a lot of time what people are going to do now, they will start focusing on the respective values they're interested in. So, chalo, you will be able to extract the NRR, okay, which is going to be 0.372 because this is going to be your row 0 and you will say that, okay, this is the value that I need. But over here, there are 2 points. Over here, we need to check ki Baba, which all teams have the same points. So over here, RCB and Punjab Kings have the maximum points, which is 19. What if there was 19 here also? Then I would have to print Punjab Kings, RCB as well as GT. Right? So the thing is, you cannot directly focus on the table cell and try to extract the value. Over here, we are supposed to get the entire table data and then we are supposed to process it. So this particular program, only 10% is Selenium WebDriver. Rest all is Java. And in Java also, you are going to use streams. Is this part clear? Okay. So what we will be doing now, we will be doing a complete practice on this particular assignment. And the way this particular class is going to be conducted is you and I, we both will be writing the code together. So by the end of this particular class, you will be comfortable with the topic of your web table, how you're supposed to automate, how you're supposed to extract or scrape the data, as well as you will also get a practice of your topic of streams. So I hope you guys are ready. So without wasting time, let's get started. Let's delete this particular chap first. Let's close this. Let's go to Eclipse. Over here, we're going to quickly create a new project. Let's call this particular project, okay, a Maven project. This is going to be a Maven project over here. Let's click on Next. You're going to click Create a Simple Project, skip the archetype selection. Let's click on Next. And I'm going to call this as IPL Web Table Automation. Okay, copy this, paste it over here. In the name also, I'm going to give IPL Web Table Automation. Let's click on Finish, Done and Dusted. Over here, this is the IPL Web Table Automation that I have. Now you will notice that the JRE version over here or the Java version over here is 1.8. I want to change this version from 1.8 to Java 11. How can I do that? Most of us will say that, Jatin, you right click on the project, go to build path, click on configure build path, and click on this JRE system library, click on edit, and over here you change it from 1.8 to Java 11. Click on finish, apply, and apply close. It changes to Java 11 for sure. But if I right click over here and I go to Maven and I update the project, okay, let's click on update, you will notice that it changes back to Java 8 or Java 1.8 over here. So this is not the right way to update your JRE versions. What you will be doing is you're going to go to the pom.xml file. This is important. Observe carefully. You're going to have properties. And inside the properties, I'm going to have this maven.compiler.source. That is going to be 11. I'm going to copy this whole line, paste it over here. Maven.compiler target is also going to be 11. Control Shift F, fix the formatting, save it. Close this particular chap. Now, what you do is you right click on the project one more time, go to Maven, and I'm just going to update the project. Let's click on OK, and you will notice that it changes to Java 11. So whenever you are supposed to update your Java version, you are going to update it in the pom.xml file. Don't update it with the configure, build path, and all those things. So this is what you will be doing. Now, the next thing what we need to add over here is the dependencies. So we will be adding a Selenium dependency. So I'm going to add your dependencies. And inside this dependencies, I'm going to search for your Selenium Maven dependency, this one. Let's go to the Selenium Java 4.41. Copy this particular dependency. I'm going to paste it off over here, Control Shift F, save it, done and dusted. All right. So over here, we got this Maven dependencies added now. Previously, it was not there. It just got added recently. So if I'm going to open this, you're going to find your Selenium Java 4.410 jar. Now, I'm going to go to this src main Java and I'm going to quickly create a package. I'm going to call this particular package as com.ipl.automation, something like that. Let's close this. Right click over here. I'm going to quickly create a class. Let's call this particular class as IPL automation. You're going to click on public static void main, click on finish. Don't worry, I'm going to give you time to write the code. Don't worry. This is something very basic. Everyone knows how to do it. So we have this IPL automation. Inside the IPL automation, we have the main method. Now, the first thing which I want to do over here is I want to launch the browser. How do you launch the browser with Selenium WebDriver? What is the syntax? WebDriver WD is equal to new Chrome driver, right? So you're going to write the same stuff. WebDriver WD equal to new Chrome driver. See, you are creating the object over here. Okay, this is the most interesting thing. This is where you are creating the object, right? New Chrome driver. So What happens when an object is created? Class is loaded into the memory, instance variable is created, constructor is called, right? All those things happen. So when you say new Chrome driver, what it is going to do is it is going to launch your browser. This is the most important thing. Whenever you are creating an object of your respective driver class, it is going to launch the browser. So right click over here, run as Java application. Observe carefully now. You will notice the browser is getting launched, but there is a problem. What is the problem? The problem is the size of this particular browser. Okay, it's not in the maximized mode. It should be like this, but it is in the default mode, I believe, right? So this is what we don't want. Now, some of you guys will say that, Arey Jatin, this is so simple. You can just say wd.manage.window.maximize. Yeah, this is correct. Okay, if I save this, if I'm going to click on the play button, it first launches in the default size and then it maximizes it. Okay, but there is a better approach. Okay, what you are going to do is you're going to use Chrome options class. I'm going to say Chrome options equal to new Chrome options. Then I'm going to say options dot add argument double hyphen start hyphen maximized. Okay. Will it work? The answer is no. You're supposed to take the options and you're supposed to pass it to your Chrome driver constructor. Now observe carefully, right click, run as Java application. Now over here, the browser is getting launched in the maximized mode directly. It is not going to go in the default mode. From the default mode is going to be maximized. No. So this is a little bit better way of launching the browser. I hope this particular part makes sense to everyone. The next thing, we want to go to that particular website. So we're going to say wd.get, and what is the URL? I forgot that URL. I'm going to copy this and I'm going to paste this chap over here. Perfect. Right click, run as Java application. Observe carefully now. You will notice that it is launching the browser. It is going to that particular page and the table is there in front of us. All right. Perfect. Quickly do this thing at your end. I'm giving you exactly 5 minutes time. Okay. Create a new project called IPL Web Table Automation. Update the pom.xml file. In the pom.xml file, you're going to have this properties, Maven compiler source, Maven compiler target. You're going to add your Selenium dependency. Then in your SRC main Java, you're going to create a package of com.ipl automation. And you're going to create a class called IPL automation. Have the main method over here. We are doing a data scrapping over here. So technically, we don't need to write any test and all. We just need to extract the data from the web table. You're going to use Chrome options. You're going to start it in the maximized. You're going to take this Chrome options. You're going to pass it to the Chrome driver. And then you know wd.get. Okay. So I hope you guys have done this particular stuff at your end. Now what? Let's go back to this particular page. This is what we have. Now, whenever you're working with web table, there is a series of steps that comes into picture and you need to remember this particular stuff. The first thing what you will be doing is you will be finding the table. Luckily for us, we have this one table only. Okay. And just to repeat the problem statement, the interviewer is telling us ki Baba, you tell me the names of the teams which has the highest points. So over here, the largest point is 19. So the output of this particular program should be Punjab Kings and RCB. Now, the next thing what the interviewer is telling us, ki Baba, you also print which team has the highest NRR. So the highest NRR is 0.372. So over here, Punjab Kings is technically the output over here, which is going to have the highest NRR. All right. Now, you can't just focus on the data over here because this is going to be, let's assume, dynamic data. Today it is Punjab Kings, tomorrow it might be someone else, so on and so forth. So we just directly can't get the data from the TDs. Okay, that is the table data. So what we will be doing over here is first we will be locating this entire web table. So for that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to right click over here, click on inspect. Observe my screen first, then you do it at your end. So right click over here, click on inspect. We found this TH, but I'm not interested in the TH. I'm going to scroll up. We got this T body. So this T body is technically focusing on this, your table heading and all. This is a table. All right. Let me just bring this guy towards the left, this guy towards the right, and I'm going to zoom in a little bit for you guys. So this is the table. The table width over here is 100%. The class over here is IHTD tab. So over here, we have the table, the one which we need. Okay. And this table basically has a class IHTD tabs, right? So we will be locating this entire table first using the class name attribute. So how to do that part? Now, most of the time what people do now, they have this thing of writing wd.find element and they're going to use that by.class name and all. I don't like that particular approach, okay? Because the thing is, you should always bifurcate the lines. You need to understand what are locators. If someone asks you in the interview, what are the different locators which are there in your Selenium WebDriver? Everyone knows that it is ID, name, your class name, your XPath, link text, partial link text, tag name, etc., etc. But what are these? What are the data types of these locators? What are you going to say? No answer, right? By class. By class is a class in Selenium WebDriver, which is the data type of all the locators. So that's the reason you write by.id, by.class name, and so on and so forth. So whenever you are going to create a variable of by class, you are always going to use the suffix locator. So I'm going to find the table with the locator, right? So I'm going to have by table locator, that is the name of the variable. And I'm going to locate it with the help of class name. That's the reason we say class name. And all of these locators which are there in your Selenium WebDriver, now, they are what? They are static methods. So class name, you see, there is a S written over here. It is a static method, by.class name. And the class name is this. I'm going to copy this, paste it over here. So the table locator equal to by.class name IHTD tabs. All right. Now, the next thing what people generally do is they write wd.find element. In your entire automation framework, please don't use wd.find element. You are going to use WebDriver wait. Okay. Your find element or find elements method is not a synchronized method. Okay. If you're working with a modern application where the element takes a little bit of time to load, then your find element is not going to wait for the element to get loaded on the page. That's the reason WebDriver wait was introduced. WebDriver wait basically offers you what? Expected conditions. And these expected conditions actually wait for a particular condition to get completed, and only then it is going to search or it's going to find that particular element. So you get a lot of synchronization when you're working with your WebDriver wait. So over here now guys, what we will be doing is we will be using your WebDriver wait class. Now this WebDriver wait is a class. What do you do of a class? You create a object. But first we will be creating a reference. We're going to say WebDriver wait equal to new WebDriver wait. You're going to pass your WebDriver reference and duration. I'm going to use the duration class from the java.time package. And this is going to be duration of seconds. I'm going to give like 30 seconds, not 10. 10 is going to work, but 30 is like the safer side. Okay. So because you will be using WebDriver wait, all of your exceptions now is going to be timeout exceptions coming into picture. Okay. Now, over here, we generally write like this: wd.find element table locator. Okay. And this find element returns us web element. We know that part, right? So I'm going to say web element. This is going to be table. Now, here's the thing. We will not be using wd.find element. So this line goes away. Okay. We will be using wait. So I'm going to say wait.until expected conditions. Expected expected conditions, my bad, expected conditions dot visibility of element located by. Okay, visibility of element located by this one, and you're going to pass the table locator. So the difference between your wd.find element and wait until is that this chap is going to wait for a maximum time of 30 seconds for this element to be visible on the page. Now, what do you mean by visibility? This is again a very important interview question. What do you mean by visibility? See, visibility basically means that the element is present in the DOM. DOM means your HTML page. So over here, the element should be present over here. Okay, the code should be over here. First thing. And it should also be appearing on the web page. This side also it should be there. And that element should have some height. Okay, we should have some height as well as some width. Are you getting the point? So that's the reason most of the time when you're working with Selenium automation and all, you will be using visibility of element locator. All right. So this gives me the table. Now we found the entire table. Okay. Because of this thing, we will be able to get this entire table. Okay. This entire stuff that we needed. So the data that we need is actually inside this particular table. Now observe carefully. Okay. Observe carefully. This is the table that we got, right? This blue thing now. Inside the table, we have the T body, the first one, as well as the second one. The first T body is all about the header. If I bring my cursor over here, you will notice that this POS, the position, the team, the NRR, this thing is getting highlighted. Okay. I'm not interested in the header. I am interested in the data. The data is present in the second T body. T body, which basically has an attribute called ID, and the value of this particular attribute is points data. All right. This is what we have. So we will be focusing on this web element, the T body element, which has the ID points data. But how we are going to do that? See, I found the entire table, right? Now, what we will be doing is we will be leveraging the chaining of web element. A lot of time in interview, they will ask the question, what is chaining of web element? Let me just bring this code up here. Okay. So step 1 was find the entire web table. Okay. The step 2 will be locate the table body with the chaining of web element. So we have this locator first, which is going to be the T body locator. And we will be locating this T body with ID. Why ID? Because if you observe carefully, we have this ID points data, right? This is the one which I'll be using. And I can paste it over here. Now, most of us will think that I'll be using the same line. I can paste it over here. This is going to be my T body locator. And over here, this is going to be your T body. But this is not chaining of web element. This is not chaining of web element. What these two lines basically means, right? Understand this part. Over here, when I did wd.find element or wait until expected condition, when you're using these two lines, okay, let's say I write it over here, wait dot until, okay, your expected condition, visibility of element located by, okay, and you're passing the locator. Or some of you guys will write wd.find element. Any of these things you write, what happens now? It is going to search for the entire, it is going to search for that particular element on the entire page. Okay. On this entire page, it is going to search. Perfect. So what happened for the first time, we searched the entire page to locate the table. Now we located the table. What we will be doing is we will be restricting where Selenium WebDriver is going to search the future elements. Once we found the entire table, I will be using chaining. I'm going to say table, the table element dot find element. Okay, and then I'm going to give the t-body locator. So what is going to happen because of this line, Selenium WebDriver is not going to search on the entire page. It's not going to search on the entire page. It's only going to search within the table. This is the table. It's going to search within the table. So what happens? The area of searching reduces. I can tell Selenium WebDriver where it is supposed to focus on the entire page. You'll be like, what is the benefit of that? The benefit is, let's assume there were multiple tables present on this particular page. Okay. And out of all the tables, we want to focus on a very particular table. How will you do that? Right? Chaining of web elements. So that's the reason I will not write wait dot until expected condition like this. I'm going to say table, the one which we got this particular stuff, table dot find element, your t-body locator. Now again, some of you guys will think, Arey Jatin, what about this wait until? Now to you're writing table dot find element. I was waiting for the entire table to get loaded properly. So that's the reason visibility of element located by was used. Now the entire table web element has been loaded. Data will be there inside that particular table. Okay, so again and again, I don't need to wait for it. Okay, we waited for the entire table, all the elements in that particular table to get loaded properly. And then inside that particular table, we are locating the t-body. Make sense? Perfect. Quickly write this particular code at your end. Okay, giving you exactly 5 minutes time. All right, guys, I hope you have written the code so far. Now, if I go back to this particular stuff, now let's right click over here, click on inspect one more time. This is the T body, right? And inside the T body, we have these TRs. So this is some team 0. You will notice, okay, this is the first one. So this position is 0, but your position over here is going to be 1. So this is table row, this is table row, row, row. In this way, if I'm not wrong, we will be having 10 rows. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, okay, 8, 9, okay, probably 10, and all those things which is there over here. So we have all the 10 rows inside this table body. Now inside the table row, we are having the table data. Inside the table row, we have the table data, and we are interested in this table data because technically it is having the value. So if I want to have this Punjab Kings 11, it is over here, okay, which is an H2, but this H2 somewhere down the lane is inside the table data, okay. So we have to traverse or go from table body to table row to table data. Now that we have the entire table body, because inside this table body you have the table row, okay, we are going to have the step 3 popping up, which is going to be find all table rows. Okay, this is what we want to do. So how we are going to do that? We are going to have this by table row locator equal to by dot tag name tr. Now some of you guys will think, Jatin, how did you came to know that, okay, we are going to use tag name over here? It's simple. See, we already found the table body, right? Inside the table body, we have TRs. Because I will be doing chaining of web elements, only inside this table body, we will be focusing on TRs. So these TRs will be the elements where will the focus be, okay? So now that we got this table row locator, I will say, take this T body dot find elements, not find element, find elements. Why find elements? Because I need all the table rows, okay? I have written over here, find all the table rows. So you're going to take this table row locator, you're going to pass it over here. And I believe everyone knows that what exactly find elements returns. What this find elements method returns? It returns us list of web elements. Okay. This is going to be called as table row list. Okay. Table row list. And if the program is working the way we are expecting, the table row list dot size should be 10. Meaning it should be having all the 10 rows, which is having the table data that we are looking for. Let's save this particular stuff. Let's click on the play button. Let's go back over here. Let's bring this chap up. You got 10. So all the 10 rows are inside this table row list. Now what we will be doing? Because we have a row list, okay, one by one, we will go through all the rows. So we have 10 rows. We need to go to all the rows one by one. So over here, we'll go to the first row. We will read all the table data. Okay, we will print it on the console as of now. Then once we have printed, we are going to go to the second row. We're going to do the same stuff. We're going to read all the table data. Then we're going to do the same stuff for the third row, so on and so forth. So we need to keep on doing something again and again. So your loops are going to be used. Over here, when we are traversing this table row, what we will be doing now is we will be using the for each loop. This is the most simplest loop to use over here. We have this table row list. From this table row list, one by one, I'm going to get the data. This row list is what? It is technically storing list of web element. So the row list is storing what kind of a data? Web element kind of a data. So from row list, one by one, I'm going to get the individual web element. And these web elements are nothing more than the row, okay, the individual rows. So I'm going to say web element row. One by one, I'm going to get the row. Now what? Inside the row, I am having the table data. So this is the row 0. Inside that row 0, we have TD. Again, we have TD. Again, we have TD and all, right? Again, we will do chaining of web element. So what we will be doing, we're going to use by table data row locator equal to by dot tag name TD. All right. Now we will use the row that we got from the row list dot find elements, and over here we will give the table row locator. Observe carefully this locator that I have, I'm putting it off over here. All right. Now this is going to give me what? Again, find elements now. It's going to give me list of web element, and this is going to be the table data list. Okay. This is also a list of web element. We will traverse this list also. So I'm going to say for table data list, from this table data list, one by one, I'm going to get the table data. So I'm going to say web element table data, and observe carefully. Sys out table data. Save it. But wait, if I'm just going to print a table data now, you're going to get all those reference datas and all those things printed over here. It's not going to give me the actual data that I'm needing. So if you want to get the visible text, don't just say table data, because table data is of web element type. You're going to say table data dot get text. Save this. Right click, run as Java application. Let's see what happens. All right. Look carefully. CSK. Okay. And we got all the data over here. This is the 10th row, I believe. So if I scroll up, here you will see 10 is there. That is the 10 rows. First position, Punjab Kings. Okay. The NRR is over here, 0.372. As well as point is there, 19. If I go down, we have second, RCB. Okay. The NRR is 0.301 and the point over here is 19. So we got all the data printed on the console. Okay. This is the first part. So you will notice that the code that I have written over here is pretty simple. You find the entire table. From that table, you are going to find T body. Then you're going to find the row, and then you're going to traverse the particular row from the row list, and you are going to find the table data. Just print it off on your console. This is the bare minimum thing anyone can do. Okay. So it's a very simple part. If you have not written the code now, I'm going to give you exactly 5 minutes time. Okay. I want you guys to quickly write this particular code at your end. Okay. Start writing it off. All right, guys, I hope you have written the code at your end. Now, if you look at the output now, let's scroll up. Over here, guys, we are getting all the information that is there in the table. So, over here, guys, you will notice that the POS, the position is 1. So, we are getting 1 over here. This 10 which you are seeing, right? This 10 is basically coming from the size that we are printing somewhere. System.out.println table row list. Okay, this is the one. If I just comment it and if I'm going to click on the play button, that 10 is not going to be printed. You will only get the data of the table. So over here, now you'll notice that at the start, we don't have 10. We have 1 popping up. So this 1 which you see is what? This one is basically the position. So over here, guys, this is the one. Then we have this minus image. Okay, there is a plus arrow or the up arrow and the down arrow. Okay, so over here there is this image. So image is obviously not going to be printed over here. It's just an empty space. Then we have PBKS, that is Punjab Kings. That is the name of the team. And again, when you look at Punjab Kings, there is this logo also of that particular team. So logo is not printed, only the visible text is printed. Okay, then we have this Q, which is again an image, I believe. So over here, that is not there. We have 14941 popping up. So this is your 14941, 0.372. So over here, you will find your NRR rate 0.372. Then we have point, that is 19, and this is where 19 is there. Okay. Now, if you notice the output right now, it is just printing those visible text. But if I want to perform any kind of an operation, that operation is going to be very difficult. What is the operation that we want to perform over here? We want to know the team which has the maximum points, right? Right now, we got all the data from the table which we printed on the console, but performing that operation that tell me the team which is going to have the maximum points or tell me the team which has the highest NRR. So those things I will not be able to do it with this way. So what we will be doing now, whatever the data that we need, okay, we don't need all the data. We don't need what is this 941 or these rates which are there. I don't need, okay, how many wins, how many losses. I don't need them right now. So over here, what we will be doing is only the information that we need. We will start focusing only on those one. So over here, I need the position. These are the things that we will be focusing on. Okay, we will focus on the position, name of the team, NRR, as well as points. Okay, so out of all the columns, these are the fields which I will be focusing on. And what do I mean by focusing on? I will be creating a Pojo class. I will be creating a Pojo class which is going to have instance variable as POS, team, NRR, and your points. All the information from this particular table will be used to create a multiple objects of that Pojo class. So observe carefully, okay, because this is where a lot of people make mistake. What I will be doing, I'm going to go to this IPL web table automation in the SRC main Java. I'm going to quickly create a class and I'm going to call this as, I'm just thinking of a good name. Let's say teen, something like that. Okay. And let's click on finish. So over here, I'm going to start creating my instance variable. So I'm going to have private string POS. Okay. That is the position, private string team name, okay, private integer or let's say double NRR, because over here NRR is in decimal, no? Okay, this is what we have, and we have points which is going to be integer. So this is something that we will quickly create, integer points. Control Shift F. Now we know that we are creating a Pojo class. So what all things we need? We need a constructor. So right click source, generate a constructor using the fields, generate, right click source, generate your getters and setters. Okay, we will generate all. And we will also have this toString method. So go to source, generate a toString method. Boom. This is going to make my Pojo class ready. Okay. I am only focusing on the columns which I need. Is this part making sense? Perfect. Now I want you guys to quickly create this particular class. Create a class called team, which is going to have POS, team name, NRR, and points. These are going to be my instance variable. POS position, I've considered it in string. Now some of you guys will say that, Array Jatin, position can be number or integer. You will be doing get text, na? So if you do get text, okay, whether it is 1, okay, or whether it is 0.372 or 19, these numbers are going to be string values. Get text is always going to give you data in the string format. We want to perform operation on NRR and points. That's the reason I have made them as integer as well as double. If you want, you can make the position as integer, okay, but I'm fine keeping it as a string. Okay, so that's the reason these two are string. One is double, one is integer. Then you introduce a parameterized constructor. A lot of time in interview they ask you the question where you have used parameterized constructor in your project, and people start thinking where it was. It was in your Pojo class. Okay, every time you're going to create a Pojo class, parameterized constructor is going to be there. Then you have getters and setters. Getters and setters are basically used to implement what? Encapsulation, binding of variable with your methods. Which variable? We're talking about instance variable. Instance variable will be binded to your getters and setters. And we have a toString method so that we have this one-line description of the state of the object. Now what? Observe. Let's go back to this IPL automation. Over here, I was printing the information. I'm not going to print now. I'm going to do something else. So Control Shift C. First, outside the for loop, okay, the main for loop, okay, over here, I'm going to create a list of team. So look carefully. I'm creating a list of team, okay. This is going to be called as team list equal to new array list. All right. This is what I've done. I'm creating a list of team. Next, what we need to do is we will be creating an object of team. So look carefully. Here I will say team equal to new team. And it requires certain information. It requires your position. It requires team name. It requires your double NRR and point. All that data, technically, we are getting it from this table list. Okay. Previously, we were printing all. We were printing all the information. That's the reason we were having this for each loop. I will not have this particular for each loop anymore. So I have this table list only, and inside this particular table list, we have this data. So look carefully, this is the data that we have. This entire stuff which you see is the data which is there on the 0th index, or I would say the first row for you guys. This is what I have, okay, all this information. Now, out of all these information, we are only interested in position, your team name, NRR, and points. So observe how will I get those values. Very simple. See, this is a list, table list. Okay. This particular element is going to be on the 0th index of that particular list. First, we don't have anything. Okay. It's an image. It's not getting printed over here. Okay. So first index, nothing. On the second index, I'm going to have the team name. Then we have NRR. This is 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th. This is the 7th index. 8, 9, 10th. Out of this entire list that I have, I am only interested in the data which is going to be available on the 0th index, 2nd index, 7th index, and 10th index. Okay, I could have created the Pojo class with all these fields, but the thing is I don't need them. We don't need all the data. We are only interested in the points as well as the NRR, right? Team name as well as position is just an extra thing that I'm adding it off. All right. So what we will be doing, we will be creating the object of team class, but the values we will be getting it from the table data list. So I'm going to say table data list dot, it's a list. Now you can have the get method. So you have the index popping out. This is going to be on the 0th index. Then this is going to be on the first one. Now observe carefully. Get returns me the web element. Okay. But I am interested in the visible text. So this is the web element dot get me the text. All right. This is the one. I'm going to copy this. Then I can keep it over here. This is going to be the first one. Next, over here, this is going to be the 7th one. And this one is going to be the 9th. 9th, I believe. What was the number? 10th index. 0 to 7, 10. Okay. So we'll just change this chapter 10. Now, some of you guys will think, "Array Jatin, that too is a integer and double value." I know that. We need to do a little bit of conversion here and there. Okay. So this chap, right? If you go to the team class, first two are string, which is taken care. This is a double and this is integer. So what we will be doing is for the last two, you will be using the wrapper class. Just to explain you, I can just cut this thing. I can paste this line over here. Now get text is going to give me string. How do you convert string to double? How do you convert string to double? With the help of wrapper class, na? So you're going to say double dot parse double. You see, I'm seeing that option. And I can say table data list. Okay. This is going to give me a double value. I'm going to call this as double NRR. Take this, put it off over here. And the same thing I can do it over here also for integer. I have int points equal to integer dot parse int this. Take the points, put it off over here, and you can put a semicolon. Now we created one object. This team object that we have, you're going to add it into the list. So I'm going to say team list dot add. You can add a team. So I'm going to put it off over here. Now this is inside a loop. It is going to keep on executing it 10 times because there are 10 rows. So 10 team objects will be created and that will be stored inside this team list. Now observe, outside this particular for loop, I'm just going to say for team list, one by one, you give me the team data. Okay. And I'm going to just print the team data. Save this. Control Shift F, fix the formatting, right click, run as Java application. And if everything is working the way we want, what do you see? The team name is empty for sure. That's something that we need to fix. But position is there. Team name is coming empty. That will fill it off. NRR is filled and points we got it properly. Because I made a mistake over here. That table data list dot get one. Nothing is there on the first index. We need to focus on the second index. This was my mistake. I'll fix it off right now. Let's put 2, save it, click on play button. And you will notice inside the team list, I have everything. I have the positions, I have the team names, NRR and points. I'm sorted over here. Is this part making sense to everyone? Perfect. So now we have the required table data inside my list. Inside my list. Once it is inside a list, I can apply stream. I can apply a stream. I can perform filtration. I can calculate the maximum points. I can come to know which team has the maximum point. I can come to know what is the maximum NRR. All those things I can do that. So if you notice, my whole effort was to traverse, or I would say parse the entire table and store it inside a list. Now, once I got this particular list, we will be applying the streams. I hope this particular part is clear to everyone. Perfect. Take 10 minutes, write this particular code, okay? And then we will be introducing the stream concept over here. All right, guys, I hope you enjoyed this particular lecture so far. Now, there is going to be a very special part in which I will be applying streams to this team list. That part, I'll be keeping it for the YouTube Tech with Jatin members. So if you want to watch that particular part, I will highly recommend that you join the YouTube Tech with Jatin membership. Over there, we have kept some awesome lectures just like this, and it is definitely going to help you in your interviews. And even if you are not going to join it, it's completely fine. I'm going to see you guys in some other lecture. Don't forget to mark your attendance. Till then, take care. Bye-bye. Good evening, everyone, and I hope you guys are doing pretty good. This is going to be the day 20 of our 90 days SDET interview preparation series on YouTube. Firstly, I hope that you have completed all the old lectures properly. Now, here's one more task for you guys. See, if you are only watching these videos once, chances are during your main interviews, you are eventually going to forget all the things that you have learned. So make it a habit on revisiting all the old topics that you have studied with me. So dedicate one day, let's say Saturday or Sunday. Use that one day only to revisit all the old topics that you have studied with me. Okay? Now, in today's class, now we will be focusing on a very important scenario driven question. Now, a lot of time people say that Jatin cover a scenario driven questions, but the main problem that happens with covering scenario driven questions is if you are only looking at the workflow, okay, that I just say that this is the major problem in your project, you will not be able to present it properly in your main interviews, because these days interviews are very technical first, and they are going to grind you completely on a particular topic. It's 2026, and yet I see people are preparing for the interviews as if it is 2015 or 2016. Now, in 2015, if you would have just known basic Java, a little bit of Selenium WebDriver, TestNG, you would definitely get the job with a good package. But in 2026, if you just try to give the interviews with the same knowledge stack, it's not going to happen. I hope this part makes sense to everyone, and I hope everyone has felt this thing, because this is something which is happening and most of us are not even aware of this thing. So you just can't go with the basic knowledge of Java. You need to be good with design patterns. You need to have a complete knowledge on your CI pipeline. You need to understand how you will be scaling up your automation framework. Okay. A very simple interview question: what are the challenges that you have faced in your automation framework? If I ask you this particular question, okay, I know that most of the people will say that dynamic web element, XPath was pretty complicated. What else? Synchronization issue. These three things are very like, it's like everyone has just done a rote learning of this thing and they have just rectified the answer. Okay. And when we ask where you have faced this particular stuff, they really don't know where exactly the whole issue arises. Okay. Because it's all about what you have studied from, like one tutor to another tutor. And I really don't want those things for you guys, because if you're going to do that, it's going to be very difficult to crack a good package. It's not going to happen. Anyways, in today's class, we will be focusing on this particular question only. What are the challenges that you have faced in your automation framework? But I am not going to talk about your dynamic locator or synchronization issue and all those stuff. We're going to focus on more engineering problem over here. So please make sure that you watch this particular video properly, and if possible, make notes. Okay. The notes of this particular lecture, whatever the PPT that I'll be using for today, you will be finding in the YouTube Tech with Jatin membership. If you are interested, you can definitely check that stuff out. Now, let's get started. Over here, guys, this is my automation assignment. This is the framework that I had built for the SDET Foundation Masterclass. And over here, guys, I have this UI.test just to show you one of the tests. This is like how the test has been written. Now, over here, when you look at this test, assert equals homepage.go to login page, do login with whatever the credentials, and assert that the name of the user is Jatin Sharma. Now, if you look at this particular test, this test, to be honest, is a Selenium test. But what do you notice over here? You will notice that I don't have any variable created here, right? There is no variables created inside the test method. Then you will also notice that there is no WebDriver code. Do you find anywhere that I have written any WebDriver code? It's not there. You'll be like, Array Jatin, everyone writes the login test properly only. Let's see some other test. So let's go to add new first address. It's just 2 lines of code. Okay. You're not going to find anything related to your Selenium WebDriver. Now, whether you're working with Selenium WebDriver, whether you're working with APM, whether you're working with REST assured, or like any new library pops up, Playwright, Cypress, doesn't really matter. But the thing over here is the rules, the fundamentals don't change. Okay? Your test needs to be small. This is a very important thing. So whenever you are creating test, please make sure, guys, you are writing the test which are small. Small tests are basically easy to maintain. Okay. In your test, you cannot have try catch, you cannot have for loop, you cannot have collections popping up, you cannot have any variable declarations and all those things. So why we don't have your loops, your conditional statements, your try catch and all? Because when you're talking about loops, your conditional statement, your try catch, they all introduce logic. Okay. That is a coding logic. But when we are talking about a test method, the test method which you see over here is just going to have test steps. Okay. So over here, look at this particular stuff. My account page, go to the home page address and save the address. This is what I would say is basically a step. That from one page, I'm going to some other page, and from there, I'm saving something. That's it. You'll be like, Jatin, you're creating a variable. This is for the students I had created it off. If you ask me, I wouldn't have created this temporary variable. I would have just copied it and I would have pasted it over here once and for all. So I really don't need this particular line. It's just for students' understanding. Okay. Now, where is the whole Selenium WebDriver then? Whether you're using Selenium WebDriver, whether you're going to use APM or REST assured, they are going to be wrapped up in altogether different class. So if I go to the com.utility, this is where browser utility is there. And over here, guys, I have used my Selenium WebDriver. This is the only place where Selenium WebDriver is used. Okay. And technically, I am wrapping the Selenium WebDriver on my custom methods. So if I want to go to a particular page, generally you write driver.get, right? Or wd.get, whatever it is. But over here, I have created a method called go to website. You give me the URL. Internally, it is going to call your driver. Now, people are going to think that, Array Jatin, you have written driver.get.get. What is this whole thing? We'll discuss that part. That is not the main issue. So, understand something that whenever you're using Selenium WebDriver, it has to be present in one class. Same goes for your APM. Same goes for your REST assured. Now, the problem statement that we have over here is how to make your Selenium framework thread safe. Okay. How to make your Selenium framework thread safe, or if you really want to impress your interviewer, if they ask you, tell me about the challenges that you have faced in your automation framework, then guys, you can really talk about the challenge which I'll be discussing in today's class. Okay. Now, over here, This is my whole browser utility, and to be honest, it is working properly. Okay. If I want to run my framework, I can just go to the terminal and I can write this particular command, maven test -d browser chrome -d is lambda test false, meaning I want to run the test on local machine, and -d is headless false, meaning the browser is going to be launched. -x, I have kept it over here because if I'm putting -x, my logs, the maven logs, will be generated in detail. So I'm going to just hit enter, and in a moment, the test execution is going to get started. And this is really important, that when you are having your framework, always have the habit of running it from the terminal. Why? Because if you're able to run it from the terminal, you can easily integrate it, right? You will notice that the test is getting launched, and over here, you're doing parallel execution. Multiple browsers are getting launched and it's executing all these tests. Okay. So, what is the problem over here? Understand something. See, guys, right now you will feel ki Baba, the test is executing, everything is working properly. But it is working properly because I have limited tests. Over here, how many tests I have written? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Imagine you were having 1,000 tests. Okay. Here, I want to talk about scaling the framework. Okay. I'm just not going to talk about 5 tests or 10 tests. Let's say you have 1,000 tests. Now, we want to make sure that if you're going to have 1,000 tests, the execution of your framework should still be fast. Okay, it should still be fast. So, how we can do that? Will the code which I have written over here will work properly, or is it going to create some issues? Okay, spoiler alert, this particular browser utility which I have created is going to create a performance issue when you will try to run all the 1,000 tests, okay, over the CI and all. Now, understand something. What is this thread local variable? Make a note of this particular point. A lot of time in interview, they will ask you the question, what is this thread local variable, or how do you achieve parallel execution or multi-threading in your project? Now, obviously, if I am trying to run my test in parallel mode, multiple browser sessions are going to get launched. Parallel execution is happening, and each of your browser is getting controlled by one thread. Most of the time, when people are talking about parallel execution, they are just going to go to the testng.xml file and they are going to add an attribute called parallel equal to methods, right? And they'll also give a thread count like 8 thread counts, right? These are the two things that people generally talk about in interview. But understand something, you can also use something which is called as thread local. Over here, understand this part. We have some tests, okay? And these tests are working properly on my local computer, okay? So let's assume that we have 20 tests and the tests are running in sequentially, one thread, okay? And the execution is happening properly. All the test is passing, like all the tests, whatever you have written, it's pass. So you assume that it is going to work properly on the CI, but generally that is not going to be the case. In your CI pipeline, let's assume you have 100 plus tests, okay? And over there, you are going to do parallel execution. So 5 threads are, you're going to configure it that only, okay, 5 browser sessions needs to be created and all. But you will notice that one, you will end up getting random failures, okay? Failures which you did not get when you were running it on your local machine. But when you're running it over CI, okay, with your Jenkins or GitHub Action, you will start noticing that over there is some kind of a failure which is popping up. And you will also notice that the execution of your test suite takes a lot of time, okay, on your CI than on your computer. So we assume that the suite that we have created, okay, is slows down after 50 tests. Now, a lot of time, people are going to say that it would be because the tests are flaky. No, the tests are not flaky. It can be because of slow network. No, you don't have slow network. But the thing is, it is a performance issue of your code. Okay. So we need to understand the problem properly, and then only we will be able to fix this particular problem. Okay. So the first thing over here that you want to understand is what is thread local variable. If I go back to the browser utility, you will notice that I have written thread local web driver equal to new thread local web driver, right? This is the line which I've written. I'm not writing web driver WD. It's a thread local. Now, what is thread local? Thread local is basically a mechanism that gives each thread its own isolated variable copy. You want to do parallel execution, you want each of the thread to have its own browser session, right? You want each of the thread to have its own browser session. So how we will be doing that? We will make sure that each thread has its own web driver copy. Okay. So if I was making this as a normal variable in browser utility, instead of writing thread local, I would have written, let's say, private static web driver WD, okay, something like this I would have written. Will I be able to achieve parallel execution? Yes or no? No. Why I won't be able to achieve parallel execution? You have made the variable as static. Static means what? Only one memory allocation. Only one memory allocation. Okay. And I want to have parallel execution. Multiple threads are going to run my test, and these tests are going to launch their respective browser. So what we do over here, guys, is we create thread local variable of web driver. Okay. And the benefit of that is that no two threads share the same variable. So web driver is created for thread 1, web driver is going to be created for thread 2 and thread 3. And each of my tests is going to be executed in isolation because of these threads. Now, this helps in avoiding conflicts in a multi-threaded environment. Okay. Now, I'm going to give you a very simple analogy. If you are using Git in your office, which I'm pretty sure you guys are doing that, every sprint, you guys create your own respective branches, right? You don't work on master or main. Okay, what you do, you create your own branch and you work on that particular branch. So when you create your own branch, what are you doing? You're creating your own local copy. And any modification, any changes that I do, any new files or any new code that I'm going to write, that is going to be reflected only in my local branches and not in the main branch, right? So this technically avoids conflict, right? A lot of time in interview they ask you, right? How do you ensure that there is going to be less merged conflict in your repository? Everyone do or use feature branches. Everyone work on their respective feature branches, and in this way, conflict can be reduced. Are you getting this particular point? So over here, we are using thread local variable because what it does is it avoids conflict in your multi-threaded environment. And the benefit that I get is it eliminates race condition, random failure, and ensures proper isolation of your test. You want that all your tests are executed in complete isolation. And that you can achieve when you're using thread local. I hope this part makes sense to everyone. Now, the syntax of thread local that you should remember. See, generally we write WebDriver WD is equal to new Chrome driver. Okay. But now I'm saying that WebDriver is going to be one of a variable which is going to be thread specific. So it should be created for thread 1, thread 2, thread 3. So over here, what we will be doing is we will be creating thread local of web driver type, which I'm going to call it as driver, equal to new thread local web driver. And generally used to write what? Web driver WD is equal to new Chrome driver. Now I'm going to say driver dot set. We're going to get two methods. Driver is for your thread local, driver dot set, and to this set method, you're going to pass your WD reference. Okay, you can pass set or you can just create an object of new Chrome driver. And if you want to get the value of your web driver, technically you want to have your web driver session and all, you just do the driver.get. And it is going to give me the WD session, the web driver session that the thread is currently using. Is this part making sense? Now, over here, how exactly the parallel execution happens? Understand this. Let's say the thread 1, thread 2, thread 3 are there. They are executing 3 different tests. There is going to be a login test, add new address test, and register user test. Now, these tests that we have, okay, they are going to have their respective web driver. They are going to have their respective web driver because web driver has become a thread local variable. So, what is going to happen? Your thread 1 is going to use the web driver session, and this web driver session is going to control the login test. You're going to have thread 2, which is going to have its own web driver session, and it is going to execute your add new address test. Yeah, thread 3 is going to have its own web driver and it's going to execute your register user test. But in my code over here, there is one problem. I have created a web driver wait also. Okay. So there is a private web driver wait. This web driver wait which you see is not a thread local variable. Look at my code over here. Here you will notice that it is written private web driver wait. Is this a thread local variable? No. Meaning this variable is going to be shared across all the threads. So thread T1, T2, T3, they all will be sharing this particular variable. And when I'm saying sharing, it means they can read the value as well as they can update the value of this wait. So let's assume thread 1 uses the wait. For thread 1, technically, which is going to be the first process which is going to execute my test, it does not have any problem. It's going to run its test. Thread 2 does something crazy. What it does, it overwrites the value of wait. Over here, let's assume the value of the wait was 5 seconds. This chap, thread 2, overwrites it and makes it 10 seconds. Okay? 10 long value. And your thread 3 reads the wrong value. It's using the 10 seconds value. But thread 3 is running a test which requires a higher wait time. Meaning, let's assume it's going to require a wait time of 20. The maximum timeout time should be 20 seconds. But because thread 2 updated it to 10 seconds, okay, your thread 2 required 20 seconds. Because of that, this particular test is definitely going to fail. Are you getting the point? Now, any non-thread local variable accessed by multiple threads simultaneously, okay, is going to cause race condition. Okay, is going to cause a race condition. Race condition means what? One person is reading the value, other person is updating the value, other person is also updating the value. So who is going to update the value first? Okay, and technically it is going to result into conflict. Okay, because wherever the read operation is going to happen, it might read a wrong value. Okay, so read this particular line again, that any non-thread local variable, wait over here is a non-thread local variable, okay, accessed by multiple threads simultaneously. So this wait variable will be accessed by T1, T2 and T3. Okay, any non-thread local variable which is going to be accessed by multiple threads simultaneously is going to cause a race condition, and which is going to create random CI failures. Okay, this is important. This is important. You need to understand this part. That's the reason, you will notice that if you're running 5 tests sequentially, you will never face any problem. But if you start scaling your test, you start executing 1,000, 2,000 tests and all, somewhere down the lane, some test pass, some test fail, okay? Because what is happening is there are some variables, some data which is shared across all the multiple threads. Are you getting the point? Now, the thing is, we need to solve this particular problem, and this is the challenge. This is the challenge. Okay. So if they ask you in interview, what is the challenge that you have faced in your project? Don't just talk about dynamic locator. Don't just talk about synchronization issue. Okay. Talk in terms of real engineering problem. Are you getting the point over here? That your test were running properly when you were executing it on your local machine. But when you try to execute it on CI, there were some tests which were passing, some tests which were failing. Also, you noticed that the execution time on running the test on local machine was technically far less, or I would say was executing at a faster pace compared to what was happening on your CI. So CI used to take a lot of time to execute your test, and you had to solve this particular problem. So how did we solve this particular problem? We will be solving this particular problem by making your WebDriver wait as a thread local variable. Now guys, understand something. See, in your automation framework, you will be making your WebDriver as thread local. Along with that, you're also going to make your WebDriver wait also as a thread local variable. These 2 points, please write it down in your notebook. If you really want to make sure that you're executing your project at a higher scale, and you want to achieve proper parallel execution, the only way you can do that is when you are having your WebDriver and WebDriver wait as a thread local variable. Never ever in your automation framework, you'll just say WebDriver WD or WebDriver wait. Now, I have seen a lot of tutorials where just people say that, okay, they're going to create WebDriver WD and your WebDriver wait. They're going to run a couple of tests and all. But in reality, if you want to scale it off, it's not going to just happen with these two things. You are supposed to use thread local. All right. So that's the reason, like when you're giving interviews also, you are supposed to sound more like a consultant. Okay. You should understand the bigger picture. You're not just looking to run 5 tests in your entire automation test suite. No. You want to make sure that your entire framework is executing 1,000, 2,000 tests, and all these tests are running parallelly. Your execution time is as low as possible. Okay. Now, remember, whenever you will be using your WebDriver wait, okay, in your final version of your framework, it has to be thread local. So in my code, guys, where I have written WebDriver wait as wait, this line needs to get updated to private static thread local WebDriver wait, and I'm just going to create a thread local instance over here. Now, the only difference that happens when you create a thread local of a certain type is that you are supposed to use the set and the get method. Now, over here, if you notice, the old piece of code was what, and I believe everyone is aware of this, wait equal to new WebDriver wait, and you're going to give your driver instance. I have written driver.get. The reason I have written driver.get is because my driver is a thread local variable, and I'm giving duration of second, third day. This code is going to get changed to wait.set because now I am initializing the wait for a particular thread. So I'm going to say wait.set, and here I will be creating the whole object. Okay. And in your automation framework also, you generally write wait.until expected condition visibility of element located by, and then you pass the locator and all, right? So this is what you write, wait.until. This chap is also going to be changed to wait.get. Wait.get. Once I get the wait instance, then I'm going to apply the until method. Okay. So the benefit over here, what we get is complete isolation. Your thread A calls wait.get. Okay, your thread A is going to call wait.get. Thread A gets its own WebDriver wait, which is going to be untouched by all other threads. No thread is going to use thread A's WebDriver wait. Similarly, when thread B is calling wait.get, it is going to get its own WebDriver wait, which is going to be used for its own execution of the test. Okay, and in this way, we eliminate the race condition. This is important. Okay, this is important. So again, in interview, if they ask you the question, what were the challenges of your automation framework? Just to reiterate, I am telling this thing. One of the challenge that you can really talk about is thread safety. Okay, previously in your automation framework, you were using your normal WebDriver or your WebDriver wait. Okay, but the thing is, because you wanted to achieve parallel execution, you noticed that there were situations where you were having the race conditions. Okay, race condition means what? A wait which is technically used by one of the thread is getting updated by other thread. So people, your threads are technically reading different values, because of which, okay, you are getting a random failure, and you were not able to isolate the test properly. Okay, because you want to do multi-threadings. Okay, you want to have all your respective threads running your respective test. Okay, you want your test to be isolated for the respective threads. In order to do that, you introduced thread local. Now, one of the thing that we do in thread local is that your WebDriver and WebDriver wait needs to be thread local variable. Okay, and if you are going to have any instance variable, I'm repeating, if you're going to have any instance variable, that instance variable, any non-thread local variable accessed by multiple threads simultaneously, your wait is becoming your instance variable. Okay, so it is a non-thread local variable, and if it is going to be accessed by multiple threads simultaneously, it is going to create a race condition, and you're going to get a random CI failure popping up. To solve this particular problem that you were having these random issues and race condition, the only thing that you can do is you can make your WebDriver wait as well as your WebDriver as a thread local variable. So the issue was your WebDriver wait was not thread local, okay, and it was technically getting shared across all the threads. You are getting a race condition. So we solved it by making it as a thread local variable. Okay. Now there is one more thing that you should remember. Okay. In the browser utility now, I have this particular method called quit method. Okay. Generally, you write wd.quit to close the browser session. Okay. Understand this part carefully. In your automation framework, after some time, once the test is completed, you want that the browser which was open should get closed, right? So if you're going to use close, it is only going to close the respective tab. But if you're going to do a quit, quit is going to do what? It is going to close the complete browser session. So here I have written driver.get quit. Driver.get quit. Now this is going to close the session. Okay. The quit call, browser gets closed, the session gets closed. But there is a problem. Because we are using thread local, there is a dead driver that stays in the thread local memory. Okay. There is going to be a dead driver which is going to stay in the thread local memory. Your CI thread pool recycles thread 1 for test. Okay, let's say 51. But there will be 50 dead Chrome driver in the heap. So if there is, let's say, 51 test which is getting executed, there is technically going to be old 50 dead Chrome driver present in your heap memory. And GC pauses every few seconds. Okay, your garbage collector is going to get paused, okay, for few seconds. So because of this, that you have these dead sessions which is kept in the thread local memory, what is going to happen is that your test execution is going to become very slow. So your test suite slows down. Okay. and you probably might get out of memory error. Okay, and this is going to happen for, let's say, your 500 test and all those things. So over here, because we are using thread local, okay, and you want to quit your session, great, you are supposed to do that part. But after that, you are also supposed to remove it. Okay, your um, Chrome driver, which is present in the thread local memory, that needs to be removed. And if you are not doing that, you will be having a memory leak. Okay, and because of this, your entire test execution is going to slow down. The execution is going to take a lot of time. So a quick fix that is there now, guys, is that you are supposed to call the remove method. You're doing driver.get.quit, okay, to remove the session, great. But along with that, you need to make sure that your driver.remove is also happening, okay. And then, because you're removing the driver, please make sure that you also remove the wait, because wait also we have created as a thread local, okay. So remember, if you're going to do driver.get.quit, you should also add driver.remove, and they work always together. Okay, you are not supposed to skip them. Okay, you just can't write one and forget about the other. So because if we are going to add driver.remove now, a no dead driver is going to get accumulated. There's no garbage collection pressure which is there, and the test suite is going to run at the same speed. Okay, your execution speed is not going to slow down. There is going to be no memory leakage. Are you getting the point? So again, in interview, if they ask you what was the different challenge, so you can talk about the memory leakage issue also, that you were using the thread local variable, and there was this quit method which closes the browser session. But because we were using the thread local, there was some dead Chrome driver or Edge driver instances which was kept in the thread local memory. And because of this, the GC used to slow down because it has a lot of instances, the dead instances that needs to be cleaned up. To solve this particular stuff so that the performance of your framework does not slows down, okay, and it is executing really, really fast, what did you do? Yes, you introduced just one extra line. You ensured that your thread local is also getting removed. Okay, so driver.remove and wait.remove was happening. I hope this particular part makes sense to everyone. Perfect. Now, the final thing, guys, again, this is just for your reference. I have written it off. How do you explain the whole stuff, whatever we have discussed in today's class? How do you explain all these things in interview? So let's say the interviewer asks you, Ki Baba, tell me about the challenges that you face in your automation framework. I know you will be talking about your locators, your dynamic web elements, probably going to talk about your web tables and all those things. Great. But add these things also. Is just going to help you present yourself as more technically sound. Okay. Now, in our browser utility class, test passed locally but failed randomly in the CI. After analyzing the thread dump, I found two root causes. The first one is that WebDriver wait was a plain instance variable and not a thread local variable. Thread raised on the same wait object, causing element not interactable exception at unpredictable time. Okay. Second, quit called the driver quit, but it did not remove the driver dot remove. After 50 tests, there were dead WebDriver objects in the thread pool, causing garbage collection pressure. And 40% was a slowdown in your execution of your entire test automation suite. And you fixed both. And you introduced wait, the WebDriver wait as a thread local, added driver.remove in the tier down. Okay. So every log line is tagged with the same thread. This is something that you would have done. Okay. Whenever you are answering the scenario driven question, you have to have a very specific problem. Okay. Add a very specific problem, come up with a good story. Okay. Then you also talk about the root cause. What caused that particular problem? Okay. And what was the fix and the measurable outcome? Now, over here, probably I can just say that the execution time, which probably was, I don't know, let's say 15 minutes, we have brought it down to 5 minutes or something like that. So if you're able to present yourself, sounding properly, technically, it is definitely going to help you crack your interviews. So that's it, guys. That's it, what I had for today. Okay. It was a pretty different session, but I really hope that this particular session helped you out in all the possible way. Don't forget to mark your attendance. If you're interested in the notes, you're going to find it in the YouTube Tech with Jatin membership. Now I'm going to see you guys in the next one. Don't forget to mark your attendance. Till then, take care. Bye-bye. Good evening, everyone, and I hope you guys are doing pretty good. This is going to be the day 21 of our 90 days SDET interview preparation series on YouTube. Now, before we get started with today's class, let me just address the elephant in the room. A lot of you guys were asking me, Jatin, where are the new lectures? Are you fine? Are you well now? The thing is, I was traveling to Jaipur, and while returning back from Jaipur, I ended up having food poisoning. And it was a very difficult travel time for me. Now, anyways, when I came back home, I started preparing for this particular lecture. And somewhere down the lane, I did not like the whole flow of this particular lecture. So I wanted it to plan it pretty well. When we started recording, my editor actually went sick. So again, there was a delay popping up over there. Now, here's the thing, guys. Whenever we try to release a lecture on this particular channel, we have set certain level of quality checks. The first check is that the lecture should really add some value into your learning. Okay? If it is not going to add a value, I will not be releasing that particular lecture. That's the thing. I get a lot of questions, the interview questions from you guys, and some of these questions are only like a pattern of all the stuff that I have completed or covered up in the series. So I really don't want to again cover up the questions which technically does not add any value to your time. Okay. So we are very much strict in what kind of questions that I will be covering up in this particular series. So it's going to take a little bit of time here and there. Anyways, now for today's class, okay, the whole stuff was to just answer this thing in a more theoretical way, and I can easily wrap it down. Okay. But for me, it's really important that if I'm explaining a problem statement, there should be a sample application ready for it. So I was busy creating the application, then we were checking all the scenarios, and then we decided to record this particular class. Anyways, this class is going to be a really interesting one, guys. So please make sure that you watch this particular class till the end. Now, one small request, guys. Okay. I see that most of you guys are watching the video. Okay. And you guys are technically not subscribed to this particular channel. So please make sure you subscribe to this particular channel. This is really important. The second thing is, make sure you like as well as comment on this particular channel. And if possible, share this particular series with your QA friends. There are a lot of Telegram groups. Okay. You can share it over there. You can share it in the various WhatsApp groups. The simple reason over here is, see, when we are creating a lecture, the economics part of that particular lecture is very high. Okay. Because we are supposed to spend a hell lot of time creating the lecture. So I need a lot of support from you guys so that these series actually reach a wider audience. Okay. And if you guys are just watching, you are probably just not commenting, sharing and all, YouTube technically think that this particular lecture does not need a wider audience. So it's not going to promote it off. And somewhere down the lane, like it technically just hurts the whole confidence of the entire team over here. Okay. Now, anyways, that was just what is there in my heart. That's what I wanted to say. So if possible, please share it off with your friends. Now, in today's class, we will be talking about a very interesting problem. This particular interview question was given to me by Palak. Thank you so much for this particular question because it really changes the whole scenario of your UI automation. Okay. Now, over here, the topic is Selenium network interception. Okay, I've given the name of this particular topic as Selenium Network Interception. The problem statement over here, guys, is that there is a registration page with fields like username and password and register button. Okay, so you have a page with fields like username, password, and register button. When the user clicks the register button, a government API is called in the backend, and $1 is deducted for every API call. We need to automate the registration flow using Selenium WebDriver, but we want to make sure that when we click on the register button during the automation, the real government API should not be called and no money should be deducted. How we can achieve this in automation? All right, this is the interview question. Now, I could have just answered it in much of a theoretical level and wrapped it up. But this question is so interesting that I felt that it requires a demo. Okay. So I have created a proper demo for this particular class. If you notice over here, guys, that I have this particular website, which is called as mock API techwithjatin.com. Okay. And it looks like the Aadhaar card website that we have in India. And over here, guys, when you will be entering a username or any random text over here for the password and all, and you click on the register button, you get a pop-up. Okay, you're going to get a pop-up over there. And when you click on the register button, API is technically getting called and some money gets deducted. That's the message you get over here. So over here, observe carefully. I just type over here, let's say Jatin, and password over here is going to be, let's say 1234, something like that. And I'm going to click on the register button. Now observe the output over here. So over here, your registration request for Jatin was processed. The government identity API was called and the following amount has been deducted from your wallet. You just get a message over here. So the status is 283 rupees. That is $1 is getting deducted. And we get a transaction ID popping up over here. Now, just to show you something, if I'm going to right click on the register button, click on inspect. Let's bring this guy to the left. Okay, let's go to the network and observe carefully. I'm going to click on register button again. The moment I click on the register button, there is a verify API which is getting called. Okay, if I'm going to click on the verify API, observe the payload. Okay, I have this username. Okay, if I go to the preview, you will notice that this is the message, amount deducted, 83 rupees is getting deducted, status is success, and there is a transaction 2QG, and the same one transaction ID is getting printed over here. Okay. Now, what we want to do is, we want to test the functionality. We want to check whether the register functionality is working properly. But this API call should not happen. Are you getting the point? Meaning, I am supposed to click on the register button. The pop-up also should happen. I should have some data over here. But verify API, this request should not be made. That's what the interviewer is telling us to do. Okay. Now, just to reiterate the question one more time, read the question properly. As it is written over here that there is a registration page with username and password and the register button. When the user clicks on the register button, the government API is getting called, okay, and $1 is deducted. So every time you're going to do the register, $1 is going to get deducted, okay. We need to automate the registration flow using Selenium, but we want to make sure that when we click on the register button during automation, the real government API should not be called and no money should be deducted. How you're going to automate it? Okay, this is the question. Now, understand something. As we have this particular registration page, the moment you click on the register button, what is going to happen? The browser sends an API request. Okay? The browser sends an API request to this verify endpoint to the government backend server. And this is the data which is getting sent. Okay? Then, once the server processes the request, once the money get deducted and all those things, the server returns us a response. Technically, you get the transaction response back. And it looks something like this. You get a status success message, citizen registration verified successfully. There's a transaction ID, amount, as well as timestamp and username. The same thing which I just showed you a moment back. Now, take a moment, think about it, how you will be automating this particular scenario. Okay, I can definitely talk about it, but the main thing is you should also have some kind of an idea. Now, most of you guys will be thinking, ki, Arey Jatin, if it is going to be a testing environment, then there should be a verify API, which is going to be more of like the testing environment only. So over there, money is not going to be deducted. Makes sense, na? So over here, if you're going to have a test environment for this particular application, there should be a verify API where the amount might not be getting deducted. But imagine that this API which you see is not something which is controlled by your developers and all. It is technically coming, it's more like a third-party API. It's a government tool, all right? So you don't control that. So these third-party companies, okay, they will give their direct production ready APIs, okay? And you are supposed to use them in your application. So how are you going to do that? Now, some people are going to say that I'm going to do mocking, right? Probably I'm going to mock this entire government API itself, right? That's what you want to do. So most of the answers technically rely that, hey, we will be mocking the government backend server, or you are going to use the government test environment. The problem over there is, see, if the backend changes, okay, if tomorrow there is going to be a new third-party API that you're going to consume, then again, you have to do the mocking for that particular API also. The second thing is use government test environment. You can't do that. You will not be having the access to that, okay? So technically, this approach is not going to work. So what we should be doing over here is that if the browser could intercept that one specific call, okay, if my browser itself could intercept that one specific API call and fake the response, if we are able to do that, then there is no need to change the backend, okay, no test environment needed. The test runs cleanly every time. Okay, so what we will be doing over here is that when we will be clicking on the register button, your browser itself is going to intercept, okay, and this API request is not going to be processed. It's not going to be going to the server for processing. Your browser is going to return a fake response. So your browser is going to do the interception over here. Are you getting the point? Now, over here, most of you guys will say that, why don't we just hit the main API? This is just a fundamental question I'm taking, because obviously we are not going to hit the main API. But there might be question that what is going to happen if I'm going to hit the main API? Obviously, money is going to get deducted, right? And for every test run, you technically want to pay money to this, the APIs, right? That's not the right thing to do. Real servers are not always available. The test environment staging and internet may be down. So remember, test should not be dependent on external system. This is one of the most fundamental rule. Any test you write should not be dependent on third-party system. For example, you guys are using, let's say, Google Place API, okay? And in your application, let's say you're having that Ola Uber application and you have that auto suggestion stuff happening over there, right? So over there, if we are using a third-party system or third-party APIs in our application, we are supposed to always return fake response while testing them, okay? Our main system over there in the QA environment and all. So if your test is going to be dependent on these third-party systems, if these systems are down, okay, technically you are going to have a lot of time debugging the main issues, okay? Then auth token is required. Real API need valid token credentials or VPN access that CI/CD pipelines may not have. So if your tests are going to run during your CI pipelines and all, so it might not have access to their respective tokens or valid credentials and all. Okay, so that becomes again a challenge. And slow and unpredictable. Network latency makes the test flaky. Let's say the government API itself is running slowly. Most of the time in India it happens, right? So over here, if your government websites, your government applications are running slowly and you are trying to use them in your application, if there is any network latency or any delay from there, your application, okay, is going to get affected. So during your testing part, you should not be relying on them. Okay. So you're supposed to mock the response and use them in your test. Now, the solution over here is pretty simple, guys. Intercept that one request at browser level using your Chrome DevTools protocol. And this is important. Okay. So we will be using Selenium WebDriver along with DevTools, okay, to solve this particular problem. Now, a lot of time in interview, they can always ask, tell me the challenges that you have faced in your automation framework. So in this entire series, I have covered a lot of different as well as complex UI scenarios. All those scenarios, you're supposed to explain it in your interviews. Don't just stick to your locators and all. I really hate that answer. Okay. Now, over here, understand something. Whenever you're clicking on a button, whenever you're going to click on a button, your browser fires multiple requests. Your browser fires multiple requests. Okay? Not just one. You might think that you're only clicking on the register button and it should be just one request. It's not going to be like that. There will be multiple requests that will be fired. And probably it can be something like pre-flight, XHR, image, script, style sheet, fonts. Okay. So these are going to be the different categories of the request which is there. Now, when I am talking about this verify API, okay, because there is this verify API request which is going to be made, okay, we want to first check or we want to listen when this request is about to happen. So we want to check whether there is an XHR/fetch. This request is happening or not. Okay, this is the request that we are interested in. So we should be filtering the requests which are happening by the browser. Are you getting the point? Now, a lot of time in interview, they will ask the question, what is pre-flight? Okay, what do you mean by pre-flight? Now, remember this thing. Well, pre-flight request is happening. Pre-flight request checks with the server whether the actual request is allowed or not. So when you're looking at pre-flight, the job of pre-flight is to check with the server whether the actual request, this request which I'll be making, whether it is allowed with the server or not. Okay. So this is something that you want to remember. What is the difference between pre-flight and XHR fetch? In pre-flight, we only check whether the server is going to accept the request or not. In XHR/fetch, we actually make that request. Okay. Now, there are going to be some fundamentals that you should be aware of. Okay. I'll be coming to the code also. Don't worry on that. But there are going to be some important fundamentals that you should be remembering about your Selenium interception. Now, the first thing over here, guys, is your Chrome DevTools protocol, CDP. This is something which is going to play a very important role. See, when you're having a WebDriver, with the help of WebDriver, I can actually just click on a button, navigate to a page, enter some text. That's all you can do with WebDriver. But when you have these DevTools, with the help of DevTools, I will be able to actually analyze the network, security, DOM, as well as the performance. So if I want to access the DevTools, the communication channel needs to be opened between them. Okay, your WebDriver and the browser. So for that, we technically use the Chrome DevTools protocol. Now, you will notice that whenever we want to inspect the element, what we do is we right click, go to inspect. Now this thing what you see over here is your Chrome DevTools. Okay, this is your Chrome DevTools. If I want to give any commands to Chrome DevTools, that is going to happen with your CDP, Chrome DevTools protocols. So over here, we want to go to the network tab, okay? And you will notice that there are different types of requests. You have fetch XHR, you have document, you have CSS, JS, font, image, media, manifest, socket, WASM and other. Now over here guys, the moment you're clicking on a register button, what is happening? An API request is happening now. So over here, we are interested in this API request. Okay. So we want to find this particular request in your Chrome DevTools, but not from the UI, not from the browser, but with the help of Selenium WebDriver and your Chrome DevTools protocol. So over here guys, remember Chrome DevTools protocol, this is the main engine behind your F12. The moment you press F12, this Chrome DevTools open and you will be able to access it with the help of Java code. So when you are looking at CDP, it's the Chrome internal API. Selenium 4 exposes it via DevTools. So we will be using this DevTools class and we will be accessing the CDP with the help of your DevTools, which is given to us by Selenium WebDriver. Then you will be opening a WebSocket to your Chrome. This sounds a little bit technical, but it is very easy. Don't worry on that. But this is something that you should remember, that if you want to use your Selenium network interception, you have to use your DevTools, and for that you need to have your Chrome DevTool protocol. The CDP is going to be required. All right. Now, one more thing you need to remember is that whenever you are talking about a browser, when browser is basically going to make any request, it basically has a type label marked to it. Okay. So all the various types of request which I just showed you on the UI, which was fetch, XHR, document, CSS, JS, font, image, media, manifest, all these things, right? They are the different types of request which browser can make. So this is the label. So we have the XHR, we have the fetch, we have document, script, style sheet, image, font, media, and WebSocket. Now, since we are only intercepting an API, and in most of the applications you're going to do only on the API interception, we will be using fetch. Okay, so modern API calls from JavaScript, fetch /API verify. This is what we will be requiring. Now, once we know that the resource type is going to be fetch, okay, we will be using your CDP. The next thing that is going to be a very important term that you should be remembering is the CDP domain. Now, in your CDP domains, there are two important domains. One is your network and the other is basically your fetch. Okay. Now, both these domains, whether it is a network or a fetch, they can actually observe the traffic. They can observe the requests which are happening. Okay. But only fetch is the one which can intercept and modify it. So in CDP, you will see network and fetch as an option, but you're only supposed to use fetch because fetch is the one which gives us the flexibility to read and write. When you're using network, you will only be able to observe, that is, you're only going to be able to read, but you will not be able to modify. And when we are talking about interception, we want to make changes in the response, and that is only going to happen with the help of fetch domain. Now, don't worry about where it is going to be used and all. It is just the important terminologies that you should be aware of, and just repeating it again and again so that you are aware of these terms. Now, just to go back and coming back to the fundamentals, when you're talking about Selenium WebDriver is only going to automate the UI. But in this particular scenario, we are supposed to work on the network tab. Okay. So for that, I need the access to DevTools. With the help of Selenium WebDriver 4, now you can access DevTools. The communication channel to send the commands is basically your CDP, Chrome DevTools protocol. Perfect. Now, when we are talking about the different requests that we have, browser, whenever it is making the request, it is going to mark it with certain kind of label. The labels can be fetch, XHR, CSS, JS, font, all those various things. Out of all the requests, we are only interested in the fetch. Why? Because fetch is basically used for your modern API. The next important things, whenever you're talking about API, there is something going to be called as CDP domains. Okay, so in CDP domains, you have network and fetch popping up. With the help of network domain, you can only read, okay, the API request, but you will not be able to do any kind of modification. Whenever you want to do any kind of modification, you are going to use something which is going to be the fetch domain. I hope this part is clear to everyone. Okay. Now, the reason I keep on repeating all these things again and again, because in interview, you're supposed to talk in technical terms. Okay. You can't just simply say that I'm going to do a network interception. But how? How are you going to do that? Right? So this technical term is going to play a very important aspect in your interviews. You have to tell the entire process properly. Okay. Now, how and when you will be doing this interception? In your Chrome browser, the thing is, you can intercept a request at 2 stages. Okay. So let's assume that this is going to be my browser and browser makes an API request. So basically, I have 2 checkpoints where we can technically intercept a request. The first one, observe carefully, is going to be request stage.request. Okay. So when we are talking about request stages, it is going to have 2 checkpoints. One is basically the request point and the other is basically going to be the response point. At these 2 places, you can do interception. So when browser makes an API request, okay, the moment the request is about to go to the server, okay, between the API request and the server, you can use request stage.request. So intercept before the request reaches the server, you can do the interception. Okay. Server is never going to get pinged and it is going to be used for mock testing. This is the one which we will be using. But let's say you want the request to reach to the server. Server is going to process the request and it is going to return us the response back. Okay. Now, request stage.response. This is also the second checkpoint where you can do interception. So the server does respond, but we will be tampering the response. We will be tampering the response. And this tampered response, we can give it back to the browser. So either I can return the response, the mocked response from request stage.request back to the browser, or let the request reaches the server, server is going to process it, and then I will return it back to the browser. So you technically have 2 checkpoints. Whenever you want to do your mock testing from UI, you will always be using request stage.request. This is the point that you should remember. Now, we have seen certain terminologies. Now, I'm just going to go back in the descending order. We saw request stages. Request stages is basically going to give you the option of filtration, where you are going to do interception. We will be doing the interception at request stage.request. The second thing over here is you need to be aware of domains. You have network domain and fetch domain. Okay. And in CDP, we will always use the fetch domain. We will not use the network domain because fetch domain gives us the access to read and write, technically modify the response. And you are going to have various types of requests. We are going to just focus on the fetch request over here. All right. This is something that you should be remembering it off over here. Now, I'll be writing the code, okay, in front of you guys, and you will observe how exactly we will be doing the interception. I hope you guys have understood this part till here. Now, let's go to Eclipse and let me write this particular code for you guys. Now, I know most of you guys might be thinking, "Ki, Jatin, the whole terminologies, this fetch, the domains, okay, all these things that you have been talking about, it's going completely bounce up." And I know that because for most of us, this is the first time you're hearing these terms. But the thing is, these terminologies are important because once you understand or at least hear about these terminologies, when we will be writing the code, it's not going to be, like some new terms popping up. Okay. Now, over here, guys, what I have done is I have just written the basic Selenium WebDriver code. And I want you guys to also write this particular code at your end. Now, over here, we have written WebDriver WD equal to new Chrome driver. What exactly this line is going to do is technically going to launch the browser. Then I'm saying wd.get, we are technically going to the respective URL. We are technically going to the respective website. More API, techwithjatin.com. Over here, the next thing which I'm doing over here is I'm using WebDriver wait. Most of the time, people use wd.find element to find the method elements and all, but find element is not synchronized. Okay, so if you want to have synchronization in your Selenium code, you are supposed to use WebDriver wait. Okay, if you want synchronization in your entire UI scripts and all, you are supposed to use WebDriver wait. So because we are using WebDriver wait, the code gets a little bit different. Wait.until expected condition visibility of element located by this much part. Okay, this part what I have written over here gives me what? It is similar to that of your find element. What does find element returns? Find elements basically return a web element. So this part which you see now, wait.until expected conditions visibility of element located by, and even here, they are technically returning me a web element. Okay. Now I'm not storing it inside any web element variable and all. I'm directly just writing send keys, and I'm then performing a click. That's all I have done. Okay. If you want, okay, for your convenience, you can actually break it down into two lines. You can write something like this. I can say web element. This is going to be username text box. Okay, Control Shift O to do the import. Take this username text box, put it off over here. So you will notice that I've broken it off into two lines. Same, you can do it for this chap. Same, you can do it for this chap. This is going to be the password text box. Okay, and to the password text box, I am going to send the keys. Okay, so I'm going to just enter the password text. Okay, and here I'm just going to say this is the register button. What do you do for a register button? You technically click on it, right? Register button dot click. I'm going to cut this. I'm going to paste it over here. Control Shift F. Let's put a semicolon over here. Now I believe the code looks a little bit familiar. Let's save this. Right click, run as Java application. And you will notice that it is entering all those credentials, and obviously the government API is getting called, and I'm able to see a transaction ID, okay, which is getting generated. So what is happening over here? The moment I click on the register button, the request is going to the government server for processing. But the interviewer is telling us ki Baba, no, the request should not go to the server. What we should do? We should intercept it off. Okay. So how you're going to do the interception? We will be using your Chrome dev tools. Okay. So I want you guys to write the code till here. I hope you guys have written it off. Now, the first thing is we are supposed to have the access to the dev tools in our code. Okay, we want the access of the dev tools over here. So what we will be doing now, we will downcast now this web driver that we have. Okay. I am going to cast it to Chrome driver. Okay. So this is going to be Chrome driver, and Chrome driver is casted to web driver WD. Now, because you have done the casting, I can access the method of Chrome driver class. In the Chrome driver class, there is a method called get DevTools. Okay. So you're going to take your web driver, you're going to cast Chrome driver to it, and because of that, okay, you will be able to access the Chrome driver class methods, and I'm going to get this get DevTools. So if I'm going to bring my cursor to get DevTools returns me a DevTool reference. So I'm just going to have this DevTools reference created over here. Okay, this is the first thing. Next, what you will be doing is you will be creating a session. So I'm going to say DevTools dot create session, and this is mandatory. Okay, you want to fire commands to the Chrome DevTools, right? So for that, I need to first create the session. All right, quickly write these 2 lines of code at your end. Now, guys, what we want is we have the DevTools session which is created. So if I go to the UI, just right click, click on inspect. Let's go to network. And what I want is I want to observe all the requests, okay, which is going to happen from the browser. Just to show you, I'm just going to go to this fetch /xhr and I'm going to click on refresh. The moment I do that, you will see that there's a config which is getting called. And then if I go to all, probably you'll see this mock-API tech with Jatin.com. This is document type. This is another a fetch request which is happening. And if I'm just going to write over here, let's say Jatin 123, whatever. And here also there is an API request that is happening. So there's like different requests which is happening. So what I want is I want to observe all the request which is going to happen from the browser. So how we can do it from the code? Now that we have the DevTools, we are going to fire the commands and observe carefully. I'm going to say DevTools dot send. This is the important thing. You're going to use the send method, and using send method, I will be able to fire commands. Okay. So I'm going to say DevTools dot send, and we are majorly focusing on fetch, right? So I'm going to say fetch control space. And observe carefully, this is important. A domain for letting client substitute browser's network layer with client code. So remember, when we were talking about domain, I was having the network domain and the fetch domain. If you're using the network domain, you will not be able to do any kind of modification, right? So if I try to search over here, there should be something called network domain also, okay, which is somewhere over here. But the thing is, we will not be using network because in network, you cannot do any kind of modification. If you want to do modification, you will be using fetch. So I'm going to say fetch, but which version of your DevTools you're going to use? For me, I see this version 145 is the one which works properly, and I assume you guys have the latest version of your browser. So this one you will be using. Okay, fetch is what we will be using, version 145, and we will enable dot enable. Now, the moment you do enable now, enables issuing of request paused events. A request will be paused until client calls one of the fail request, fulfill request, continue request, or continue with auth. Now what it basically means, if I enable this command, all the requests which is going to go from the browser, those are going to be paused. Okay. So observe over here, you will notice we have these three requests, now mock API, config, verify and all. So whenever any of these requests are going to be processed or browser is going to try to send these requests to the server, these requests are going to be paused first. All right, that's how the interception starts. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to enable. But the problem that what people face, okay, while writing this particular code is using optional over here. A lot of time in interview, they ask you, have you used optional? The answer is yes. This is where you will be using optional. So we have optional list of request pattern, optional Boolean, handle auth request. Now I'm going to make a life a little bit simple. We don't want to worry about handle auth request in this particular scenario. So this I am not really worried about. Okay, if I ask you, let's say, what is the whole purpose of optional in Java? What are you going to say? Yeah, take a moment, think about it. Okay. See, you are going to use optional to avoid dash exception, null pointer exception. Remember this particular stuff. We use optional to avoid null pointer exception. So I'm going to say optional dot empty. So here I don't want to pass any value. Since I don't want to pass any value, instead of putting null, I'm going to say optional dot empty. Now over here, when I'm talking about enable method, this requires optional of list of request pattern. Optional of list of request pattern. So how do I write it? I'm going to say optional dot, not like this for sure, optional dot of list dot of, and inside this you will be creating the request pattern object. So I'll create it, observe over here. I'm going to say new request pattern. And now you will notice that there are various request pattern constructors that we have. You have to scroll to the right and there is this version 143, 144, 145. Don't select from the network domain. Don't select from the network domain. You are interested in the fetch domain, right? So we are going to use this chap over here. And which version we will be using? Over here we are using version 145. You will be using request pattern fetch model from version 145. This is the one. Now, over here, it requires three things. So if I'm going to bring my cursor to request pattern, it requires a URL pattern, that also in optional format. Now, it requires an optional string value. Null I cannot pass. I have to pass something in optional string value. So it is going to be very simple. I'm just going to say optional dot of star. What does this mean? That ki baba, all the request which is going to go from this particular browser, okay, will be paused. Will be paused. So this is optional of star. Star means all. Then the next one that I see, it requires resource type. Okay. Over here, you can definitely talk about whether it is a fetch resource or an XHR or whatever it is. But I'm going to keep my life pretty simple over here. I'm just going to say optional dot empty. I'm not really worried about that. But the next thing that it requires is basically request stage. Now, remember, try to remember this particular stuff. I'm not going to go back to the iPad. When we were talking about the checkpoints, okay, you can apply the checkpoints at two stages. There were two request stages. One is the request stage request and the other is request stage response, right? So here we have to tell where you are going to apply the checkpoint, okay? So over here, this also needs to be of a type of optional. So I'm simply gonna say optional dot of, okay, request, okay, and be careful over here, request stage, okay, I'm going to take the version 145 dot request. All right, this is the whole code that we have written. So this is the command that I am going to fire. DevTool.send fetch enable optional of list of request pattern optional of star. So star over here basically means what? All the request which is going to go from the browser to the server is going to be paused. It can be of any type. Okay. And the checkpoint over here is when the request is going to go from browser to server, not from server to the browser for rendering. We are not talking about that second checkpoint. We are talking about the checkpoint when the request is going to go from browser to the server, and that's it. Okay, we are not passing any authentication and all. So this is what we have done so far. Quickly write this particular code at your end. Please make sure, okay, just one line of code that you're supposed to write, but please make sure that when you're writing this particular code, you're trying to understand how this particular stuff works. Okay, quickly write it down. Now the thing over here, guys, is the requests are definitely going to be paused, but there should be a listener, right, who is listening this entire event, okay, that the request that you are sending from the browser is getting paused. So how are you going to do that? So over here, we are going to add a listener. So I'm going to say DevTools.add listener. Okay. DevTools.add listener, and you're supposed to give the event. Okay. You're supposed to give the event. Event is going to be pretty simple. I'm going to say fetch. Okay. Dot pause. And I'm going to say like this request paused. So there is a listener that I'm going to create that, hey, all the requests which is going to go from the server, which are getting paused, you're supposed to listen to them. Okay. And over here, these requests, okay, we will be analyzing. So request, arrow, curly bracket. So one by one, all these requests, I'm going to analyze it off over here. So observe carefully what I'm writing. Now, over here, I can simply say system.out.println. I'm going to say request dot get me the request dot, let's say I want to have the method. So get me the method with what this request is having. The second thing that I need is the URL. Okay. So over here, this is what my intercepted, okay, message is going to be. So all these requests are going to be intercepted, and I'm going to get the method as well as the URL. So let's save this. Let's click on the play button and observe what happens. Let's click on play. See, browser is getting launched. That page is not getting loaded right now. Okay, why? Because there was a request which was going to the server. Okay, that get me that document page because we need to show it over here. That request has been paused. So over here, observe carefully. If I go and observe my console, intercepted. The get request, HTTPS mock API tech with Jatin is getting paused. Intercepted, another one, HTTP mock API tech with Jatin.com. So over here, what is happening is it is pausing the request to go to the server. And those requests are technically getting the URL. This is the URL and this is the method. It's a get method and this is the URL. They are technically getting printed on my console. I want you guys to write this particular code so far. Okay, it's a very simple thing that I've written over here. Quickly write it down at your end. All right, guys, I hope you have written the code so far. Now the thing over here, guys, with this listener that we have just added, we are able to capture all the requests which browser is actually making and it's technically sending to the server. Those requests are not sent to the server yet, but over here we are printing those requests, okay, those URLs as well as the method on our console. Now, what we want is we want to check whether the requested URL is having the word verify or not. Technically, the government API that we're looking for. So, if I just go back to the main application over here. So, over here, you will notice that we have this verify request which was made by the browser, right? So, if you notice, the request URL is what? http://mock API techwithjatin.com verify. So over here, the URL is going to have this endpoint or has this particular word called verify. Okay, so we want to check if the requested URL is going to have the word verify. This particular request we will not be sending to the server. Okay, the dev tools is actually going to mock the response and it is going to send the mock response back to the server for processing. So this transaction ID which was getting generated by this verify endpoint of this government application is going to get mocked. Okay, we will be getting some fake number that we will only give. Okay, so what we will be doing now is we need to first check whether the request URL is having the word verify or not. And how we will be doing it off? Very simple. Because we are already getting the URL, we will store this particular chap in a variable. That's the first thing that I can do. String URL. Okay, is this. Now, I'm going to have a conditional check. I'm going to say if URL dot contains. If the URL contains the word verify, okay, if it contains the word verify, we need to intercept and mock the response. Obviously, this is something that we need to do. If it is not containing the word verify, then what? You can process it off. Okay, that is something that we want to process it. So how we will process it off? We are going to go in the else block, and what we will be doing, we will be sending a command. Okay, so I'm going to say devtools.send. Now understand carefully. When I was using fetch enable, enables issuing request paused event. Okay, so when you're doing fetch.enable, it is going to do what? It is going to pause the request. A request will be paused until the client calls fail request, fulfill the request, or continue the request. So what we want to continue the request, because if it is going to have this particular word verify, we need to do something. We need to mock the response and give them back. But if it is not containing the word verify, we will continue the request. So what we will do, we will say fetch dot continue the request. And continue request basically require the request ID, okay, the URL, the method, and all those things over here. So we will click on this continue request, okay, and it is pretty simple. Don't worry over here. All you are going to do is you are going to be requiring the request ID. And from where I'm going to get the request ID? Pretty simple. From the request only. I'm going to say request.get request ID. Rest, all the stuff, I'm not really interested to modify or probably to give those information. So I'm just going to pass optional.empty. So we'll just put over here optional.empty. Okay, let's put these chaps over here quickly and sort it. So this is the stuff, and it is going to take care of all the requests which is not going to have the word verify inside that. Okay, but if it is going to have the word verify, we need to do something. Okay, so I'm just going to give a message over here, system.out.println need to mock this API response. Okay, and that's it. Let me just save this and let it run over here. Right click, run as Java application. And observe carefully, okay, over here, the page got loaded. It has definitely clicked on the register button and all those things have happened. And look carefully. It has intercepted all the requests, okay. Mock API tech with Jatin, this was the request which was made. Okay, first it was HTTPS, then it went to HTTP, then config, okay. This was also intercepted. Fav icon, this was also intercepted. This was the request which was sent by the browser to the server, okay. But observe carefully. The moment over here we have verify popping up, what it said, need to mock this API response. Okay, need to mock this API response. So now it is going into this if block and it is printing this need to mock this API response. So here I need to mock the response and return back. All right. Now, before I do that, I want you guys to write this particular code quickly. Let me just zoom out. Okay. And observe these things at your end. See, don't just observe my code and all that. So it's working because I have planned the whole session. The thing is, when you are writing the code, it's your job also to observe how the program is getting executed. All right. Now, I hope you have written this particular code. Now, what we need to do is, if it is going to have this verify as an endpoint in the URL, what we need to do? We need to do something. We need to mock the response. So for that, I need to have the main response over here. So over here, if I go to the response, okay, this is the main request. Okay, I can just hit enter and probably I can just fill some data quickly. Jatin 123. Let's click on register. This is where the verify request was made. And if I'm going to click over here, go to the response. This is the response which the server has given me. Okay, I'm literally going to copy this. Okay, this response technically came from the server, right? Now, inside this particular if block, I am going to create a variable string JSON response. Let me just zoom in for you guys. And we're going to use triple quotes. Okay, double quotes popping up. And over here, we're going to paste the response. Let me just go back, copy this, and I'm going to paste it over here. Control Shift F. So it's better from the readability perspective. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to change the transaction ID. Okay. And I'll probably just say like transaction tech hyphen with Jatin. Okay. This is success. Use amount is going to be, let's say 0. Okay. You want to put $1, you can do that. And there is going to be some timestamp. And I'm just going to attach the word mock. Okay. So this is a fake transaction. Okay. The amount that is getting deducted now is 0. Okay. And if you want, you can just put 0 over here. So $0 also. This is the response that we will be sending back. So over here, you are seeing all this data. Na? So this data, which was technically being taken from this verify API, now it will be taken from this JSON response that we have created. All right. So this is what we need to do. So over here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to say devtools dot send another command fetch dot. This is going to be fulfill request, I believe. Okay, this is the one that we will be using. Fulfill the request. Provide the response to the request. This is what we need to do. We need to first give the request ID. So request ID is going to be like from request.getRequestID. Then it requires an integer response code. Technically, you have to give some status code. So I'm going to give over here as 200. Next, what it requires, let's bring the cursor over here one more time. Let's do a control space. So it requires a response header, binary response header, and body that we need to pass. This chap over here we need to pass, and response phrase. For response phrase, binary response header and response header, I'm really fine. It's just going to go optional dot empty. So that's something that we're going to quickly pass it off. So I'm just going to take this, put it over here, and here. So only one place is left, which is the body, which is the second last, okay, parameter that I'm supposed to pass. And that I need to pull it off over here. But observe carefully, when you're looking at the body, right, it is optional string body. Okay. I can't just technically take this JSON response and put it off over here. Okay. If you do that, okay, let's put a semicolon. You see, it's not working because it does not require a string. It requires an optional string. So what we will be doing is we will say optional dot of JSON response. This is something that we will write it down. Let's save this. Okay. Let me just right click and run as Java application one more time. Let's observe what happens. All right. You will notice that it did not process that particular stuff. Okay. So over here, if I just bring this guy up, it says intercepted. There is a verify request which is popping up. But the thing is, it is not taking this particular response, okay, the one which we are passing. And there is a reason for that. Whenever you are technically passing this JSON response, it has to be passed in base 64 encoding. Okay, so that is something that we need to do now. But before we do that, I want you guys to quickly write this particular code at your end. I hope you have written the code. Now, the thing is, the reason we are not getting this particular response on the UI is because this JSON response is a normal string, but your DevTools require it in a particular format, which is the base 64 encoding. That is something that we need to do. And to be honest, it's very simple. There is a class which is called as this base 64 class, which belongs to java.util. Over there, you're going to have this particular method called getEncoder. Okay. And you are going to use encode to string, but you're supposed to pass this byte array. Okay. So that's something that we're going to do. So we're going to take this JSON response. Okay. Dot get bytes. Okay. But you will also pass this character set. That is going to be your standard character set dot UTF-8. This is important. Okay. And done. So this technically is going to encode it into the base 64. And this whole thing which you see is technically going to give me another string, but it is going to be in the base 64 format. Okay. So I'm just going to take this and I'm going to paste it over here. I'm going to say base 64. Okay. Take this and you put it off over here, save it. Okay. Right click, run as Java application. And now observe the output. You will notice that the transaction, what you're seeing over here is mock transaction, tech with Jatin. Status code is 200, okay. But the amount over here is 0. Meaning we haven't actually hit the verify API. Just to show you one more time properly, what I'll do is I'll save this and I'll run this particular program one more time. Okay, so let's click on OK. And observe carefully, you will notice that the transaction that it has picked up is of the mock one. This is the response, that we have set over here, mock transaction tech with Jatin. All right. So this is how you intercept your APIs with the help of Selenium WebDriver and CDP. That's the most important thing. Your Selenium WebDriver is only going to take care of the automation of clicking on the buttons and entering the text. But the main thing over here is if you want to intercept the network calls and all, you will be using the DevTools. It's a very important scenario, guys, and something that you should really be having in your challenges bucket list. Because when, let's say, interview asks you, Baba, tell me the challenges, you have these critical scenarios that you can really use to impress the interviewer in your interviews. Okay. So that's it, guys. That's it for this particular class. Okay. I hope you understood something new. Now I'm going to see you guys in the next one. Don't forget to mark your attendance, and till then, take care. Bye-bye. Welcome back to the class, guys, and I hope you guys are doing pretty good. This is going to be the day 22 of our 90 days SDET interview preparation series on YouTube. Now, before I get started with today's class, I want to talk about something. Yesterday, I got a text from one of the subscriber, and she said that, Jatin, I feel really behind in the entire journey of SDET, or I have been doing manual testing for a very long period of time. I did try to learn automation and all, but somewhere down the lane I feel that I lack something. That's the whole thing that she told me. And I want everyone's attention over here because the thing is, see, if you observe your world, okay, people around you and all, everyone, I'm not just gonna say many or few, no, everyone is distracted, okay, everyone is addicted to something. So the thing over here is, if you look at the analytics of this particular series itself, over here, you'll notice that people start with a lot of enthusiasm. If you look carefully, the day one video over here was like around 8,500 views. Day one. Day two video, 3,800. So, assuming that 8,500 people actually watched this particular video, next day it automatically dropped by 50%. So, if most of you guys are going to study for automation, okay, around 50% of the people who are watching this particular series are, they're not even your competition because they're not consistent. And look carefully over here that from day 3 onwards, it drops to again 2000, then 2000, 2000, 1800. So, what you observe over here is that people, like with whom you're trying to compare yourself, they're not even your competition. Your competition is just yourself. And the thing over here is, all you need to do is just be consistent. You know that the lecture is going to be released at 10. And all you had to do was just watch and study with me. So, even if you have seen the entire series, I literally try to spoon feed you guys. Okay? And yet, the main issue of the people is just the consistency. Are you getting the point? So never ever feel that you are behind in your life because all your competition are literally distracted. Okay. You might be watching this particular video right now, but in just 10-15 minutes, you'll start watching some Instagram reel or you're going to click on some other video, okay, which you're going to find more engaging. Okay. So here's the thing, guys. You are your only competitor. Okay. And you are your worst enemy also. If you're not going to be able to take care of your thought, if you're not going to be able to control where you're putting your focus, it's going to be a very difficult journey. Trust me on that. So please make sure, guys, learn to focus on things that matters. Now, in today's class, guys, we will be focusing on some important interview questions, okay? And technically, I'll be focusing more on the API testing today. And it's going to be a bit of a theoretical part, but it's going to be something which is going to help you get a solid fundamentals, okay? Now, over here, guys, the first question that we will be discussing, how to test rate limiting and rate throttling. Now, before we get started with testing rate limiting as well as rate throttling for an API, you need to understand what exactly these two terms means. A lot of time in interview, they will ask this particular question, what is rate limiting and rate throttling? Take a moment, think about it. Don't read my answers. Okay. You first, try to answer it by yourself. What do you mean by rate limiting and rate throttling? So, understand this thing, guys. Let's say we have a backend server. Okay. This is my backend application. Okay. And over here, there are different endpoints. And we have one client. Now, this client, guys, can be anything. It can be Postman. It can be your REST assured. It can be the UI, the browser. Okay. So, the main thing over here, guys, is when we are talking about rate limiting is basically a technique where server allows only fixed number of requests per time window. Example, only 100 requests per minute. So, from one client, okay, from one client, I can only make 100 requests, okay, per minute. And this particular number, guys, is technically going to be designed by your business. Okay, that how many requests we need to process for one particular client. Okay. What is going to happen for 101 request? The 101 request over here, guys, is going to be blocked. It will not be processed. Okay. Technically, you will be getting a status code call 429. Okay. So this particular status code is really important. You need to remember it off. 429 status code is what you're going to get. Now, let's read over here. Rate limiting is basically a technique where a server allows only a fixed number of requests per window. Example, 100 requests per minute. Once the limit is exceeded, the browser requests are blocked or rejected. Okay? Browser requests are blocked or rejected. Now, you guys will be thinking, Acha Jatin, where exactly this rate limiting is going to come into picture? You know, let's say there is a application which allows you to send messages. Okay. For example, let's say I want to send WhatsApp notifications automatically. Or one more easy service would be OTP service. Okay. Now, based on the plan, whatever I have, okay, the company who technically offers me to send OTPs, okay, would have given me some quota. Quota means how many SMS or how many notifications I can send in a day or I can send in a minute. That's basically what you call as your rate limiting. If I'm going to try to send more notifications, okay, then probably I will be getting a message like quota exceeded and probably I need to update my plan. Okay. So this is a rate limiting one of the use case over there. Now guys, when we are talking about throttling, throttling is also closely related to rate limiting, but instead of blocking the request, we try to slow down. We try to slow down. So let's assume that I am allowed to send 100 requests. Okay. For 100 requests, the speed is going to be, let's say, 50 milliseconds. Okay. If I am going to send the 101 request, okay, because we are trying to reduce the speed now, okay, it is going to become 100 milliseconds. If I'm going to send more requests, let's say 200 requests, then the speed is going to drop to, let's say, 300 milliseconds. The response time is going to be 300 milliseconds, so on and so forth. So we do process the request, is just that the speed at which the response is going to come is going to be very slow. Okay. So the server actually processes the request slowly compared to how it was proceeding or processing it before. Okay. So throttling is closely related. Instead of hard blocking the request, the server slows down the response when the usage approaches or crosses a threshold. Now, why do we need it? What is the whole purpose of having your rate limiting and throttling? It basically ensures that the server correctly enforces the usage policy. So remember, I gave you the example that we are going to have some business policies, okay, how exactly the request needs to be processed for any particular client. Okay, that's what basically rate limiting and rate throttling offers us. And it also prevents abuse or overload. So the thing is, if I'm not going to have this rate limiting or throttling, apparently there can be scenarios where I will get hell lot of requests on my server. Okay, and because of that, there is going to be heavy load on my server. Okay, so we want to prevent the abuse of this backend services. Verifies correct HTTP status code and headers are returned. So if you are going to set rate limiting, you will end up getting 429 too many requests. Confirms that legitimate clients can resume request after the window resets. Okay, the quota level that we can set. Protects API infrastructure in production from DDoS or runaway clients. This is important. Runaway clients are basically the clients, they just try to, like hit your backend servers again and again with unnecessary requests. Okay. And technically, they don't really add value into your business revenue. And DDoS is also like a cyber attack where you get a lot of requests on your backend server, because of which your backend application can be down. So in order to prevent all these things, you need to have rate limiting and throttling. Okay. I want you guys to pause this particular video for a moment, and I want you guys to read these 7 points quickly. Okay. I hope you have gone through it. Now, let's scroll down and let's try to understand how exactly we will be performing this stuff in Rest Assured. Now, the thing over here now, guys, it's pretty simple. Like you're just going to make your request, but apparently you're just going to put it inside a loop. Okay. So over here, you'll notice that I'm having a for loop, and this particular loop runs like 100 times. Okay. Not 100 times. It's going to run 101 time because we are going to start from 0. Okay. So over here, guys, what we want is we will keep on making the API request, okay, again and again, and it's going to happen very quickly because we have kept it inside a loop. So it's technically going to be executed in milliseconds. So these requests will be made, and we will check, okay, for the 100th request, are we getting 429 status code or not? Because if we are going to get a 429 status code, it basically means that after 100 requests, okay, your server is not going to process any request from your end. Okay, this is the whole stuff. So over here, 100 request is going to be processed, but for 101 request, you will end up getting 429 status code. Okay, and over here in the header, there should be an information, a retry after, okay, whatever the time you are going to be setting over there. After how much time we should be retrying the request. Okay. So this is a very simple way of performing your rate limiting in Rest Assured. Okay, I hope you have understood this particular question. This particular question has been asked a lot of time in your interview. Okay, they technically don't tell you to write the code and all, but the thing is, you should be aware how exactly you will be doing it. There are many ways to do it. This is one of the simplest way to do this particular stuff. So at least remember one of the approach for your interview. I hope this particular part is clear to everyone. Can we move on to the next question now? Now, the next question over here is how to check timeout in Rest Assured. Okay. Now, this is again a commonly asked question with respect to Rest Assured. I believe this particular question was asked for the company Deloitte. And before we get started with how you're going to check your timeout in Rest Assured, you need to first understand what exactly are timeout. Okay. So timeout in API basically controls how long your HTTP client can be your Postman, your entire Rest Assured, okay, code, whatever, waits before giving up on the request. So if from your client, okay, you are making a request to the server, how long your client needs to wait for that particular connection to get established, that's what you call as a timeout. Now, the thing is, there are going to be two important kind of timeouts that you should always be aware of. One is basically the connection timeout, and the second one is basically socket timeout. Okay, people sometimes they don't even know what is the difference between connection timeout and socket timeout, and this is a very simple interview question. What is connection timeout? How long to wait to establish a TCP connection to the server? So from your code, how much time your Rest Assured needs to wait for the connection to be established with the backend server is basically what you call as a connection timeout. How much time it is going to take for your Postman, for your REST assured code to establish that particular connection with the server. Okay. The second over here is the socket timeout. How long to wait for the data after the connection is established? This is basically called as read timeout. The thing over here is, if you are going to make a request to the server after the connection has been established, how long your code, your client needs to wait to get the data back from the server. That's basically what you call as a socket timeout. Okay, take a moment, read this much part over here. A timeout in API testing basically controls how long the HTTP client waits before giving up on a request. There are going to be two kinds of your timeout. One is basically the connection timeout, and the second one is going to be your socket timeout. Connection timeout basically talks about how much time it is going to take for your client to establish the connection with the server, how much time is going to take. And the socket timeout is basically talks about how much time generally takes for your server to send the data back to the client. Okay, that's basically your socket timeout. Now, why do we need to check for timeouts in our API test? Okay, so basically, it validates the system SLA, ensuring API meets the response time contract. Okay, so whenever you're checking for your system SLA, whether we are getting the response on proper time or not, for that you will be checking both the connection as well as the socket timeout. It also basically helps you in catching the performance issue in your early CI pipelines. Okay, so the thing over here is, if you want to check for your performance issues of your backend servers and all those things, you will be checking for the connection timeout as well as the socket timeout. And it also helps to confirm the correct behavior when the infrastructure is slow or it is under load. Okay. So in order to check whether your backend servers are working properly in a very overloaded infrastructure, or your infrastructure is a bit slow, okay, you want to check whether even in less resources you're getting the data properly and on time. That's the reason you want to use and you want to check for timeouts. The code over here is pretty simple over here, guys. The thing over here is, you will be configuring your REST assured. So you will be using the REST assured config method, and you will be using the HTTP client, and you're going to set two params. One is going to be the HTTP connection timeout, and we are telling that the connection timeout, the time it requires to establish the connection to the server, should be 3 seconds. All right. And socket timeout basically talks about that I should be getting the data from the server, okay, in a time of 3000, that is 3000 milliseconds, that or 3 seconds. So set params HTTP connection dot timeout, basically the maximum time allowed, okay, is the maximum time that we are allowing to establish the connection to the server. Okay, and set params HTTP dot socket timeout is the maximum time allowed to wait for the server response after the connection is established. Okay, so this is going to be the waiting time. So I hope you have understood both of these two questions properly. Okay, so please make sure that you practice and like go and revisit these two questions again. So next time when they ask in your interview related to rate limiting or throttling or timeout, you are able to answer them properly. So that's it. That's it for this particular video. Now I'm going to see you guys in the next one. Don't forget to mark your attendance. And guys, in case if you have faced any interviews recently, please share your interview questions with me over LinkedIn. Now I'm going to see you guys in the next one. Till then, take care. Bye-bye. Good evening, everyone, and I hope you guys are doing pretty good. So we are in the 90 days SDET interview preparation series, and today is going to be the day 23. Now, in today's class, I just want to take a very lightweight, simple topic. And the thing is, even though this is a lightweight and technically a very simple question, but it has been asked a lot of time. So it would be great that you and I, we both practice this particular question so that the next time when this particular question is asked to you in interview, you are well prepared for it as well as you are confident on the topic. Now, the question over here is pretty simple. The interviewer wants us to filter data. That's it. The interviewer wants us to filter data. Now, the moment you see the word filter popping up, you just need to understand that the moment you see the word filter, you will be using the topic of your streams. The Java stream topic is going to come into picture. So what interviewer is asking us, ki baba, see, there is going to be a list of employee data or list of employees, and you need to filter employee on the basis of salary. We need to filter employee on the basis of salaries. So the moment I see the word filter popping up, you need to understand that this is a topic, a question which is related to the topic of stream. So before we dive into the whole stream concept and all those things, let's try to create a collection of employees. So I have already created a package called com.day23 and you guys can literally create it along with me. So at your end, I want you guys to quickly create a package com.day23. Okay. Now, next thing, what you will be doing is you will be creating a class. Let's call this particular class as an employee class. Okay. So I'm going to have this employee class ready. And inside this employee class, we are going to have some instance variable. Okay. So I'm going to have employee is going to have some kind of an ID. Employee is going to have a name. Okay. Then employee is going to have what? A department. Okay. So I'm just going to call this as department. Employee is going to have salary. Okay. So what I've done is I have created an employee class and inside this employee class, I have some instance variable. Now, I hope everyone knows that where exactly instance variable we created in the memory. Yes. Instance variable are created inside which memory space? They are created in the heap memory. What is so special about heap memory? That no matter what variable you are creating over there, these variables will always be initialized with default value. Okay. So if you're going to create an object of employee class, ID is going to have the value 0. Name and department, because they are string is a non-primitive data type, they are going to have the default value as null, and salary is also going to be 0 because it's a numeric data type. Now, who is going to initialize the instance variable? Yeah, whose job is to initialize the instance variable? The job of your constructor is to initialize the instance variable. So over here, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to hit enter. I'm going to right click and then we will go to source, generate your constructors using the field, click on generate, right click, source, and then I'm just going to add some getters and setters because we want to implement encapsulation also. So you're just going to click on generate, right click, source, and just have a toString method. And toString methods are generally a very important method because it's going to give me a one-line description of the state of that object. Okay. So what we have created over here, guys, when I added a constructor, getter, setter, and a toString method, what do you call this class? This class is what kind of a class? Tell me. It's a Pojo class, plain old Java object. Now, over here, guys, what we will be doing is we will be having our main runner class coming into picture. So this is going to be a runner class. And inside this particular runner class, I'm going to have this main method. Let's zoom in so that you guys can see it properly. And what I'll be doing is I'll be creating the first object of employee class. So over here, even is what? Is even my object? Even is not an object. Even is your reference variable. So over here, this is my object. And over here, I'm just going to keep on giving some ID. So employee is going to have an ID 101. I'm going to give a name. Let's say the name over here is Jatin. Then this is going to be department. Let's say this is going to give a QA. And let's say I'm going to put some salary, let's say 10,000. Okay. So over here, when we are talking about objects, okay, object is basically what? Object is basically a real world entity, something that exists in reality. I exist in reality. I'm occupying this space on this chair, this room and all. So the thing is, whenever you're creating an object, that object is going to occupy some space in the memory. Now, I have a name. Okay. So the name over here becomes an instance variable. Okay. I might have a employee ID. Okay. So I'm going to give an employee ID over here. Then I'm going to have a department, a role over here that is going to be QA. And as I'm working, I'm going to have some salary. So what you see over here, guys, is these are all the values of, okay, for the state of that object. So over here, name, your employee ID, your department, your salary, these are all the state for this particular object. State means the information for that particular object. So employee is going to have a name, employee is going to have an employee ID, employee is going to have a department, employee is going to have a salary. Okay, so that's how you call it off. And now, because we have added a toString method, if I just do a sysout and I just say E1, save this, click on the play button, you will notice that I'm getting this data. Employee ID is 101, name is Jatin, department QA, salary is 10,000. Perfect. So this is how, like your Pojo class comes into picture. A lot of time in interview, they will ask you the question where you have used Pojo classes in your automation framework. Let me show you over here one of the framework that we have created in the SDET master class. So this is the CHAP Phoenix test automation framework. If I open the SRC test Java, boom. This is a very highly enterprise level automation framework that we have created, and you will notice that it's technically having a hell lot of component. If I'm not wrong, around 25-26 components are there. And the thing over here is you see this com.api request model and response model, right? Whenever we are talking about model classes are basically what you call it, okay, as a Pojo class. Now, you'll be like, Jatin, you have a class that you have created and it has some of these instance variable. Perfect. But where is constructor? Where is this getter setter? Where is this toString method? Now, because I'm using the Lombok library, okay, I'm technically using annotation. So I'm going to have an all argument constructor. So over here, you will notice that I have a constructor, okay, which takes technically the parameters. So if I'm using the Lombok library, okay, these boilerplate codes, I don't need to write it off, okay? But right now we are practicing, that's the reason we are creating these things. But in real world application, you really don't do that, okay? You want data. What is this data? Data basically talks about these getters, setters and all, the toString methods and all those things. So in your main framework, you will always use these third-party libraries like Lombok, which is going to help you reduce the boilerplate code, okay? You can also use records, okay? Records are also pretty good, okay? If you want, you can use record also. And records are technically inbuilt feature itself of your Java now. And with the help of record, I'm just going to specify my instance variable and boom, it has created the Pojo class for me. Okay, it's a pretty fun thing. Okay, so if you're interested, do check out the SDET masterclass. But this is where you will always use the Pojo classes. Now over here, guys, we have created one object. That's great. Okay, we got this particular object and we are printing it off. But we want to do filtration. Okay, and when we are talking about filtration, right? Filtration, or you're going to use the topic of stream on a collection, on a list of employee. So over here, I'm not just going to have one employee. I'm going to have a list of employee. So what I will be doing is I'll be creating a list of employee. Okay. I'm going to call this as an employee list equal to new okay, array list of that employee. Then what I'm going to do is I'm going to take this employee list and I'm going to keep on adding employee. So you have the add method coming from your list interface, right? So I can add employee. Now over here, if you notice, I'm creating list of employee. So what is this? What is this? This is basically called as your generic. Okay, this is generic. Again, a very interesting interview question. What is the purpose of generics? What is the purpose of generics? Generics basically offers you type safety. Okay, generic basically offers you type safety. If I was not putting this, technically what is going to happen is that I can add anything. Okay, now you'll notice that I'm getting the option to add anything inside the list. I can add a string. Okay, I can add let's say your employee object. Okay, then I can add a number. Okay, so technically if I want to make sure that I'm able to add only specific kind of data in a list, okay, that's the reason you will always use generic. Okay, you should always have a type to a list. Is this part making sense to everyone? So over here, you're just going to say that list of employee. Okay, now you will notice that the moment I said list of employee, I have added this generic over here. Over here, I'm getting error for line number 12 and line number 14, which says that you can't add a string and you can't add a number. Okay, so the thing is, we are doing type safety with the help of generics. Now, again, some of you guys will ask, Jatin, where you have used generics in your framework and all those things. The thing is, you will definitely use generics in your data provider, if I'm not wrong. Let me just check. Yeah, this is where I use generics. Okay. So you will notice again, iterator of user bean, iterator of create job bean. And I'll show you one more thing. If I go to load CSV method, okay. So over here, you see this class T now. So this basically means that this bean can be of a certain type. Okay. So my data can be in different CSVs, but I only have one load CSV method to handle everything. Okay. So generics are basically used in this scenario a lot, and it's really important. You should be aware of, okay, how you're using generics and your, collections as well as streams in your project, because this is where, like your companies will start checking your knowledge. I'm writing these codes in front of you guys is good for your fundamental knowledge and all. But unless you build projects, okay, you will never be able to, like correlate. This is where I'm supposed to use streams. This is where I'm supposed to use, like generics and all those stuff. So you should always build projects. Now, I have always seen that, when people start studying, okay, I'll pause over here for a moment. I want to talk to you guys. I've always seen that whenever people are preparing for interviews and all, their approach is, ki baba, I'm going to start watching tutorial videos. Okay, that's the worst way to prepare it off. Okay, that's the worst way to prepare it off. Always build projects. Okay, because if you're building the projects, what is going to happen? You're gonna start facing challenges. You're gonna start facing issues. Okay, while building that particular project, and whatever the challenges that you face while building your framework, integrating it with your CI pipeline and all those stuff, that you will always remember. Okay, people don't remember the good test scripts that they have written. They will always remember the test scripts which were failing. Okay, so that's the reason you should always focus on building the projects. Don't go into, like just learning in that tutorial format and all. Okay, if you really want to build projects, there's this one tutorial that I had created, and I believe most of you guys have already watched it, or you might have seen it. That is the API automation framework. Okay, it's a 5 hours masterclass that I've created on YouTube, and it gives a very good detailed knowledge on how exactly a framework needs to be created and all. Of course, it's not as in depth of the framework that I built in the SDET masterclass, but it is definitely going to help you out, at least speak something in the interview. Okay. Now, anyways, we have this one object that we have added in this particular list. Now, we'll keep on creating multiple employees and keep on adding it into this employee list. I'm going to say employee list dot new employee. This is going to be 102. Let's say the name over here is going to be Shreya, and department is going to be, let's say, development, and the salary over here is going to be like, let's say, 15,000 and all. Okay, let's add one more. Okay, and this is going to be from the DevOps perspective. Let's say this is going to be Raj. Okay, the employee ID is going to be 103. Salary is going to be, let's say, 20,000. Okay, let's copy one more and I'm going to paste it over here. Let's say this is going to be employee ID 104. This is going to be Rahul. Okay, and again we have a developer. Let's say the salary over here is going to be 5,000, something like that. Okay, this is something that we have written. Now we have a employee list. Okay, now tell me something. I want to traverse this particular list. How can I do that? How can I do that? I want to print all the employee objects on my console. How can I do that? So what are you going to say? Some of you guys will say that, Jatin, use a for each too. I'm going to say for. You're going to tell me to pass the employee list. Okay. And from this employee list, one by one, I'm going to get what? Employee kind of a data. So this is going to be employee temp. Okay. And then I can simply say system.out.println 10. Okay. Save this particular chap. Let's click on the play button and you will notice, boom, all the employees are getting printed over here. Now, some of you guys will say that, Arey Jatin, the first employee is getting printed twice. This is because of this chap, na? Control-Shift-C, comment it off. Let's click on the play button one more time. And you will notice Jatin, Shreya, Raj, Rahul, okay? The 5 employee details are getting printed over here. So this is your for each loop that comes into picture, okay? Now, there's one more better way to actually use it off. Okay, I can say employee list dot, and you're going to find something called as for each. This is something which is really interesting. Okay, you can use your for each method directly on this particular collection. Okay, I'm going to say for each, one by one, I'm going to give an employee object. And technically what this guy is going to do, it's just going to print it off over here. Let's remove this particular semicolon. This is your lambda expression. It basically means that from this particular employee list, one by one, I'm going to get an employee kind of a data. And I'm just going to print that employee kind of a data. That's it, what is happening. So if I just comment this particular chap, let's click on the play button. Boom. Yeah, how could I see? Okay. So most of you guys are technically aware of this first line. I'm pretty sure on that. But this is something that you should definitely be aware of. You can use the for each method. And over here, I'm giving a lambda expression. Okay. Just to reiterate, from the employee list, one by one, I'm going to get employee kind of a data. And we are just printing the employee kind of a data. Perfect. Okay. Now, what we want over here is we want to filter the employee data. And let's say we want to filter on the basis of salary because this is the simplest way to do that. So we have a salary of 10,000, 15,000, 20,000 and 15,000 or 5,000. And I want to print, I want to print all the employees which have the salary greater than 10,000. Okay, greater than 10,000. Okay, so we have only 2 employees which basically have salaries greater than 10,000. Okay, one we have Shreya and then we have Raj popping up, right? So over here, what we will be doing is we will be using stream. Okay, we will be using stream. So whenever you're going to have a collection, you can apply a stream. Now, let's say in interview, they ask you the question, what is stream? What are you going to say? What is the purpose of stream? Yes. The purpose of stream is to do data manipulation on a collection. With the help of stream, I can filter data, I can map data. Okay. All those things I will be able to do with the help of stream. Okay. So it is basically used for data manipulation on a large data set. So the thing is, when we are talking about stream, from the list, the data is going to be converted into stream. Stream means one by one, the data is going to be given to, different operations. So over here, what I want to filter it off. So I'm going to say filter method. This is the method that I got, filter method. And here I can give my lambda expression. So from the stream, I'm going to get one by one employee kind of a data. And what I want to do with this employee kind of a data, I want to get the salary, okay, get the salary. And if the salary is going to be greater than 10,000, I want to store that stuff in a list. Done. So what I've written, from the employee list, I'm converting it into a stream. I'm going to get a stream over here. And from this particular stream, okay, we will apply a intermediate operation. This is an intermediate operation over here. And what this intermediate operation is going to do is that ki baba, I will be getting this employee object and I need to check whether the salary of that employee object is greater than 10,000 or not. If it is going to be greater than 10,000, I'm going to store it inside a list. Okay. Now, the thing over here is this filter operation which you see is basically a lazy operation. This is something that you need to remember. What do you mean by lazy operation? Lazy operation basically means ki baba, this is not going to be called unless the terminal operation is first called. You know, like there should be a terminal operation. Terminal operation means this is the end operation. So over here, until you're calling the toList method, this method is not going to be executed. Okay, this is what you mean by lazy operation. And because this particular intermediate operation is a lazy operation, what happens over here is the performance of your stream is a little bit fast. Okay, so unless you call it terminal operation, it's not going to call this filter operation. Okay, so over here, we are going to get a toList and we will store it, okay, the final result in a list of employee. Because if I'm going to bring my cursor to toList, okay, which you're not able to see right now, but toList basically returns me a list of employee because the data which I'm giving over here is what? A employee list, okay. So this is going to be for the final result. And what I can do is, I can literally print the list, okay, like this. So if I just do this, click on the play button, voila, boom, you're going to get Shreya, which has a salary of 15,000 and Raj, which has a salary of 20,000. But Rahul and Jatin, they are not actually printed. I hope this particular part makes sense to everyone. Quickly write this particular code at your end, practice it off. Even if you know this particular stuff, make sure you understand, because in the interview you're supposed to explain, okay, what exactly the whole code that you have written, what it means. Quickly write it down. All right, guys, I hope you have written the code so far. Now, again, a lot of time in interview, now they will also ask questions like sort the list on the basis of salary. Okay. Now, over here, you will notice that Jatin is having salary 10,000, then Shreya is 15,000, Raj is 20,000, then Rahul is 5,000. These salaries are not in the sorted order. If we are going to sort this entire list, Rahul will be first in this particular list, then it is going to be Jatin, then it's going to be Shreya because salary is 15,000, then we're going to have Raj, which is going to be 20,000. So if you want to sort the list on the basis of salary, how we can do it with the help of stream, okay? What you're going to do is you're going to take the employee list, you're going to apply a stream as usual. Then you're going to use the sorted method. Now, you're going to give a comparator. We will technically be comparing it off. It's very simple over here. So over here, you're going to take two objects of your employee list. And you can give any reference. I'm going to say over here EMP1, okay, and EMP2. Okay, you're going to use the lambda expression. And then what you're going to say? You're going to say double. Okay, let's put this in a round bracket. I forgot to do that. Okay, it's going to be in the round bracket. Then you're going to say double dot, let's use double dot compare. Okay, and over here we will be taking employee 1 dot get salary, and here we're going to give employee 2 dot get salary. Then Then once this is done, you need to collect the result. Okay. So over here, you're just going to put a round bracket dot collect salary. Okay. Collect. And you are just going to say collector dot to list. Done. That's it. Now, over here, we will be getting the result, okay, in a list only. But this list, what we will be getting is going to be sorted on the basis of salary. So let's put over here sorted by salary. Control Shift F. Let's zoom out. Okay, oops. Let's zoom in. Let's hit enter. And technically, I can just use the same stuff. Let's put this chap over here and let's apply a simple for each over here. Okay. Oops. Let's copy this. Let's paste it over here. Let's save it. Let's click on the play button. And you will notice that first we are having Rahul, then Jatin, then Shreya, then Raj. We have sorted it on the basis of salary. Okay. So again, these two questions have been asked a lot in interviews. So please make sure that you practice pretty well. So that's it for this particular class. Now I'm going to see you guys in the next one. Don't forget to mark your attendance. Okay. If you like this particular video, please make sure you share it off with your friends. I'm going to see you guys in the next one. Till then, take care. Bye-bye. Welcome back to the channel, guys, and I hope you guys are doing pretty good. So we are in the 90 days SDET interview preparation series, and the thing over here, guys, in today's class we will be focusing on questions related to the company Capgemini. Now, a couple of days back, there was this one student of the SDET master class who had given the interview for Capgemini. So these questions are basically legit questions. These were the questions which was asked to him. So we want to make sure that we are preparing for all these questions. Now, in today's class, the focus is going to be on a bit of a hybrid approach. Okay, we will be seeing a set of questions, not just one or two questions. So we will be focusing on questions from the topic of Java, rest assured, that is your API testing. Along with that, we will be solving one coding question. Now, this entire session might be a little bit lengthy. So please make sure, guys, that you have your tea, coffee ready, and make sure that you make your notes. So have your notebook and pen ready also. Okay. Throughout this entire sessions, I will be asking you questions. So please make sure that you are answering those questions also, because the more you try to answer the questions by yourself, the more you get engaged in this entire series, you will be able to present yourself more confidently in your main interviews. Okay, so I hope you guys are ready. Without wasting time, let's get started. Now over here, guys, we have been given a set of questions and we'll only focus on the first question for now. And the first question is the difference between string buffer and string builder. The difference between string buffer and string builder. Now, before we go to the main notes, I want you guys to answer it by yourself. Okay, what do you know about string buffer and string builder, how they're different from each other? Okay, take a moment, think about it. So I hope you guys were able to answer it off, but here's the thing, guys. When we are talking about string buffer and string builder, they both offer dash. What they offer? They offer mutability. Okay? They offer mutability. Mutability means what? Mutability means you will be able to perform modification. Okay? So if you want to modify your string, if you want to modify the string, you can either go for string buffer or string builder. Now, when we are talking about modification of string, should we use the normal string class? We have the string class now. Now, is string, normal string, mutable? The answer is no. This is not mutable. Meaning, any modification that you're going to do on a string, it is going to result in creation of a new string. There is a dedicated lecture that I have created for this particular channel where we have discussed how exactly string works in memory. And that also, guys, is a very important interview question. Okay, a lot of time people ask is like how exactly string is getting stored in the memory. Okay, so please make sure that you watch that particular lecture. Over here, guys, remember that strings are basically not mutable, they are immutable, meaning any modification that you are going to do on a string, okay, results in creation of a new string. But if I want to modify a string, then it is always better to use string buffer or string builder. Now, string buffer and string builder, one is thread safe, one is not thread safe. Which is thread safe, which is not thread safe? Think for a moment. Yes. So when we are talking about your string buffer, when we are talking about string buffer is synchronized. Because it is synchronized, it is thread safe. And because it is thread safe, it is slow. Please make a note of this particular point. So whenever we are talking about string buffer is synchronized, and because it is synchronized, it is thread safe, and because it is thread safe, because it is synchronized, okay, it is going to be slow. And the thing is, you can use string buffer in a multi-threaded environment. So if you want to access a particular string, there will be a lot of modification that is going to happen on a string in a multi-threaded environment and all. Then guys, you are supposed to use string buffer. But if you are going to have a single threaded application, okay, then you should be using string builder for modification because it is not synchronized, and that's the reason it is not thread safe. Because it is not thread safe, you can definitely not use it in your multi-threaded environment, and it is fast. Okay, it is fast. So these are the core points that you should always remember about string buffer, string builder, and string. Now let's go to the main answer over here. I have created a table for you guys. So over here, when we are talking about your string buffer and string builder, they both are mutable alternative to string. String is immutable. If I want to do any kind of modification, I'm supposed to use string buffer or string builder. There are key differences, okay, is basis on the thread safety. So when I'm talking about string buffer is going to be synchronized, right? I said over here string buffer is synchronized, and because it is synchronized, it is going to be thread safe. String builder is not thread safe. It's not thread safe. So the thing is, whenever you are going to have synchronized keyword, remember that it is going to be slow. It is going to be slow. Okay. There is one place where we use synchronized keyword. In which design pattern you have used synchronized keyword? Yeah, take a moment, think about it. It's singleton design pattern. Okay. In singleton design pattern. There was this one lecture also in this entire series that I have discussed about the singleton design pattern. Please make sure that you watch that lecture also. It's going to be very useful. But anyways, remember that when you're going to have anywhere synchronized keyword or you're going to use the synchronized functionality, the performance is going to be slow because there is going to be lock. Okay, the code block is going to get locked and only one thread can actually access that particular block of code. String builder, because it is not synchronized, because it is not thread safe, it's generally faster. And when to use? When you're going to have a multi-threaded environment, you're going to use your string buffer. But if you're going to have single-threaded environment, you will always use string builder. So you will see that whenever I'm having any string interview questions or any kind of a string program which is there, I generally use your string builder. Never use, your normal string to store the final result. Okay. Introduced your string buffer was introduced in Java 1 itself, whereas your string builder was introduced later, which was in Java 5. Okay. So please make sure that you remember this much part for your interview. Now, in the test code, okay, if it is going to be a single threaded, always prefer string builder. Again, in interview, they will ask which is better. So always say that it's better to use string builder in your automation framework because you're not going to do a lot of modifications. You always extract the data and all. So, but in case there is going to be any kind of, a modification that is happening, so your test generally runs in isolations. So it's better to use string builder. And the reason for using string builders will be these points. Okay. So please make sure that you remember these points properly. I hope this particular part is clear to everyone. Perfect. Take a moment, pause this particular video and read through this entire table one more time. Okay. I hope you have gone through the first question, guys. Now let's move on to a very important interview question, which is how do you handle flaky test? How do you handle flaky test? Now, I hope everyone knows what exactly flaky test means. Flaky test means sometimes the test is going to pass, okay, and then sometimes the same test fails. And then when you're going to rerun it, again the test pass. So the whole point over here is when you are going to rerun the test in your different environments, probably in your CI pipeline and all those stuff. So over there can be scenarios where your CI pipeline fails because of the flakiness of that test. Sometimes the test is passing, sometimes the test is failing and all. And in Selenium, this is a very common issue. Okay, because the element is visible, but it's technically coming a little bit late. There is going to be a synchronization issue. Okay, so there can be a lot of reason for flakiness, but flakiness is something which is a problem, and that flakiness needs to be solved. So again, in interview, they can ask questions related to flakiness of the test. How do you handle flaky test? They can also ask, tell me a scenario where you have seen flakiness, okay, in your application. So you need to remember some of the scenarios of your application where you have observed flakiness. Okay, so please remember the scenarios, and whenever you are answering any question, you should always come up with a story, okay, where you have seen it in your project. Over here, this probably might be more like a theoretical stuff, but the thing is, it's only you can know where exactly the scenario has appeared in your projects. So try to observe your project where you have seen flakiness, okay, and how you are going to overcome it. The how part, you can actually take it from this notes. Now, over here, guys, as I've said, when we're talking about flakiness, flakiness basically means sometimes the test passes, sometimes the test fails. And because it's flaky, because the tests are not concrete now, you cannot trust that particular test. So if your CI pipeline passes sometimes and then it fails sometimes, then it's not something that you can really rely on, right? So at the end of the day, what your manager is going to tell you that, hey, please run the entire flow manually and then you give the sign off. then if I had to run the entire test manually itself, then why did I bring automation into the first place? Because at the end, the final verdict is getting decided by the manual execution, right? So this is something that is a very, like an important issue that needs to be solved in your entire automation process. So anyways, if you are going to have any flaky test, the first thing you need to do is you need to identify the root cause. And generally, it's always going to be on the timing issues. When I'm talking about timing issues, I'm talking about the synchronization issue of your of your Selenium WebDriver code. There can be test data dependency that can be there. Environment instability can also be one of the reason, or sometimes your test order dependency. Okay. Now remember one thing. Whenever you are creating any test, those tests needs to be executed in isolation. Okay. There are few important characteristics which are there for a good test that you need to remember. You know, so if I am supposed to talk about what defines a good test, okay, or good test script, then what we are going to see? The first one that comes into picture is your test has to be small. Okay, the length of your test method, okay, the @ test method that we have, okay, you have to make sure that that test method is as small as possible. Okay. The second thing over here is your test should be independent. So all the test method that we are going to have, the test method should be independent. Okay. Your test should not depend on other tests. Okay. Meaning you should be able to run them in complete isolation. If I am able to achieve this, if I'm able to make my test independent, then you will be able to run them in parallel mode also. Okay. The third one that comes into picture is that whenever you're going to create any test, your test, okay, should not have any coding logic, meaning you cannot use if statement, the conditional statement. You cannot have loops. You cannot have try catch. Okay. So these are some important rules that you should always remember about what exactly defines a good test script. And the thing over here is, again, this part, this part which I have written over here, they can ask in interview like, how do you ensure that your tests are maintainable? Okay, maintainable. So these are some of the rules that you should always remember, that you're going to make your test as small as possible, because if it is a small test, it's easy to maintain. Then there should be independence. Each of the tests should be independent from each other. Okay, if they are going to be dependent on each other, you're not going to be able to achieve parallel execution. And you have to make sure that all your test methods do not have any coding logic. There should not be any for loop, conditional statements, your try catch and all those stuff. Because the moment you add any of these, what is going to happen? You are introducing logic. And your test methods should have simple statements. So they are just going to have test steps, and these steps technically don't have any logic. These are just statements that needs to get executed. Okay. Now, over here, the first part is to identify the root cause. There can be timing issues, there can be data dependency, environment instability, the configurations, the versions of the softwares which are installed on the server might not be proper, there might be some configuration mismatch, something like that. So you need to make sure that those things are fixed. Okay. The next one that comes into picture is add proper weight. If you're using thread.sleep, and I'm pretty sure you guys are not using, but in case if you're using thread.sleep, please make sure that you change it to explicit weight. Okay, that is, you're going to use WebDriver weight with expected condition. Then the next point over here is isolate test data. Each test creates and tear downs its own data. There should be no shared state. Okay, there should be no shared state. Then you can also have retry logic. When we're talking about retry logic, you can definitely use the retry analyzer, okay, and have a maximum of 2 or 3 retries, whatever you prefer over there. Quarantine, tag the flaky test, move them out of the main pipeline until fixed. This is important. So if your tests are flaky, please make sure that unless the issue is solved, you don't add them into your CI pipeline, give it a different tag or put them into a different group. So in this way, they will not be part of your main CI pipeline until the main issue is getting resolved. Then run in parallel. Sometimes the flakiness is always going to be because of the serial ordering, like you are executing the test one after the other. So in order to solve this particular stuff, you ensure that the tests are getting executed in isolation, that is in your parallel mode. And the next point over here, guys, is make sure that you're doing aggressive logging. So screenshot, network logs, console errors on failure, just make sure that these things are there for your diagnosing of your flaky test. So this is something which is again important. Please remember these 7 points. Along with that, please remember what defines a good test script. Okay. So quickly, if you want, you can take a screenshot of it or probably just write it down in your notebook. It's going to be very helpful for you guys. Okay. Now let's move on to the next question over here, which is difference between query params versus path params. Again, this particular question has been asked so many times, okay, mostly in your service-based company. So let's try to understand what is the difference between query param versus path param. Now, guys, when you're talking about path params, right? Path params is basically used to identify a specific resource. This is important, okay? You want to make a note of this particular point because a lot of time what I've seen now that people really miss on the topic of path params and query params. So whenever you're talking about path param is always going to give you that specific resource. So over here, if you look carefully, there is an example that there is going to be a user resource and I'm giving the ID. You're going to have a lot of user data and you're just going to give the ID. So it's going to give me the data of the user who has an ID 42. When you're talking about path param is always going to be inside the URL path. So over here in rest assured, whenever you need to give path param, in your given, you're just going to attach the path param method. Given the path param is ID whose value is 42, get user, and this is going to be the placeholder ID. Okay. So this ID which you see, this is going to be replaced by the value 42. Okay. So this 42 technically can come from a variable, it can come from a different API request, whatever. But the thing is, over here, we will not do hard coding. Okay, we will not do hard coding. For any kind of a path param, okay, you will always use the path param method. That's the simplest thing. So in interview, they can ask you the question, how do you set up path param, okay, in your rest assured? So you're going to use the path param method. I hope this part makes sense to everyone. Now, the next thing which is there is query param. Okay. Query param basically used for filter sorting as well as for pagination. So understand the difference over here. When you're going to talk about path param is basically used to get specific resource. Okay. Whereas your query, as the name suggests, query is going to be used for a filtration. Okay. You want to filter. you want to sort, or you want to have some kind of a pagination, that time you will be using your query params. Query params is going to come after a question mark, okay, in the URL. So users technically is the endpoint, and this what you see, role equal to admin, okay, and pages too. So how do we read it? The endpoint over here is users, and users where the role is admin. So the question mark becomes where the role is admin and the page is going to be 2. So given the query params, okay, role as admin, query params as page 2, get users. So this becomes the endpoint, and your rest assured technically adds the rest of the stuff. So over here, you're going to have users. After users, automatically there will be a question mark which will be added, and the order is going to be maintained. Role is going to be equal to admin, and page is going to be equal to 2. So take a moment, read this whole stuff one more time, that when you're talking about path param is used to identify a specific resource, and query param is used for filtration, sorting, and pagination. Okay, remember this particular snippet, because in interview they will again ask, okay, write a snippet of how do you pass query or your path param into your rest assured. So just make sure that you remember that after given, you're just going to attach the path param or the query param. Okay, write this particular snippet at your end quickly. I hope this particular part is clear to everyone. Can we move on to the next one? All right, let's move on to the next question over here. Interesting. So this was the interview question which was asked to the candidate, that you're supposed to find duplicate elements or duplicate element in an array. Find the duplicate element in an array. So how do you do that? Yes, take a moment, think about it. How you are going to find the duplicate element. Whenever you're talking about duplicate, okay, what is the opposite of duplicate? Unique. Okay, so whether you have duplicate or you're going to have unique, a very special data structure, a very special collection is going to come into picture. That is going to be your set. Why set? Because set is the only data structure, which does not store duplicate values. Okay, set is the only data structure which is not going to store duplicate values inside. It is always going to have unique value. So the add method of your set technically returns a boolean, okay, which is going to be true or false. So if it was able to add the element into the set, you're going to get true. If it was not able to add the value inside the set, it means false. And it is only going to give me false when the element is already present in the set. Meaning the second time whenever you're doing an addition or like you're adding the value, you're technically adding a duplicate value. And because this value is duplicate, you will end up getting false. So what you will be doing, you will be iterating the entire array. You're going to get all the elements one by one. You'll try to store it inside a set. You're going to check whether the element got added or not. If the add method returns false, technically it is a duplicate element. So you're supposed to print it on your console. That's it. So I want you guys to first write this particular program at your end. Once you have written the code, okay, you can just technically check my screen while I'll be writing the program, the code for the same. Quickly start writing this code at your end. So guys, we are in the Eclipse. This is the 90 days SDET interview prep. I'm going to open the SRC main Java. And over here, we will be quickly creating a new package. Let's call this particular package as com.day24. And inside this, we will be quickly creating a class. Let's call this particular class as what? Duplicate elements. Okay. Click on finish. Let's introduce the main method. You know, guys, a lot of time people ask me that, Jatin, you know, AI is there and now AI can write the code and still Companies are asking coding questions and all those stuff. See, these things are going to take a little bit time and all those stuff. But the most important thing is you should be ready for any kind of question which is going to be asked in interview. Okay, if they ask you coding question, you should be ready for that. If they're going to ask you related to your framework, you should be ready for that. If they're going to ask you related to your system design or probably on your framework stuff, you should be well prepared for it. Okay, again, I'm repeating, a lot of time when you see the content over there, generally people are still preparing for the interviews as if it is 2015, 16 and all. It's not, it's changed. It's 2026 going on right now. So please make sure, guys, that you are building projects, you are preparing for a lot of things. Okay, don't waste your time. Okay, the most important thing that you have right now is only the time. That is your entire leverage. If you're able to focus, if you're able to complete these things and study these topics on regular basis, I can give you in writing that your main interviews are going to be a little bit easier. Okay, so at the end of the day, you never really know when exactly the opportunity is going to pop up on your door. So you have to be ready. Are you getting the point? So over here, guys, coming back to this particular question, we have this class duplicate elements. We have the main method. Inside this particular class, what we will be doing is we'll be creating an array. So I'm just going to have an array called input. Okay. And over here, we will quickly have some values 10, 20, 30, 40, 40. Okay. And let's say 10. So you know that 40 and 10 are basically the duplicate elements, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to first create a set of integer, okay? And you technically have anything. It doesn't really matter whether you want hash set or linked hash set, whatever you want, you use that. I'm just going to use a hash set for to give the reference variable. I'm just going to call this as input set. And this is going to be of integer type, okay? Then what we will be doing is we will be traversing this particular array one by one. We'll technically get all these elements one by one. So I'm going to have this for loop. Okay. Technically, I'm going to use the for each over here. From the input array, one by one, you give me the number. Okay. And what we will be doing is we will try to add it into the input set. So input set dot add. Now you will notice that input set dot add method returns me boolean. Okay, so over here what I'll do is I'll just pass the number to this chap. Okay, and for your convenience I'll print this thing off. Okay, so this thing will print it off over here. Okay, and we give a little bit of white space. Then I can literally just print the number just to show you something. Let's remove all the other stuff. Control Shift F, save it. Okay, let's click on the play button. And you will notice 10 will be added, 20 will be added, 30, 40. Okay. Till now, all the elements were unique. But over here, we got false for 40 and we got false for 10, meaning 40 is getting repeated. It's the second time it is popping up. 10 is also appearing for the second time. So these two are basically the duplicate elements. Of course, we don't want to print this particular stuff. What I'm going to do is I'm going to have a if. I'm going to say input set. Okay. Not add number. Now, for all the duplicates, okay, add method is going to return me false for all the duplicate elements. What I'm going to do is, I'm just going to put a not over here. Meaning, now, because we have a not, for all the duplicates, I'm going to get true. Okay, because we have a not condition that has been added. Right? So, if your add method returns me false, opposite of false is true, then this particular condition, okay, is going to become true and we'll do something over here. So I'm just going to say sys out the number. Okay. And that's it. Finish. And this ends over here. This ends over here. and we just need one more curly bracket. We can remove this. We not really need this part. Let's click on the play button. Let's see the output. And if I bring this guy, you got 40 and 10 popping up. Okay, so 40 and 10 are technically the duplicate elements. The order can be anything. Let's say if I just put 40 here, okay, and what I can do is I can just remove this from here. Okay, let's click on the play button. It still works. Okay, this is something which is there. I hope this particular part makes sense to everyone. It's a very simple program, guys. It was not that difficult, to be honest, but this is what it is. I hope you guys have written the code. There's a lot of variations that you can get for duplicate elements and all. Okay, so please make sure that you solve this particular stuff pretty well. Okay, now let's move on to the next question. Now guys, let's move on to the next question, which is the syntax for parallel execution. Now this particular question also, guys, has been asked so many times. Okay, literally, if I have to tell you that if there are going to be 10 interviews, out of those 10 interviews, you're going to find 6 or 7, they are going to ask about parallel execution. How do you set up parallel execution in your automation framework? How do you do parallel execution in your framework? Okay. And more or less, the answer is going to be exactly same over here. The first thing over here is you will be talking about, you should be configuring the parallel execution in your test.ng XML file. That's the step number 1. You should be configuring your test.ng XML file. And in your test.ng XML file, guys, you will be introducing a parallel attribute. Okay, what you see over here is basically the parallel attribute. This needs to be introduced, and the value of parallel attribute can take test, classes, methods, and instances. This is something that you need to remember. The value of parallel attribute can take test, classes, methods, and instances. When you are saying that ki baba the test, okay, the parallel equal to test, each test tag runs separately on different threads. So each test tag is going to run on different threads. So you will notice that inside this particular test suite, I have this test tag, na? This one and this one. So if I'm saying parallel test, what is going to happen? This particular test and this particular test are going to be executed by different threads, but they will be executed parallelly. So over here, guys, the login test as well as this particular test, which is getting launched on the Firefox browser and one is getting launched on the Chrome browser. There will be 2 browsers which is going to get launched, and these 2 test classes are technically going to be executed on these 2 different browsers. When you are saying that it is going to be classes, parallel equal to classes, each class runs in a separate thread. So over here, I just have these 2 classes, na? Okay. So imagine if I was having 10 test class over here and here also 10 class. So there will be these 10 threads, okay, or I would say 20 threads which will be executing individual classes over there. Then you are going to have methods. Now in your test classes, you have your @test method, right? So in one test class, I can have probably 2 or 3 or even 5 test methods. So those test methods will be executed parallelly. So when you are saying that you will be having parallel methods, each test method runs on a separate thread. Generally, in the automation framework, you really want to have these test methods get executed parallelly. Then you can have instances. Methods of the same instances runs together. Methods of the same instances are going to run together. So observe over here, guys. So here I have this test.ng XML file, right? And inside this particular test.ng XML file, we have this entire configuration that we have set. And you will notice that parallel is set to methods. So over here in this particular framework, you will notice that I have these various test classes: add new first address, invalid credential, login test, product checkout, search product test, and all those stuff. So in these tests, you will notice that I have different test methods. So this is my first test method, this is my second, third. Because I have set parallel methods, what is going to happen? All these test methods will be executed parallelly. So this is going to be taken care by one thread. This is going to be taken care by another thread. This is going to be taken care by another thread. Okay. Now, one important thing, guys, that you need to focus over here. Remember just a moment back, I was talking about that your test needs to be clean, your test needs to be maintainable and all those stuff. Observe carefully. When you're looking at this particular test, okay, inside this particular test, you're not going to find any variable creation. The length of the code itself is one line. Yeah, that's the length of the code. So over here, most of my tests, whatever I am writing, I'm just putting them in one line. Okay, so this test is maintainable. First thing. The second thing over here is, if you're going to look at the design pattern, okay, there is a method chaining which is happening. There is a method chaining which is happening. So this is basically uses your fluent interface design pattern. Okay, so when you're talking about your framework also, most of the time people say it's going to be page object design pattern, then you're going to use singleton design pattern and all those stuff. But you can have a lot of design patterns popping up, and you should be using a hell lot of other design patterns, because when you're using design patterns, what happens? Why do we need to use design patterns? When you're using design patterns, you're actually ensuring that your object-oriented programming features, as well as you're implementing OOPs correctly in your automation framework. Okay, and that's the thing. So how did you ensure that you are using object-oriented programming correctly in your framework? You will probably say that you have used design patterns over there. Now, a lot of time people ask me that, Jatin, your framework is going to be created by these AI agents and all those stuff. But if you have used ChatGPT or Claude or any of these things, right, they will not be creating the framework like this in one go. Okay. Only a person, let's say I have created this particular framework, so I know how exactly the framework needs to be created. So once I know how exactly the project or the framework needs to be set up for a particular project, what all things you need to take care of it, then I can delegate those things to these agents. Are you getting the point? But if I would have said, just go and create a framework for XYZ website and all, because I want to use your Selenium WebDriver or Playwright or any of these tools, the first draft of that particular framework, whatever Claude code and all those things will do, it's not going to be this. It's never going to be this. Trust me on that. Okay. So that's the reason, guys, you have to make sure that you build the framework first by yourself. Okay. Even now, when people are giving interviews, the major questions are still technical. Okay. So don't get into that FOMO that, Array Jatin, now to you have these AI agents and all, who's going to ask you coding questions? But the point over here is, what if they ask you coding questions? What are you going to do? What are you going to do? Okay. Now you really can't have shallow knowledge. You need to make sure that you are implementing these particular project properly. Okay. This particular project, I believe, is from the SDET Foundation Masterclass. If you really want to build this, something like this, you can really check that stuff out. Now, again, if you're looking from the test methods, you will not find any conditional statement. You'll be like, everyone talks about login test only, show some other test. So you're going to go to the product checkout. Here also, you will not find any conditional statement, any loop, any try catch. I'm not using any collections or any of those stuff over here. They are used in the framework, but they are not in my test. Okay, because if you observe carefully, my test method basically just keeps on calling other methods. So there's a method chaining which happens. Again, a very interesting interview questions where you have done method chaining in your project and all, boom, in your test methods. Okay, and which design pattern is this? If you notice, this is how you write your rest assured code, right? So this is technically your fluent interface design pattern. Okay, now, so the thing is, when you are talking about parallel execution, you will have this parallel attribute and you're going to set to method, classes, instances, okay, or you can set it up to your test. The next thing that comes into picture is, whenever you're going to talk about parallel execution, one more thing is used. What is that? Thread local variable. So if you observe, I have this browser utility and I'm using thread local WebDriver. Okay, so even in your automation framework, you don't directly use WebDriver or something. You're going to use it as a thread local. Okay, I think I had taken one of the lecture on thread local also. If you are watching this particular video for the very first time, you can definitely check on the series. It's going to be very helpful for you over there. So please make sure. How did you ensure for parallel execution? You have configured the parallel attribute in your test engine XML file. Along with that, you have added thread local for WebDriver and also for WebDriver wait. Here it's not there in the code, but in reality, you will be using your thread local WebDriver wait. Is this part making sense to everyone? Perfect. So coming back to this particular document, guys, over here, you will read the last point. Use thread local WebDriver to ensure each thread has its own driver instance and to avoid any race condition. Okay. Again, as I've said, this is a very important interview question. I'm going to give it a 3-star. Please make sure that you remember this particular question. Remember how it was configured. That's it. Let's move on to the last question, which is hash map versus hash table. Okay. And the thing over here, guys, is this was, I believe, a theoretical question. Okay, so we'll just go through the entire main points. Hash map and hash table, major difference basically pops up from the thread safety part. So when you're talking about hash map is not synchronized. Okay, because it is not synchronized, it is fast. So this is not thread safe. This is not thread safe. Hash table is thread safe. It is synchronized, and because it is synchronized, it is slow. We started this particular class with some same terminologies. When you're talking about string buffer is what? What is string buffer? String buffer is synchronized. It is thread safe. You are going to use it in your multi-threaded environment and all. But string builder is not thread safe. It is not synchronized. That's the reason it is fast. Okay. Now, talking about null keys, hash map allows one null key, but hash table does not allow null key. So you're going to end up having a null pointer exception. Null values, hash map allows null values. Hash table is going to give me null pointer exception. Performance, as I've said, hash map is fast because it is not synchronized. It's not thread safe. That's the reason it is fast. And when you're talking about hash table is synchronized because it is synchronized, it is thread safe, and that's the reason it is slow. To inherits from, this is also which is very important. When we are talking about inherit from, hash map inherits from abstract map. Remember this particular name, that's important. And hash table basically comes from dictionary, which is a legacy class. Okay. Now, in your modern application, you will always prefer hash map. You don't really use hash table. But then you'll be asked in interview that, okay, what if I want to have thread safety and I want to store key value pair kind of a data, then what am I supposed to do? That time, guys, you will be using something which is called as concurrent hash map. If you really want to have thread safety in your project and you still want to use hash map, then go for concurrent hash map because it offers thread safety. Okay. So this is all the questions that was asked for the company Cap Gemini. I hope you really enjoyed this particular session. Do let me know in the comment section. Now, one thing I really want to talk about is, see, I usually see people that, they're going to start watching a video, okay? But they really don't complete it off. And I'm not just talking about my video. It's this general way how people are working or processing the information around us. Okay. So you might start watching a video, okay? Be it a tutorial video or an entertainment video, whatever the stuff is. And you will notice that you really don't watch the entire video. You're going to watch for like 50 minutes or like 10% or 20%, whatever. And then you move on to the next stuff. Now, there is a problem with this thing. I'll tell you what. Okay. How a brain process this thing is like, we have information, but the thing is, we have not completely processed that information. There's something which is open. So when you're going to have a lot of open tasks, okay, what happens? We start getting anxious, right? Imagine that you have this, you have a day where you have a hell lot of things to do. You're not going to enjoy that particular day. You're always going to be anxious. And today, most of the people, whoever are studying, my audience, when I'm seeing the demographic, they fall into the category of 25 to 35. So either you are married, okay, or you're about to get married. Okay, you are going to have your personal life, you're going to have your professional life, you're supposed to study, you're supposed to take care of your career, your health, your family, and all. And the thing is, it's already overwhelming. Okay. We are living in a time right now where technologies are changing. The way we were working in the past, okay, it's not the same anymore. And that is also going to create anxiety. Okay. So, my personal advice, what has worked for me, and I have seen it has worked for a lot of students who have studied with us, is that we stick to one plan. Okay. If you are picking up a task, no matter what task is, like whether it's your personal thing, whether it's your study thing, whatever, you're watching an entertainment video, okay, make sure you watch it till the end. Okay, first thing. And stay away from your reels, okay, your shorts and all those stuff. Because what happens is, right, in a very short period of time, you are, like consuming a lot of information. And then, like you'll start feeling that you're already tired. Okay. And when you're already tired and you start feeling tired, you're not going to put a lot of effort in studies at all. So the thing is, we used to put content on Instagram also, but then we realized ki Baba, it's not really helping because people don't really recollect what they have studied, or watched 5 or 6 reels before and all those stuff. So that's the reason we decided we're going to stick to one platform only. We're going to keep the content only on YouTube. Okay. And I want to keep it like an old school way because it's fine that, like we are study is already a very slow process. But if you're able to, like convince yourself, you are able to put yourself at one place and give yourself the complete focus, I can give you in writing that in 3 to 6 months, your life is completely going to change. So make sure that, you stay away from shorts as well as reels. That's really a bad thing for your mental sanity, I'm talking about. And if you have picked up watching, like any video, whatever you like, make sure you watch it till the end. Because in this way, you're forcing your brain that if you're going to pick up a task, you are going to complete it till the end. So it is going to reflect in all the other areas of your life. If you're going to pick up anything to study, make sure you study till the end. If you're going to do any task at your home, at your office, make sure you complete it till the end. Okay. And always have a habit, okay, of journaling. Okay. Whatever you have completed in a day, just write it down in your notebook. I don't know if you're going to be able to see it over here, that there is a white board that I have sticked over here. And I have this habit of writing whatever I have completed today and what I want to complete tomorrow. There's again a whiteboard over here also, but I keep on just scribbling my thoughts. Because if I see it, I'm pretty sure that I'm going to do that stuff. All right. So that was one of my advice that I wanted to give it to you guys, because I know that most of you guys are getting a little bit anxious about how exactly the entire job market is. I really can't change the job market, but I can just give you the tips on how you can be more productive and how you can study a little bit better. Now I'm going to see you guys in the next video. Don't forget to mark your attendance. Till then, take care. Bye-bye. Welcome back to the class, guys, and I hope you guys are doing pretty good. We are in the logic building module, and today also we are going to solve a very interesting interview question. This particular question was given to me by Kajal, okay, and the company over here is JP Morgan. Now, if you have solved the logic building module properly, I can give you in writing that you really don't need to worry about the coding rounds. Now, when people who share me their questions in the WhatsApp group and all, you would have noticed that all the questions, whatever people are sending me, they are technically the same questions which have been covered in the logic building. So make it a habit that on daily basis you solve at least one question. Okay, that should be the part of your day-to-day activities. Okay, so if you have a 90 days notice period, in 90 days you will be solving 90 logic building questions. Okay, and I can give you in writing that if you have studied this particular module properly, you really don't need to worry about your coding rounds. All right, now please make sure that you solve it on daily basis. Anyways, now let's discuss this particular question. We have been given an array, okay, which technically has these elements 1 3 0 4 5 0 2 0. Perfect. 1 3 0 4 5 0 2 0. What the interviewer is telling us ki Baba, you are supposed to print the output 1 2 3 4 5 0 0 separated by comma. So after 1 you put a comma, after 2 you put a comma, 3 4 5 this and all. Now we have solved a similar kind of a question in the logic building. You know what was that question? You will notice the zeros over here are at random places, but the output should be in such a way that all the zeros are to the right, meaning zeros should come on the right side, and the numbers 1 3 4 5 2, they need to be arranged in the sorting order. So over here we should get 1 2 3 4 5. Okay, so this should be the output. We have solved it so many times. Okay, now do you want to give it a try or do you want to write it along with me? If you think that you want to give it a try, pause this particular video. You can start practicing it, start writing the code by yourself. Now, if you want to write along with me, start. I want you guys to quickly launch your Eclipse. Okay, we will go to the logic building exercise, and if you notice the number of questions that we have covered. Okay, in the entire SDET masterclass, guys, I made sure that you really don't need to worry about anything. If you have studied these things, sort it. Okay, make it a habit that you keep on solving them on regular basis, so that at least you remember the logic. Okay, also make sure that you revisit the revision classes. Okay, so that at least if you're not writing the code, you're just revisiting the logic again and again. Now, I have this com.logic building package, and I'm going to quickly create a class. Let's call this particular class as JP Morgan, okay, assignment, something like that. And over here, inside this JP Morgan assignment, I'm going to quickly introduce the main method. I want you guys to quickly create this class, add the main method, okay? Now, what I'm going to do is, I'm just going to copy this chat. This too I need, right? So these numbers I would need. I'm going to quickly create an array. So I'm going to call this input array. And over here, I'll paste these numbers. So this is also how you can create an array. Perfect. Now, what we will be doing? See, the first thing what I'm going to do is, I am going to traverse this particular array with the help of a for each loop. So you know how much I love for each loop. This is going to be number. Number is going to get the values from the array. Okay. And what I'm going to do is, I'm just going to simply say system.out.println number. I'm just going to print this chap over here. Okay. So you will notice 1 3 0 4 5 0 2 0 is getting printed, but let's remove the ln. Okay, because I need these numbers to be printed in horizontal. So we'll just gonna click on play button, and we got 1 3 0 4 5 0 2 0. I'm not putting the commas, that will probably figure it out, don't worry. Then what we will be doing now, we will have a check. We'll introduce a check. I'm gonna say if the number is not equal to 0. Okay, if the number is not equal to 0, I'm just going to print those numbers. So if I'm going to click on the play button one more time, you will see only the non-zero numbers are getting printed. 1, 3, 4, 5, 2. Now I have these 0, 0, zeros that needs to come over here. So what I'm going to do in this scenario now, I'm going to create a pointer. Okay, I'm going to create a pointer and I'm going to call this as index. And index is going to be initialized with 0. Okay, so understand what we are doing over here. Let's delete this chap. Let's bring this guy over here because I need this guy now. So we will have an array. We're going to have 1, 3, 0, 4, 5, 0, 2, 0. And we have the indexing 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Now what I'm doing is, I'm going to create another variable called index. Okay? And index is going to be initialized with 0. Technically, this is where index is also. Okay? Now, what I'm going to do is, I'm going to check something. If the number is not 0, if the number is not 0, then I'm going to put it off over here. That's it. Okay, if the number is not 0, you're just going to place it on that particular index. We're just going to update it. So over here, if the number is not 0, then what I'm going to do is I'm not going to print number. I'm going to say input square bracket of index. Input square bracket of index equal to number. That's what I'm saying. So let's check over here. Number is 1. So we are going to have number. Number is going to get the value 1. 1 not equal to 0. Condition is true. 1 is not equal to 0. It's going to go inside. Input of index. What is index? We initialize index with 0. So input of 0 is going to be number. What is number? Number is 1. So 1 is going to be updated over here. Updated over here. Then what? Because this operation has happened, we will be updating the index and index is going to go to the first index. Okay, it's going to update its value to 1. So what we will be doing now, we will simply say index plus plus. Done and dusted. So observe carefully. Now index is 1, right? Let's update this particular chap also to 1. Okay. So input is going to give me the next number, which is going to be 3. 3 not equal to 0. Condition is true. Since the condition is true, input of index is 1. Input of index is 1. 1 is going to get the value from number. Number was 3. So 3 will be updated over here. You will be like, what is happening over here, Jatin? Just observe. Observe. Hold on. Then what we are doing, we are updating index. Index is going to become 2. Perfect. Input is going to give me the next number. What is the next number? 0. 0. Index is 2. So index is over here. Okay, this is where index is right now. Okay. Now, input gave me the number 0. Number is 0 right now. Tell me something. 0 not equal to 0. Condition? 0 not equal to 0. Condition? False. Because the condition is false, this if block is not going to be executed. Okay, if block is not going to be executed. And index is still 2. The next number I'm going to get from input, that is going to be 4. So number is going to get the value 4. 4 not equal to 0. Condition is true. 4 not equal to 0. Condition is true. And because this particular condition is true, we will perform this operation. Input of index. What is index? Index is 2. So input of square bracket 2 is equal to number. Number was 4. Input square bracket of 2. We are talking about this chap. Over here, this 0 will be updated with 4. Are you getting the point? Okay. And then we are updating the index. Index is going to become 3 now. So index is going to reach over here. Index is going to reach over here. Is this part making sense to everyone? So we got 1, 3, 4, 4. All right. Now, over here, we are talking about this particular memory location, and the next number which I'm getting over here is 5. Input of 3. Index is 3, na? Input of 3. And input is giving me the number. Number is having the value 5. So over here, 5 will be written over here. Okay. And then index will be updated. Let's use a different color. Index is going to be over here now on the 4th index. Okay. Index got a new value which is 4. Okay. Now over here, observe your next number which we will be getting is going to be what? After 5, we got 5 over here, we're going to get 0. Okay. 0. 0 not equal to 0. Condition false. This is not going to be executed. This is not going to be executed. Then we are going to get the next number. This number has been consumed. We're going to get the next number which is going to be 2. Which is going to be 2. Number is going to be 2. 2 not equal to 0. Condition is true. Input of index. Index is 4. We are talking about this chap over here. This is where 2 will be written. 2 will be updated over here. And index will be updated, which is going to be over here. Which is going to be over here. Okay. So index is going to get the value 5. And over here, these values were untouched. Okay. So last also we got 0. So no update is going to happen. Now you will notice something has happened over here. We got 1, 3, 4, 5. We got 1, 3, 4, 5, 2. All the numbers, the non-zero numbers are technically coming first. But over here we still are going to have 202. Okay. We're going to have 202. So observe what we will be doing. We will be updating the remaining numbers from index 5 to the last index with 0. This is what we need to do. Okay. And in this way, all the zeros technically comes to the end. Now, we can write this particular code simply. So this is what we have written over here, right? So what I can do is outside this particular loop, I'll just print the entire array. So I'm going to say system.out.println arrays dot toString a or input. That is the array. All right. Let's right click run as Java application. And you will notice 1, 3, 4, 5, 2. Okay. This is the numbers, the non-zero numbers. And then we have 0 to 0. Perfect. Now let's copy this. And I'm going to paste this for the before part as well as the after part. So this was the OG. And this is what happened because of this loop. All right. I hope you understood this part. Then what we will be doing, the next interesting thing that we need to do over here is, if I just do system.out.println, I'm going to just print the value of index. Okay, this is going to be index. Let's click on the play button and you will see the value of index is 5. The value of index is 5 because if you remember over here, we got the last value of index as 5. After that, that update did not happen itself. Okay. So we know where exactly the elements, the non-zero elements have been completed. From index 5 to the last index of this particular array, we just need to update it with 0. And that is, to be honest, very simple. What you can do is, you're going to technically have a simple for loop. So I'm going to have this for loop for int I equal to index. Why index? Because we want to focus from this particular position, from here, all these 3 memory locations, I want to put zeros, right? So what I'm going to do is for int I equal to 0, then I'm going to say I is going to be less than or equal to input dot length minus 1, so that we are talking about the last index. The size of this particular array is 8. The last index is 7. So 8 minus 1 is going to be 7. And then I'm going to say I plus plus. Okay. And then I'm simply going to say input square bracket of I, just put 0 over here. All right. So let's save this. Let's click on the play button. And you'll notice that all the zeros are over here. But the thing over here is we have this 1, 3, 4, 5, and 2. And these numbers, to be honest, are not in the sorted order. If you look at the document or the question over here, the answer should be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, and then we should have these 3 triple zeros. We have sorted, we have taken care of the 3 zeros. We just need to sort this part. And that, to be honest, is very simple. A lot of you guys will think that I'll technically write any sorting code and all those things. No, I'm going to use the inbuilt functionality. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to use arrays.sort. The arrays class is there. It has a sort method. And here's the thing, guys. When we are using the arrays.sort, we have one special method which technically talks about from where to where. So you are supposed to pass the from index and to index. Okay. So over here, this is going to be the array that I'm going to pass. Now we need to do the sorting from, let me use a different color. Let's use this orange color over here, from year to year. Okay. Year to year. So 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. So we are supposed to give the value 5 over here to the to index, because then 5 is not going to be included. Only this much part will be taken care. Okay, for sorting. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to give the start index as 0, and this is going to be index only because the value of index right now is still 5. Save it, click on the play button, problem solved. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 0, 0, 0. Pretty simple, pretty straightforward question, guys. Okay, please practice it off. Okay, it has been asked a lot of time. I will say that this is a very important interview question. Okay, so make sure you solve it twice. At least if you are able to do the first part now, you will be able to come up with this approach also. You'll just use arrays.sort and you can just give the positions from where to where you're supposed to do the sorting. So that's it, guys. This was the whole question. Pretty simple, pretty straightforward. Now I'm going to see you guys in the next class. Don't forget to mark your attendance. Till then, take care. Bye-bye. Welcome back to the class, guys, and I hope you guys are doing pretty good. So we are in the logic building module, and in today's class, we will be solving a very interesting interview question. This particular question was asked recently for the company FNZ, okay? And over here, this coding question is a very interesting one. So how exactly this class is going to happen, I'm going to explain you the entire problem statement, and then I will be writing the code. I want you guys to observe how I have written the code, and then you will be practicing the same at your end. Okay? So let's get started. The question over here is minimum character replacement for no adjacent duplicates. Minimum character replacement for no adjacent duplicates. Now, firstly, I want to tell that this is a very important question. Okay? I think in coming months, you are going to see a similar kind of questions being asked in your coding rounds. Now, the problem statement says that you are given a list of words, okay? For each word, determine the minimum number of character replacement required. So, we need to determine the minimum number of character replacement which is required so that no two adjacent characters are same. You may replace any character with any other character. So we don't have to do the replacement. We are supposed to talk about the minimum number of character replacement which is going to be required. Okay? You are supposed to return an array where each element represents the number of replacement needed for that word. Okay? Now, over here, the input is AB, AAB, ABAB, ABAB, and what is this? AB, AAABA. Okay? So, we have been given a array of strings. And then the output should be something like this, 0, 1, 1, 0, 1. Now, what exactly this thing is, understand. See, guys, when you look at AB, This is the first string. Okay, AB. Now, over here, when you look at the string, both the characters, are they same or they different? They are different, right? So, since they are different, we don't need to do any replacement. Make sense? It is A and B. These characters are not same. So, we really don't need to do any replacement. So, the output should be 0. 0 indicates ki baba, both the characters or the characters are already unique. No character is getting repeated over there. Okay, and you really don't need to do any replacement. Okay, the next one which we have over here is AAB. Okay, it's going to be AAB. Now, when you're looking at A and B, what do you notice? Over here, guys, this A and this A, they are same. They're adjacent and technically they have the same characters, right? So, over here, we need to do a replacement because the question says minimum character replacement for no adjacent duplicates. Here, A and A, they are adjacent and they are duplicate, like they are the same characters. So, over here, we are supposed to do some replacement. But how many replacements are going to happen? Okay, I can replace this AXB. Okay, AXB. So over here, either you replace AXB or AXAB, whatever you want. So over here, what is going to happen? We need to replace one character. Okay, one change is going to be required. So this one indicates ki baba, in order to make these three characters unique, I am supposed to make one change. So the output should be 1. Observe over here, we have ABB, ABB. Here also I am supposed to do some replacement, right? So I can make a replacement here or I can make a replacement here. But these two characters, one of the character needs to be changed over here. So here also the output is going to be 1. Perfect. Then look AB, AB. So AB, are they unique? Yeah, they are not duplicate. So they are adjacent to each other and they are technically unique characters. The next A, this BA also is unique. Okay, this BA is also unique. So over here, we don't need to do any change here also. Then we have this B, AB. So over here also I don't need to do any change. Adjacent means what? The next character. You just observe the next character. AB, they are unique, no change required. BA, this is unique, no change required. AB, this is unique, no change is required. So the output is going to be 0. Are you getting the point? Now we have this chap over here, which is A, B, A, B, A. So over here, A, B, A, B, A. So when you look at this particular stuff, you will notice these two adjacent, okay, they are different characters. We don't need to worry about it. BA, this is also fine, okay, because the two characters are different. Now, over here, we have this and this. So over here, there is one change that can be done over here. Similarly, here also, there is going to be the same character popping up. Now, the minimum number of change that is going to be required over here is, I just need to make a different character over here in the between of these AAA. Na? I just change the middle character. So, over here, if I just change this, okay, to let's say X over here, you will notice that all the adjacent characters are different. AB, BA, AX, XA, then AB, BA. They are not the repeating characters happening over here. So, over here, we just need to make one change, not two changes. Are you getting the point? So, this is what the interviewer wants us to achieve. Okay. Now, the program over here is pretty simple. It's not a difficult program. What we will be doing now, we will look into this array, okay, later on, but we will just take one string first and we will try to ensure that in that particular string, the adjacent characters are not repeating. Perfect. So this is what we will try to do now. So let's go to our logic building exercise, and I'm going to quickly create a new class. Let's call this particular class, let's give this class a name. I'm going to call this minimum character replacement in a string. Okay, that's the name of the class. Okay, minimum character replacement in a string. I'm going to introduce the main method, of course, Control Shift F. Let's zoom in now. And over here, the first thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to have this string input. And let's say the input over here is going to be AA. Let's keep AA first. So we know that when we will be having two characters which are going to be same and they are adjacent to each other, there is going to be a replacement required. Now, the number of replacement is going to be taken care by a variable over here which I'll create called count. So count is going to take care of the total number of replacement required. It's not talking about the character, it's talking about the number of replacement that we need. Okay. Now, what we need to do over here is we need to traverse this particular string and check the characters. Okay. For that, guys, what we will be doing, okay, I am going to have a special variable over here. Let's call this as index. Okay. And index is going to be initialized with 1. Okay. Now, when you look at this particular string, AA, right? String is what? Series of characters. Okay. Every character is going to have a particular index, right? So this, the first A which you see is technically on the 0th index. This is going to be on the first index. So the I or the index that I have created, okay, is technically initialized to 1 so that it points to this chap. What we will be doing now, we will be comparing this particular character with its previous one. Okay, I can definitely do it with the help of 0 and 1 also, but I will focus on comparing the current character with the previous one. So if this is index, okay, is 1. So what is going to be this? This is going to be index minus 1, right? So what we will be doing is we will be comparing the character which is at index position with the character at index minus 1. Okay. Now, how will I get this stuff? It's very simple. See, I'm going to say if input dot character at index, okay, equal to input dot character at index minus 1. Okay. So this index variable is not created. I just need to do it over here. Index equal to 1. Okay. So over here, I have written a conditional statement input. From this particular string, I am going to get the character at the index 1. What is that character? A. I'm going to compare A character with the character which is going to be at index minus 1. Input dot character at index minus 1. 1 minus 1, that is going to be 0. What is the character which is there on the 0th index? That is also A. A equal to A. These two adjacent characters are same. So meaning a replacement needs to be done. Okay. And because there is going to be a replacement, count is going to technically take care of that, you know, like the total number of replacement which is required. So I'm just going to say count equal to count plus 1. That hey, I need to do some replacement over here. I'm just going to say a replacement required. Okay. This is what I've written. Now, if I go outside this conditional statement, and I simply say system.out.println count. Okay, let's click on the play button. You will notice that I'm getting 1. Okay, we got 1 over here, and 1 is technically the answer that, hey, 1 replacement needs to be done, okay, to make sure that the 2 characters are not seen. Okay, they're not repeating. Now, the thing is, this particular program is going to work properly till the time you just have 2 characters. Okay, but what if there are going to be, I would say, 3 A's popping up over here? Okay, so over here, what we need to do then? See, we have A popping up. Perfect. So let's rub this particular stuff for a moment. A. This is going to be the 0th index, first, second. Perfect. This is your index. Okay. Now, index is going to be compared with index minus 1. So this part we have already taken care. You know that count is going to be incremented. Perfect. Count is going to be incremented. But we also need to check for this chap now. You also need to check for this chap. Meaning I need to increment the index. I need to increment the index. So over here, this increment of index needs to be taken care on an iteration basis. So what we will be doing is we will be having a while loop over here. I'm just going to simply say while index is going to be less than the maximum value of index, okay, can be 2, right? Can be 2. If I ask you what is the length of this particular string, what are you going to say? It is going to be 3, right? So I'm going to say index is going to be less than input dot length. Okay. So index needs to be less than 3. It can be 0, it can be 1, it can be 2. So I need to keep on doing something over here, which is this. I need to keep on checking the adjacent characters. Now, over here, if count is technically getting incremented, it means that there was a replacement which was required. The next thing, what I need to do is I need to increment the index. But index is going to be incremented by what? Over here, if you observe carefully, if I ask you what will be the minimum number of replacement required over here? If you have this AAA character, what is the minimum number of replacement that is going to be required? I just need to change the character which is there in the middle position over here. Okay. So over here, if I just make it ABA, everything is sorted. Minimum number they are asking. Okay. So if the middle character is getting changed or it's going to be a different character, everything is sorted. I don't need to do like this. If I'm trying to change it over here, I still have like 2 characters which are duplicate. They are getting repeated over here. So over here, only in the center I am supposed to make the change. Okay, and that is going to be the count. 1 change I need to do, the bare minimum change. So if I am making the change correctly, 0, 1 and 2 indexes are getting sorted. Like 3 indexes are technically sorted off over there. So over here, index, okay, when the replacement happens, cannot be index equal to index plus 1. Because if you're going to do that, what is going to happen? Let me just write it down over here properly. Index equal to index plus 1. What is going to happen? Once the change is happening, you will be focusing on this second character, right? This character which is there on the second index. And then you will compare this with this chap. So there is an extra step that you are putting. Once the replacement has happened, index needs to jump from its current position to third position. So index is going to be index plus 2. Okay. Index is going to become index plus 2, not 1. Are you getting the point over here? Okay. So this is what it is. So if I'm going to save this and if I'm going to click on the play button, you will still notice that the output is correct. It's going to be A. like for AAA, only one change is required. But what if? But what if we have something like AB? Okay. So over here, character which is there on the first index is B, character on the 0th index is A. They are not same. So this change should not happen, right? Like I don't really need to update count. Okay. So if they are not equal, meaning no change is required, and that time we will just increment the index with index plus 1. That's it. Okay. So over here, index is equal to index plus 1. Okay. None and dusted. So let's click on the play button. You will notice the output is 0 over here. Okay. But if I just change it to, let's say, ABC over here, again, all the three are basically the distinct characters. Okay. So if I'm going to click on the play button, no change required. If I make it AAAA, what is the minimum number of changes required? Of course, I need to make a change over here. Okay, I need to make a change over at the end, right? So 2 changes are required. So if you're going to have 4 characters which are same, and if you're going to click on the play button, the output should be 2 over here. So the bare minimum change which is going to be required for this particular string is going to be 2. All right. Now let's cross check over here. So if I was giving AB, the output should be 0. So let's try for AB. Save this. Click on the play button. You will notice the output is 0. If I'm going to give AAB, so 1 needs to be the output. So I'm just going to add AAB. Let's save this. 1 is the output. Next is ABBA. Okay, it's going to be ABB. Let's click on the play button. You will notice 1 change is popping up. And the next is this ABAB. So let's see, for ABAB, the output should be 0. Right? Then the last one is AB triple ABA. AB triple ABA. If I just save this, click on the play button, okay, over here I'm getting 1. Okay, that 1 change is going to be required. Okay, so only 1 change is required for AB triple ABA, not 0. I think I said 0 over there. AB triple ABA, only 1 change is required. Okay, so we are technically getting the output what we needed over here. But the thing over here is, instead of focusing on that entire array, I'm just focusing on one string at a time. Okay. So quickly write this particular code at your end, practice it off, because if you've done till here, right, then storing the result in the array as well as, like traversing from that string of arrays is not that difficult. I just want you guys to practice this code first at your end. Okay. Try to write it by yourself. Okay. And when you're writing, make sure that you're explaining the logic to yourself. That's more important. All right, guys. I hope you have written the code so far. Now is the basic simple thing that we need to do. The thing here is we don't have one word. Okay, we have an array of words, right? So we need to take care of all these chaps. Okay, so let me just copy this. Okay, and instead of creating one string, okay, I'm going to create the array of string, and this is going to be that data. So we can just create this chap quickly like this. Make sense? So over here, we created a string array, which is going to have all these string values. Now, the thing is, we are supposed to get the count also for the individual strings. Okay. So for AB, 0 should be printed. Then you should be having 1 for this, 1 for this, okay, and then 0 for this and 1 for this, right? So that result also, we will be storing it inside a integer array. So here I'm going to create a integer array result. Okay. And here I'm going to say new int of 5. The reason I'm saying 5 over here is because we have 5 strings. Now 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Perfect. But let's say in future, the data array is going to have more elements than what we can do. So instead of hard coding 5, I can say data.length. Taken care. Right? Now we are just supposed to traverse this particular array. That's it. So this is the entire logic, to be honest. This entire logic needs to be done again and again, again and again for all the string values which are there in that array. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to have this for, let's say, int w, okay, equal to 0. W is going to be less than data.length, okay, and then I'm going to say w plus plus. It's just a pointer, okay, and this entire stuff needs to be done, okay. This entire stuff needs to be done. So over here, input over here was hard coded, right? We will just change it to data square bracket w, finish. Rest all the code is exactly the same. Okay. Now let's save this, right click, run as Java application 01101. If you look at the stuff, the output is 01101, right? But the output also needs to be stored in an array, right? That's the reason I was having result. So we will store the value of count. We will store the value of the count in result. So result of w equal to count. Okay. So on the respective index, okay, I will be getting the count of that respective word. So AB is on the 0th index. So result square bracket of 0, I'm going to have the minimum number of count. Okay. So that's all it is. And if I just go outside the for loop, I can literally print it in one line arrays dot toString of result. That's it. Finish. Click on the play button. 01101 01101. Okay, that's it. This was a pretty simple question, guys, actually. So please make sure that you practice it off pretty well. See, whenever you're solving the questions, right, your main focus should be to do it for a very specific string. Okay. The student over here probably would have faced the problem in building the logic because she might be thinking it from the entire array perspective. You just focus on one particular string. If it is working for this string, then cross check for the other strings, then just put inside it a loop, it should work. Okay, that's all I did over here. So that's it for this particular lecture, guys. Thank you so much for your time. Now I'm going to see you guys on the next one. Don't forget to mark your attendance. And in case of any doubts and queries, you know where to reach out to me. One thing, guys, if you have given your interviews recently, please share those questions with me, okay? And I'll be happy to cover it off in this particular series, okay? Take care. Bye-bye. Welcome back to the class, guys, and I hope you guys are doing pretty good. In today's class, we will be solving another important interview question. This particular question was given to me by one of the students from the SDET Masterclass Vineet. And I believe he has like around 4 years of experience in automation testing. The company that he was giving the interview was IBM. So in today's class, we will be solving a coding question for the company IBM. All right. The question, I have attached it in the download section of this particular video. So if you want, you can pause that particular video and you can go through the question first. If you want, you can solve it first. But let's assume that you want to study with me right now. So I'm going to just walk you through the entire question. Then we'll discuss the logic and we will be writing the code together. All right. Sounds great. Perfect. So let's get started over here, guys. So over here, guys, The question over here is hackathon score calculator. Okay, hackathon score calculator. Now, the problem statement is that we have Erica and Bob. Both are participating in a friendly hackathon that allows each one to solve one question a day out of the 3 offered. Okay. So, Erica and Bob are technically participating in a hackathon. This hackathon is technically going to be for 3 days. Okay. 3 days it's going to be there for. Okay. So, we have day 1, day 2, day 3. This is also day 1, day 2, day 3. There will be one easy, one medium and one hard question. Okay. With points awarded based on the difficulty. So there are 3 days, there will be 3 questions that they will be solving. One will be easy, one will be medium, one will be hard. And based on the question type, the points will be awarded. The winner is the one with the highest score at the end of the competition based on the following scale. So if they are going to solve an easy question, they're going to get 1 point. Okay. If they're going to solve a medium one, they're going to get 3 points. If they're going to solve the hard one, they're going to get 5 points. Okay. Now, there are 2 strings, Erica and Bob. Each character, Erica square bracket of I and Bob square bracket of I, represents the difficulty of the problems EMH solved on the day of I by Erica, Bob respectively. Calculate the scores of Erica and Bob and return the name of the winner, whether it is Erica, whether it is Bob, or it is tie, if they are going to have same score. So we are supposed to return the name of the winner, okay, based on what is the entire score they have for the 3 days. And if it's the winner is Erica, we are supposed to print Erica, or if it's going to be Bob. But if they're going to have the same score points, we are supposed to print tie. I hope this part makes sense. Now, the next thing is, if I scroll down, they have given us an example that there is a string which is going to be called Erica, and it is going to have some values like E, M, H, and Bob is technically going to have the value H, M, E. So let me just put it off over here. Let's say this is Erica, this is Bob, and we are technically going to have 3 characters in this particular string. By now, everyone knows that string is a series of characters, right? So over here, we have EMH. So on the day 1, or because we are going to play with indexes, let's call this as day 0, day 1 and day 2. This is also day 0, day 1, day 2. Now, on the 0th index, we are going to have E. Meaning, on your day 1, Erica solved the easy question. Okay. Then Bob has solved hard question on day 1. So where it is going to be H. Okay. So if I am trying to calculate the score on day 1, Erica's score is going to be what? 1. So Erica gets 1 point. And Bob, who has solved the hard question, is going to get 5 points. Perfect. Next thing, we have M and M. So on the second day, Erica and Bob both have solved medium question. So over here for medium, the point is 3, right? So I'm just going to put over here 3 and 3, right? So over here on the day 2, it is what? A tie, because both have solved the medium question. The next one is H and E. H and E. So over here, Erica has solved the hard question. Bob has solved the easy question. So over here, H is going to be 5 and your E is going to be 1. Now, at the end of the day 3, we are supposed to calculate the scorecard. 1 plus 3 plus 5. How much? That is going to be 9. Here, 5 plus 3 plus 1. That is also 9. So, in this scenario, because they have solved the same type of questions on different days, okay, they have solved the easy, medium, hard, okay. At the end of day 3, they both have same points. So, technically, it is a tie, right? The output should be tie over here. Make sense? Next over here, let's say Erica has solved all the hard questions and Bob has solved all the medium questions. So H, which is going to be 5 plus 5 plus 5, which is going to be 15, and M, which is going to be M plus M plus M, which is going to be 3 plus 3 plus 3, which is going to be 9. So over here, the clear winner is Erica. Okay. So we are supposed to write the logic for this particular program. Now the constraint over here is ki baba Erica dot length, okay, and Bob's dot length, they are supposed to be equal, meaning they both are going to have only 3 characters in that particular string. Are you getting the point? And the values, okay, or the character in Erica and Bob's string should only be E, M or H. You cannot have any other character. Are you getting the point? This is the program that we are supposed to solve today. Okay, so I hope you're ready. Now, how we are going to approach this particular problem? See guys, if you look at this particular table now, we have this scorecard, difficulty and points. Difficulty is going to be easy, medium and hard. Alright. So this is going to be easy, this is going to be medium, this is going to be hard. They are technically the characters. Okay, they are technically the characters. So if E character is there, the point, that is the integer value, should be 1. So we are going to have M character. The value should be 3. We are going to have H character. The value should be 5. So over here now guys, if you look at this particular table, we have a key value kind of a relationship. Yes or no? If the key is going to be E character, the value should be 1. If the key is going to be M character, the value should be 3. If the key is going to be H character, the value is going to be 5. Are you getting the point? Then we are going to have 2 string Eric and Bob. Okay? And we will be giving this particular stuff. We will be traversing these values with the help of a normal for loop, and we will be using the character at method. Okay, the character at method. And one by one, I will be getting the character at the respective index. And then I'm going to check whether the character is E. If the character is E, what is the value? We're going to do the addition. It's a very simple program. Okay, so this is something which we have. Now, I want you guys to launch your Eclipse. Okay, and then we will start writing the code for the same. It's a very simple program. While writing the program itself, you're going to understand the logic. Okay, so let's get started. So I'm in the logic building exercise. Now we have solved so many questions that I believe any new question that comes into picture, it should not be, I would say you should not get scared of these questions. Okay, a lot of time when people are giving your interviews, right, I have seen that they really get intimidated with the coding rounds. The whole purpose of this entire SDET masterclass is to just make sure that you guys don't feel scared, okay? Because no matter you are having this fear ki baba AI is going to take the job or what, but if you guys are well versed with your fundamentals, if you guys are well versed with your tech stack, okay, I can give you in writing that if anything happens to your project, if there is going to be any kind of a layoff or whatever, you will not find it hard to get a new job. Trust me on that. There have been a lot of students have seen their stories popping up over there that, they lost a job in 1 month and probably 1 month later they got another job, and that too with a better salary hike. And that's the whole thing that we are trying to build over here. An ecosystem where you can literally rely your entire career on. Are you getting the point? All right. So let's get started. So this is, let's call this particular program as hacker rank, I don't know, competition. Okay. And over here, we are going to have this main method. What we will be doing now, we will be creating two strings. Erica. Okay. And the next one is going to be Bob. Keeping it simple. Okay. Now, over here, let's say we take this particular scenario, the first one, EMH and HME. Okay. So, this is going to be EMH. This is going to be HME. So, this is what we have over here, the score of Erica for the 3 days. First day she solved easy, then she solved medium, then she solved hard. Bob has solved hard first, then medium, and then easy. Now note that the length of Erica and Bob, they are same. What is the length of Erica and Bob over here? 3, right? So this is the constraint that Erica and Bob length should be same. Now, the next thing what we need to do is we are supposed to create a scorecard. Alright, the scorecard over here is like basically the table I'm talking about, this table. Easy ka 0.1, M 0.3, H 0.5, right? So how we are going to do that? We are going to use map over here. Okay, because we want to store the data in a key value format. So I'm going to say hash map of character. Why I am selecting a character over here? Because I am interested only in the character E. I don't need the word easy. I need E character only. And value is going to be what? Integer. Okay, so this is going to be integer. I'm going to call this as H map equal to new hash map. I think I can give a better name over here. So I'm going to call this as scorecard. Okay. Now we're just going to put those values because we need that. So this is going to be E character. Notice that I'm giving it in uppercase because over here the values will also be in uppercase. So E character over here, it's going to be 1. I guess it's 135, right? So I'm just going to paste this. Okay, so this is going to be M. Okay, and this is going to be H. So this becomes 5, this becomes 3. All right, very simple, straightforward. Now what we will be doing? We will be creating 2 more variables. Int Erica underscore final score. I'm going to initialize it with 0 and then I'm going to have Bob underscore final underscore score. All right, this is also going to be 0. Perfect. Now what? Just loop through this entire string. That's a very simple thing. What you're going to do is you're going to say for int I equal to 0. I is going to be less than. Now you can use anything. You use Erica or you use Bob because the length is same. So I'm going to pick Erica only. Erica dot length. Okay, and this is going to be I plus plus. So over here, you will notice that I have a loop, okay, which is going to start from 0. Erica dot length is what? Length is what? 3. Okay. So from 0, 1 and 2. Okay. Only these values I will be getting it from I. Okay. It's not going to give me 3. And 0, 1, 2 is what? E is on the 0th index, M is on the first index, H is on the second index. Here also 0, here also 1, here also 2. Okay. Oops. Now, over here, what we will be doing, we will be getting the character. So I'm just going to say character. This is going to be Erica, I don't know, Erica point or something, I would say. Okay. This is going to be what? Erica dot character at I. Okay. Erica dot character at. We are using the string inbuilt method. I'm going to give the character the index and it's going to give me whatever the character which is there on the respective index. So first I'm going to get the character which is there on the 0th index. Second time I'm going to get the character which is there on the first index. Then I'm going to get character at the second index. I hope this part makes sense. Now we're going to paste it over here. This is going to be Bob. This is going to become Bob point. Now guys, we got Erica's point and we got Bob's point. Erica's spelling is wrong. Let's fix this. Now over here, these are going to give me the respective characters. Okay. If you observe carefully, if I just do system.out.println Erica point, okay. And let's do one more thing over here. Let's copy this, paste it over here. This is going to be Bob point. Okay. And let's put a divider also. Okay. Let's click on the play button. You will notice I'm getting all those respective characters. Okay. E, then H, then M, then M, H, E. This is Erica's point. This is Bob's point. This is Erica's point. This is Bob's point. This is Erica's point. This is Bob's point. Right. So we are getting the respective characters on the respective days. Now we got the characters. We're just supposed to check in the scorecard what is the point with respect to the specific characters. Okay. So how we can do that is we are going to give the scorecard dot, I'm going to say get me the value of what? I need the value of Erica's point. Okay. Okay. This is going to give me Erica's point over there for that particular day. And we're going to do a sum, right? So we already have this final score. Whatever is the Erica's final score, you add it to that sum, right? Because we have to keep on doing it for all the 3 days. So this is going to be Erica's final score, which is going to get calculated. And the same thing, we need to do it for Bob. All right. So this is going to be Bob's final score. Okay. And we are done. That's it. Let's remove these sysout statements because it's not really required. Outside the for loop, right, what I can do is I can just print Erica's final score. Okay. And I'm also going to print Bob's final score. Let's click on the play button. You will notice we are getting both the scores, 9 and 9. So over here, Bob's score and Erica's score is same. So it's a tie, right? So what we will be doing now, let's bring this guy down. We're just going to have a conditional statement now. I'm just going to simply say if Erica's final score is going to be greater than Bob's final score, I'm going to say sysout winner is, okay, Erica, okay, and probably we're going to give the point also, okay, else if Bob's final score is going to be greater than Erica's final score, the winner is going to be Bob. This is Bob. Okay. And this is going to become Bob's final score. Else, okay, else, one more thing you can have, if Erica's final score equal to Bob's final score, then it means that it's a tie. All right, done and dusted. Control Shift F, save it. Let's click on the play button. It's a tie. Okay. So over here, this is the whole stuff over here for this particular program. So I hope you have got this particular stuff. Okay. It's a very simple program. There's nothing fancy about this stuff. So please make sure that you solve this particular stuff at your end. Okay. This is the entire code. One more thing that you can introduce over here is because we have been given some constraint now that the length of Erica and length of Bob should be same. This is the constraint over there. Erica's length and Bob's length should be greater than 1 and it should be less than 100, but they should be equal. Okay, this is mandatory. Okay, then you can have this constraint also. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to say if um, Erica dot length not equal to Bob dot length. There, I'm gonna say system dot out dot println. Okay, length of Erica and Bob should be same, and I'll just do a system dot exist. Okay, system dot exit and give any status code. Done, finish. So if I just change it to, let's say D, let's say again your E popping up over here, I'm gonna click on the play button. Let's see whether it works. Length of Erica and Bob should be same. Instead of using system.out, I can really use system.error because it's an error only. The length of Erica and Bob should be same. All right. So pretty simple, pretty straightforward, guys. I hope you have understood this particular program. Thank you so much for your time. In case of any doubts and queries, you know where to reach out to me. If you guys aren't giving any interviews, okay, you want me to cover any question, you know where to reach out to me. Okay, you can reach out to me over the WhatsApp, or you can put those questions in the discussion section. I'll be happy to cover it off for you guys. Thank you so much, guys. Now I'm going to see you guys in the next one. Don't forget to mark your attendance. Till then, take care. Bye bye. Welcome back to the class, guys, and I hope you guys are doing pretty good. So we are in the logic building module, and today also we will be solving a very interesting interview question. The question over here is rod cutting. Okay, that's the question over here. We are supposed to talk about a rod cutting problem. This particular question was asked recently to one of the student from the SDET masterclass. So I believe that if you are giving SDET interviews, chances of you getting this particular question is pretty high. And you want to make sure that you are practicing all the questions which we have kept in the logic building module. All right. Now, over here, the problem statement is something like this. You are given an array of n metal rods. Okay. In each round, perform the following step. We are supposed to count how many rods are currently present. Okay. We are supposed to find, or we are supposed to count how many rods are currently present, identify the shortest rod length, discard all the rods that have the shortest length. Okay. Subtract the shortest length from each remaining rod. So it's more like some operations that we are supposed to do from an array of n metal rod length. So over here, guys, if you look carefully, we have an input something like this: 1, 1, 3, 4. 1, 1, 3, 4. The output should be 4 to 1. So what it is telling us, ki Baba, first count how many rods are currently present. When we are not doing any operation, how many elements are there inside this particular array? 4. Okay. Then we are supposed to identify the shortest rod. What is the shortest rod? 1. So if 1 is present inside this particular stuff, we are supposed to discard it. Okay, we are supposed to remove it. As well as we are supposed to subtract the shortest length from each remaining rod. What is the shortest length over here right now? 1. 1 is the smallest value, right? So over here, 3 and 4. Subtract 1 from it. It is going to become 2 and 3. Perfect. So in the first iteration, okay, of all these operations, there are 4 rods. The shortest is 1. Okay. And after we have discarded the shortest rod and we have subtracted the shortest length from the remaining rods, the array should be having 2, 3. We are supposed to repeat until no rods are left. Return an array where each element represents the number of rods at the start of each round. Are you getting the point? So in the round 2, guys, what is going to happen? Let's scroll a little bit down. We have 2, 3. What is the shortest one? 2. The total number of rods, which are 2, right? So over here, if you notice, for the second iteration, the total number of rods will be present is going to be 2. So this 2 should be added in the output. The shortest is 2. So you are going to first discard 2. Okay. So 2 needs to be discarded. Okay. And then you will be subtracting 2 from the remaining element. 3 minus 2 is what? 1. So array is going to have 1 inside it. Then we are going to repeat it again because we still have 1 element over here. So rod present 1. 1. Okay. The shortest is 1. 1 minus 1, 0. And after the round 3, there is going to be 0 elements present over here. Okay. You're supposed to discard that 1. Are you getting the point? So this is what the interviewer wants us to do. It's a very simple problem, but it requires a lot of manipulation. So that's something that we will be doing. Now, this particular program, you and I, we both will be writing together. Okay. So the way I want to approach this particular problem over here for today is we will be writing the code and we will be understanding it off. Okay. So the first thing, what we will be doing is we will be creating a class. Let's call this particular class as rod cutting solution. Quickly create this particular class at your end, guys. All right. The next thing, we are going to have an array. So array of rod. Okay. And it is going to have some elements, which is going to be 1, 1, 3, 4, if I am not wrong. Right. Let's go back and check. The array is 1, 1, 3, 4. Perfect. Now, see guys, we will be needing the shortest element. The shortest element. Luckily for us, the array is already in the ascending order. But if the array was not in ascending order, we are going to sort it. Why we will be sorting it? Because if we sort it, the shortest or the smallest value is going to be on the 0th index. Yes or no? Right? The shortest value, the smallest value is going to be on the 0th index. And that's what we want. We want one place where we are able to see the smallest value. Okay. Luckily for us, the array is sorted. But if the array was not sorted, it's your job to first sort it. Okay. So I'm just going to pass this chap and the array will be sorted. Next, because we will be doing a lot of manipulation in this particular program, okay, it's better that we use an array list, okay, instead of directly operating on the array, okay. So what I want you guys to do is, I want you guys to create an array list of integer, and inside that array list of integer, you add all these values. Can you do that? Pause this particular video, quickly do it. Before we continue, guys, if you really like this particular video, you should definitely check out the YouTube Tech with Jatin membership. For a price less than 100 rupees a month, you're going to find detailed videos like this. Along with that, you're going to find exclusive contents that you're not going to find anywhere over the internet. And it is going to really help you out for preparing for your SDET interviews. So I hope you joined the YouTube Tech with Jatin membership. I'm going to see you guys over there. Let's continue with this lecture. Okay, I hope you have done it. If not, just observe over here. I said you're going to create an array list of integer. Okay, let's call this as the rod list now, equal to new array list. And then I'm going to say for, okay, int rod, and we're going to get the values from this array rods. What we will be doing, we will just add it inside the list. Okay, this is going to be done. Perfect. So, if I just print the rod list for you guys, you will notice we have the same stuff over here, 1, 1, 3, 4. So, whatever the values which was there in the array, I have stored it inside a array list. Clear? Now comes the main logic. We will keep on doing it. See what we want over here. We have 1, 1, 3, 4. In the first iteration, find the smallest, discard the smallest, okay? You are supposed to discard the smallest. So over here, we are going to not have 1, 1, and from the remaining elements, we are going to subtract 1 because 1 was the smallest. So this is going to become 2, 3. Then in the next iteration, we are supposed to again find the smallest, which is 2. We are supposed to discard it, but also we are supposed to subtract it from the remaining element, 3 minus 2, which is going to be 1. Then we are supposed to find the smallest, discard the smallest. We are supposed to keep on doing something till this array or this array list is going to become empty. Are you getting the point? We are supposed to keep on repeating something again and again till the point the list becomes empty. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to have a while loop over here. While rod list dot is empty. That's the reason I was supposed to use a list over here, because I have this method rod list dot is empty. It can tell whether the list is empty or not. So while the list is not empty, okay, it is not empty, I'm going to supposed to do something. I'm supposed to do something. What I'm supposed to do? See, the first thing is over here, we are supposed to print the total number of elements. This is going to be 4. Okay. What is 4? 4 is basically the length of the list. Now, what is 2? 2 is the length of the list. What is 1 over here? 1 indicates the length of that particular list after every operation. So, what I'm going to do is I'm going to simply say system.out.println, system.out.println, rod list dot size. Perfect. Now, over here, once we have printed the list size over here, the next thing what we are supposed to do is we are supposed to calculate the shortest. Okay. Shortest is going to be what? It is very simple. Whatever the element which is there on the 0th index will be the shortest, because we are sorting it off. So the elements will be arranged in the ascending order, right? It's going to be always arranged in the ascending order. So over here, I'm going to say rod list dot get me the element which is there on the 0th index. We needed the shortest. Okay. So for the first iteration, we will be getting 1. Okay. Now, what we will be doing now, we will be having another list. Now I'm going to create another list. This is going to be called as list of, not list. I'm going to call this as array list, okay, of integer next equal to new array list. The reason I'm going to create this particular stuff is because, see, we will be doing some manipulation, right? So that manipulation, guys, we will be doing it on this chap, the rod list. Okay, we're going to get the values from the rod list. We do some manipulation and we will be storing it inside the next. So it's going to look something like this now. The first thing is, inside this particular while loop, okay, we have what all things? We have the rod list size which is getting printed. We know the shortest, okay, and we have calculated the, we have this array list of next, okay. Now, from the rod list, one by one, you give me the element. One by one, you give me individual rod. What I am supposed to do is, I am supposed to check if the rod is equal to the shortest. Then I am supposed to discard it. Let's not write something away. I'm just going to say discard it. Okay. Because we are supposed to remove 1. Right. So over here in the next iteration, 1 is not going to be available over here. So these 2 elements will be removed. If rod is going to be equal to the shortest, first time I'm going to get 1. Discard it. Second time I'm going to get 1. Discard it. Then I'm going to get 3. What I'm supposed to do with 3? With 3, I'm supposed to subtract 1. So I'm going to say else if the rod is not equal to the shortest, you are going to subtract rod minus the shortest. So this is going to be 3 minus 1, right? Because the next element is going to be 3 minus 1, we are going to get 2. But what I'm supposed to do of this particular stuff, we are going to store it inside this next dot add this. Okay, this is going to be rod minus the shortest. Alrighty. Now, once this is done now, guys, outside the for each loop, outside this for each loop, what you're going to do is you're just going to update your rod list with next. All right. So we just want to focus on the elements which are present in the new list, the next list over here. Okay. And we're done. That's it. So if I'm going to save this, I'm going to click on the play button. What is the output? 4, 2, 1. Right? 4, 2, 1. Now you guys go back to the document. You'll see that they want us the output to be in a form of an array. Okay? That is also pretty simple. What you do is, when you are creating your rod list, after that, you create another list, which I'm going to call this as result equal to new array list. Okay. Take this particular list, okay, the result one. And instead of printing this, I'm simply going to say result.add rod list.size. Put this over here. Remove this. Control Shift F. Let's put a semicolon. And outside the while loop, I'm simply going to say result, because that's what we want. If I'm going to click on the play button, 4, 2, 1. Is this part clear to everyone? It's a very simple program, guys. Okay, let's zoom out over here. This is the code that we have written. Now, let me just explain you how exactly this code works. Okay, observe carefully. So, we have an array, okay. We have an array over here, which is 1, 1, 3, 4. Let's create an array. 1, 1, 3, 4. The next thing what we are doing is we are sorting this particular array. Luckily, the array is already sorted. So, since it's sorted, okay, but we are still doing the sorting again, you're going to get 1, 1, 3, 4. Are you getting the point? Then what we have two lists, rod list and result. Okay. So, over here, this is going to be my rod list. Somewhere down the lane, I'm going to create result. Okay. And we also have one more list, which is the next one, which I'm going to keep it over here. The next is this. Okay. Help me out over here. Now, over here, we have a loop for, this is the for each loop, for int rod, and one by one from the rods array, I'm going to get all the values and we will be adding it into our rod list. So I'm going to get 1, okay, the first value, I'm going to put it inside the rod list. Then I'm going to get again the 1, I'm going to put it off over here. Then I'm going to get 3, 3 is going to be added. Then I'm going to get 4, 4 will be added, and this is how your rod list is going to get initialized. So this for each loop which I have written over here now, guys, the job over here is pretty simple. Its job is to just do the initialization of the list. Okay. Then we are just printing it off, and because we are printing it off, the output will be something like 1, 1, 3, 4. Okay. Pretty simple. Now, while rod list is not empty, I've written over here is empty, but there's a not, so I read it like this. Rod list is not empty. Now, the only reason I'm using a list over here is because I wanted to use these methods, is empty. Okay. Now, is the rod list empty? Is the rod list empty? No, it has something inside it. Okay. It has something inside it. So, because it is having something inside it, we are going to go inside this particular while loop. We are looking at the first statement, result.add rod list.size. So, inside the result, we are supposed to add what? Rod list.size. What is the size over here? What is the size over here? The size is 4. 4 will be added into your result. Are you getting the point? Then we are calculating the shortest. Shortest is rod list dot get of 0. Because we have sorted the array, because we have this entire list now in the sorted format, what is going to happen? The element which is going to be there on the 0th index is going to be the shortest value. So I'm calculating the shortest. So I'm going to have another variable called shortest, and inside shortest, I'm going to keep the shortest value, which is 1. Right? Because that is there on the 0th index. Perfect. Then we have created this next. Okay. Now, what we are going to do over here is from the rod list, okay, one by one I'm going to get the values. Okay, one by one I'm going to get the values. And I'm going to check something. So first I'm going to get 1. The first value which is there inside the rod list. Is 1 equal to shortest? Shortest is also 1. Is 1 equal to shortest? The first value which I am getting from the list, is it the shortest value? Yes, it is. So discard. Don't use it. Ignore it. Next, we are going to get the next value, which is 1. Is 1 the shortest value? Yes. 1 equal to 1. Condition is true. Discard it. We are not going to use it. Then I'm going to get the next value, 3. 3 equal to shortest. Shortest is 1. Is 3 equal to 1? No, 3 is not equal to 1. 3 is greater than 1, right? Now, because 3 is greater than 1, of course, we are going to go in the else block. We are going to go in the else block. And we are going to add something inside the next. Next, we're going to add something over here. What we will be adding? Rod 3 minus the shortest 2. Okay. 3 minus 1, 2. 2 is going to be added over here. Perfect. This is still your for each loop. Then I'm going to get another value, 4. Is 4 equal to shortest? No, it is not. So we are going to do something. What? We are going to add something in the next. We are going to add something in the next. What we are going to add? We are going to add 4 minus 1, 3. So we are going to get 2 and 3 in the next. Are you getting the point? Now, the iteration of the entire rod list has been done. Java is going to go to this particular line. Rod list is going to get updated with next. What is next having 2, 3? Rod list is what is a reference variable. Na? So instead of focusing on this particular list, it's going to start focusing on 2 and 3. So rod list technically now is going to be pointing to 2 and 3. Are you getting the point? It's going to point to 2 and 3. And the story continues. What is going to happen? Look carefully. We are going to check again. Is the rod list empty? No, it is not empty. There is something inside the rod list. Yeah, we have 2 elements. Result dot add rod list dot size. What is the size over here of this particular rod list? 2. 2 will be added. Right? Then we are going to get the shortest. What is the shortest over here? 2 is the shortest. Okay. Then we are going to have another next getting created over here. This old one is technically going to get discarded over here. We are going to get a new next. Okay. And from the rod list, I'm going to get the value. First, I'm going to get 2. Okay. But before that, obviously the short needs to be updated. I missed this particular line. So this is going to become 2. So I'm going to check if 2 equal to shortest. Shortest is 2. What I'm supposed to do, discard it. Don't use it. I'm going to get the next value 3. Is 3 equal to 2? No, it is not. You're going to go in the else block. Next dot add rod minus shortest. Rod is 3. What is shortest? 2. 1 will be added over here. Okay. We have traversed the entire rod list. We are going to go to this particular stuff. Rod list equal to next. So now your rod list is again going to get updated. It's going to start pointing to this particular list. So it's going to have 1. Okay. I hope this part makes sense now. Story continues. Rod list is empty. No, it has one element over here, 1. Then result dot add rod list dot size. What is the size? 1. 1 is going to get added over here. Okay. You're going to calculate the shortest. Shortest is what? Whatever the element which is there on the 0th index. Right now we have 1. Okay. Next is going to be created. Next is going to be created over here. From rod list, I'm going to get the value 1. Is 1 equal to shortest? Yes. Discard it. Don't use it. You never go into the else block. Rod list is going to be updated. Rod list is going to become empty. Is rod list empty now? Yes. Okay. So this empty is going to return me true. What is not of true? False. Because this particular condition became false, Java is not going to execute it. It's going to directly go to the sysout and you're going to get 421 printed on your console. All right. So this is the logic of this particular program. Okay. I wanted to keep it very simple. There's again another way using which you can solve this one. But I believe for your interviews, I think you will be able to remember this particular approach. Okay. I will definitely solve it with a second approach also. But please remember, you first practice this with this one. Then I'll want to show you the next one, which is more optimized, a little bit better. But anyways, this is what it is. So practice it off pretty well. So that's it for this particular class, guys. Thank you so much for your time. And in case of any doubts and queries, you know where to reach out to me. Till then, take care. Bye-bye. All right, guys, welcome back to the class and I hope you guys are doing pretty good. So we are discussing the topic of collections, and inside collections, we are seeing the list interface, and we actually saw the first class of your list interface, which is the array list. Now over here, guys, if you observe carefully, array list is just an extension of an array. Okay. Whatever is the drawback of the array, those drawback have been overcome in array list. What is the drawback of array? Size is fixed. Now, if you observe carefully this entire script, line number 9, over here, guys, I'm not even giving the size, right? And we are storing the values inside the array list. Yes or no? The second thing over here, guys, is if you look carefully, the elements are getting added, but I am not giving the index. I'm saying add 10, add 20, add 30, add 10, add another string, right? Add null values, add double value, add boolean value. So we are adding even the heterogeneous data types. Different data are getting stored in your array list. Is this part clear to everyone? Now, over here, in today's class, we will try to compare your array with array list. Okay? Quickly, we will do this particular stuff together. So I want you guys to quickly launch your Eclipse. And please make sure that when you are studying the topic of collections with me, please keep your mobile phones away. Okay, just focus on the things. I'll try to keep the lecture short and concise so that you don't feel over exhausted or overwhelming with all these topics. All right, quickly launch your Eclipse now. Now, guys, let's quickly create a new class. Let's call this particular class as array versus array list. As usual, I want the main method over here. So quickly create the main method. Control Shift F, fix the formatting. Let me just zoom in for you guys. I don't need this package explorer, so I'm going to minimize it. I need the pen tool, so I'm going to keep it over here. All right. Now, guys, the next thing that I want over here is I want you to create an array. Okay. Let's say I want to create an array of integers. All right. So let's create an array of integers. Int, okay, numbers, what is this? Reference variable equal to new int of 10. This is how you create an array. Yes or no? This is the array creation. So over here, guys,
Just to repeat it one more time, this is my reference variable. This reference variable points to the array which is created in the heap memory. Now, when I'm saying that I'm going to create an array, I am telling the size of the array also, that I need 10 memory locations. So you are going to get 10 memory locations. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Perfect. So 10 memory locations, and the index is going to be from 0 to 9. Alright. Now each memory location will be initialized with the default value. Why? Because the array is created in the heap memory. So new keyword signifies that the array will be created in the heap memory. All these memory locations will be initialized with the default value of integer. So 0, 0, 0, 0. Is this part clear to everyone? Yes. Perfect. Let me read this particular drawing now. Over here, guys, I want to create an array list now. Okay. When I was creating an array, I had to give the size. And over here, you see this int. Int is a primitive data type. Okay. So now I want to create an array list of integers. Alright, array list of integers. So I'm going to say array list is a class. Okay. So I'm going to say array list. Okay. Read the description. It's a resizable array. An array which can be resized, can be increased and can be decreased. Is this part clear to everyone? A resizable array which can be increased or decreased, and it implements the list interface. Previously, when I was creating an array list, I have written list of AL. Of course, because this is your object-oriented programming, you create the reference of parent. Alright. Here also I should do that, but I will not do it, okay, because I just want the focus to be on array list itself. So array list is a class. I'll use this particular class. It is asking for a type. What type of your array list you're going to create? Now understand this thing over here. We have not discussed generics in detail, but again slowly and steadily it will come into picture. Over here, this signifies the type. Now, your array list is a part of collections framework, right? So over here, guys, in your collections framework, collections is only going to deal with objects, meaning non-primitive data type. Array, which I created over here, was using primitive data type. Okay. So if I have to give a type, to this array list, I cannot write over here integer. Try to write integer. Write it along with me so that you can see it in front of you guys. Alright. If I just close this, you see, I'm getting an error. But let's say I'm going to create a reference variable also equal to new array list. Alright. And I'm going to put int here also. Which is not working. It's already giving me a compilation error. So if I'm going to bring my cursor over here, read carefully. Syntax error. Insert dimensions to complete the reference type. Okay. Whatever the dimension, the type of this array list you are supposed to give, it has to be of an object type. Alright. Or let's say it has to be a non-primitive type. So when generics was introduced now, and the thing is, generics basically helps you with type safety. So when you were having collections like array list, linked list, vector, okay, and I want to create an array list of integers, because here I am trying to create an array of integer, right, int data type. So I could not pass int over here for sure. I have to give some non-primitive data type. So what Java developers did now, Java developers created some special classes. Okay, created some special classes. These special classes are basically wrapper over your primitive data type. So all your primitive data type, integer, byte, short, long, double, boolean, float, right, character, okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. All these 8 primitive data types have their respective non-primitive data type, that is classes. So int has a special class, okay, int has a special class which is called as integer. Are you getting the point? Int data type, the primitive data type, has a special class called integer. And once this integer class is created, I can pass it over here. Is this part making sense? So over here, guys, we have to give a type. And this type over here, guys, has to be non-primitive data type. Okay, it can be class, it can be interface. So if I suppose want to create a int array, right? And similar stuff I want to do in array list also, I cannot use int data type. I have to use the wrapper classes. Okay. So the wrapper classes are created so that you can use them as a type in collections. Is this part clear to everyone? Perfect. So now let's close this particular drawing. So you will not put over your int. What are you going to put? You're going to put over your integer class. You're going to say integer. Copy this. Put it over here also. Is this part clear? So we created a resizable array that can store integer kind of values. This is how the declaration happens for an array list. This is how you declare a array. Is this part clear to everyone? This is the resizable array. Alright. This is my array list of integer. Can I go ahead? Perfect. Let's zoom out a little bit now. Now guys, I want to store some values in the number array. How can I do? Numbers, square bracket of 0, equal to, let's say 10. This is how you store the value. So what is going to happen? Over here, let's say this is my array. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Everywhere 0 will be there. Right? Here also. But then I am saying numbers square bracket of 0. So on this 0th index, you put 10. Is this part clear to everyone? Right? So this is numbers. Clear? Perfect. Now, let's go ahead. I want to store something in the array list. How can I do that? AL. Now this array list reference, I'll be using it. When you were accessing the array, you were using numbers reference, right? This is the reference for the array. So that's the reason numbers square bracket of 0. Now I want to add something in the array list. So this array list, guys, is going to store what? Integer kind of data. Which is my array list? This is my array list. And over here, guys, this is a reference. So with this reference, I will be interacting with this array list. This array list can store integer kind of data. So when I do al.add, it is telling me that you give me integer kind of values. Alright. So I can put over here 10. Done. Done. Now observe carefully. Observe carefully. Let's try to print the values. I'm going to say system.out.println arrays dot toString, okay, numbers
Similarly, I'm going to take AL and I'm just going to print this AL over here. Observe carefully. Click on the play button. Do you agree? Do you agree with this? Over here, guys, we have this entire array, fixed size. And over here on the 0th index, 10 is coming into picture. Rest all the stuff is 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. And over here, array list is like, I just have 10 with me. So it is only going to print whatever is being stored over there. Only 10 is there inside this array list. All right, quickly write this particular code at your end. Quickly write this code at your end. Now, guys, let's add more values. I'm going to copy this. Okay, let's put over here 1. On the first index, I want to store 20. Let's click on save. Click on the play button. You will observe 10 and 20 stored. Your array list is still having only 10 value. Let's add one more value. I'm going to say al.add 20. Let's click on the play button. You see 10, 20 coming into picture. Now let's add and complete the entire array. So this is going to be your second index, third index. This is going to be 30, 40. All right. This is going to be the fourth index. This is going to be the fifth index. This is 5, 6. Copy this. Paste it over here. Let's put over here as 6. This as 7. This is going to be 70. This is going to be 80. And let's complete this tab also. 8, 9. This is going to be 90. This is going to be 100. All right. Let's zoom out over here, guys. Quickly write it at your end also. Just update this array with the respective value. Just make sure it is full. All right. So if I'm going to click on the play button, all the elements are filled now. We have 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 100. This is the last index. Now, your array list is still having 10 and 20. Let's fill the remaining data also. Okay. Now, over here, guys, let's put a semicolon here, here, here. Let's make it 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, and 100. Let's click on the play button. Your array list is also like at the same level as that of your array. Now, this is where the magic starts to happen. Let's say I want to add more elements. 90 and 100. Click on the play button. Your array list is increasing. But if I try to do the same stuff with an array, you know what is going to happen. You will get array index out of bound exception. Are you getting the point? So, your array is already having a fixed size. This problem that I want to store data, but I don't know the total size of the elements or the memories that I will need, okay, is actually solved with the help of array list. So, array list is actually a resizable array. Okay. Now, you will be like, Array Jatin, your 10 is getting stored on which index? 0 index. Okay, this is on 0 index, this is on 1, this is on 2, this is on 3, this is on 4, this is on 5, this is on 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Okay, this is an extension of array. If your array was storing all the elements in the consecutive order, okay, one after the other, array list is also doing the same stuff. Meaning, this 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, again 90 and again 100. These are all the elements which are stored one after the other. Are you getting the point? So this is your 10, this is your 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 100, right? Again 90, then 100. All right, this is 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. This is your AL. All right, and it has already provided me with utility methods. Here I had to play with indexes. Okay. If I know the index, only then I can store the value. I'm just saying keep on adding. Is this part clear to everyone? Now, in order to retrieve the records also, let me just comment this particular stuff for you guys. Even for retrieving the records, it's pretty simple. I can just say system.out.println al.getV. Give me the index. Give me the index over here. Let's say I'm going to give 5 over here. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. On 5, you have 60. So if I'm going to click on the play button, 60 will be printed on my console. Are you getting the point? And the same thing you would have done with your normal array also, right? If I was going to copy this, paste it over here, and I write over here number, okay, square bracket of, let's say, 5. It is also going to print 60. Or let's say I'm going to give a different number, 3. So 0, 1, 2, 3, we have 3, we have 40. So if I'm going to click on the play button, 40 will get printed over here. This is how you retrieve the elements from the array. All right, with the help of ArrayList, I can use the get method. All right, now let's say I want to insert something between 10 and 20. So over here, 10 is on the 0th index, 20 is on first index. So I want to insert something. Can I do that? The answer is yes. So over here, guys, with the help of ArrayList, I can do that. I will say al.add only. Okay, insert the specified element at the specified position. Okay, so I want to put something after 10. Na? So this is 10 is going to be on 0th index. So I'm going to make it 1 over here, and the data that I'm going to give is going to be 55. Okay, 55. So just copy this particular stuff and I'm going to print it over here. Now observe carefully. 10, 20. Now over here I have 10, 55, 20. So on the first index I am putting 55 and all the elements 20, 30, 40, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 100, 90 and 100, they are shifted towards the right. Try to do the same thing with your array. Okay, you have to write the custom logic. Okay, that's the thing over here. Your collections helps in all these things. Okay, now if I want to remove an element also, observe carefully. Let's say I want to remove an element. I'm going to say al.remove. I'm going to say remove the element which is there on the 0th index, meaning this 10 needs to be removed. All right. So I'm just going to copy this line again one more time and print it off for you guys. Click on the play button. You see 10 got removed. 55, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 100, 90 and 100. So 55 now is on the 0th index. Are you getting the point? Understand something. What does remove basically means? So we have this particular array list, right? 10, 55, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90. All right, we have 100, 90 and 100. This is my array list. Array list looks exactly same as an array. Okay, so over here, this is how my array list looks. Over here, this is on the 0th index, 1 index, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Size of your array list is 13. 0 to 12, na? 13. Now, I'm saying remove 10. When I say remove 10, all the elements will be shifted towards the left. Why? Because we want 55 to be on the 0th index. We are removing something. So, first on the 0th index, 10 was there. Now, 55 is going to come on the 0th index. So, the new positions of the element will be something like this. Okay, you are going to have 55, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 100, again 90, again 100. All right. This is going to be 0th index, first, second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, 8, 9, 10, 11. your size of the array list has become 12 because we have removed an element. Positions have been shifted towards the left. All right. Now, try to do the same stuff. Okay. If I'm going to copy this, put it over here, and I'm going to say al dot get me the element on 0th index. Okay. If I'm going to click on the play button, it should give me 55 now. All right. So over here, this is al getting printed. Yeah, this is 55. Now let's comment this one now. The last line should be al dot get of 0. So if I'm going to click on play button, 55 is getting printed. Are you getting the point? Okay. We also saw how to add an element in between. Okay. How to add the element in between two positions with the help of add method only. So over here, guys, let's say I want to add something between your 0 and first index. So 55 and 20. I want to add an element over here. So I'm going to say add 1. On the first index, let's say I want to add 33. So what is going to happen? 55, which is going to be on the 0th index. For on the first index, 33 will be added, and then your remaining elements, 20 is going to come on second index, 30 is going to come on third index, 40 is going to come on fourth index, so on and so forth now. Okay, so this is how add method works. You can add the element between two elements also. I hope that particular part makes sense. You have to give the position where you want to add, and all the elements will be shifted towards the right or left. Is this part clear to everyone? Let's quickly write the code then. I'm going to say al.add. On the first index, I want to give 33. All right. And then let's just copy this system.out.println al, print it off over here. Click on the play button. And here you will see 55, 33, 20, and the rest of the elements are coming into picture. All right. I want you guys to quickly write this particular code. Don't rush into, like just completing this thing off. Practice on how to work with your collections. Okay. Now you'll be like, Jatin, how exactly the size is increasing? Jatin, how exactly it is shifting those elements? We will see all those stuff. Okay, don't worry. The first thing is getting comfortable with all these methods. Okay, because on your day-to-day basis, you will be working with your collections a lot. Okay, but in your interview, they will definitely ask, tell me the internal working of your array list. Okay, how does hash table work? How does hash map works? So these things they will be asking in interview, but on day-to-day basis, they will not, you are not worried about all those stuff. So those things we will also discuss it off, but I want you guys to get comfortable in writing code first. All right. So what is this called? This is generic. Here you are telling that you are creating an array list which can store integer kind of data. Okay. Now what is the purpose of generics? We will see it in future also in a much more deeper level. I'll have a dedicated lecture on generics itself. But right now it is just important that you understand that this particular guy is going to help us define the type of the list. So here I'm defining that I'm going to create an array list which can store integer kind of values. So that's the reason 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, all these are integer values. But they are not int values. They are not int values. Are you understanding something? This is technically storing int value. Collections always store what? Objects. So 10 is an object, 20 is an object, 30 is an object. All these things, these are all integer objects. All right. So we will see those stuff, but remember it off. Now, quickly write this particular code, guys. Then we will try to look at different methods which are there in array list. All right. All right, guys. I hope you have written the code. Now let's go ahead and quickly do a revision of all these things together. See guys, let's first duplicate this particular file itself. I want to work on a different file. And over here guys, let's try to reduce the size of the array also. The reason for that is it's a lot of elements, right? So let's make it like around 5. Okay, so we are going to have an array of size 5. Meaning I can access index from 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Rest all the elements, bye-bye. All right. The next thing over here, guys, is we are creating an array list. and I'm adding a lot of elements. Let's keep it small. Let's decide to add till 60. So 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right. So index is 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Size is 6. Now let's remove all the methods. Okay. So that the code looks a little bit smaller for us. Okay. Now over here, guys, let's try to do a quick revision over here. See, when I am talking about an array, okay, this is my array. Your array is basically a data structure which is going to store data in continuous or in a sequence, one after the other. So I will be having a array of size 5, meaning 5 memory locations will be given to me. First, second, third, fourth. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Array is also going to store similar kind of data. So nature of array is what? It is going to store only homogeneous entries. Yes, only homogeneous data can be stored in the array. Now array is going to be created in the heap memory. Since it's going to be created in the heap memory, all these memory locations will be initialized with the default value of the data type. Here the data type is integer. So everything is having the default value as 0, 0, 0, 0. Then whenever I have to access an array, I need a pointer. Okay. So these indexes basically helps me access these memory location. Perfect. So when I say numbers square bracket of 0 equal to 10, this is the reference variable numbers. Numbers is basically storing what? The hash code of the array created in the heap memory. So this is how I will be able to access the array with the help of number. Numbers know where the array is created in the heap memory. So with the help of number and following the index 0, okay, I will be able to access this particular memory location, and I'm going to say that store the value 10 in that particular memory location. So 0 which is written over here will be updated with 10. Makes sense to everyone? Similarly, your 20 comes, then your 30, 40, 50. And if I'm trying to access the fifth index, what will I get? You will get array index out of bound exception, right? Because you're trying to access something that does not belong to the array. There is no other memory or the other memory location coming into picture. Your array starts from 0th index, ends on 4th index. There's no 5th index anymore. This particular memory location your operating system is using for some other resources. Are you getting the point? So the problem of the array is size is fixed, right? To overcome this particular problem, to solve this particular problem, okay, Java introduced ArrayList. Java introduced ArrayList. ArrayList is basically what? You can see I'm creating an object. ArrayList is basically a class which belongs to which package? Yes, to which package ArrayList belongs to? Java.util. Java.util package. Please make a note of this particular point. Now, ArrayList is part of your collection framework also. So you have your Java collection framework. The first thing which comes into picture is iterable interface. Iterable interface basically talks about what? How the collection will be traversed. So all the methods related to traversing a collection is going to be there in iterable. Okay. Next thing, this particular interface is going to have a sub interface, a child interface. Okay. And that is called as collection. Then this collection interface is having 3 sub interfaces: list, set, and queue. What about map? Map is a different part of the collection framework. It is not related to your iterable collection and all. Why? Because it stores the data in key value format. Is it the part of the Java collection framework? Yes. Okay. Is there a relationship between iterable collection, list, set, and queue and map? No. Okay. That's the reason its structure, its hierarchy is different. List, my dear friends, is going to have classes like ArrayList, which we are studying now. Then you're having linked list. Then you have vector. Vector has a child class, and that child class is, yes, now you know, stack. Vector is what in nature? Vector is what in nature? Synchronized. Synchronized basically means what? It is thread safe. ArrayList is not thread safe. The methods of ArrayList are not synchronized. If something is not synchronized, it is fast. Is this part clear? This is what study is. This is what revision is. You thought I'll be writing code or what? I will be writing code, but the main thing that comes into picture is you have to keep on revisiting the stuff again and again, again and again, again and again. That no matter when an interviewer or anyone asks questions related to these topics, you should be able to answer it off. Right? We started from array, we came to collection, then we saw the hierarchy. Now we know one more thing, that array list is what? Is not synchronized at all. Vector is synchronized, and that's how you will be able to remember it in interview also. What is the difference between vector and array list? Both are part of list interface. Kudos. What is the next point? The next point that comes into picture is vector is synchronized, so it is thread safe. Array list is not synchronized, meaning it is not thread safe. You might have seen this particular concept somewhere. Okay, in some topic of Java, we have discussed this particular concept. Something is thread safe, something is not thread safe. Yes, which is that? String builder, string buffer. Okay, string builder and string buffer. What is the difference between string builder and string buffer? The difference between string builder and string buffer is that your string buffer, we know that both are mutable, but string buffer methods are synchronized, meaning they are thread safe. I can use it for a multi-threaded application. String builder is not thread safe. Methods are not synchronized. Okay, so it can only be used for single threaded application. ST is single threaded. Are you getting the point? But there is one more thing. Because the methods of your string builder is not synchronized, it is fast. It is fast. Because the methods of ArrayList are not synchronized, ArrayList is fast. Your vector is slow. Is this part clear to everyone? Perfect. Let's come back over here. Let me just quickly rub this particular board, guys. Now we'll try to look at different methods which are there. When we are talking about ArrayList now, ArrayList is what? The definition of ArrayList is, it is a list. We know that. But there is one more thing about ArrayList that you should be aware of. That ArrayList is a resizable array. Is ArrayList going to store the data in continuous fashion? Yes. Is it going to have indexes? Yes. Okay. Whatever is the benefit which is there in array, you will get everything in ArrayList. Whatever the drawbacks which was there in the array is solved in the ArrayList. Size was fixed, na? It created a resizable array. It means Java created the resizable array. Okay? Are you getting the point? If you look at this entire script, guys, for your ArrayList, I am not even giving the size. Am I giving the size anywhere? This is the utility method. Am I giving indexes anywhere? I'm just saying add 10, add 20, add 30, add 40, add 50, add 60. In array, I have to tell on the 0th index go and store 10. On the first index go and store 20. On the second index go and store 30. Right? So we have to remember the indexes. In ArrayList, now this is what utility methods are all about. Getting the point? Java collection framework provides utility methods so that you can perform standard operations on the data structures. Getting the point? Yes or no? It provides me with different algorithms. Which are those algorithms? We'll see in a moment. But that's what the whole definition of a collection framework is. These methods add. Where exactly it's coming from? Collection interface. Are you getting the point? Implementation is taken care by ArrayList. Implementation is taken care by your ArrayList. All right, let's go ahead, quickly write a little bit more code. So add method, my dear friends, is going to do what? It is going to add the element in the ArrayList. Is this part clear to everyone? One more important thing, guys. You see integer, na? What is this integer written over here? Yes, what is this integer? This integer is generic, right? This integer is generic. Now, what is the purpose? What is the purpose of your generic? What is the purpose of generic? If someone asks you, why do you need to use generics? What is the benefit you're going to get? Type safety. I have created an array list that can store integer kind of a data. Can your generic take primitive data types? No. Can I write over here int? No. Can I write float? No. I can write float class. So all your primitive data types have their respective non-primitive classes. Classes are what? Non-primitive in nature, na? So over here, guys, all your primitive data types have their respective classes, and those classes are basically called as wrapper classes, right? So integer is what? It is a wrapper class. Are you getting the point? Perfect. So over here, tell me something. This 10 which you see and this 10 you see, are they same or different? Different. This 10 over here is an integer value, where this 10 which you are trying to add is an integer object. Collection is what? Collection is going to store collections of objects. Okay? It cannot work with primitive values. It will only work with objects. Alright, so there is a difference between this 10 and this 10, this 20 and 20, so on and so forth. Okay? Now, over here, guys, this is how you add the data in an array list. This is how you add the data in your array. Now, I want to print these two chaps. We will use the toString method. So, if I just want to print the data, I'm going to say system.out.println. There is a class in Java which is called the arrays class. Arrays, again, which belongs to java.util dot toString, and just give the reference. So, if I'm going to save this and I'm going to click on the play button, this is the element which is there in the array. All right. So, let me just write it over here, something like this. Numbers, square bracket, plus. Let's click on the play button. This is how it looks. A little bit plus better. Okay. Copy this. I want to print the array list. No need to write arrays.toString, nothing like that. So, I'm just going to say AL. Okay. Give a little bit of space. And what I will do, I will just say AL. AL is my variable, reference variable. Click on the play button. Done. This is what my array list is storing. 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60. Okay. Your array is full right now. Okay. If I try to store one more thing, I will get array index out of bound exception. Now, suppose over here, let me just delete this particular drawing now. Over here, look carefully, guys. This particular element is stored on the 0th index. This is on first, this is on second, this is on third, this is on fourth, this is on fifth. Now, what I want is between 10 and 20, I want to store something else. Okay. So, right now, if 10 is going to be on 0th index, and let's say I want to store over here 99. So, 99 is going to come on the first index now. Then 20 is going to come on the second index. 30 is going to come on third index. Okay, 40 is going to come on fourth index. 50 is going to come on sixth index, right? 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, fifth index. And 60 is going to come on the sixth index. Is this part clear? So, we will insert something between the two elements. If you try to do something like this, or if you want to do something like this in a normal array, you have to resize the entire array because the size is increasing, right? So, if I want to do something like this in the array list, yes, I can do that. How? There is a method which is called as the add method only. I'm going to say al.add. You see, I have to give the index where I want to add the value and which element, which object I want to store. So, over here, I will say on the first index, I want 99. All right. Copy this and I'm going to print it again. Click on the play button. Are you getting the point? 10, 99, all the elements got shifted towards the right. Okay. Now, let's say, guys, I want to see the length of the array. How do you do that? So if you want to see the length of the array, I'll write it over here. System.out.println, you know better than me. What is that? Dot length property. Dot length is not a method. So I'm going to say array length only, I'll write it off. Okay. Give a little bit of space. Numbers dot length. Click on the play button. Length is 5. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. 0 to 4 index. Length becomes 5. Count the number of elements 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So the size is 5. Similarly, let's say I try to print the size of the array list over here. So in array list or in collections, we don't say length, we say size, because size is the method also. So I'm going to say al dot size. If I'm going to click on the play button, you see size is 6. Okay, I'm printing for the previous one. All right, then I'm doing the addition. So over here, the size is 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 elements are there. But if I want to print it again one more time, okay, after doing the insertion on the first index, size is 7. Is this part clear to everyone? Yes? Great. Now, let's say I want to update something. I have 10 on the 0th index. Na? I want to update it with 5. So 10 needs to be removed and 5 needs to come into picture. How can I do that? In order to perform updation, will I use add method? No, add is going to insert. So you have to use al.set method. Give the index where you want to perform the updation. On the 0th index, make it 5. All right, I'm going to copy this, print it for you guys. Click on the play button. Ta-da! Done. Is this part clear? Perfect. So if you want to perform updation in the array list, set method is going to come into picture. Set method, you need to give the index followed by the value, whatever you want to update with. Note that over here, this 99 is not an integer value, it is an integer object. Because you're using generics, right? It saves a lot of my script also. Else, I would have written something like this. 99. Okay. Now you don't need to write all these things. Okay. It has been deprecated. You don't need to write it. Just put 99. It is going to work. Is this part clear to everyone? Next, let's say I want to delete an element. We saw how to remove or delete an element. Al dot remove. Now you have two methods. Remove, which is going to require the index, and then remove an object. We will look into both the methods. Now let's say I want to remove 5. So guys, when you want to remove something now, see, I don't want to keep this particular space itself. I want to remove this particular element, and the entire array list is going to start from here till here. So 99 is going to be on the 0th index. This is going to be on 1. Let me change the color. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Are you getting the point? Size is also going to reduce. Size is going to become 6. Okay. So over here, if I want to remove something, I'm giving the index. All right. And then I will try to print whatever is there inside the array list. Click on the play button. Okay, let's close this particular stuff, and you will see now I have 99 on the 0th index. If you don't trust me, just say something like this: system.out.println al dot get me the value which is there on the 0th index, and it is going to print 99 for us. Is this part clear to everyone? Perfect. So it is going to remove it. Size is also reduced. System.out.println al dot size. Okay. I should have taken this line itself, pasted it for you guys. Copy this one more time. Paste it over here. Click on the play button. Yeah. Size is 6. Reduce. Na? Previously it was 7. Now it is 6. Clear to everyone? Perfect. So this is how you remove it. Now, let's look at the other method also. Remove method. part 2. Over here, guys, if I do al.remove, there is a second method which says remove an object. Removes the first occurrence of the specified element from the list. Now, I want to remove, let's say, 60, or let's take a different number, 40. All right. Now, if you put over here 40, remove 40. Will this code work? Take a moment, think about it. Remove 40. Look at both the code. Al remove 0, where 0 was indicating the index. Okay, and I'm putting over here 40. Okay. Now, the thing is, if I'm going to click on the play button, observe what happens. You're going to get an exception. Index out of bound exception. So this 40 which you are putting over here, it is not thinking that it is a value. It is thinking that this is going to be an index. Are you getting the point? What is collection? Collection stores objects. So if you want to remove 40, na, you have to give integer data. New integer 40. Click on the play button. Okay. I forgot to print it. My bad. Okay, just copy it, paste it over here. Do you see? 40 is removed now. Are you getting the point over here? So if you want to remove a particular element, you don't know where that 40 is. I don't know the index, but I know that there is an object which is storing an integer value called 40. So that's the reason I created an integer object which stores a value 40. It is going to search where exactly that 40 is coming in the array list, and it is going to remove that, and this is going to be the updated array list. Is this part clear to everyone? So this is how you give the object. As I have said, your array list is not storing int data, it is storing integer data. Integer is a wrapper class. So this 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, whatever you are seeing in the array list, these are all objects. Okay. So that's the reason when I'm trying to remove, I am removing an object of integer 40. Where is the object of integer 40? This is the one. This chap got removed. Getting the point? Perfect. Make a note of this particular point quickly. This is important. Okay. Let me write it along with you guys. So this particular method is going to take an integer object. Okay. So this 40 which you see, okay, new integer 40, okay, this is an integer object. And why I need to give an integer object? Because whatever you see in the array list, it is not an int value, it is an object. So we have to remove that particular object from the list. And what remove method is going to do? Remove method is going to remove the first occurrence. All right, let's check it whether it removes the first occurrence only. Let's add one more place, 40. Click on the play button. You see, the last 40 is there, but after 30, this particular 40 was removed. Is this part clear to everyone? Perfect. Great. Now guys, let's move on to the next method, which is the isEmpty method. Now isEmpty method, as the name suggests, it is going to tell me whether the array list is empty or not. And I can just simply use it like this: system.out.println, your array list reference dot is empty. Click on the play button. False. It has some data inside it. Let's say guys, I decide to create another array list. Array list of integer, okay, data list equal to new array list of integer, and I'm not storing inside this data list anything. Let it be empty. So I'm going to put it over here, data list dot is empty. So if I'm going to click on the play button, what will be the output? True, because we have not stored anything inside this list. Is this part clear to everyone? Perfect. Pretty simple method, right? Now, another method which is there in your collection, particularly for your array list and all, it is index of method. Okay, index of method. So I can use it something like this: al dot index of. It is going to give me data in integer format, integer value. Okay, not an object value. So this is index of method, and index of method requires an object. You know how to pass it off now? New integer, okay, of let's say 30. So I want to know the index of 30, okay, in our array list. So 0, 1, 2. The answer should be 2. Index of 30 plus index. Let's save it. Click on the play button. Okay, 302. I mean, like a little bit of spacing I should give it off. Okay, that's something bad about me. I don't know. Like sometimes I just keep on forgetting about it that I need to give a white space. But anyways, happens with everyone, right? Index of 30 is 2. Clear to everyone? Perfect. Now, let's add more element into this array list. Okay, I'm going to say al.add. Again, I'm going to add 30. So we have 30 at 2 places. This is the first one. This is the second one. 0, 1, 2. Okay, and then at the last place, I'm having 30 again. So some of you guys might have guessed the next method which will come into picture. Last index of. Okay, so I'm going to create another variable called last index of, and I'm going to say al dot last index of new integer. All right, 30. Sys out last index of. If I'm going to click on the play button, whatever is the last index, that should be printed off. So let me just print the message correctly. I'm going to say last index of, and also I want to print the last index of variable. Let's click here, and I should see the last index of 30, which is 6. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Pretty simple, pretty straightforward, right? Now, one thing I'm a little bit curious, what is going to happen if I remove this new integer 30 and I decide to put 30 over here directly? Will it work? Yes. Let's click on the save button. Let's click on play now. And the answer is yes, it works. Meaning, in your remove method, okay, because your remove method is an overloaded method, right? So over here at one place, this is going to expect an integer, right? Because this is for the index. So it is not able to bifurcate that if this is going to be treated as index and then what it should be treating this particular guy, the object as, right? So over here, I have to explicitly write like this, new integer of 40. But for your index of method and last index of method, I can directly put 30 here also then. Is this part clear to everyone? Is 30 still an int value? Object. Why it is happening? Generics. Okay, so let's click on the play button. It still works. The first index of 30 is 2. The last index of 30 is 6. All right. Perfect. Can I go ahead? Let's move ahead now and let's talk about sorting. How do I sort an array list? Pretty simple. Collection. There is a class called collections.sort, and you can pass your list to it. So I'm going to pass my array list to it and it is sorted. Yes, it is sorted. So if I'm going to say system.out.println AL, let's click on save now. 20, 30, 30, 40, 50, 60, 99. Sorted, right? Works. Is this part clear to everyone? Perfect. What if I want to do the sorting in reverse order? Can I do that? I don't know. Collections dot reverse the list. 99, 60, 50, 40, 30, 30, 20. But since I'm using the word over here reverse, what reverse is actually doing over here? Let's comment this entire sort. Okay, I don't want to sort it. I just want to reverse it. Let's click on the play button. And now you observe, it has reversed the list. It is not doing the reverse sorting for you. So if you want to do reverse sorting, you need to first sort it and then you are supposed to reverse it. Make sense? Okay. So reversing is only going to reverse whatever was there on the last index is going to come on first, second last is going to come on second index, so on and so forth. Is this part clear? Perfect. So these are all the methods, the utility methods which are there in your collections, particularly for list. There are other methods also. So I don't think that you will be using many of these methods. Okay, these methods which I've covered over here are something which you might need on your day-to-day basis. So please make sure you practice these methods again. Now, one thing I have not covered over here. What is that? Iteration. Okay, this class is actually getting a little bit longer than what I was expecting it to be. So guys, I want you guys to first practice all these methods. Whatever we have seen over here, just practice it off well. In the next class, we will be discussing on the iteration of a list. What are the various ways you can do the iteration? How to use iterator, how to use the for each method, okay? As well as we will also look into split iterator. Remember from the iterable interface, okay? We will also see how to work with a normal for loop and traverse over a array list. I'm pretty sure you are aware of that stuff, but just giving a heads up what all things are going to come in the next class. Please make sure you practice all these methods first. Okay, do it one more time and only then move on to the next class where we will be discussing the iterators. Okay, we will be spending a decent amount of time understanding each collection class. Okay, so please make sure you practice this thing, then you move to the iterator. Post iterator, we will create a very simple contact application and we'll understand, okay, how exactly you can store a data or a like a custom class data inside an array list. Okay, all those things we will practice it off and then we will try to understand the internal working of the array list. Is this part clear? Perfect. That's it for this particular class, guys. Now I'll be seeing you guys in the next one. Till then, take care. Bye-bye. And don't forget to mark your attendance for this video. Welcome back to the channel, guys, and I hope you guys are doing pretty good. This is going to be the day 30 of our 90 days SDET interview prep. And in today's class, we will be focusing on the topic of Playwright. Now, in this class, we will be majorly focusing on 5 interview questions, which was recently asked to one of the student of the SDET masterclass. Now, if you guys have been the part of the 90 days SDET interview prep series, the lectures which I have covered so far was majorly focusing on your Java, on your Selenium WebDriver, rest assured, and all the coding related questions and all. But now, as the IT industry is changing, okay, there is a lot of focus now on the topic of Playwright, particularly with TypeScript. On this particular channel, I guess the last video which I released was on the Playwright framework, the foundational part. Over there, I got a comment where someone was asking me to create the framework with Playwright and Java. Now, it's not that I can't create the framework with Playwright and Java. It's just that the market right now is majorly focusing on Playwright with TypeScript. So if you guys are planning to upgrade your skills or learn new things, it's better to focus on JavaScript, TypeScript. That's the first thing. And then you focus on the Java part and all this stuff. Okay. People who have been studying with me for the SDET masterclass, all the projects that we have done so far, whether it was the REST Assured framework, the Selenium framework, and even the Java project, please make sure that you put it in your resumes, because those frameworks are basically enterprise level framework. And if you guys just showcase that also, okay, and you just do these interview questions, I am pretty sure you will be able to easily pull it off. Okay. The same concepts gets applicable into the Playwright lectures. So the Playwright lectures which will get added into the LMS, over there you will notice that there is going to be a lot of synergy. Okay. Anyways, people on YouTube, please make sure that now whatever the lectures that I will be adding, the next couple of lectures that I'll be adding is only going to be on the Playwright interview questions. So please make sure that you practice it off properly. Okay. And always try to write the code along with me. Okay. Now this particular class is going to be a combination of me going through the notes, then like writing some code. So I'm going to give you enough time to practice the same stuff at your end. But please don't do a binge watch. Instead of doing a binge watch, get involved in the lectures. Try to practice the same thing at your end. Okay, that's the reason, because I give you a lot of time to write the code. The length of the videos are pretty big. But if you guys study on a Saturday or a Sunday, you can use those time wisely. Just play some good music, practice this thing, and you're going to do just fine. Anyways, back over here to this particular topic. Now, the thing is, the questions that we will be covering for today, guys, is going to be the first one. What are the locator strategies that Playwright gives you? The second one is going to be, in what order should you prefer locators? Okay. And why? So what are the different locators Playwright gives you, and what is the order of preference, the priority in which priority you're going to use a certain locator? That is something that you should be aware of. The next one, a locator matches two elements. What happens and how do you fix it? So let's say if you're using a particular locator, and with that particular locator, you got two elements. So what is going to happen? Okay, particularly with Playwright, and how you can fix it off. Okay, so that's something that we will be covering it off. Again, it's a scenario driven question. And how do you work with a list of elements? Now, when you were talking about Selenium WebDriver, you were having your find elements method and all, right? So over here, it's going to be a bit different. So that is also something that you should be aware of. And how do you click on a button inside one specific table row? So you will notice the last three questions are majorly scenario driven questions. And what I've done is, in order to cover all these 5 questions, I have created a sample application. We will be using that particular sample application to learn locators, also, like automate the 3 scenarios. Perfect. So I hope you guys are ready. As I've said, the lecture is going to be pretty long, so you can literally pause this particular video, get yourself some tea, coffee, okay, and then we'll start. All right, guys, I hope you guys are ready. Now, let's talk about the locators in Playwright. But before I talk about the locators in Playwright, let me ask you, what are the different locators that you have seen in Selenium WebDriver? This, I believe, everyone can easily talk about, right? So if I'm talking about your Selenium WebDriver locators, okay, we were having ID, then you have name, okay, then you have class name, then you have link text, right? You have partial link text, then you have your tag name, next you have XPath, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and the 8th one is your CSS selector, which comes into picture. Okay, so these are basically the 8 locators that we have in Selenium WebDriver. Now, out of these 8 locators, which is the most preferred one? Yes, we always go with ID, right? We always go with ID because we know that whenever there is going to be an ID attribute, that ID is going to be unique, right? Now, Playwright works in a bit different way. Playwright says that I don't give a damn about IDs and all. Okay. For Playwright, there are 7 locators. How many? There are 7 locators type. You want to make a note of this particular stuff. People who are part of the YouTube Tech with Jatin membership, you're going to find the notes in the download section. Okay. So over here, when we are talking about the locators, the first locator that Playwright gives us is get by role. It gives us something which is called as get by role. Now, what do you mean by role? Yes, what do you mean by role over here? See, every HTML element has an implicit role. And when we are talking about a user, okay, user does not give a damn about the tag. Okay, it does not give a damn about the IDs. Okay, if a user is using the application, do you think he's going to click on an element which has a certain ID? No. Is it going to click on a heading one? No. For him, he's going to just click on a heading. For him, he's going to just click on a checkbox. For him, he's going to click on a button. So heading, your button, your text box, your checkbox, these are what? These are roles. So every HTML element technically has an implicit role. Now I am using the word implicit role. Can I explicitly also give a role? Yes, you can give the role by yourself. So over here, if you notice, this is where I have a button. This button technically has a visible text called login. Okay. So implicitly, this button has a role called button. Okay. But if I am going to have a link, here I am having this anchor tag. Now, anchor tag is basically link. So this anchor tag explicitly has a role which is called as a button. So if I write something like this, get a role by button, name as login, So over here, it is going to find me both these elements. Okay, why? Because this button has a role button, and here we have explicitly said ki baba this link is going to be working as a button. So the role over here is button. Are you getting the point? This is what role-based locators are. And understand something, guys. Your Playwright, I was going to say Selenium WebDriver, your Playwright basically gives highest importance to role-based locators. Now the next question that comes is ki baba, who is going to decide all these roles? Who is going to decide all these roles? The thing is, when we are talking about roles, there is something which is called as ARIA. You might have seen it on a lot of your HTML pages, the DOM structures and all. There's something which is called as ARIA. ARIA basically stands for Accessible Rich Internet Application. Okay? Accessible Rich Internet Application. And over here, ARIA is basically a set of attributes you add to HTML to make the web page more accessible, mainly for the screen reader and assistive technologies. So HTML elements have implicit ARIA roles. You don't need to write the role explicitly. Can I write it explicitly? I can write it off. But implicitly, if I am going to talk about the input type text box, the ARIA role is going to be text box. If I am going to say that input type is going to be password, it is still going to be considered as a text box only. Okay.
So if I'm going to say get role by text box, I'm going to be talking about input types. I'm going to talk about the text box areas only. If I'm going to have a button on a page, the role is going to be button. If I'm going to have a link, okay, ahref, I'm automatically saying it's a link over here, right? If you're going to have a table, it's going to be a table. And inside that table, if I'm going to have any rows, they're going to be called as a row. Okay. So these roles basically come from your ARIA, okay, your accessible rich internet applications. Playwright uses these ARIA roles to find the elements. I hope this particular part makes sense to everyone. Now, over here, the first is basically get by role. And when we are talking about get by role, we are talking about the ARIA roles. And these roles are basically used by Playwright to locate the elements. The next is going to be get by label. So if there is going to be any label text or something, that also you can use it. Don't worry about how you're going to use it in the code and all. We'll do it in some time. Just go with the names first. The next is going to be get by placeholder. If you are going to have any text box, chances are you are going to have a placeholder. You will be using a placeholder, na? So over here, if you are interacting with a text box, it is better to go with a get by placeholder. Okay. Now over here, if you look at label, this is the label. Label basically has a visible text username. So if I'm talking about get by label username, it is going to give me this particular element, and explicitly I have written over here ARIA label username, right? So over here it is going to give me this element also, because here you are giving the label as username. Perfect. Then get by text. So if there is going to be a text which is going to be present, the visible text which is going to be present on the HTML page, and you want to find an element based on the visible text, you can go with get by text. Okay. And the thing over here is, understand one thing. Get by text basically comes later in this entire locator part, right? The first is role, second is label, then placeholder, then text. This is because for a human, it is very easy to locate a checkbox, a text box, a button, a drop down, right? These things we can easily locate. But if I tell you to find a particular text on a page, that is going to take a little bit of time, right? Because you have to then scan through this entire page. So that's the reason your get by text should come later in your locator preference. Here I have given the priority also. The first priority is going to be on the role. Second priority is going to be on the label. Third priority is going to be on the placeholder. Fourth priority is going to be text. If even after by text you are not able to find the element, you are going to go with test ID. Okay. So over here, whenever you are going to have any element, okay, which you're not able to find with role, label, your placeholder, or your text, go with test ID. These test IDs are technically added by your developer for a particular element to be located. So over here, you can use this get by test ID login button or something. So login button is going to be data-test ID, which is going to be added, right? So if you notice, there is going to be a data-test ID login button, and I can use it to find the login button. Then comes the alternate text. Get by alternate text is technically going to be used only for images. Okay, majorly it's used for your images. So if you're going to have an image, there is going to be this alternate option, right? So this is the alternate text. So if you want to locate a image, you can use this get by alternate text. All right. So these are the 6 locators. Now in Selenium WebDriver, if you guys have created the framework, 90% of the time you would have used a CSS selector or XPath, right? CSS selector or XPath. When you are using CSS selector or XPath, what happens is your framework or their test scripts is technically becomes brittle, because we follow a certain level of hierarchy. Okay, first you're going to find the input
then you're going to find a div or something like that, that inside that div, you're going to find another element and all those things, right? So your Playwright also offers CSS selectors as well as your XPath. But the thing is, it should be used least, because if you're using a CSS selector or XPath, it might be able to find the element, but your scripts are going to become brittle. Okay. So now, what was used most in Selenium WebDriver, your ID, XPath, your CSS selector, it's technically used the least in Playwright. I hope this part makes sense to everyone. So over here, let's say I have this input ID username, okay? And I want to locate this input with the ID attribute. So I can say hash username, okay? Hash always means the ID. Hash always means the ID. So hash username basically is going to give me this particular element, okay? I can also write locator input. Locator input. So 2/input basically means find anywhere on the page input. So you're going to end up getting the two input, the two text boxes over here. I hope this part makes sense to everyone. These are the 7 locators in your Playwright. Now, I want you guys to pause this particular video, quickly go through all these points, like just go through, skim through it so that these parts are clear to everyone. I hope you guys have gone through it. Now what we are going to do? We will be practicing these locators somewhere, right? That's something that we need to do it off. So over here, guys, what I want you guys to do is, I want you guys to go to the desktop, create a folder called SDET with Jatin, okay? And try to follow the same folder structure, whatever I'm doing, because what happens is, if you try to do it in some other directory or something, you will end up getting some different errors, okay? And debugging those errors kind of makes very difficult, okay? So what you do is, on your desktop only, you create a folder, give the folder name the same name as did with Jatin, okay? I already have this particular folder. And for me, in this particular folder, I have this JavaScript masterclass and my Playwright project, my practice one, okay? But for you guys, I'm going to create a fresh one. So what I'm going to do is, here, inside the SDET with Jatin, I'm going to right click and I'm going to quickly create a new folder. We're going to call this particular folder as Playwright-practice. Okay, Playwright-practice. All right, then what we are going to do? We are going to right click and we're going to open this particular folder in VS Code. Perfect. Now, couple of things that you should be aware of. I have an extension which is installed over here, which is my Playwright test extension. Okay, you might have this particular extension. You don't have this extension, don't worry. We'll just quickly install this also. What you're going to do is, if you're not able to see this test tube right now, you are going to go to the extensions. Okay, and you're going to search for something which is called as Playwright test runner. This is something, the Playwright test for VS Code. This is the one which I have. It has like 2.6 million downloads. So you can just click over here. Let me just uninstall also for you guys. Okay. So I have uninstalled it. Okay. I really don't have any extensions now over here. I can just go back over here and I can install this particular extension. That's the first thing that I'm doing. So the moment I do this, it gets installed over here. Perfect. Let's close this particular stuff. Let me just bring this guy over here for a moment. What happened over here? Yeah. The next thing is, I'm going to click on the 3 dots over here. I'm going to go to the terminal and I'm going to click on new terminal. Okay. And from PowerShell, I'm going to change it to, let me just change this guy to your git bash. This is something what I need. Perfect. Okay. Now what we want to do? We want to set up Playwright. Okay. If you guys have watched the last video, how was Playwright installation done? What was the command over there? npm install. No. You're going to say npm init playwright @latest. Now, again, this is very important from the fundamental perspective. Okay, people can ask an interview, people might not ask an interview, just be aware of it. Why we are using npm init and not npm install? Okay, generally when you have work with Newman, you say npm install Newman, right? Or you say npm install HTML extra and all those things. But for Playwright, I'm saying npm init. Okay. The thing is, when you do npm init, it starts prompting some of the questions. Okay, it's gonna keep on taking inputs from you, and based on those inputs, it's going to set up the bare minimum configuration file. It's going to set up the project structure, the hierarchies, and all those things will be given to you. So in Selenium WebDriver, you used to have the Maven project. So you used to only get the SRC test Java, SRC main Java, and those were the folder structure. Okay. But then after that, we were supposed to create all the packages and all. So it used to take a lot of time. So the bare minimum configuration, okay, is going to be given us if we are using npm init playwright at the rate latest. So just hit enter. The moment I do this, it's going to start asking, do you want to use TypeScript or JavaScript? We will be using TypeScript. Where do you want to put your end-to-end test? We want to put it in the test folder. Do you want to have a GitHub Actions workflow file? Yes, I want to have it. Do you want to install the Playwright browsers? So yes, the tests are not going to be executed on your Chrome browser. It's going to get executed on Chromium. Then it is going to have the Safari browser, the WebKit that is going to be there. And as well as it's going to have the Firefox, okay, browser. That's things which will be installed by Playwright. It's not going to use the Chrome browser which is installed on my computer. Okay, that's something which is going to happen, and it's going to take a little bit time. And boom, it has given us the basic project structure. So over here, you will see the playwright.config.ts file which is there, and you have the package.json file. Okay, and the test folder is there. Inside the test folder, it has given us a sample test. Okay. Now, over here, I hope you guys have done the setup. The next thing, we want to have a website, right? We want to have an application that we will be testing, okay? Or at least use it for working with locators. So what I'm going to do is, I'm going to quickly go to my Chrome browser. So over here, guys, I have this particular website, jatin99.github.io, playwright-demo-app. I've kept it very simple, okay? And this particular website majorly revolves around the 5 questions that we will be focusing on today. Okay, so please make sure, guys, you try to visit this particular website, jatin99.github.io /playwright-demo-app. I'm going to put it in the comment section also. You can technically take it from there. So I'm going to copy this. Okay, we're going to go to the playwright config.ts. We'll bring this guy a little bit down. And what I'm going to do is, there is one place where you can give the base URL. This is the base URL. Base URL to use in actions like await page.goto. Okay, base URL is this guy. So over here, where http://localhost:3000 is written, I'm going to remove this and I'm going to paste this chat. Okay, so whenever I will be saying page.goto and I remove this, it is empty right now, right? But the thing is, it is going to take the value from the playwright config.ts, which is going to be this. Perfect. Now, the next thing what we will be doing is we will be writing our script. Okay, so in the test folder, I'm going to create a new file and I'm going to call this as learning.spec.ts. Quickly create this particular file, learning.spec.ts. Now, over here, let me just close this git ignore playwright config.ts and this chap also. The next thing I'm going to say, import. I want to import test, comma, expect from playwright test. Acha, over here, the AI assistance is activated. I want to close or technically stop this AI assistance because it's better that for the first time we write the code together. So how we can do that is, you're going to go to file, you are going to go to preferences, settings, and inside settings, you're going to type Copilot Okay. And once you've written Copilot, right, you are going to search over here. Let me just scroll down a little bit. This GitHub Copilot enable, and you see the star keyword, right? So the item over here is star. You just change it to false. Okay. Click on OK, and done. That's it. So now if I hit enter, I'm not going to get any suggestions. So when you're writing the code for the very first time, it's always better that you write it by yourself so that you understand how it is working. Okay, what is the purpose of certain keywords and all. And in this way, once you get used to of writing the scripts, then you use AI assistants. Okay, these things you can do it in Office. But when you're studying with me, please make sure that the AI assistance is turned off. Anyways, so the first thing is we have imported test and expect. Expect is basically for assertion, and the test over here is because we want to have our test introduced. So the test block needs to be there, and this is going to technically come from the Playwright. It's popping up over here. So I'm going to say test, and this particular test technically requires a title. So I'm going to give a title over here. Let's say the title is going to be learning locators. Okay. Then the next thing is going to be, we are going to use the async keyword. Okay. And then we are going to pass the page context. And now this is going to be your test block. Next, we're going to use the wait keyword, and I can see over here page dot go to. Okay. Keep it empty. Now you will notice that automatically I'm getting this play button. This play button is basically coming from the extension that we have installed. If you're not able to see this particular play button, nothing to worry. You just go to your testing icon. Okay. And over here, it is automatically going to suggest those things. Now, over here, you can configure, like I want to run this particular project only on Chromium. Okay. Not on Chrome, Chromium. And I can just click on the play button now, and you will notice that the browser is getting launched, and we're technically on the website jatin99.github.io playwright-dem. Perfect. This is what I have written so far. Quickly write this particular stuff at your end. Now, what do we want? We want to work with locate, right? What is the first locator that came into picture? The strategy was roll. Okay, get by roll. Now, I can use code gen, and I can just click on these things, and technically I can get all the elements and all, but I don't want to do that. I want to learn with locators and all. My first goal over here is I want to get this Playwright locator practice app. This visible text I want to print on my console. How can I do it? I'm going to right click over here, click on inspect. And what do I notice? That this is a H1 tag. Okay, this is a H1 tag. In this entire HTML page, there is only one H1, one heading. How do I know that? I only have created this website. So over here, that's how I know that. But if you notice, in this entire page, you just have one H1, single H1, which is there. So even if I do a Control F and I type H1, you will only find the first H1. Okay. So over here, what I'm going to say await, okay, page dot get by role. Over here, the role variable can take the values like alert box, alert dialog, application, articles, banner. So technically here it is suggesting me ki Baba, the role parameter that you have, the first thing that you're going to pass, what values it can take. Okay, I to have a heading, right? So over here we see a heading coming into picture. So I can say heading, comma. Okay, the next thing over here you can give is an object. Okay, and this is technically your normal JavaScript object over here, and I can see over here name. So it's a property, an object literal which I'm passing over here, and over here the property that it is taking is name. Name basically means it can be a placeholder, it can be the visible text. It can be the name attribute. It can be anything. Okay. Again, those things have been written in the notes. We'll see that. But over here, if I just take the word playwright, okay, or I say playwright locator. I'm going to take this playwright locator and I'm going to keep it over here. Now, this is my locator. Get by role, I need the heading which basically has a name. Now, this name is technically for us the visible text. The visible text over here is playwright locator. Playwright locator. But if you notice, it is technically I'm only giving a partial text. Playwright locator. Practice app, I have not given it off. But it will still be able to locate it off. Now, this whole thing is technically locator, which I'm going to store it inside a variable. I'm going to call this as heading locator. What we want to print the visible text on a console, right? So I can say console.log heading locator dot text content. One thing you need to understand, whenever you are using any playwright methods, you are supposed to use the await keyword. So if I'm saying heading locator dot text content, I'm going to put await here also. If I don't put await, okay, the script is going to fail. Okay, let's save this particular stuff. Let's click on the play button. Let's bring this guy up. And you will notice that playwright locator practice app is getting printed on my console. So even though in the object literal, I'm not giving the full text, I'm only giving the partial text. It is able to locate the heading element because the role over here is heading. It is only going to focus on the heading part. Okay, all the headings where playwright comes into picture, there is only one heading. Okay, so that is something which I got over here, and that's what is getting away. And what if I want to do an exact match? Chances of that you doing is going to be pretty less, but let's assume you want to go with the exact match, meaning playwright locator practice app. Full word I want to check over here. Then what I'm going to do? Then you are supposed to pass the next attribute to this object literal, which is going to be exact. Exact technically takes the value as Boolean, true or false. So I can say exact equal to true. Now, when you say exact true, then it is going to match the casing. It is going to check for the exact word. Okay. So, because we have written exact true, if I'm going to click on the play button, you will notice that this script is going to fail. Okay. Because here it is exact true. And we don't have a heading with playwright locator. The exact word is playwright locator practice app. Okay. So I'm supposed to give the whole stuff. Okay. You see, after 30 seconds, it has failed. If I'm going to click on this button clean one more time, this time it works because we have given the exact word. So it is up to you whether you want to use the exact attribute or not. Generally, when you're working with applications, there will be certain words which are going to remain constant. Certain things are going to change. Like if a user is signing in, you say, hi Jatin, hi Raj, hi Uday. So hi is constant. The name of the user is changing. Are you getting the point? So over there, in that particular use case, you can't use the exact attribute. Is this part making sense to everyone? Perfect. Quickly do this particular stuff at your end. Okay. Now, what we want, let's go back over here. Let's bring this guy up. Over here, I want to enter the text in the username field and password. I'm supposed to select something from the drop down and I'm supposed to click on the login button. This is what I want to focus. So this is the credentials. I'm going to type over here admin. Password is admin123. From the drop down, I can select anything. I can just say, let's say QA engineer. I'm going to click on login and login is going to happen. So this is the part which I want to automate. So for that, what we are supposed to do? We are supposed to locate the elements. So we are supposed to locate 2 text box, 1 drop down and a login button. Perfect. So let's work on that. I'm going to right click over here. I'm going to click on inspect. And over here, we have this input ID username. Type is text. Placeholder is enter username. Okay. So what we will do? We will first work with, let's say, placeholder. Okay. Get by placeholder method we have na. That is what we will be using. So I'm going to say await page. Let me just close this. Let me just zoom out a little bit. Yeah. Dot get by placeholder. Okay. And I'm supposed to give the placeholder over here, which I'm going to say enter username. I can copy this, paste it over here. And I want to fill some text over here. So I can just say dot fill admin. Perfect. So we are going to first locate the element and then we are performing the operation fill. Fill means the send keys one. Okay. Let's click on the play button. Let's see whether it works. Okay. Over here, it is waiting. And the reason it is waiting, let's see why. There was a space that I had given. But let's see. I can close this. I can run one more time. Okay. There was an extra white space. That's the reason. But over here, now admin has been written properly. Perfect. Now, await page.get by placeholder, enter username, fill admin. I hope this part makes sense to everyone. Now, the next thing, I want to fill the password. How to do that? I can say await page.get by placeholder. Okay. And here, I can right click on inspect. This is enter password. Copy this, paste it. Dot fill. And over here, the password is admin123. I can copy this, paste it here. Let's click on the play button one more time. Works. Perfect. It works over here. So over here, it has filled the username as well as the password over here. But what I want over here is I want to play with all the locators for these two text boxes. Okay, we saw get by placeholder. Now let's see what else we can do. If I am talking about this page get by method, we have something which is the locator method. No? Let's say the locator method is there. So here I can give my selector, the XPath selector, the CSS and all, I can pass it. So I am going to say find on this particular page, right click, click on inspect. ID is username. ID is username. So what I can say, hash username. ID always means hash. Okay. So I'm going with the CSS selector. I can say hash username dot fill. And I'm going to give a different name. Jatin. Okay. Let's save this. Let's click on the play button. You see, all the steps got executed. This also got executed in 12 milliseconds. Now, here's the most interesting thing. I have filled over here admin. Then I'm saying fill Jatin. Tell me what is going to happen. What is going to happen? Is Jatin going to be appended to admin? Let's see. The answer is no. Okay. Here you see admin has been removed and Jatin has been kept over here. So when you're using the fill method, what fill method is going to do? Fill method technically removes the old text and it keeps the new text. Again, a very important interview question. In interview, they can ask, how do you append the text with the help of Playwright? Then what you're going to say? In order to append the text, there is another method Okay. So I'm just going to write this particular stuff quickly. I'm going to put a dot over here and I'm going to say press sequentially and I can give 1, 2, 3, 4. So if you are saying press sequentially, if I'm going to click on the play button, you will notice that Jatin 1, 2, 3, 4 is coming. So 1, 2, 3, 4 gets appended. So in order to append the text, you're going to use what? Press sequentially. Is this part making sense to everyone? Perfect. So over here, I have used the locator. And what locator I'm passing? I'm passing the CSS locator. You'll be like, Ari Jatin, but what if I want to pass text box or your X path over here? You can do that. Just change it to input, square bracket, let's see, @ID equal to username. Okay. Let's close this. Let's see whether it works. And this also got worked. So here I'm passing the X path. Okay. And here also you'll see Jatin 1, 2, 3, 4 is there. Is this part making sense? Perfect. Now, this was just for your practice to see the different locators. We saw placeholder. Okay, we have the role popping up into picture. Now, let's comment this. What I want is I want to select something from that drop down. Over here, we have entered the credentials. If I just click on the play button one more time, admin and the admin credential is there. Now I'm supposed to select something from this particular drop down. How to do that? Let's see. Now, whenever you guys are working with drop downs, okay, the best way to work with drop downs is to use locators only. Why do I say that? Understand this part. If I go back over here, guys, you will notice this drop down that we have, if I click on inspect, we have a select tag, right? Now, chuck all the select tags and all the tags away because Playwright is always going to majorly be focusing on rows, okay? The accessibility part. So over here, when I'm looking at this particular drop down, I have two approaches that I can take. Either I can use the data test ID, which we have added over here, or we can use the locator, because if I use the locator, I can just give hash role, the CSS selector. Hash means ID, yes or no, and role is the value. So if I use hash role, I will be able to locate this particular element, and then we can select the option from that, whatever we want. So look how to do that. Over here, I'm going to say await page.locator. Okay. And this is going to be hash role. See, this particular stuff, I can literally copy it, go back over here, do a Control F, paste it. It is going to locate this drop down only. Okay. Hash means the ID attribute. I hope this particular part makes sense to everyone. Perfect. Now, once we are getting the drop down, I'm just going to do a dot select option. Okay. And this select option technically requires the value. Okay. Option to select. If the select has multiple attributes, all the matching options are selected. Otherwise, only the first option matching one of the past option is going to be selected. So over here, what I can do is I can just give something like admin. Okay. The select option is admin. Now, if I go back over here, you will see the value is admin. Are you getting the point? So let's save this. Let's click on the play button one more time. And you will see that this particular stuff has also been executed. It took 10 seconds to do that. So if I go back, you will notice admin is selected over here. Perfect. Now let's check one more thing. Over here now, I have given admin in lowercase because I was talking about this value attribute which was having admin. What if I was passing the visible text? Then what is going to happen? Let's see what is going to happen over here. I just change it to admin. I'm going to save this. Okay. Let's click on the play button. And you see it works. So over here, select option, whatever you are passing here, na, it can be the visible text, okay, as well as, it can be the value attribute. I hope this part makes sense to everyone. Quickly try this thing at your end. Okay, I hope you guys have done this particular stuff. Now what? Now we have filled, the username, the password, we have selected something from the drop down. The next thing that is remaining is we are supposed to click on this login button, right? That's all we need to do. Come on. I want you guys to give it a shot first. I'll just help you out with the locator. I'm going to right click on inspect. Let me just do a control F for a moment. Let's remove this. Let's refresh this page, close this tab. For some reason, this guy is getting selected. Okay, let's close this. And I'm going to play on this particular button one more time. Okay, perfect. Now we have this login button, right? What are you going to use? This is a button. Okay, can we use locator? Yes, we can use locator. Should I use locator? If you look at the priority, okay, just to reiterate the priority over here, look carefully. Over here, the priority of the locator is the least. It is coming on the 7th position, right? It's coming on the 7th position. You will be using the first one, get by role. Okay, we will be using the get by role. So I can right click over here, click on inspect. Let's right click on inspect. We have a button. It has an ID. It has an ID, login button. It has a data test ID also coming into picture. Okay, but this is a button. So over here we can use the get by role. Okay, try to do it at your end quickly. See if you're able to do this. And over here you will be passing the object literal, okay, with name as a value. Okay, name as one of the key and the value is going to be login. Same stuff here. We have done it over here. Okay, name will be the attribute, value is going to be login. Try to do this thing. I hope you guys have written. Okay, now let me write it down. What we will be doing now, we will play with all the different permutation combinations kind of a stuff. I will be working with locator also over here for the same login button. Okay, we can use the data test ID. We can use the get by role. So you get comfortable in how to use it off. So I can simply say await page dot get by role. Okay, get by role. The role over here is what? Button. Then you are going to pass an object literal over here. Object literal. The object literal is going to have the first property as name and the value is going to be login. Okay. And then what do? You perform a click. Okay. You perform a. I can save this. I can click on the play button. You see this got executed. If I go back over here, logged in as admin, it is working. Perfect. Now, the thing is, let me just log out. I don't want to log in with the get by role. Okay, I want to use some other stuff. So over here, I see ID login button. The moment I see ID login button, I know that I can use the locator. Okay, so over here, I will comment this particular line because we will not be using this particular approach. We will be going with the locator approach. And that is simple, guys. I can simply say await page dot not get, locator. And over here, you give the locator. Now, what do you want? Do you want to pass XPath? Let's go with XPath. Find anywhere on the page button that basically has an attribute ID whose value is going to be, which I forgot. I can quickly check over here. What is the value of this particular ID attribute? It is login button. I'm going to copy this. I'm going to paste it over here. This is that XPath. I hope you guys have studied the red bus assignment and all, because over there we have discussed in detail, okay, how to write XPath and all. Okay, so this is basically that XPath. and then I can simply say dot. Okay, we are going to get the element over here, and then technically I'm just going to perform a click. Save this. Okay, let's click on the play button. You see it worked. Something went wrong over here. Let me just see. Let's close this for a moment. Let's run this chap one more time. And something is going wrong. Let me just see. I forgot to close the square bracket. The XPath is incorrect over here. My bad. I can save this. Click on the play button. Fast. So if I go back, logged in. Okay, this is your locator approach. What is the next one approach? Is the data test ID. Now, I can say over here, await page dot. Okay, this is going to be get by test ID. Test ID, and the test ID is over here. What? Let me just inspect. Login button, login hyphen button. Just copy this, paste it. So get by test ID. For getting the element with the test ID, you should check it should be data hyphen test ID. Data hyphen test ID, login hyphen button. Okay. So this is something which is there. I can do a simple click. Let's save this. Let me just see if I've logged out. Yes, I have logged out. Let's click on the play button. And this also has worked. Okay. This also has worked. It took a little bit of time, 1556 milliseconds. So yeah, over here we are able to log in. One of the best thing about Playwright, which I'm liking a lot, is that it is technically telling me about the individual steps execution time. Okay, I can look at this particular step itself, the test script which I have written. Okay, and I can come to know whether it is optimized or not. Okay, so when we were using the get by role, okay, over there we were getting a better performance, right? So if I just remove this and I keep the get by role, over here it was 1556 milliseconds. So if I just click on the play button, okay, it's 1154. Okay, I don't know why that's happening, but this is what it is. Perfect. I hope this particular part makes sense to everyone. All right. Okay, this was the first question, guys. What are the different locators which are there in Playwright? Okay, now let's go back to the iPad again. Over here, guys, we're just going to quickly skim through it. We saw the 7 locators: get by role, get by label. I have not used get by label, but if there is going to be a scenario, we can definitely use it. Get by placeholder, we have used it. Get by text. Let me just see if I've used get by text. No, we haven't used get by text. Okay, test ID, we have used it. Get by alternate text, I have used it. Okay, locator, I have used it. So the important one, whatever you will be using on regular basis, we have used them. Okay, so please make sure, guys, that you are aware of all the core locators. Okay, don't worry, we have a lot of scenarios to cover. Over there also, we'll see what all we can cover it off. Now again, this particular part, I have taken it from the main Playwright website itself, where they are talking about the recommended built-in locators. Okay, this is just for your proof. They are telling ki Baba, you go and use get role first. Okay, and over here they have highlighted 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 locators over here. You have something like get by title also, which technically talks about the title attribute, and I'm pretty sure that you will not be using them a lot. Okay, that's the reason I did not cover it off over here. Okay, for locating the elements, we have these 7. They haven't written the locator page.locator method, but it basically comes later in their entire discussion. But in this way, we have 7 major locator strategies that they offer. One of the points that you should always remember for your interview, as well as generally when you're working with Playwright, is that always try to use what real user would see. Okay, real user is going to see text box, they are going to see buttons, they are going to see your table, your row, right? So importance needs to be given to the role based locators first, then you are going to give importance to the label. Okay, then you are going to give importance to the placeholder, then you are going to give importance to the text, and finally you will be giving importance to your XPath and CSS. The fallback strategy should always be the test ID. If nothing else work, you see that, okay, if you put XPath or CSS and you start noticing ki baba, no, my element is still flaky, the scripts are not working the way it is supposed to, it's not concrete and all, then guys, it is better to go and check with test ID. You're supposed to tell to your developer to introduce these test ID attribute into the element. Okay, CSS and XPath should always be the last resort, okay, not the starting point. In Selenium WebDriver, it was generally the opposite. Okay, most of you guys, whoever have created the framework, you would have definitely used a lot of XPath, CSS, and all the stuff. Okay, times are changing. Like we live in a very funny and interesting time over here, because I remember on this particular channel also, I had covered a lot of scenarios talking about XPaths and how to write proper XPath and all those things. Now these things don't even matter. Okay. And that's what the whole thing is, guys. You will see that slowly and steadily, whatever you used to learn, okay, they become obsolete very quickly. Okay. And one of the advice that I want to give everyone who is watching this particular video is to be in that zone of learning. Okay. And you will technically see a lot of noises around you. Some will say that it is not worth it. Some people will say, why are you doing it? Or probably you're going to see some entertainment video or podcast or something like that. Because I see, okay, I get over there, like the analytics, what video you guys were watching, and based on what videos you started watching this particular lecture, so I come to know, okay, what you guys are up to and all. Okay, so the thing is, you will have a lot of distractions. Okay, and I will advise anyone who's watching this particular video to please start studying, or at least be in that zone of studies. What I mean by that is that every single day, put some little bit effort to learn something. Okay, don't just doom scroll, right? That's the term, right? Everyone knows that. So don't just consume stuff, create something. Okay, that is really going to help you out in long run. You might have seen that when you are looking at some elder people, okay, your parents or grandparents, you see that sometimes they find it bit difficult to do basic things. Like on your mobile phone, you'll probably take you do this and do that and all. And what I realized is that they reached a certain point in their life where they stopped learning new things. They're just consuming stuff now, and you really can't change them. Okay, I'm not trying to belittle anyone over here, but the thing over here is key. We have a choice. Okay, we always have a choice to sit back or relax or be proactive. Okay, and trust me, right now, if you look at the internet, na, it's a very toxic place. Okay, I make lectures, so I know that part over here, that how much time me and my team really consume the internet and all. But the thing is, it's such a toxic place. If I really had the privilege, I would have really not been there on this particular stuff. But that's what it is. Okay, so learn to disconnect from the internet, learn to focus on things that matters to your life, matter to your career. And I promise you guys, things are going to be very different. 3 months, give it 3 months and you'll be a very different person. Okay, now this was the first question, guys. Let's move on to the next question. The next question is, in what order should you prefer the locators and why? I believe everyone knows that now, that you will first be giving importance to your role, then label, then placeholder, text, test ID, and finally you're going to give importance to your CSS and XPath. I'm not going to spend time on this particular question, but you have the document, right? So you can just go through and skim through this particular stuff. It's going to be very quick over here. Okay. I've written the entire code snippet, whatever I have written in my screen. The same stuff I have attached and kept over here for your reference. The next question, which is a very important one. Okay. There is a locator. Okay. The question is a little bit haywired over here. There is a locator. Okay. And with that particular locator, you are technically getting multiple elements. Okay. You're technically getting multiple elements. What is going to happen if Playwright gets you multiple elements and you try to perform an operation on that? And how do you fix it? The one line answer for this particular stuff is whenever Playwright gives you multiple elements, okay, and you try to perform an operation on that, Playwright is going to throw a strict mode violation error. Okay. So let's say you have given a locator. With that particular locator, Playwright is able to find multiple elements and you are performing an operation like click. Then what is going to happen? At runtime, you are going to get your strict mode violation error. Let's try to create this particular scenario. Over here, guys, let's close this chap. Let's go back over here. And this learning.spec.ts, I'm going to duplicate it. I'm going to do a F2. And let's call this as learning2.spec.ts. We really don't need all these things. We can really remove it off. Now, over here, you will notice that I have 3 edit buttons. Perfect. I'm going to right click over here. I'm going to click on inspect. Now, there is a button. Okay, the role is button. Visible text is edit. Can we write the locator for that? I'm going to say await page dot get by role. The role over here is going to be button, and the object literal which I'm going to pass is going to be having the attribute name, and over here it is going to be edit. Perfect. Now, with this particular locator, I will be getting 3 buttons. Okay, let's close this. I'm going to get 3 buttons, 3 edits. What I do is, I'm going to perform a click. I perform a play. So, if I'm going to click on the play button, let's see what happens. Okay, here we are getting an error. This particular line number 5 gives me an error, strict mode violation. If I'm going to bring this particular guy up, let's scroll up, locator.click, error, strict mode violation, get by role button, name as edit, resolved into 3. I'm not able to scroll it over here. What's happening over here? Let's bring this guy over. Resolved into 3 elements. So technically, this particular locator gives me 3 elements. So it's not going to randomly click on the first one. Okay. With Selenium WebDriver, now the situation was a bit different. So if you had given a particular locator, and with that particular locator, you were getting more than one web element. What Selenium WebDriver used to do, it used to always click on the first one that comes on the page. But here what Playwright is going to do, it is not going to click on it. It is going to give me strict mode violation error. Now the interviewer is asking ki Baba, if with a locator you are able to find multiple elements, okay, what error you're gonna get? Strict mode violation error. The second part over here is, how would you fix it? Okay, how would you handle this kind of a scenario? Again, it's very simple. So over here, what you can do is, with this particular locator, I'm going to get 3 elements. Now, if I do a dot, I see all the other Playwright methods popping up. I can say first, get me the first element, and to that particular first element, perform the click. Perfect. Simple to read, easy to understand. This is going to give me 3 elements. From those 3 elements, we are going to get the first element, and to that first element, we are going to perform the click. So over here, look carefully. We have Jatin, Sarah, and Mike. Now, because I am saying first, right? I'm saying over here first, it is going to give me this particular element, that is Jatin's data. So I'm going to get this edit button of Jatin. Okay, and this one is going to get clicked. I hope this part makes sense to everyone. Let's see. Let's close this. I'm going to save it. I'm going to click on the play button. And you will notice that Jatin's fields are technically editable now. Okay, the edit button was clicked over here. All right. The second one over here is, let's say, last. If there is a first method, of course, there is going to be a last method also. So I can just change it to last. I'm going to save it. Let's click on the play button. And you know what is going to happen, right? The moment I'm going to click on the play button, it is going to click on the edit button for Mike, because Mike is the last element over here. Pretty simple, straightforward. Okay. Now, I can use the first, I can use the last. Okay. The next approach that comes over here is a special method which is called the nth method. Okay. Returns the locator to the nth matching element. So over here, it is going to technically return me the nth matching element, and you are supposed to give the index. So Jatin is going to be on the 0th index. Sarah is going to be on the first index. Mike is going to be on the second index. So over here, what I do is I pass 1. If I am passing 1, tell me which edit button is going to be clicked. It is going to be clicked for Sarah, because Jatin is 0, Sarah is 1, Mike is 2. Okay. So this edit button is going to be clicked. Here you can see nth as 1 written also. Perfect. Now let's close this. Let's save this. Let's click on the play button. Okay. The edit button got clicked over here for Sarah. Perfect. What is going to happen if I give a wrong index? That's it. Int 5. Now we don't have an int 5. What is going to happen? Let's see that. Let's click on the play button. Okay. It's trying to find that element, okay, on the int 5. Okay. After 30 seconds, this particular script is going to fail. Okay, so we technically get a timeout exception. Okay, or timeout error over here, not an exception, timeout error over here. Please make a note of this particular point. If the index is wrong, okay, or technically we don't have any particular index, okay, for this particular locator, you'll end up getting a timeout exception. Okay, what is the default timeout over here? 30 seconds. Okay, I hope this particular part makes sense to everyone. Perfect. Quickly practice this particular stuff at your end. I hope you guys have written the code, guys. Now, the next thing. See, over here, we are able to work with locators, particularly if a locator is able to find more than one element. Okay, you can go with the first, last, or the nth method. In the nth method, you're supposed to pass the index of that particular element. Now, the next way to handle this kind of a scenario where with one locator you will be getting multiple elements is to do something which is called as filters. Okay. Now think of filters similar to that of your chaining of web elements. Now, if you remember, chaining of web elements was what? With the help of one web element, I was able to find another web element, right? So over here, what we will be doing is we will be finding the entire row we will find this entire row. Once we find the entire row, then in that particular row, we will find the button. Okay. So how to do that? So first, what I'm going to do is I'm going to say await. Await page dot methods are not popping up over here. Let me just close this. This quickly. Let's close this guy. Okay. I'm just going to say page dot get by role. Get by role. And the role which I'm going to pass over here is going to be row. Is going to be row. The second thing, the object literal which I'm going to pass over here is going to be one of the visible text. Now over here, one of the visible text that I can literally pass is technically, let's say the name, right? I can just give the name as Jatin. Let me just close this for a moment. Yeah, now the suggestions are popping up. I can give over here something like Jatin. So what is going to happen? It is going to select the row which has the visible text somewhere Jatin. So if I go back over here, it's technically going to give me this particular chart. Perfect, because here the one of the visible text is Jatin. Okay. Then what I'm going to do is once I find this row, to that particular row, I'm going to do a dot get, let's say by role, and here I'm going to say find a button. Okay. Find a button, and over here the name is going to be edit. So I hope you know that. First, I'm going to get the row. Once I get the row, to that particular row, I am technically doing a get role again, get by role again. And that time I'm finding a button, which technically is going to have the visible text as edit. And then I'm going to perform the click. This is what I'm going to do. Now, let's click on the play button and see whether it works. And you will notice that it works, that it has clicked on the edit button for Jatin. Perfect. Now it can work for any visible text. If I just change this to, let's say, QA, okay, over here, the department is QA. So it's technically going to click on this tab only. Okay. Let's say if I change it to DevOps. Okay. I save this and go back over here. The focus is going to be on Sarah right now. Okay. So this is the one which would have got failed. Now, let's try it off. I'm going to click on the play button. And it has clicked over here. And here you will see Sarah is technically, okay, available for clicking and making changes over here. So I hope this particular part makes sense to everyone. Perfect. So this is basically the chaining that we are doing. Okay. Now, I want you guys to quickly practice this particular stuff. One more way, guys, we can literally find the edit button over here again is with the help of filters. Now I have written over here filters, but I technically did not explain you the filter method. So look carefully over here. Whenever you're talking about the filter method, now you will technically be using it on the locator. Okay. So over here, I have page dot locator, and here I have given the CSS selector TR. TR is technically the row. Okay. Now this row which we had given over here first, which was basically the role. But when I'm giving the locator method, you can either give the CSS or you can give the XPath. If I was giving the XPath, I would have written 2/TR. Okay. Dot filter method is going to come into picture. Filter, it should has a text 102. This is ID. So with this particular stuff, what we are doing is we are first finding the row. Okay. We are first finding the row. So we will find the row which basically has a visible text 102. TR is going to technically give me all the 4 rows. Why 4 rows? You have the header also, na? So you have the header, you have Jatin, you have Sarah, you have Mike. So you are going to get the header. You're going to get the Sarah, you're going to Jatin, you're going to get the Sarah, and you're going to get Mike. Now, once we get all the 4 rows, we are going to select the one which is going to have the visible text 10. And then you do the get roll by again. Okay. You give that you want to find a button. The button is going to have the visible text at it, and you're going to technically perform a click. Okay. This is the same stuff. Let's try to do this also. Now, this is kind of a chaining, but if you want to work on the filters part, you would have written something like this: await page dot, I would say get. Let me just close this particular guy first. Okay. Await page dot get locator. Okay. And not get locator. We are going to have the locator method popping up into picture. Locator. The locator, I'm going to give the CSS one only, TR. Okay. So because I'm giving TR, you will notice we have 4, na? 1, 2, 3, 4. So this is technically going to give me 4, I would say, elements. Okay. Then I'm going to use the filter method. And over here, we're going to pass an object literal has text. And it should have a text over here, probably, let's say, Jatin. Then we are technically getting the row which has Jatin. So we are technically getting this entire row. Edit, delete, view, active, QA, Jatin, 101, everything you're getting rid of. And then we will use the same chat. We literally copy the same line, dot get by role, dot click. Perfect. Now let's bring this guy up. Let's click on the play button. Let's see whether it works. It works. Perfect. This is what it is. This is the filter part. Okay. So there are 3 ways using which you can solve the problem of a single locator, which is technically finding multiple elements. I hope this particular part is clear to everyone. Perfect. I hope you have done this particular step. Now let's go back to the notes quickly. So over here, we saw the 3 solutions. We saw the filter one. Okay. We saw the chaining part. We saw the nth method, the first method, and the last method. Also, one more thing is there I forgot to talk about, which was the data test ID. Okay. If none of these things are working, you are supposed to reach out to the data test ID. Technically, you should be telling your developer to introduce this data test ID attribute to the respective buttons. Okay. So, of course, each button technically should have a unique test ID per row. And once it is going to have this unique test ID, you can use page.get by test ID, edit button Jatin, okay, whatever the ID is, and then even perform the click. Now, remember, Playwright uses strict mode by default. Multiple matches always throw an error. Okay, multiple matches throws an error. And what is the error that you're going to get? Strict mode violation error. Please make a note of this particular point also. You will end up getting strict mode violation error. Use dot filter with row context instead of dot nth method whenever possible. So the better approach is to always use the filter approach or chaining, okay, instead of the first, last, and the nth one. Okay. Data test ID on each row button is the cleanest long-term solution. Okay. But again, if you don't have the data test ID, then you are supposed to go with the filter or the chaining approach. Okay. Later on, you check with the first, last, or the nth method over there. I hope this part makes sense to everyone. Perfect. Now, what is the next question? Lachan, how do you work with a list of elements? Okay. If we were talking it from Selenium WebDriver perspective, okay, we were having the find elements method, which used to return us list of web elements. Then you do a traversing and all those things, and individually you can technically get those individual elements, right? Over here, we have a very special method which is called as the .all method. Okay. the dot all to convert a locator into an array so you can loop over every match. So over here, the edit locator that we have, if I just say that find the element, okay, which technically has this edit visible text or a button which is technically edit, I'm going to get 3 buttons, right? Now I want to work with all the 3, or I want to traverse all the 3 locators. Then what we are going to do, you're going to use the dot all. The moment you use the dot all, what is going to happen? You are going to get an array. So this entire stuff technically returns as an array. Okay. And count is basically the reference to this particular array. And once you get an array, you do whatever you want. You can traverse it. Okay. You can get the length. You can perform any operation you want. All those things you can do it. So this is something also we can quickly practice it all. Let's go back over here to the screen. Over here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to duplicate this. I am just going to make a change. Let's call this learning 3. Something went wrong over here. Let me just rename this to learning 3.spec.ts. Let's remove all these things. We just need this chat. We don't want to perform a click. Okay. So over here, when I say await page.get by role button name edit, this is going to give me 3 buttons, right? Because on a page, we have 3 edit buttons. Perfect. Now, to this particular locator, if I just put a dot all method, what is going to happen? It's technically returns us an array. So I'm just going to say this is going to be edit array, something like that. And I can do something like this, console.log edit array dot length. Okay. Now, if I'm going to click on the play button, let's see what happens. And you will see the length of edit array is 3. 3 signifies ki baba, there are 3 edit buttons. Perfect. Getting the point. Now, what is the next thing? If I have an array, I can traverse the array also. What I can do? I can say for edit array. And over here, we are going to use for off. So from this array, one by one, I will be getting the individual edit button. Okay. And I can do whatever. I can perform a click, or I can print the visible text on my console. Maybe I just want to print the visible text on my console. So I can simply say console.log edit button dot text content. Now understand, here I'm saying text content. Text content is basically a Playwright method. So you're supposed to write await over here. Okay. Let's click on the play button. The visible text is getting printed on my screen. Are you getting the point over here? So this is how you work with multiple elements. So if I am going to have a locator which technically gives me multiple elements, I can store all the elements in an array. Okay. And then I can traverse that particular array with the help of for off method, or you can write a simple for loop that is also going to work. And whatever the operations you want to perform, you can perform it at your array. I hope this part makes sense. Perfect. So let's go back to the iPad also. Now, over here, remember that the all method, okay, technically is going to give you a real JavaScript array. So the all returns a real JavaScript array that you can loop over. Count is faster when you just want to know the total number of the elements which are there in that particular array instead of looping them. Okay. Always use shift or skip the header row when looping a table. So the thing is, whenever you're working with table data, okay, if I would have written over here TR, so I would have got the table header also. So you have to make sure that you first perform a skip for the first index. That is technically whatever is going to be there on the 0th index, because on the 0th index, you're going to have the header. From the first index onward, you will going to have your test data or whatever the data which is there in the table. So use the skip method to skip the header row whenever you're performing the looping over a table. I hope this part makes sense to everyone. Now, the last question over here is, how do you click a button inside one specific table row? We have just seen the part, right? So if I go back to the screen, first you're going to find the row, you're going to filter it off, and then you're going to use a get my row button. Whatever is the visible text, the placeholder, whatever is the thing, okay, you can give over your need, and then you can form the click. This is something which you need to be aware of. All right. So that's all it is. That's all we had for today. We have covered like 5 important interview questions, and I hope at the end of this particular lecture, you would have got a little bit better understanding on how to work with locators. And hopefully, if the interviewer asks you these 5 questions, you will be able to answer it off over there. Now, I want you guys to practice this entire assignment again one more time at your end without watching this particular video. If you get stuck somewhere, you can definitely revisit this particular lecture. Now I'm going to see you guys in the next class. Okay, don't forget to mark your attendance, go to the comment section and tell that you have completed these things. And if you guys have given any Playwright related interviews, please share those questions with me over LinkedIn. Okay, I'm going to see you guys in the next one. Till then, take care. Bye bye. Have a good day.